Ye Xuan was the most brilliant direct disciple of the Xuantian Sect in a century, yet suddenly he was told by his clan to break off his engagement with his useless fiancée. This shocking news pierced the pride and beliefs he had built over 18 years of painstaking cultivation like a sharp blade. At the ascension platform of Xuantian Sect, cranes circled the sky, ancient beasts howled, sacred peaks floated suspended, and seven-colored divine light streaked across heaven and earth. Ye Xuan stood there clad in pure white battle robes, his black hair fluttering like a sharp sword slicing through the clouds. Below, disciples crowded together, eyes full of reverence and admiration. Ye Xuan, the strongest direct disciple in 100 years. This was the consensus in everyone's heart. Yet behind this most glorious moment lay a chillier truth. Ye Xuan's mood was cold and complicated not because he didn't want to reach the summit, but because he was not the true hero of this world. He was a transmigrator, never expecting that after 18 years of hard work, he would be branded the villain. As the legitimate heir of the Yi clan from Jiang Kingdom, he had risen step by step, mastering the Qi Si at 3, unlocking divine bones at 5, entering the Qi Master realm at 13, becoming the sect's third direct disciple in a century at 16, reaching 9-star Grand Warrior at 19, and just one step from the Grandmaster realm. But all this glory was mercilessly torn apart by a family letter from the clan. His fiancée Dantai Mingyue, a powerless woman burdened with a mysterious ring, was seen as a liability. Dantai Mingyue of Muyun City, once a prodigy of a small clan, had instantly fallen into disdain as a disabled outcast. The Yi elders decisively demanded Ye Xuan personally go to Muyun City to break the engagement, cutting off ties with the scoundrel. Yet how could Ye Xuan give up so easily? He understood that the secret hidden within her was far more complicated than it appeared. She resembled the classic protagonist template in stories, making it impossible for him to sever ties hastily. His thoughts swirling, he discreetly sent spies to gather information about Dantai Mingyue, learning she was isolated, defenseless, but deeply yearning for recognition and hope. So Ye Xuan defied his clan's wishes, sending a heartfelt letter of encouragement accompanied by a storage ring filled with precious herbs, elixirs, and the rare secret manuals of the Yi clan and Xuantian Sect. He solemnly promised never to break their engagement and urged her to focus on cultivation, eagerly awaiting the day her unique powers would awaken. Ye Xuan knew this move might trigger huge ripples and mark a turning point in fate, but he had no way back. After all, the protagonist's aura was too powerful to ignore, and the real danger wasn't from external masters, it came from this overlooked, useless fiancé. Just as Ye Xuan was anxious and scheming for self-preservation, an inexplicable tremor suddenly surged through his mind. Affection from Dantai Mingyue steadily accumulated, and the Grand Dao's fortune repeatedly flooded in. Only one question remained in Ye Xuan's heart. That thing just now, what exactly was it? Ye Xuan should have become the junior sect leader, guiding the future of the Xuantian divine path, but fate mercilessly toyed with him. Because of a powerless fiancé, his future darkened with clouds. The original words echoed. Dao fortune, one Dao fortune, one Dao fortune, one Dao fortune, one Ye Xuan. That thing just now, what the heck? Half an incense stick of time ago. In Muyun City of the Jiang Kingdom, the council hall of the Dantai Manor was deathly silent. Dantai Mingyu's face was pale as she knelt in the center of the hall, sweat beads sliding down her temples like a condemned prisoner awaiting execution, too frightened to move. Alongside her, a row of wooden chairs was arranged, with the Dantai family head seated firmly in the middle. Several gray-haired elders wore stern expressions while a group of young clan members stood behind them, each with differing looks on their faces. All eyes were fixed on this once gifted prodigy who had now become a waste. It's been 10 years. This useless parasite who's only ever eaten from the family's plate is finally going to be thrown out. A low sneer came from the corner like a cold wind passing through. Had it not been for that wedding agreement with the Yi clan from years ago, she would have been banished long ago, and the family would never have wasted a decade worth of cultivation resources. The mocking voices came one after another, cutting into Dantai Mingyu's ears like knives. 10 years ago, she was the Dantai clan's brightest genius, the first young disciple to reach the 9-star warrior realm. Wherever she went, she was admired and praised. The elders treated her like a treasured jewel and personally arranged her marriage contract with the Yi clan. But shortly after the agreement was signed, her talent seemed to have been drained away. Her cultivation plateaued and then deteriorated day by day, until she was completely worthless. Those who once looked up to her now rubbed salt in her wounds without hesitation. Ha ha ha, everyone, don't be too harsh. A clear laugh broke through the scorn, filled with schadenfreude. The speaker was her cousin Dantai Xinlan. She leaned in close and feigned warmth as she whispered into Mingyu's ear, "Little sister, isn't a total waste, right? At least when you just started training, you stunned everyone." The once bright moon was now dimmed. Meanwhile, under the fading light, her cousin Xinlan had long since surpassed the 9-star warrior realm, breaking into the 3rd-star spirit warrior tier, making her the strongest among the younger generation of the Dantai family. A smile curved her lips, but her eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Maybe heaven thought it unfair that all the good luck went to you, so it kept lowering your cultivation until you became this worthless. Zinlin's voice dropped to a whisper only Mingyue could hear. Scared? The Yi clan is about to come demanding to break the engagement. Once you lose that last protective bond, let's see how you live from now on. A few elders nearby shook their heads and sighed. If not for that marriage contract, would the family have supported a useless person for 10 years? Humph, it's absurd. After watching this farce for a decade, now that the Yi clan was withdrawing, the drama was finally drawing to a close. But Zinlin's gaze flickered with undisguised jealousy. She looked toward the hall entrance, seeming to see through the courtyard gates the approaching Yi clan entourage. If the family had chosen her, Dantai Xinlan, back then, would the Yi clan have dared to break the engagement today? Her slender fingers clenched until the knuckles whitened as a name flashed in her mind. Ye Xuan. The candidate for the young sect leader of Xuantian Sect, the top sect in the southern wilds, an 18-year-old 9-star grand warrior prodigy. Not just in Jiang Kingdom, but throughout the southern wilds, none could rival him. Even imperial princes would feel humbled standing before Ye Xuan. By comparison, Dantai Xinlan had spent a full 10 years cultivating from Qihai Realm Warrior to Shuanggo Realm Spirit Warrior, just now reaching 3rd-star Spirit Warrior. Yet even with that, she was still only a 3rd-star Spirit Warrior. In the same decade, Ye Xuan had already surpassed the ranks of martial artist, martial spirit, and martial master to become a great martial master of the suspended realm. Not only that, he was a 9-star great martial master just half a step away from entering the ranks of martial Dao Grandmasters. There were fewer than 10 martial Dao Grandmasters in all of Jiang Kingdom, each one commanding immense respect and fear. Yet Ye Xuan, so young, had a future full of limitless potential. Dantai Mingyue, it's all because of you that I lost such a perfect, destined marriage. In the hall, Dantai Zinlin's voice was sharp as a blade, piercing straight at the girl standing in the center. It was as if her entire life's greatest opportunity had been taken away, her eyes filled with cold hatred and resentment. Though the surrounding members of the Dantai clan remained silent, their glances held the same bitter malice directed at Dantai Mingyue. The ancestors of the Dantai family had close ties with those of the Yi clan and had arranged a marriage long ago. In this generation, Dantai Mingyu's fiancée was none other than Ye Xuan, the young deputy sect master of the Xuantian Sect, an extraordinary prodigy. Marrying into the Xuantian Sect would have elevated the Dantai family to great heights, not only ruling over Muyun City, but standing out as one of the strongest powers in all of Jiang Kingdom. But all of this vanished because of her, Dantai Mingyue. You are the disgrace of the Dantai family. A waste, dragging the whole clan down. If not for you, the Dantai family would have had a far more glorious future. A storm of accusations, shouts, and curses crashed down. Yet in Dantai Mingyu's eyes, there was only gloom and disappointment. Had this been a few days ago, she would have been devastated by Yi clan's cancellation of the engagement. But now, she lowered her eyes slightly, and a faint gleam suddenly flickered from the seemingly ordinary blue ring on her finger. Do not lose hope. A soft yet authoritative female voice came from within the ring. Allow me to cleanse your body with divine blood. Your rise is only a matter of time. The Xuantian Sect was the top sect of the southern wilderness domain, backed by supreme forces such as the Xuantian Divine Path. But the woman within the ring had an even more astonishing origin. She was once a peerless supreme being from the upper realms, her divine soul now trapped in this ring after an unexpected fall. For the past 10 years, Dantai Mingyu's cultivation had repeatedly declined because the woman in the ring secretly absorbed her energy C and Dantian to heal herself. When the truth came to light, Mingyue was consumed by rage. 10 years branded as a waste, mocked by all of Muyun City, all because of this. Feeling deep guilt, the woman resolved to make amends. She took Dantai Mingyue as her disciple and began cleansing her with her own divine blood. In 3 more days, the first divine blood baptism will be complete. Endure these days, and your talent will reach the peak of this realm. The peak? Stronger than Ye Xuan? Mingyue whispered to herself. She had never met Ye Xuan, but understood that those words were a towering mountain for any genius in Jiang Kingdom. What's a Ye Xuan? The woman in the ring scoffed coldly. When you fully merge with the divine blood, all the geniuses in this realm combined won't equal one of your fingers. Though Ye Xuan's talent was incredibly rare in the southern wilderness, to this mysterious woman, he was nothing more than a prodigy from a remote land. How could she possibly compare to a disciple personally trained by her? Dantai Mingyue listened in stunned silence. To her, Ye Xuan had always been an unattainable prodigy, but in the mysterious master's eyes, Ye Xuan didn't even deserve to tie his shoes. The mysterious woman seemed quite pleased by her disciple's shock. Though they had only spent a few days together, she already cherished Dantai Mingyue like a precious gem. When the Yi clan came forward today to publicly cancel the engagement, her fury blazed. How dare a mere mortal clan from the lower realm humiliate her disciple? If not for her soul having just awakened, She would have stormed out of the ring and wiped the Xuantian Sect off the map with a single sword strike. Master, I understand your intentions. Dantai Mingyuan nodded silently, clearly feeling the blazing anger radiating from her. Yet, the engagement to the Ye clan had protected her for 10 years more than the cancellation itself. She resented the traitorous clan members before her. Master's temper is fierce and proud. Once I've completed my cultivation, I will go to the Ye clan and defeat Ye Xuan in public to vindicate you. The young girl vowed silently in her heart. Before she finished speaking, a brilliant flash of light fell from the sky like a meteor. As it faded, a middle-aged man stepped forward. It was Ye Xuan's personal attendant, Ye Xu. The young master's message, for Dantai Mingyue, Ye Xu said calmly, his eyes cold. The Ye clan was as prestigious as the royal family of Jiang Kingdom, and Ye Xuan was a candidate for the young sect leader of Xuantian Sect. If not commanded by the young master, Ye Xu, who was at the Xinkong realm, would never have set foot in such a small town. So powerful, Dantai Mingyu's breath hitched. Though Ye Xu did not fully unleash his overwhelming aura, it pressed down on everyone like a giant elephant crushing them. Such a formidable expert was considered a major force in Jiang Kingdom. Yet here, he was only delivering a letter. The more the Ye clan's power was revealed, the deeper the resentment of the Dantai clan toward Mingyue grew. Haha, the Ye family's envoy is personally delivering a message. Moon sister, aren't you eager to open it? Perhaps it's not a cancellation, but words of encouragement for your cultivation, Dantai Xinlan sneered, stoking the surrounding resentment. Lucky for that waste to have climbed up to Ye Xuan. Dantai Mingyue, some things are just destined not to be yours. Her jealousy nearly overflowed. Ye Xu's expression shifted slightly at her words. A few days ago, the young master had sent him to Muyun City to check on Mingyu's situation. He had assumed the young master intended to break ties with the useless girl, but now he sighed inwardly. Since this is the young master's decision, I will keep silent. Xinlan caught his subtle change in expression and almost burst with joy. See? I hit her sore spot perfectly. Ye Xuan was a direct disciple of the Xuantian Sect and a candidate for sect leader. There was no way he would actually marry such a waste. Not to mention marrying her, just the rumor alone was enough to humiliate him. Dantai Mingyue slowly looked up and glanced at Ye Xu, the messenger who had just arrived with a letter. Her eyes still held some hesitation, but thinking of her mysterious master behind her, she suddenly summoned the courage to tear open the envelope. As soon as the envelope was ripped open, a storage ring made of dark gold with star-like patterns rolled into her palm with a soft ding. The ring's subdued luster carried a profound spiritual aurate, was clearly no ordinary item. The gazes of the surrounding Dantai clan members instantly turned scorching, like beasts sensing the scent of blood. Could this be compensation for Ye clan's withdrawal from the engagement? Whispered voices spread through the crowd. The Ye clan is a great family of our time, and Ye Xuan is the future young master of the Xuantian Sect. This compensation can't be light. Dantai Mingyue is just a cripple. How could she deserve to keep such heavenly materials? The family that has supported her all these years deserves these more. Mocking voices rose one after another, and if Ye Xu hadn't remained by her side, the greedy clansmen might have already swarmed forward. Stop hesitating. Open the ring. From inside the ring came the cold, urging voice of a mysterious woman from the upper realm. Breaking off the engagement is humiliating, yes, but if you use the spiritual medicines inside to accelerate the purification of your divine blood, your cultivation can advance further. I am but a fragment of a soul, with limited trump cards not to be used except in critical moments. Hearing her master's reminder, Dantai Mingyue obediently raised her hand and sent her divine sense into the ring. The next instant, a surge of crimson spiritual light shot upward, bathing the entire outer hall in a deep red glow. Blood Python Branch. The very Blood Python Branch that can restore severed meridians. Blood Jade Bone Ginseng. Also here the herb that helps transform the Dantian and condenses the mystical bone. Ironwood Spirit Liquid. The main ingredient for crafting third-grade pills. Coxcomb Phoenix Tail Flower. Even such a rare spiritual flower is included. One rare spirit herb after another appeared as ethereal images floating in the air, filling the room with a heady fragrance. Dantai Mingyue stared, mesmerized, while the surrounding clan's folk grew mad with excitement. Even the usually composed elders revealed greed they tried, but failed to hide. Truly worthy of a candidate for the Xuantian Sect's young master, someone swallowed hard. To break off an engagement and compensate with treasures like this, Dantai Mingyue really hit the jackpot. Startled awake by the harsh breaths around her, Dantai Mingyue reflexively clenched her fingers tightly, hiding the ring within her sleeve. She had only explored a small corner of the outer layer, yet witnessed such spectacle. If she delved deeper, even the elders might lose their sanity. Concealing the ring, torrents of doubt surged within her. Engagement compensation was usually just a formality, but Ye Xuan had given everything without holding back. From the corner of her eye, she glimpsed deeper inside the ring. Beyond the herbs and medicines, there were several profound cultivation techniques, far superior in grade to the visible treasures outside. It's just a broken engagement. Why would he offer treasures of this magnitude? The more she wondered, the heavier her doubts grew. Taking a deep breath, Dantai Mingyue unfolded the letter once more. But the words that greeted her eyes froze her in place again. What's wrong? Did he deliberately insult you in the letter? How outrageous. Don't worry, once I've regained my strength, I will storm Xuantian Sect and get justice for you. No, it's not like that. Master Dantai Mingyu's cheeks flushed bright red, and her voice faltered. She looked down at the letter in her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly. What had just happened to her? She had never met her fiancé, whom she had never seen before. When she first learned of the arranged marriage years ago, she had felt nothing but resistance. But the moment she unfolded the letter, an indescribable warmth quietly spread through her heart, and she found herself unexpectedly drawn to Ye Xuan. The subtle change in Dantai Mingyu's expression did not escape the mysterious woman nearby. The woman barely managed to mobilize her recently recovered spiritual power, sending a strand of divine awareness onto the thin piece of paper. The next moment, master and disciple both froze. The letter's author did not disdain Dantai Mingyue for her lost cultivation and humble origins. Instead, every line was filled with encouragement and protection, especially the final sentence. Even if you are immortal, I, Ye Xuan, will protect you for life, without worry. In the treacherous world of cultivation, there were still those who fiercely honored their promises. The mysterious woman's chest tightened, feeling as if today she had truly scratched an itch and opened her heavenly eye. Back in the upper realms, when she commanded the winds and waves and noble powers sought to curry favor, she did not hesitate to rise. But when misfortune fell upon her, even those closest turned their backs. Were it not for that betrayal, she would not be in this pitiful state now. Where, little sister, are you frightened by the letter? If you don't dare read it aloud, let me do it. A sharp voice broke the tense silence in the room. Dantai Xinlan's jealousy had coiled around her heart, like a venomous snake the moment the storage ring opened. The engagement was already called off, so why was Dantai Mingyue still receiving such devotion? She longed to tear away Mingyu's last shred of dignity and show everyone just how miserable this waste had become without the Yi family's protection. With that, she snatched the letter away and loudly recited, "The engagement is settled. You are my Ye Xuan's wife, and I shall protect you. Once I pass the life and death trial, I will rebuild your Qi Si and Dantian and defend, protect you for all your life and beyond." When she reached this line, Dantai Xinlan's sneer froze on her face, her voice caught in her throat. How could this be? Didn't the Yi family right to cancel the engagement? Dantai Mingyue was broken, so why would Ye Xuan still guard her? Could it be this was the fabled true love? The words true love stabbed into Dantai Xinlan's ears like needles, while the nearby Dantai clan members had long since stopped caring about her discomfort. I never thought young Master Ye Xuan would be so loyal to his word. Mingyue's sister is truly lucky. It was all our fault earlier. Please forgive us, Mingyue's sister. Cousin, do you still remember me? Shao Liuzi, the one whose mother once held you when we were kids. Cousin Mingyue, I was blind before, but from now on, I'll be your most loyal protector. Anyone who speaks ill of you, I'll break their bones. Looking at the clan members who had just called her worthless and threatened to cast her out, now instantly transformed into her loyal supporters, Dantai Mingyue felt, for the first time in her life, how shockingly thick people's faces could be. These very people had wanted to crush her bones when she was down and out. Now, upon learning that Ye Xuan had no intention of canceling the engagement and had even personally come to care for her, she suddenly became the center of adoration, surrounded by a crowd fawning over her like dogs wagging their tails at their master's feet. Being born into a family like this is truly pathetic, Mingyue sneered coldly inside. But she also quietly felt grateful. If she hadn't been treated like a failure for 10 whole years, how could she have seen through this group's hypocrisy and ugliness? For all of this, she had to thank Ye Xuan. Thinking of his name uncontrollably stirred her heart, tinting her cheeks a faint pink. Ugh, why am I thinking of him again? No, that can't be. She shook her head hard, trying to banish that sweet flutter from her chest. On the other side of the crowd, Dantai Xinlan's knuckles whitened from gripping too tightly. She had come to mock Mingyue, but now it felt like she had just been slapped hard across the face. Clan members cast her strange, increasingly distant glances, making her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. It's all fake. This is all fake. Xinlan suddenly screamed sharply, like a trapped beast driven into a corner. The letter is fake. The storage ring is fake. Dantai Mingyue must be angry about Ye's broken engagement and hired someone to act out this whole scene, right? Even what's inside the ring is just an illusion. Her emotions shattered. Her chest heaved like a broken bellows, wildness burning in her eyes. The clan members exchanged glances filled with pity. The truth was obvious, but she refused to admit it. Worse still, she turned her accusations toward a young man standing at the gate, dressed in the Yi clan messenger's uniform. You're not even from the Yi clan. Why did you fake the letter to trick our Dantai family? These words caused the clan leader and several elders to tense, simultaneously. Questioning Mingyue was one thing, but daring to openly confront a Yi clan envoy was another matter entirely. Dantai Xinlan, enough of your insolence. Smack. The clan leader moved swiftly, delivering a sharp slap that knocked Xinlan down. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, making her expression even more twisted. Are you out of your mind? The clan leader scolded grimly. He saw clearly that although Ye Shu showed no sign of cultivation, his presence was as imposing as a mountain. Provoking this man would bring ruin to the entire Dantai family. I'm not crazy. Xinlan collapsed onto the ground, eyes bloodshot. It's her. It's all her. She tricked everyone with a fake letter from the Yi clan. I was only exposing her trick. Her cries echoed through the hall, but no one paid her any mind anymore. Everyone had already seen the truth. This wasn't disbelief, but an unwillingness to accept it. Why? Why had Dantai Mingyue been written off as hopeless, yet still won Yi Xian's unwavering devotion? Mingyue had been deemed useless for life, but now she was glimpsing a chance for redemption. Zinlin's envy and resentment swelled inside her, nearly tearing her sanity apart. They've never even met once. She pounded her fist on the ground, tears mixing with blood. Never met once. So why is Yi Xian so obsessed with her? What if it had been Dantai Xinlan, who had originally been betrothed? So could the perfect match that Yi Xian is wholeheartedly devoted to actually be her, Dantai Xinlan? She's lost her mind. This woman's gone insane. The head of the Dantai family shook his head with a sigh, then without hesitation slammed his palm down on Dantai Zinlin's Qi Si and Dantian. Her vital energy exploded. Her Dantian shattered in an instant, and all her cultivation was instantly reduced to nothingness. His move was so swift and merciless that there was no time even for a gasp. Family head. You're so cruel. Her words were laced with belated fear and regret. At that moment, she finally understood the despair Dantai Mingyue must have felt when her cultivation was destroyed years ago. But sadly, it was already too late. Meanwhile, a letter from Yi Xian propelled Dantai Mingyu's dire situation from the abyss to soaring heights. The Dantai clan needed someone to bear Mingyu's wrath, and now that Xinlan had been broken, she was the perfect scapegoat. Though she prided herself as the rising star of the younger generation, compared to the Ye clan and the Xuantian Sect, her influence was still painfully slight. All the head's attempts at damage control seemed meaningless to Dantai Mingyue. 10 years of being a cripple had revealed the true nature of people. Now, she only hoped to rely on a mysterious woman's help to complete the divine blood body, shaping quickly, and reclaim her peak martial strength. Only then might she stand before Ye Xuan with confidence. Xuantian Sect, Ascension Platform. Gain Dantai Mingyu's favor, Dao Fortune 2. Gain Dantai Mingyu's favor, Dao Fortune 2. Gain Dantai Mingyu's favor, Dao Fortune 3. The messages rising inside him jolted Yi Xian awake. So my little darling wife is actually my golden lucky charm? He still didn't fully understand what Dao Fortune really meant, but from the moment it appeared, a surging, overwhelming power surged through his body, seeming ready to burst forth. What's going on? Why does the spiritual energy around senior brother Yi Xian feel more and more unusual? Is he about to break through again? He just broke through not long ago. No surprise, we'll never catch up with the light behind senior brother Yi Xian. Senior brother Yi is amazing. I want to give him a baby. Ugh, he's not interested in you at all. Who said? Maybe senior brother likes chubby little potatoes like me. Sounds of youthful disciples chatting below the ascension platform buzzed endlessly, but Yi Xian seemed to be in a world apart. All the noise was shut out, letting the golden tide wash through his meridians. In just a moment, a radiant golden orb took shape inside him. Beneath the orb, rows of gleaming golden treasure boxes appeared, and a long pointer slowly began to turn. Could this be a lottery draw? Never eaten pork, but still seen pigs run, right? Having witnessed all kinds of bizarre, cheat-like advantages online in his previous life, Yi Xian was no longer so forget about collecting negative emotions. The current collecting affection points from Little Wives' quirks sounded almost reasonable. With that thought, he quietly relaxed. At that moment, a disciple of the Xuantian Sect came running up to the ascension platform, panting, hands clasped respectfully, voice trembling. Senior brother Yi Xian, the sect leader has emerged from seclusion and is now discussing matters with the elders in the main hall. Please come quickly. While bowing, his eyes covertly glanced at Yi Xian, his ears flushed red and heart pounding more excited than seeing an idol at a concert. Yi Xian had no time to respond to this admiration. His whole attention was absorbed by the slowly spinning golden orb in his spiritual sea. The pointer clearly indicated, a total of 100 points of Dao Destiny accumulated grants one chance to draw a reward. From just now until this moment, he had gathered over 200 points, enough for 2 draws. Glancing at the disciple standing before him, Yi Xian silently calculated. If it weren't for being summoned by the sect leader, he would have loved to immediately try his luck and see what prizes he could get. But since it was a matter of sect affairs, he had to set that thought aside for now. He lightly tapped his toe on the ground. A gigantic cloud of brilliant, auspicious clouds roared up, Phantom images of tigers and dragons entwined within, and golden light exploded beneath the sky. The disciple looked up, watching the white-robed figure soar into the air, eyes filled with fiery reverence. Senior brother Ye Xuan truly is worthy. Even his takeoff feels like a heavenly incarnation. He'll never catch up to him in my lifetime. In front of the Haochi Eternal Life main hall, just as Ye Xuan landed, the steady voice of the sect leader came from inside the hall. How is the preparation for the life and death trial going? All arrangements have been made. Elder Xianjin responded with a clasped hand bow. The hall's candle flames flickered while a few elders sat in attendance. The Xuantian Sect had accepted only 3 personal disciples in nearly a century. Ye Xuan was the only one who remained at the sect, and was the youngest among them. By tradition, once personal disciples reached a certain level of strength, they usually sought breakthrough opportunities on their own, and the sect rarely intervened. The previous 2 senior brothers had long since left the mountain 10 years ago, with no word, their fates unknown. Only Ye Xuan had stayed to cultivate within the sect. He was unwilling to leave, partly because his cultivation hadn't yet hit a true bottleneck, and partly because the fantasy world was riddled with dangers. Staying at the sect, backed by the sect leader, elders, and those reclusive ancient beasts, drastically increased his safety. If he ventured out rashly, who knew if he might run into some powerful being or peerless monster? The sect leader's tone grew serious. Xianer has exceptional talent. Originally, I was in no hurry. But the Xuantian god Dao has issued a divine decree requiring the life and death trial to begin ahead of schedule. He looked around the hall. The Xuantian sect produces only 3 personal disciples every 100 years. Your talents and abilities were originally on par. Now, it all depends on who can take the next step in this trial. Their talents and strengths were indeed nearly evenly matched. If I had to compare, Ye Xuan still comes out on top. After all, he's not only young, but his potential is practically visible to the naked eye. Inside the main hall of the Xuantian sect, the elders sat around, their gazes fixed on the sect leader. The other 2 direct disciples have been away from the sect for nearly a decade. An elder in a gray robe stroked his beard and spoke quietly. The life and death trial can't be postponed indefinitely. Right now, Ye Xuan is the only one who can shoulder the sect's future. Everyone nodded in agreement. But then another elder frowned and warned. However, I heard Ye Xuan has already been betrothed to a minor family in Muyun City. If he really succeeds as the junior sect leader, this marriage won't be a private matter anymore. It concerns the sect's reputation. The sect leader has already been aware of this. The sect leader raised his hand to silence the murmurs. The Ye family has sent Xianer to Muyun City to formally break off the engagement. At these words, all eyes in the hall instantly focused. The sect leader calmly explained. Given Ye Xuan's aptitude, if he is to enter the Xuantian divine path in the future and form a union with one of the heavenly prodigies among the divine path practitioners, that would be a truly fitting alliance. How could he be tied down by a worthless girl from some remote town? Elder Xuanyu added. But if that girl insists on clinging to him, any distraction during the life and death trial could cause serious loss. Exactly. Another elder slammed the table in agreement. This involves the Xuantian divine path. The threat must be cut off completely. The sect leader pondered for a moment before giving an order. Then, Elder Xianjin, accompany Xianer to Muyun City tomorrow to break the engagement publicly so he can face the trial without worry. At the hall's entrance, Ye Xuan, who had been eavesdropping behind the door, turned pale. He had barely stabilized his delicate little wife. If this disruption continued, not only would his newly awakened golden talent be ruined, but he might even become a negative example recorded in the sect's history books. Sect leader, this absolutely cannot happen. Ye Xuan pushed the door open and stepped in anxiously. The elders were momentarily stunned, then they tried to reassure him. Elder Xianjin said, Ye Xuan, with your status, not to mention a petty family's girl, even a princess of the Jiang Kingdom's royal family would be considered out of your league. There's no need to trouble yourself. Right, another elder added. The Ye family is a great clan on par with the Jiang royal family. You are the future junior sect leader of Xuantian Sect. Across the entire southern wilderness, the sect's dominance is unquestionable, not to mention the support of the Xuantian divine path behind us. Ye Xuan, just focus on your cultivation. The sect leader waved his hand. We'll handle all these worldly matters. If you feel guilty, Elder Xuanyu said lightly, compensate her with some cultivation techniques and spirit medicines when breaking the engagement. A place like Muyun City will surely accept that. Hearing this, a chill ran through Ye Xuan's heart as countless nightmarish visions of losing his golden talent raced through his mind. How did Xiao Huahua go berserk in the novel? Have you forgotten? While normal people would think a simple marriage contract dissolved with reasonable compensation would be accepted peacefully, the protagonist's mindset is far beyond what mere mortals can understand. Not only would they not see a seemingly trivial marriage contract as a fair trade for these spiritual medicines and cultivation techniques, they would even think you were insulting them. What if Ye Xuan's little bride was someone like Xiao Huahua? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Vivid scenes of being brutally outmatched and humiliated by his own wife flashed through Ye Xuan's head. I will not back down from the marriage contract with Muyun City. Faced with a crisis, his survival instinct surged, and he no longer cared that he was standing in the grand hall of the sect, openly defying the sect leader and the elders. Since the marriage contract is settled, I, Ye Xuan, will never abandon it after starting. I appreciate the kindness of the sect leader and elders, but I must respectfully decline the request to dissolve the engagement. As his words echoed, the hall fell deathly silent. The sect leader and elders thought they had misheard. Eyes wide as copper gongs, their gazes locked unblinkingly on Ye Xuan. Muyun City was merely a small border town in Jiang Kingdom. The Dantai family was an obscure and insignificant clan. Had he lost his mind? Was he willing to sacrifice his future for the sake of a worthless girl from a small family? Even if that girl were breathtakingly beautiful, it shouldn't be enough for Ye Xuan to be so obsessed, right? Xianer, the path of cultivation cannot be swayed by emotions. The sect leader swept his long sleeves angrily, his words laced with undisguised fury. Years of investment and resources had been poured into Ye Xuan, who, as the junior sect leader, was supposed to ascend to greater heights the prestigious Xuantian divine path. No matter the talents or saintly daughters elsewhere, how could he waste himself chasing some worthless girl from a minor clan? Our sect will give you one last chance. If you agree to cancel the marriage contract before the life and death trial, I will personally teach you the Xuantian secret art, helping you pass easily and securing your official appointment as the junior sect leader of Xuantian Sect. A sharp intake of breath. As soon as the sect leader finished speaking, all the elders sucked in cold air. The Xuantian secret art was the sect's highest inheritance. Once mastered ahead of time, the life and death trial would be a mere formality. The sect leader's offer was an open decree, publicly appointing Ye Xuan as junior sect leader and promising to rally the entire sect's power to propel him onto the Xuantian divine patan opportunity that countless cultivators dream of. Would he give up everything for a worthless girl, or seize the chance to become junior sect leader of Xuantian Sect and soar to unprecedented heights? Everyone waited breathlessly for Ye Xuan's answer. Sorry, sect leader, my mind is made up. Ye Xuan's voice echoed sharply throughout the main hall, cold and resolute like a jade stone hitting the ground. When faced with the choice between ultimate technique and life, he didn't hesitate to choose the latter. No matter how powerful an ultimate technique was, you still needed a life to cultivate it. Besides, he had already awakened his golden fingertip ability. Compared to this godlike cheat, all divine skills and secret techniques were insignificant. Ye Xuan, the sect leader's decision is for your own good. You'd better reconsider. The sect leader of Xuantian Sect glared at him like a sharp blade. Without the Xuantian Sect, even with your innate talent, Ye Xuan, you wouldn't have achieved what you have today. Don't forget, you're not the only direct disciple here. Now, answer clearly in front of everyone. The elders sat on either side of the main hall, their expressions icy cold. Ye Xuan, however, openly defied the sect leader and elders for the sake of Dantai Mingyue, igniting blazing anger among Xuantian Sect's upper echelons. Just as the storm seemed about to break, the golden orb deep in his mind trembled gently. Dantai Mingyue's favor increased again. Great Tao Fortune, 555. In an instant, the Tao Fortune points on the orb shot up from over 200 to 308. Damn it. Ye Xuan almost cursed it out loud. What the hell was going on with his little wife? Her favor seemed to be skyrocketing like it was free. At this rate, why bother learning any Xuantian ultimate technique? His wife was clearly the better choice. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, he silently tapped the pointer on the orb, impatient to claim his rewards. Instantly, 100 fortune points were consumed from the 308, and the pointer whirled around. It stopped on a shiny golden treasure box. Boom. The box exploded open, and 4 huge colorful banners popped out saying, "Thank you for your patronage." What the heck? Ye Xuan's forehead twitched. He hadn't expected such a scam in a fantasy world. Ye Xuan, judging by your expression, are you dissatisfied with the sect leader and elders' proposal? The sect leader and elders were already furious at being contradicted, and seeing Ye Xuan's sour face only fueled their anger. Even the sect leader's complexion darkened completely. But their anger was nothing compared to Ye Xuan's frustration. After 18 years of hard work, to pull out a thank you for your patronage reward? It was like being roasted alive on a fire, either burned directly or fried with extra oil on top. Without hesitation, he tapped the pointer again. The pointer spun again, and another golden treasure box exploded. This time it was empty. For crying out loud, Ye Xuan couldn't help but unleash a torrent of curses, even tempted to give up the golden fingertip and return to accepting the Xuantian ultimate technique. This golden fingertip was way too cruel. Yet glancing around the hall, he realized the sect leader and elders were no longer willing to give him any more chances. Mumph, Ye Xuan, since you dare to defy your elders so openly, don't blame the sect for losing respect for you. You're nothing more than an inner discipline, so much wasted effort from Xuantian Sect over all these years. The voice of the Xuantian Sect leader thundered through the vast hall. The once affectionate nickname Xuaner for Ye Xuan was replaced by a cold, formal address. The sharp gazes of the surrounding elders turned even colder. Ye Xuan, this sect leader has already given you chances. Since you insist on this path, then, before he could finish, a surge of golden light burst forth from Ye Xuan's body. The pillar of light was as thick as a towering pillar of the sky, illuminating the entire hall with an intense radiance so fierce it was nearly blinding. Yet it carried a nourishing vitality, like a blessing of heavenly rain. Divine bone, Ye Xuan's divine bone has awakened. The sect leader opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by awe. The veins on his clenched hand bulged. The previously chattering elders abruptly fell silent, their eyes fixed unswervingly on Ye Xuan. Could it really be true? Legend had it that the Ye clan carried the bloodline of ancient divine beings. Gods transcended mortals, and their descendants were blessed and protected. But centuries ago, a nameless curse struck, stripping away the divine bones of the Ye strong, who steadily weakened, forced to abandon the central wasteland spirit domain, reduced to parity with mortal kingdoms. Years ago, when Ye Xuan broke through the Xian bone stage, faint divine patterns flashed over his bones, catching the sect leader's eye and earning him immediate inner disciple status. Yet despite steady cultivation, his divine bone showed no further sign of change. Most believed the legend ended there. Now, like a tide of golden light, all previous assumptions were overturned. Ye Xuan himself never expected that a last-chance lottery would yield a great Tao fruit. This fruit, born from the will of heaven and earth's Tao, contained profound Tao secrets that harmonized perfectly with his divine bone. As the fruit touched his lips, it transformed into a scalding flood flowing through his meridians into his marrow. The divine patterns took root and spread across his bones like sweet water nourishing parched ancient wood. Golden light intertwined along his joints in a complex web, swiftly covering his entire skeleton. In an instant, his bones glowed pale gold, shining through his flesh as if ready to break free of his body. Boom! The sky above cracked open with a black fissure torn by the golden light. A wild spiritual energy surged into Ye Xuan, his aura skyrocketing. Broken Void Realm Martial Dao Grandmaster. Ye Xuan has broken through to Martial Dao Grandmaster. Waves of terrifying power washed over the hall, shaking the pillars and stones. The elders' faces turned ashen or ecstatic. Their breathing nearly stopped. Some had spent a lifetime barely reaching Broken Void Realm. Yet Ye Xuan had transcended it at the very moment his divine bone awakened. The Enlightened One. At this moment, none dared underestimate him. Those who awakened divine bones were called Enlightened Ones, cultivators without limitations who advanced constantly as their divine bones matured, even seen as potential candidates to step into godhood. The sect leader slowly rose, his expression complex. If Ye Xuan were simply talented, the sect might have other options. But now, with an Enlightened One standing before him, Ye Xuan's importance far exceeded the title Inner Disciple. Even across the entire Xuantian divine path, Ye Xuan's existence was no longer comparable to any mere inner disciple, was an asset demanding the utmost attention. Ahem, since Xuaner, you're unwilling to break off the engagement, we won't force the issue. After all, this is your personal matter. We elders of the sect were only anxious because we care about you. As those words fell, the fierce killing intent that had just flared on the Xuantian sect leader's face instantly faded, replaced by a warm, kindly expression. Around the main hall, the elders who had been ready to support the leader's pressure also quickly changed their expressions to understanding and reasonableness. Your fiancée may come from a humble background, and her cultivation is somewhat lacking, but as long as you two love each other, there's nothing wrong with that. A gray-robed elder spoke softly in agreement. Matters of the heart are never bound by logic. Ye Xuan, we're grateful you stay true to yourself. The sect leader then made a decision. The life and death trial will be scheduled in half a month. Xuaner, you've just broken through to Martial Dao Grandmaster and need time to consolidate your realm. Later, I will have people deliver some spirit herbs to help strengthen your cultivation. Just rest and recover your energy. At this moment, no one mentioned expelling Ye Xuan from the sect again. The news that Ye Xuan had become a divine enlightened one made everyone realize that the sect's future was tightly linked to this young man. A trifling engagement was hardly worth blocking the path ahead. Thanks to the sect leader and all the elders, Ye Xuan cupped his fists and smiled faintly. Inwardly, he cursed. This so-called golden finger may be a pain, but at least it didn't fail me at the crucial moment. Once Ye Xuan's figure disappeared into the distance, the main hall was left with only the sect leader and the elders. The air briefly fell silent. Emotions tangled and hard to express. Who would have expected that the Xuantian sect would give birth to a divine enlightened one at such a critical moment? The sect leader stood with hands behind his back, eyes following Ye Xuan's departing figure, thoughts drifting back several days. At that time, the Xuantian divine path suddenly issued a divine edict ordering all branches in the 4 great wildernesses to select potential disciples to train in the divine path. The qualification to train in the Central Wilderness Spirit domain had been closed for years. Now that opportunity fell from the heavens. How could the Xuantian Sect miss it? Ye Xuan is still young, a white-bearded elder shook his head, sighing softly. Once he passes the life and death trial and enters the divine path, seeing a wider world, he'll understand why we acted as we did today. Exactly, another elder added. Within the divine path are many monsters and talents, and goddesses of incomparable beauty. He will make his own choices when the time comes. The sect leader nodded slightly. Had Ye Xuan not awakened his divine bone, defying the sect today would likely have led to severe punishment. But genius is granted leniency. This is an unchanging law. If one is not given mercy, it's only because they aren't talented enough yet. Now, the sect leader only hoped that when the divine path opens, the Xuantian sect would stand at the forefront. Back at his residence, Ye Xuan did not waste time. He took out brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and began to write a letter. While there were many secret methods of transmitting voice and images in this world, he firmly believed that words personally written stroke by stroke carried truer feelings. Most importantly, he wanted his dear fiancée to truly feel the sincerity in his heart. The golden talent successfully awakened. It seems my sweet wife really appreciates my charming persuasion. Now is definitely the time to seize the moment and strike while the iron is hot. Ye Xuan stood before his desk, still flushed with excitement from the recent triple lottery draws. Just moments ago, he had unleashed 3 rounds of luck draws in the sect's grand hall, completely draining the fortune points from the golden orb in one go. To replenish his stock, he had no choice but to ask Dantai Mingyue for more though this time. It had to be done with greater tact and deeper affection. With this in mind, he grabbed his pen, mentally scouring the cheesy love lines he'd collected from his past life internet browsing. He poured every lingering, affectionate phrase he could find onto the thin sheet of paper. Yet before the ink had even dried, a sudden chill ran through him. He crumpled the letter into a ball, summoned the 9 heavens mystic flame, and swiftly burned the snowy white paper to ash. No, this won't do. Ye Xuan stared at the drifting ashes and shook his head. Right now, Dantai Mingyue only felt a budding fondness toward him. Their relationship was far from casually intimate. Throwing her a cloyingly sweet, explicit love letter would only come off as frivolous and likely push her away. His past experience reading romance novels had taught him well. If feelings aren't properly nurtured, rushing into heat only leads to disaster. It has to start with care and encouragement. Resolute, he spread out a fresh sheet and wrote like the wind. The tone remained centered on diligence and perseverance and a bright future ahead, but between the lines he added his own insights and reflections on cultivation, tips on understanding meridians, body tempering, and spirit power circulation. The words were gentle and clear, like a quietly burning lamp meant to illuminate others while quietly highlighting his warm-hearted nature. In the ruthless, violent cultivation world, people were used to sword clashes. Sometimes, sincere kindness was the deadliest weapon. He just sealed the envelope when the door swung open. Ye Shu, the accompanying guard, strode in, dusty and clearly having rushed back from Muyun City without rest. The lingering scent of ink greeted him as his eyes flicked over the letter on the desk. His expression turned strange, hesitant, yet wanting to speak. Young master, about this letter. The words seemed to release something pent up in Ye Shu. He took a deep breath and finally dropped the formal distance between master and servant to quietly advise. Young master, Dantai Mingyue is indeed stunning, but strength is what commands respect in the cultivation world. When your own power rises to the next level, there will be countless beauties more worthy of you. Why risk offending the clan elders? Not to mention how the high ranks of Xuantian Sect would see a match so mismatched. I have awakened the divine bone. The 6 simple words from Ye Xuan were like a breeze, but in Ye Shu's ears they exploded like thunder. Awaken what bone? I have awakened the divine bone. What divine bone? I have awakened the divine bone. Awaken Wabuzz. Before he could finish, golden divine patterns burst forth from Ye Xuan's skeleton, crackling like lightning snakes. The entire hall was instantly bathed in brilliant light. The overwhelming power of the divine bone surged like a tidal wave crashing on the shore, making Ye Shu's pupils dilate and his throat go dry. The divine bone, young master. You have truly awakened the divine bone. That was the highest symbol of innate talent in the Yi clan's bloodline. Its emergence alone could send the whole family into a frenzy. Overcome with excitement, Ye Shu nearly lost control, his eyes wild with joy as his chest heaved hard. Ye Xuan reigned in the divine glow and spoke calmly. Now, I'm qualified to decide matters of marriage myself, right? You are. Absolutely. Even if Ye Shu stopped himself, even if Dantai Mingyue were a cripple, no one in the clan would dare utter a word as long as you are fond of her. Crippled? Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow, expression unreadable. Is my taste really that unusual? Yet in the eyes of Ye Shu and the sect elders, choosing a mediocre talent like Dantai Mingyue, with damaged meridians, was little different from picking a cripple. He'll return to the clan immediately to report the good news of your divine bone awakening. Ye Shu said knowingly. Once the clan heard this, their pressure on this branch would ease significantly. Ye Xian nodded and handed him the letter. While you're at it, take this to Muyun City and deliver it to Dantai Mingwa personally. The swagger and confidence Ye Shu had just moments ago twisted into frustration. A seven-star martial master like him was a heavyweight throughout Jiang State. Now had become a mere go-between for two young lovers exchanging letters? And having barely returned from Muyun City, he was expected to turn around and go back? Ye Shu silently grumbled. They know you're engaged. If they didn't, they might suspect you two were, secretly committed to each other long ago. Jiang Kingdom, Ye Clan. Inside the ancestral hall, flickering candlelight cast long shadows. The third elder's eyes burned with anger as he pointed sharply at Ye Guanhai. Look at him, that's your so-called good son. Despite knowing the clan's decision, he stubbornly defies it, secretly pledging himself to that useless girl, Dantai Mingwe. Don't you realize the consequences of such recklessness? Ye Guanhai's face remained calm, but he clenched his sleeve tightly under the table. Just as he was about to speak, voices from the faction behind the third elder erupted into noisy agreement, threatening to shake the roof. The third elder is mistaken, Ye Guanhai finally said after a deep breath. Xin'er and Dantai Mingwe have been betrothed since childhood. There's no question of a secret marriage. He only refuses to break an ancestral pact rashly. Though he spoke with confidence, Ye Guanhai himself was troubled. Why would Xin'er risk such a grave taboo to protect a girl who could not cultivate? At this moment, the message from the Xuantian Sect still echoed in his mind. The sect had decided to open a life-and-death trial for Ye Xuan, crucial for his breakthrough to the Xuantian Divine Tao. Beforehand, the sect had secretly signaled. As the young sect leader, he must leave no stain on his reputation, not even a fiancée whose cultivation was utterly ruined. We of the Ye clan have waited centuries for a genius like him. The third elder slammed his staff and shouted, if Xin'er succeeds in the Xuantian Divine Tao, our clan's long-cherished dream of returning to prominence in the mid-wild spiritual domain will come true. Around the hall, the clan elders nodded one after another, united like never before. When it came to Ye Xian's rise as young sect leader of the Xuantian Sect, no mistakes could be tolerated. Even the usually taciturn first elder looked up solemnly, his steady voice like a bell. Guanhai, Ye Xian has indeed crossed a line this time. He scanned the assembly, speaking slowly but each word weighing heavy on everyone's hearts. The Ye clan has declined for a long time. We need a true powerhouse to shoulder the burden. Xin'er's talent is exceptional, has unlocked the Divine Bone inscription and been accepted as a personal disciple by the Xuantian Sect. Now the sect is willing to open the life and death trial to help him ascend the Xuantian Divine Tao. Opportunities like this come once in a millennium. Can we afford to be hindered by mere sentiment at such a critical moment? Compared with the third elder's hostility, the first elder's analysis was colder and more detached. He did not deny Ye Xian's character. The boy was diligent and could never be swayed by mere beauty. At worst, he felt breaking the engagement was too cruel, sparking pity and guilt for Dantai Mingyi, nothing more than that. Those who strive for greatness must not be entangled by trivial matters. The first elder's tone darkened. But first elder, Xin'er Ye Guanhai tried to argue, only to be cut off by a raised hand. Enough, Guanhai. Xin'er's future is in the hands of myself and the sect masters. You need not trouble yourself further. The first elder's decree echoed through the beams and pillars as he closed the matter. Ye Guanhai remained silent, bowing slightly. Yet, just as he bowed, a flicker of undeniable worry glimmered in his eyes. Once Xin'er makes up his mind, not even 9 oxen could drag him back. Unfortunately, both the Xuantian Sect and Ye clan stood firmly opposed. He could only hope the dispute over the engagement wouldn't spark friction, or worse, a rupture between the two powers. Before the thought finished, a blinding streak of light suddenly tore through the night sky outside, illuminating the darkness. Above the Ye clan's territory, a figure descended swiftly by the light, the wind howling around him. The young lord's Xuantian spirit talisman can push my speed to the limit. The newcomer knelt and reported, breathless, but given my current cultivation, using the talisman is still pushing me too far. All the residual light faded, and Ye Shu, looking thoroughly exhausted, slowly stepped out. The ashes of the shattered talisman in his hand still drifted down between his fingers, the lingering heat a stark reminder of the heavy price he paid to forcibly activate it. This talisman had originally been bestowed by young master Ye Xuan as he sent Ye Shu rushing to Muyun City overnight. To avoid delaying the message to Dantai Mingwe, Ye Xuan had injected a few strands of divine power into the talisman just before departure. Given Ye Xuan's awakened divine bones and status as a martial master, this extra divine power was close to overloading Ye Shu, who was only at the 7-star great warrior level, hence his current worn-out state. No sooner had Ye Shu's steps steadied than the Ye clan's council hall erupted into chaos. Several elders from the third elder branch simultaneously stood, their voices cold and accusing. Ye Shu, perfect timing. The clan sent you to Xuantian Sect with a message to sever the engagement between Ye Xuan and Dantai Mingwe, yet you diverted to Muyun City behind our backs. aiding him in that outrageous scheme. Another elder slammed the table and shouted, "She's just a useless girl, and yet he squandered rare spiritual herbs and medicines on her? Treasures countless clan disciples have begged for in vain, yet he rashly gave them away. Ye Xuan, how do you explain this?" The relentless barrage of accusations from the third elder's faction twisted their faces with resentment, as if Ye Xuan owed them an unpayable debt. Ye Xuan understood all too well. Their anger wasn't truly about the gifts, but that Ye Xuan's rise shattered their years of calculations. Although the Ye clan had long since moved out of the central wasteland spirit domain, they still stood alongside the imperial house of Jiang State as a prestigious family. But Ye Guanhai's branch had once been insignificant within the clan. Only with Ye Xuan's meteoric rise had his father gained favor. Even worse, many in the younger generation of the Ye clan had become stepping stones on Ye Xuan's path, and none more so than the third elder's family. 2 sons and 3 grandsons all missed opportunities because of Ye Xuan. When Ye Xuan once radiated prestige as a candidate for junior sect leader of Xuantian, they had little choice but silence. Now, defying the whole clan for a so-called useless fiancée and embroiling even the Xuantian sect leader, the third elder's branch would not miss the chance to pile on. Ye Xu's presence today was precisely to deliver a message from the young master to the elders gathered. The third elder sneered, "If it's just to deliver a message, why doesn't he come himself? Afraid his dirty secrets will be exposed and lose face?" Calmly, Ye Xu replied, "The young master anticipated your reaction. He asked me to bring another talisman." With that, he publicly crushed the talisman in his hand. A burst of radiant light exploded as Ye Xuan's figure appeared in midair, his robes billowing and eyes cold like stars. He swept his gaze over the hall and spoke steadily. "I know many in the clan object to my insistence on maintaining the engagement. Today, I have Ye Xu deliver one thing." Before he finished, boundless divine radiance surged through his body. Divine patterns rippled like waves over his skin, glowing gold and crimson, casting flickering light across the hall. Divine bones. He's awakened his divine bones. Someone gasped. As descendants of ancient gods, no one in the Ye clan understood the significance of divine bones better. This was the mark of the deity bloodline truly awakening, the supreme foundation capable of completely reshaping the clan's status. At this moment, everyone present could only stare in stunned silence. Even Ye Guanhai, Ye Xuan's father, was struck dumb, as if struck by lightning, frozen stiff on the spot. In the center of the ancestral hall, pine branches crackled loudly in the fire basin, yet no one dared to speak. The silence was so deep it felt like you could hear hearts beating. The long wall of ancestral tablets cast shadows flickering in the firelight, reflecting the shifting expressions of everyone present. The Grand Elder's chest rose and fell with rapid breaths, veins bulging one by one along the back of his hand. He suddenly pressed down on Ye Guanhai, who had not fully regained his composure, and spoke in a low, solemn voice. "Guanhai, the position of our clan's leader has been vacant for a long time. I wonder if you are willing to become the head of the Ye clan?" At his words, it was as if all breath was cut off at once. Every pair of eyes fixed intently on Ye Guanhai. The Grand Elder had ruled the Ye clan for nearly a century, known for unwavering decisiveness. That he now voluntarily offered the position was earth-shattering for the clan. If Ye Guanhai took the mantle, would that not mean all power within the Ye clan would shift away from them? Yet the crowd quickly realized the reason was Ye Xuan's awakening of the divine bone. The moment the Ye clan had waited for all these years was finally at hand. A divine-inspired person with an awakened divine bone was destined to walk the path alongside the mighty ancestors. How many years had passed without the birth of such a youth in the Ye clan? At this realization, the hearts of the clan elders thundered with excitement. After a brief silence, the ancestral hall suddenly erupted. Some clapped their hands with joy. Others wiped away tears they couldn't hold back. The elders who had just been critical of Ye Guanhai over the broken engagement now all wore smiles, bowing and cheering loudly. "Congratulations to the new clan leader. Congratulations. Ye Xuan awakened his divine bone at such a young age. He will surely become an unparalleled force in our Ye clan. With such talent, who wouldn't want to marry him? Even the Xuantian Sect wouldn't dare to oppose." The weight a divine-inspired person carried was enough to shatter all worldly shackles. Even the Xuantian Sect was no exception. Respect for Ye Guanhai grew by the day, the clan leader raising such a prodigy. Ye Guanhai's position is truly well-deserved. The tide of opinion turned so fast it was dizzying. The voices once united in anger and blame toward Ye Xuan now roared in support of Ye Guanhai. The third elder's faction, standing at the edge, felt their cheeks burn with shame, truly experiencing the cruel reality of favor comes from the child's worth, not the parents. Opposite them, Ye Guanhai stood surrounded in the center, beaming, while the third elder's gaze could almost shoot flames. How was it possible that Ye Guanhai could give birth to a prodigy like Ye Xuan? Glancing at his own useless descendants, his lungs felt like bursting with rage, his face twisted with jealousy. "This is all fake. It must be fake. Ye Xu, Do you really think a mere illusionary projection can fool everyone? His hoarse roar echoed violently through the council hall, but failed to sway anyone's expression. The third elder's face twisted in rage as he pointed at the glowing screen suspended midair, his voice hoarse and sharp. You may fool the Grand Elder and the clan members here, but you can't fool me. Unless Ye Xuan himself stands before me right now, so I can personally examine his divine bone, I will never believe he has awakened. Suddenly, the hall fell silent. Everyone knew that ever since the nameless curse severed the divine bones of the Ye clan's strongest warriors 1,000 years ago, no one had broken through that barrier. Countless prodigies had fallen, their talents extinguished like sinking ships. Yet now there were rumors that Ye Xuan had awakened. The third elder grew more agitated as he spoke, blood vessels bursting in his eyes, nearly tearing his eyeballs apart. Panting heavily, he looked around. The clan members either retreated or avoided him. Even his own descendants distanced themselves from him, as if looking at a madman who had lost all reason. What are those looks? I'm not crazy. I'm just speaking the truth. Surrounded and abandoned. The third elder's gaze turned bitterly venomous toward Ye Guanhai, the head elder. It's all your fault. Ye Guanhai, you're nothing but a lowly collateral branch. So how do you deserve the seat of clan chief? I've worked hard for decades, yet you have a good son while I don't. Why is your good son not mine? Jealousy burnt through his reason. In the next instant, his spiritual power erupted in a thunderous blast, his figure blurring as he charged straight at Ye Guanhai. Bunga's silver-gray cage woven from chains suddenly fell from above, locking him and his energy tightly in midair. The chains vibrated, sparks flying. The Grand Elder and several elders moved simultaneously to forcibly suppress him. Ye Xuan's awakening of the divine bone was a Ancient Millennium opportunity for the Ye clan. The Grand Elder had long designated Ye Guanhai as clan chief precisely to bind the clan firmly to this awakened one through blood and family ties. A crazed third elder like him must not ruin the grand plan. You have committed insubordination and attempted assault. The Grand Elder's voice rang out cold as iron falling on stone. For usurping the position of third elder, you shall be imprisoned in the fiery prison, tormented by burning heart flames, your soul unable to dissipate, suffering endless severe punishment. Your descendants, who follow your corrupt influence, while exempt from death penalty, must leave the ancestral lands within 1 day and be confined to the fiery prison for life. The judgment was final, none of the elders objected. Better to sever ties cleanly than risk offending the future child of the divine bone. As for those collateral branches implicated by association, they were just extra burdens, usually acting on the third elder's orders to trouble Ye Guanhai and his son. Now the new chief was set these people were just obstacles and would be exiled along with the mad elder. Upon hearing the verdict, the affiliated branches gritted their teeth in secret. More than blaming Ye Xuan, they hated the third elder. If not for his public act of madness, they wouldn't have been dragged down with him. That lunatic, throwing himself into the fiery prison is bad enough, but dragging us down with him too. A few young clan members muttered curses quietly, yet no one dared to oppose the verdict. Images of the fiery prison flashed in their minds, molten lava surging, red flames writhing like snakes. Though they wouldn't suffer the excruciating heartfire torment like the third elder, their souls would still be trapped and broken forever. All his life, he was nothing more than a trapped prisoner. The real issue was their status as the main branch of the Ye clan. Once they left their ancestral land, they and their descendants would forever lose their mainline status and become outcasts within the clan, even lower than the most peripheral branches. That madman who brought disaster upon the entire clan should have been sent to the infernal prison long ago, subjected to endless torture by fire until death, with his soul utterly destroyed, so he wouldn't even have a chance at reincarnation. The position of Ye clan patriarch had been vacant for a century, finally taken up by their new leader. Except for the branch of the 3 elders who had been punished to the infernal prison, the rest of the Ye clan was immersed in joyous celebration. Yet, everyone quietly understood that their happiness wasn't because of the new patriarch's ascension. It was all thanks to Ye Xuan, the divine prodigy awakened with the spirit bone. No sooner had Ye Shu returned to the Ye clan than Ye Guanhai appeared before him, speaking earnestly. Ye Shu, why don't you rest here in the clan for a few days? I want to ask you about Xianer. As a minor branch member of the Ye clan, Ye Guanhai's talent could at best earn him the position of steward, already a stretch. But by sheer luck, he fathered the clan's pride, Ye Xuan, who had now risen to the patriarch's seat. Naturally, Ye Guanhai worried Ye Xuan had spent years cultivating at the Xuantian Sect, and Ye Shu was often the only one by his side. Ye Guanhai hoped to learn more about his son through Ye Shu. Faced with the invitation, Ye Shu's expression grew complicated. Patriarch, the young master has urgent matters to attend to and must leave for Muyun City. Urgent matters? Ye Guanhai furrowed his brow. Could anything be more important than becoming patriarch? But as soon as he heard Muyun City, a gleam suddenly lit his eyes. Could it be that after awakening his spirit bone, Xianer had finally come to a realization and wanted to break off the engagement with Dantai Mingwe? Ye Guanhai nodded to himself. So be it. So be it. Shinner was always the Yi clan's pride. Now that he's awakened the spirit bone, the Xuantian Sect will no doubt raise their stakes. The title of young sect leader is almost certain. When he advances to the divine Tao, even the strongest talented goddesses will have to seek his favor. I can understand young people acting on impulse as long as he knows when to pull back and doesn't waste this chance to grow. He spoke with a face full of guilt. It's my fault as a father. I failed him. Back when Ye Xuan's talent had not yet revealed itself, Ye Guanhai was powerless and insignificant in the clan, so the family only held to fulfilling their ancestors' promise by arranging the engagement with Dantai Mingyue. Without that, Ye Xuan would not have faced the criticism related to this engagement. Looking at it now, the marriage between the Yi and Dantai families was never a good fit status-wise. Watching Ye Guanhai drown in guilt, sitting alone in silence, Ye Shu hesitated several times before finally holding back his words. Patriarch, the young master must have his reasons for this matter. We only need to support him quietly from behind. What was originally a comfort Ye Shu gave himself suddenly felt like something Ye Guanhai needed to hear more. A flicker of hope shone in Ye Shu's eyes as he glanced secretly at Ye Guanhai. The Xianyuan spirit talisman on his body glowed again, transforming into a streak of light that vanished from the Yi clan's territory. Muyun City, the Dantai family. Ye Xuan continuously delivered rare and precious medicinal pills, igniting the divine blood within Dantai Mingyu's body. Her purification accelerated exponentially. Now, only a thin trace of turbid breath remained. Once completely cleansed, her meridians and bones would be reborn, and her future cultivation would surely soar to unprecedented heights. Inside the ring, the mysterious woman's lingering soul rose into the air. As her sleeves fluttered, a faint golden aura of spirit energy intertwined tightly around Dan Tai Mingyu's meridians, firmly blocking any backlash from the surging medicinal power. As this power activated, the spiritual rhythm beneath Dan Tai Mingyu's skin surged, radiating a luminous glow like flowing water, as if she were wrapped in moonlight silk. The mysterious woman watched this scene with a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Dan Tai Mingyu's talent exceeded her expectations, truly worthy to inherit her lifelong legacy. Yet, more than talent, what moved her deeply was Dan Tai Mingyu's pure and gentle heart. The cultivation world was never short of geniuses, but many sacrificed everything for selfish desires. She had grown weary of deceit and betrayal. This girl before her remained humble and kind-hearted, and for this alone, she vowed to protect her disciple for a lifetime. Suddenly, Dan Tai Mingyue emitted a soft cry, biting her silver teeth as divine light thundered through her body. The binding shackles shattered in an instant. Centered on her, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth boiled into a vortex, first engulfing the room, then expanding to the entire courtyard, and before long, spreading over Muyun City's skies. What's happening? Who at the Dantai family is causing such a strange phenomenon? Martial artists in the streets looked up at the sky, seeing the vortex of spiritual energy spinning ever larger, as if threatening to overturn the entire city. The Dantai clan members were stunned. The very center of the vortex was locked onto Dan Tai Mingyu's courtyard. The Dantai patriarch and several elders hurried over, standing in front of the closed door with faces full of disbelief. Dantai Mingyue, wasn't she long deemed a crippled body? How could she trigger such a heavenly anomaly? To stir the city's spiritual energy like this, she must be a peerless genius capable of shaking the vast realms. Could it be Ye Xuan? One elder whispered suddenly. Ye Xuan? The patriarch's heart stirred. Yesterday, Ye Xuan sent a letter firmly backing Dan Tai Mingyue, and rumors had already spread in the clan that the two harbored secret feelings for one another. Now, faced with this astonishing phenomenon, he couldn't help but connect the two events. Could the person cultivating inside Dan Tai Mingyu's room really be Ye Xuan? Once this thought occurred, many doubts fell into place. No wonder he's the prodigy of the Yi family and a candidate for the Xuantian Sect's young sect leader. Casually cultivating, he stirs the spiritual energy of the entire city. Truly a heaven-born talent with boundless potential. Our Dantai family, to gain such a son-in-law, is truly blessed by the ancestors. 3 lifetimes of good fortune. They were busy flattering each other so loudly that they didn't even notice the powerful forces within Muyun City gradually locking their sights on the Dantai family. For an otherwise unremarkable city like Muyun, to witness such a rare and extraordinary natural phenomenon was enough for people to call it monstrous. While rumors buzzed through the streets and alleys, unseen currents stirred beneath the surface. At the western district of Muyun City, in front of a dilapidated tavern, an old man with a ruddy nose and ragged clothes leaned against a stone pillar on the steps. He picked at his nose absent-mindedly, his glazed, drunken eyes suddenly lighting up like a lamp as they fixed intently toward the Dantai residence. Outside Muyun City, on the edge of the wilderness, a middle-aged man in a gray robe stood alone, sword on his back. He lifted his gaze to the swirling spiritual energy above the city and spoke in a low voice. A divine phenomenon has appeared. A prodigy destined to shake the world must emerge. This is the blessing of my Xuan sword sect. With that, he shifted his foot. The sword's scabbard snapped open, releasing 1,000 sword lights that engulfed him, and he vanished. Only grass drifting in the wind remained. At the Dantai estate, outside Dantai Mingyu's house, the air still buzzed with unsettled spiritual energy. The Dantai head and several elder clan members stood guard at the door, their faces a mix of anxiety and excitement. The prodigy of the Ye clan, the designated candidate for the junior sect leader of Xuantian Sect, is inside right now. The Dantai head's heart raced at the thought of forging even a tiny connection with Ye Xuan. He immediately ordered, except for the clan head and elders, no one else was allowed within a half-step of Dantai Mingyu's courtyard to avoid disturbance. Time slowly passed. The swirling spiritual energy above the courtyard gradually calmed. Seeing the phenomenon subside, everyone tensed with anticipation. Is it finally over? They eagerly awaited the arrival of Ye Xuan. Creaked door opened softly. Dantai Mingyue stepped out, her aura drastically different from yesterday. The clan head and elders' eyes lit up, but Ye Xuan was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? The clan head forced a smile, his words filled with inquiry. Who? Dantai Mingyu's tone was indifferent. Ye Xuan. The clan head hurried to explain. Surely he's the one who caused the heavenly phenomenon just now? At these words, Dantai Mingyu's brow furrowed tightly. Though the clan had treated her as a mere lucky charm for marriage arrangements, they had never truly seen her as a cultivator thief, couldn't even conceive that the earth-shaking phenomenon had been triggered by this so-called waste, ignored for 10 years. Just as the atmosphere stiffened, a streak of light descended from the sky. Ye Xuan landed and cupped his fist, his voice ringing out clearly. Congratulations to Miss Mingyue on breaking through her shackles and causing the heavenly phenomenon. No doubt you've gained much. Seeing Dantai Mingyue again after so short a time, Ye Xuan was overwhelmed with shock. Only yesterday her cultivation was ruined. Today she had shaken heaven and earth. This aura perhaps rivaled even their barely awakened young master Ye Xuan. Remembering how Ye Xuan had unhesitatingly supported Dantai Mingyue from the start, Ye Xuan sighed inwardly. The young master's insight truly was unmatched by anyone. Lost in his own awe, Ye Xuan failed to notice the pale faces of the Dantai head and elders beside him, shivering with dread at this unexpected congratulation. What does this mean? The one who caused the heavenly phenomenon just now wasn't Ye Xuan, it was Dantai Mingyue. But hasn't she already been ruined? Ye Xuan and Dantai Mingyu's low voices drifted clearly into the hall. The Dantai family head and the elders standing behind him froze, their eyes wide as they stared at the girl who had been imprisoned in the backyard for 10 years, long branded as a waste. The spiritual energy vortex that had just swept over Muyun City, nearly tearing the sky apart, was it really summoned by her? This truth struck everyone like a thunderclap, making it almost impossible to believe. The Dantai family head forced his voice and asked, the heavenly phenomenon just now, was it truly caused by you? The elders held their breath, waiting for the girl's confirmation. But Dantai Mingyue ignored their probing eyes and instead turned toward Ye Xuan, who was now returning. Her voice was cold and restrained. The honored envoy returns. Could it be regarding what happened yesterday? Recalling last night, after Ye Xuan left, she had calmly reflected on everything between herself and Ye Xuan under the silent moonlight. Though they had never met, Ye Xuan had gone all out to help her. She finally understood. The medicine and ring he gave were simply because of his integrity and promise-keeping, not personal feelings for her. Realizing this, she suppressed all the excitement from their first meeting. Although her cultivation had fully recovered, she remained nothing more than the abandoned daughter kept caged by the Dantai family for years, while Ye Xuan was the brightest genius of the Ye clan, candidate for deputy sect leader of Xuantian Sect. Neither the Ye clan nor Xuantian Sect would easily consent to a marriage long forgotten by the world. Besides, her master had already used divine power to refine the great medicines in the storage ring she possessed, and she had completed the divine blood purification. Even if the Ye clan took back the ring and tore up the marriage contract, it would cause her no real harm. She no longer intended to act rashly to challenge Ye Xuan. All thoughts of restoring her master's dignity had been cut off. Ye Xuan's actions proved he was honorable and trustworthy. If she insisted on fighting, she would lose even on moral grounds before considering victory. So now, she raised her hand and offered the storage ring engraved with the Ye clan's insignia, saying lightly, "This was given by Ye Xuan yesterday. I have already refined some of the great medicines within. Once my cultivation improves, I will return it. As for the marriage contract." Before she could finish, Ye Xuan pushed the ring back. Bowing slightly, his tone left no room for doubt. "Honored envoy is a title I do not deserve. I am merely an attendant running errands for the young master. Since this was given by the young master, how could it be taken back?" Noticing the worry hidden in the girl's eyes, Ye Xuan added, "The Ye clan and Xuantian Sect have both officially approved the young master's decision. There is no need to worry about the marriage." His words exploded like thunder in the hall. Dantai Mingyue froze. She had only just regained her cultivation, and the news had not spread, Yet the Ye clan and Xuantian Sect had truly agreed? The elders around exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts shaken beyond words. By all logic, how could these two titans allow Ye Xuan to marry a girl once dismissed as waste? But what Ye Shu said next shattered their last sliver of hope. The young master has awakened his divine bones, and will soon enter the life and death trial. This is his personally written cultivation notes, hoping the young lady can comprehend it and advance quickly. With that, he handed over a lightly golden letter sealed with lingering spiritual power. Dantai Mingyue accepted it blankly, her fingers trembling slightly. Ye Xuan awakened his divine bones. Silence fell once more. The Dantai family head and elders seemed to hold their breath simultaneously, the shock deep within them beyond words. Ye Xian's talent had already been breathtaking among the younger generation, and now, having awakened his divine bones, he had become a god-inspired prodigy. Even before the dazzling celestial phenomenon had faded, the elders of the Southern Wilds region wore stunned expressions. This new status meant that even if Ye Xuan stepped into the mid-wild spiritual realm, he would still reign supreme. Compared to the speechless shock of those around, Dantai Mingyu's expression was far more complex. She had just restored her cultivation under her master's divine blood baptism and had expected to catch up with Ye Xuan soon. Instead, she found he had directly opened his divine bones. No wonder the Xuantian Sect and the Ye clan always indulged him. A god-inspired person could overturn many old rules of the world, with no exceptions even between the Ye clan and Xuantian Sect. Yet, more deeply moving than Ye Xian's awakening was a remark from Ye Shu earlier. She had thought Ye Xuan couldn't withstand the pressure from both clans, which was why he sent someone to request the ring and tactfully break off the engagement. To her surprise, what arrived was a detailed cultivation journal. At a time when she needed to stabilize her new realm, this journal was like a timely windfall. "You're not such a bad fiancé after all," came a soft sigh from the mysterious woman, usually stingy with praise, through the ring. "Awakening divine bones, you barely deserve to be my disciple's match. As for what happens next, that depends on your fortunes." Holding the jade slip, Dantai Mingyue felt her chest flush with warmth almost to the point of burning. "These insights will be very helpful to me. When I return, please thank him for me." Without the precise control over her body she had just gained from breaking through, she might have blushed openly here. With his task complete, Ye Shu cupped his fists. "Now that the message has been delivered, I take my leave." He vaguely sensed two powerful auras approaching from afar, but without hostility, likely experts from Jiang Kingdom drawn by the celestial phenomenon searching for disciples. To Ye Shu, this was Dantai Mingyu's own opportunity. Lingering would only get in the way. His commission from Ye Xuan was done, so there was no reason to stay. With a flash of the Xuantian spirit seal, he vanished. Once Ye Shu was gone, the Dantai clan leader and elders became awkward. The celestial phenomenon had clearly been triggered by Dantai Mingyu's potential explosion, yet they had mistakenly credited Ye Xuan. Just as the clan leader began to smooth over the mood, Dantai Mingyue lifted her gaze, her voice cold and clear. "The Dantai clan has supported me for 10 years. But during that time, you have used my engagement to the Ye clan to occupy many mining veins and resources in Muyun City. With the Ye clan as in-laws, no one dared to challenge you. Even families stronger than Dantai had to carefully consider the positions of Xuantian Sect and the Ye clan before disputing the mines. Ming, we are family. Why keep such clear accounts?" "Yes, yes, all family. Whatever belongs to you is mine too, right? If you want, tomorrow we can hand over 1/10 of the treasure, no off the treasure in the vault to you." The words "Ye Xuan is already God-inspired and Dantai Mingyue has again triggered a celestial phenomenon today" made the clan leader and elders willing to bet heavily. But the next moment, Dantai Mingyue suddenly bit her fingertip, sending a sharp blood line slicing through the air. "I, Dantai Mingyue, hereby sever all ties with the Dantai clan from this day forward. From now on, nothing concerning the Dantai clan is mine, nor do I have any connection with you." Boom. As soon as Dantai Mingyue spoke those words, the head of the Dantai family and the elders present were struck as if by lightning, their faces draining of color. "Minger, you can't do this." One elder cried out in alarm, his voice trembling. Without Dantai Mingyue, without the marriage alliance with the Ye clan, how can the Dantai family continue to wield influence and enjoy privileges in Muyun City? Deep inside, everyone's emotions churned wildly. Mingyu's astonishing talent and the extraordinary phenomenon she had triggered today were terrifying beyond measure. If she were willing to devote herself to the family, the Dantai house might yet rise to stand alongside the powerful Ye clan one day. The family head was filled with desperate thoughts of how to change her mind, but no convincing words came. Just as he was about to plead with her, the night sky suddenly ripped open. A mighty sword light roared down like a thunderbolt. When the blinding glow faded, a middle-aged man in plain robes, his temples touched with frost, stood calmly with hands behind his back. His voice rang through the Dantai estate like rolling thunder. "I am Yang Ming, sword master of Yushan. Dantai Mingyue. Will you accept my invitation to become a direct disciple of the Yushan sword sect?" Boom. Another tremendous rumble shook the air. The Ye Xuan sword sect was the largest sect in Jiang country. Its sword master ranked among the top 10 grandmasters. Though this invitation did not carry the weight of a marriage alliance with the Yi clan, within Jiang country it was enough to command respect and fear from any faction. The head of the Dantai family's heart roiled, and the elders blushed with a mixture of hope and anxiety. Ming Yu's brilliance was a blessing and a worry the family could scarcely bear to lose such a prodigy. Just as everyone's minds wavered and dreaded missing their chance, a dark shadow streaked across the high sky, a cleanly gnawed chicken bone. The bone collided with the sword light with a clang, shattering the dazzling blade into countless fragments that scattered like light. Then an even more overwhelming pressure crashed down from above. In an instant, the entire Dantai estate felt like it was under a crushing mountain, the air suffocatingly still. Ye Xuan, you're as impatient as ever. A hoarse, slightly drunken voice mocked through the courtyard. Everyone looked up to see a scruffy old man with a red, bulbous nose, dressed in casual, threadbare clothes, floating in midair. The sleeves of his robe fluttered, still stained with oil. He smiled faintly and fixed his gaze on the Ye Xuan sword master. Yang Ming's expression darkened sharply. Elder Qigong, you've come to Muyun City as well. The Ye Xuan sword sect was known as the strongest sect in Jiang country, and sword master Yang Ming was among the elite 10 grandmasters. Yet this elder Qigong also had a formidable reputation. Though a wandering martial artist by origin, he had unexpectedly obtained a martial legacy and risen rapidly, eventually ranking alongside if not slightly above Yang Ming in the top 10 masters. The elder leisurely swung a wine gourd, clearly unbothered by Yang Ming's hostility. Remember when we ventured into the martial realm together? The legacy treasure chose me, not you. You bore a grudge and hunted me ever since. To avoid you, I've stayed far from Ye Xuan sword sect for 2 whole centuries. Old grudges flashed in their eyes. This incident had forged a deep rivalry. Over the years, Elder Qigong, as a wandering cultivator, rallied like-minded warriors to form the formidable Qi alliance right inside Jiang country. The alliance openly and covertly clashed with Ye Xuan sword sect, their battles shaking the very earth. Despite his strength, Yang Ming had never been able to defeat him. Now the two grandmasters faced each other, their auras intertwining fiercely. Yang Ming gripped his long sword intent ready to erupt. Qigong, must you even compete with me when it comes to recruiting disciples? Elder Qigong grinned broadly. Shall we settle this by force? A wanderer born to the harsh life of life-or-death combat, wielding the power of the Qi Alliance, he had no fear of the Ye Xuan sect. In that moment, the two titans' energies surged explosively, as if tearing the heavens apart. The green bricks lining the walls of the Dantai estate trembled faintly. The family head and elders felt their breath catch and cold sweat poured down their backs, nearly bowing to the ground in despair. Both men were among the absolute strongest of the 10 grandmasters in Jiang country. If they really started fighting above the Tantai family estate, it wouldn't just be the Tantais at risk. Potentially, the entire Muyun City could be dragged down with them. Two overwhelming waves of killing intent clashed high in the sky like two furious dragons coiling and roaring, threatening to tear the heavens apart at any moment. Just as their true energies were about to erupt in full force, a streak of dark ink-black light descended from the clouds, a jet-black ruler about a foot long, its ancient and simple design exuding a terrifying power that seemed capable of suppressing mountains and rivers. With a tremendous shock, the ruler slammed down, sending the figures of the elder Qigong and the Jade Mountain sword leader hurtling backward, retreating over 100 feet before finally stabilizing midair. What just happened? Murmurs of shock rose up one after another. Elder Qigong and the Jade Mountain sword leader, both at the pinnacle of the kingdom of Jiang's top 10 masters, had just been pushed back by a single weapon. The impossibility of this left the Tantai family patriarch and the clan elders exchanging stunned looks, their hearts pounding. Even the two masters who had been repelled showed stunned expressions, struggling to believe what they'd just experienced. Who are you? How dare you offend both the Jade Mountain Sword Sect and the Red Alliance at the same time? Do you understand the consequences of such arrogance? The two masters, who a moment ago were ready to draw swords against each other, now stood side by side, voices cold and united as if facing a common enemy. Answering them came a powerful voice that rumbled through the air. The Jade Mountain Sword Sect? The Red Alliance? They may be dominant in Jiang Kingdom, but across the entire southern wilderness, they're nothing. This brazen claim struck like thunder, flushing Elder Qigong and the sword leaders' faces red with indignation, and yet they had no words to counter it. Truly, Jiang Kingdom was just one of many mortal realms in the southern wilderness, and compared to the true peak powers there, the Jade Mountain Sword Sect and Red Alliance's foundation was shallow and fragile. Who exactly are you? The sword leader asked, suppressing his sharpness, his expression darkening but losing its earlier aggressiveness. People like you aren't even worthy to ask my name. Not just you. If that old monster from the Jiang royal family showed up, I'd have to slink away like a beaten dog. These words struck a raw nerve. The sword leader and Elder Qikong's expressions darkened rapidly. The kingdom's top master, the martial ancestor, was a semi-martial king realm power. The reason these sects hadn't dared raise their heads for years. Yet this mysterious figure dismissed him so casually that had only retreat and humiliation was shockingly audacious. Are you not being a bit too arrogant? The sword leader's voice dropped low. They deeply respected the martial ancestor of the Jiang royal family, but this stranger showed him no respect at all. Enough nonsense. The mysterious voice grew impatient and shook the sky again. A giant palm formed from condensed true energy appeared midair, its knuckles distinct, filled with intricate patterns as if the entire world was trapped in its grasp, forming an invisible prison. Master of heaven and earth. Sky sovereign realm. Martial king level. The sword leader turned pale instantly. Elder Qikong broke out in cold sweat and shouted, "Run." Without hesitation, the two masters exploded backward, streaking toward the horizon so fast they didn't dare glance back. Below, the Tantai Patriarch and the clan elders stood frozen, almost forgetting to breathe. A sky sovereign realm martial king, such a being appearing in the small Muyun City, was unthinkable. Before they could process this, a graceful and composed figure quietly appeared at Tantai Mingyu's side, as if stepping out of thin air. Those two martial masters don't deserve your talent. I am Xuantian. Would you be willing to become my student and join my Starfall Academy? The casual invitation crashed down like thunder. The Tantai Patriarch and clan elders remained motionless, stunned. Starfall Academy, a top-tier force in the southern wilderness, rivaling the Xuantian Sect in fame. The terrible aura emanating from the two retreated masters had already alerted countless martial practitioners in Muyun City. Now, hearing this mysterious figure's identity connected to the Starfall Academy, their faces all showed shock. Starfall Academy's personal visit to recruit disciples, this was truly a blessing for the Dantai family. Bah, what a load of nonsense. Someone muttered quietly in the crowd. Didn't Dantai Mingyue say she wanted to leave the family? Who could have expected it? The so-called useless girl who had been silent and overlooked in Muyun City for 10 long years suddenly rose up in a single day. In the courtyard, voices mingled envy and jealousy, weaving an invisible web overhead the young girl. Yet Dantai Mingyue's expression remained calm and composed. Her back straightened, her gaze cutting through the crowd to lock onto the gray-robed Martial King, standing at the steps. Fantian. Martial King Fantian, are you interested in my talent, or is it Ye Xuan's connection to the Xuantian divine path that attracts you? She spoke each word clearly, her voice echoing in the courtyard. As her words landed, the Dantai family head and several elders behind him paled instantly. The elder before them was a martial king from Starfall Academy. Offending him could bring calamity not only to their family, but perhaps to the entire Jiang kingdom. The family head shot urgent glances at Dantai Mingyue, signaling her to tone down her boldness, but the girl remained unmoved. Faced with such a direct challenge, a flicker of awkwardness crossed Fantian's brow. His visit wasn't solely due to the heavenly phenomena stirred by Dantai Mingyue. Ye Xuan had unlocked his divine bones. Even without undergoing the life-and-death trial, it was inevitable he would enter the Xuantian divine path to refine himself further. Although Starfall Academy and the Xuantian Sect were both prestigious, Starfall lacked the profound backing of the Xuantian divine path. If Fantian could leverage the connection between Dantai Mingyue and Ye Xuan, it would open a direct route to the divine path, a benefit with no downsides for the Academy's future in the southern wilderness. Earlier arrivals like Mountain Jade Swordmaster and Elder Qikong had also spotted this opportunity, but in Fantian's eyes, they were hardly worthy of interfering. He decided to be frank. Since you see through my intentions, I want beat around the bush. I do hold personal ambitions in recruiting you, but I also truly recognize your talent. Dantai Mingyu's ability to stir heaven and earth was proof of her natural gift. Even if she could not surpass Ye Xuan someday, she would not fall far behind. For Starfall Academy, this was a win-win deal, gaining Dantai Mingyu's potential while indirectly forging ties through her to the Xuantian divine path via Ye Xuan. You have withdrawn from your family, which means cutting off all your cultivation support. Fantian continued steadily. If you agree to join Starfall Academy, I can promise you this on behalf of the school. Resources, secrets, whatever you want, you will have. When you rise in the future, the Academy will not restrict your growth. It was an open and honest deal, perfectly suited to Dantai Mingyu's nature. Compared to the intrigue and backstabbing within her family, she preferred this straightforward approach where benefits and risks were laid bare. Moreover, the Academy was a giant in the southern wilderness under its protection. With immense resources, her cultivation would accelerate wildly. Most importantly, she needed to catch up to Ye Xuan as soon as possible. Dantai Mingyue smiled faintly and bowed slightly. Student greets the mentor. In a corner, the family head's eye twitched, but he had no power left to intervene. Just then, a cold snort came from the Ringa. Mysterious woman's voice sounded softly. Humph, a mere pinnacle 9-star martial king is only somewhat helpful to you at this stage. To be your mentor, thought hat's still a bit lacking. Hearing the mysterious woman's complaint inside the ring, Dantai Mingyue couldn't help but smile wryly within. Given the mysterious woman's temper, if the former Yushan sword master or the elder Qigong had actually taken her as a disciple, she wouldn't hesitate for a second to burst out of the ring and cut them down, one person, one sword. But in the end, she only grumbled quietly inside the ring. Now that Dantai Mingyu's cultivation has fully recovered, she lacks a reliable power base to shelter her and help her grow. With the protection of the Stardust Academy, the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. For this reason, although the mysterious woman cursed loudly, deep down she silently accepted Dantai Mingyu's decision. As she packed her things, Xuantian stayed by her side. Returning to her clan, Dantai Mingyue opened a long-forgotten wooden box, but there was very little she could take with her. 10 years of bitter endurance had brought nothing but emptiness. The irony struck her this was supposed to be her own family, yet she felt not a shred of attachment. The Dantai clan leader tried several times to step forward and stop her, but was forcibly driven back by Xuantian's imposing presence. In the end, Dantai Mingyue followed the powerful figures of Stardust Academy as they left the Dantai estate, soaring away through the sky. Watching her figure grow distant, the warrior families of Muyun City who had long been suppressed by the Dantai clan erupted into unrest. Ha ha ha, Dantai Bigong. Your clan has ruled Muyun City arrogantly for years, riding on the marriage pact with the Ye family. Now it's time to pay back your debts. All evildoers bring disaster upon themselves. You were so arrogant then. Now let your sorrow be just as great. You couldn't even properly nurture your own prodigy, and instead clung to outside forces. Falling to this state is well-deserved. Surrounded by enemies, the Dantai family was gripped with panic. They once had the chance to cultivate a peerless prodigy comparable to Ye Xuan, but they had destroyed it themselves. The clan leader was filled with bitter regret. Dantai Mingyu's departure meant the marriage pact with the Ye family was null and void. The Dantai clan was only a mid-tier power in Muyun City and could not withstand the alliance of many warrior families. Their destruction was inevitable. In the southern wilderness, at Xuantian Sect, Dantai Mingyu's favorability rising. Great Tao Fortune 7. Great Tao Fortune 7. Great Tao Fortune 11. With his young wife's favorability soaring, Ye Xuan felt as if his 18 years of rebirth had been wasted. A soft and fragrant rice bowl sat right in front of him, and yet he nearly failed to pick it up. Fortunately, he pulled himself together. This heartfelt speech struck Dantai Mingyue right in the heart, instantly releasing a surge of Tao Fortune. The Tao Fortune that had been exhausted in the previous triple draw was now fully replenished in an astonishing total of over 400 points. For chances to draw, Ye Xuan's eyes curved with joy. But when his fingers touched the pointer on the wheel, he remembered all too clearly the 2 past attempts in the Great Hall that ended with only thanks for participating and empty box rewards. His hand froze midair. What if all 4 draws turned out to be traps again? He wouldn't even have a place to cry. But what's there to be afraid of? Bold people risk dying full. Timid people starve to death. The little wife's affection for him was steadily rising all along. Even though the 4 lottery draws had been disappointing, as long as he kept increasing her favorability, there would be plenty more chances to draw in the future. A Tao fruit. Ye Xuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Just yesterday, he had awakened his divine bone in the main hall, and now today, he had drawn a Tao fruit. If he consumed this spiritual fruit, how far could his divine bone evolve? He secretly looked forward to it eagerly. Awakening the divine bone was not the end. Each subsequent transformation would bring new divine power. The strength of the divine bone was clearly defined. The more complete the metamorphosis, the more terrifying his future combat prowess. It was said that among the unrivaled talents in the Zhonghuang spirit realm, some had transformed their divine bones to incredible levels, and rumors even claimed that a few had fully activated their divine bones, with their power rivaling that of ancient true gods. At this moment, Ye Xuan knew clearly his own divine bone had just awakened, barely reaching about 10% of its transformation. He didn't rush to consume the fruit, but pointed again at the lottery disc. The remaining 3 chances were quickly used up. Want to thank you for your participation, 1 blank, and finally another surprise Tao fruit. Now with 2 Tao fruits in hand, that should be enough for 2 more transformations. Ye Xuan's eyes burned with intensity as he no longer hesitated. He pressed down on the first Tao fruit to directly extract its power. In an instant, the overwhelming infinite Tao will surged into every limb and bone, streaming through his meridians like a torrent. His divine bone vibrated as faint golden patterns rapidly appeared, spreading along the skeleton's contours. Each glowing pattern released an even stronger divine aura inside him. Under the surge of divine might, Ye Xuan's recently broken through martial lord realm steadily climbed upward. From 1-star martial lord to the pinnacle of 1-star, then quickly into 2-star and 3-star martial lord. 3 minor realms were swept away in the blink of an eye. Normally, such progress through diligent training would take at least half a year, but now it happened instantaneously. More importantly, this Tao fruit not only boosted his cultivation but also advanced his divine bone from 10% directly to 20% transformation. To have crossed 3 minor realms so quickly, the stages of warrior, martial spirit, martial master, grand martial master, martial lord, all these qualitative leaps meant little in the face of the divine bone's mighty power. Feeling the surging tide of energy within himself, Ye Xuan glanced at the remaining golden Tao fruit in his hand. A confident smile curved his lips. His divine bone would keep evolving in the future, and this was only the beginning. This single Tao fruit had directly pushed Ye Xuan's divine bone evolution to 20%. The divine aura within his body grew denser and more intense. Ye Xuan sat cross-legged in the cultivation room of the Tinkahai Pavilion, his entire body enveloped in a faint golden glow. A mighty divine power surged through his meridians like crashing waves. Silently calculating, he knew that in a real fight, even a 9-star martial sovereign would be suppressed by him. This was the source of confidence for those awakened by the gods. The divine bones resonated within him, amplifying the divine power, making someone like Ye Xuan nearly invincible among peers of the same realm. More importantly, with each future transformation of his divine bones, surpassing his level would no longer be a distant dream, but an inevitable reality. Rumble. Suddenly, a thick pillar of lightning tore through the clouds and crashed down from above Xuantian Sect, deafening and overwhelming. Ye Xuan trembled slightly, a flicker of surprise at the corner of his brow. This is a lightning tribulation. At the same time, disciples within the Xuantian Sect all looked up, their gazes locked on the rapidly swirling, darkening storm clouds overhead. Someone exclaimed, "What's happening? Why is there suddenly a lightning tribulation inside the sect? Could it be that an elder is breaking through?" In just a few breaths, the storm's intensity surged by dozens of times, with lightning snakes intertwining as if tearing the sky apart. The Xuantian sect leader and elders stood together on the plaza, their expressions heavy. The leader's gaze fixed on the heart of the storm, which hovered directly above Tinkahai Pavilion. Tinkahai Pavilion, a level 6 Dantian, was reserved only for the sect's direct disciples. The only current direct disciple was Ye Xuan. Could it be Ye Xuan's divine bones are transforming again? Elder Xuanjian's eye twitched uncontrollably, voice filled with disbelief. Elder Xuanyu lowered his tone, full of doubt. Normally, after the divine bones first awaken, there's a long cooldown before another transformation. It's been only 1 day since his awakening. How's that possible? The Xuantian sect leader's eyes flicked back and forth between the storm clouds and Tinkahai Pavilion, as if sensing an astonishing truth. His face darkened considerably. Something had clearly dawned on him, leaving his expression heavy with concern. Those awakened with divine bones do not easily undergo transformation at first. However, in the 6 realms of the desolate world, there is a rare exception: true gods reincarnated. Legend says that once every 10,000 years, a true god descends to the mortal realm. These reincarnations not only awaken their divine bones with ease, but also evolve them far faster than ordinary beings. The goddess Xiao of the Xianyuan divine path is the prime example. At only 19 years old, she has fully awakened her divine bones and stepped into the sacred realm. A sacred realm expert in the central wild spirit domain is powerful enough to found their own sect, let alone someone who awakened her divine bones at the age of 3. Her talent is so extraordinary that even the Tao master of the Xianyuan divine path can only marvel. As the Xianyuan sect leader thought of this, a strange wistfulness filled his heart. The goddess Xiao was the sect's brightest hope to ascend to true godhood, yet Ye Xuan, who stands among her peers, only awakened his divine bones yesterday in the main hall. Elder Xianjin looked at the sect leader, hesitant to speak. This clearly did not fit the traits of a true god reincarnation. But if he wasn't one, how could Ye Xuan's divine bones evolve again so rapidly within just a day? The doubts of the crowd remained unsettled, when suddenly above the tidal listening sea pavilion, a brilliant golden light exploded. A massive golden hand burst through the pavilion, reaching up to the heavens and tearing apart the surging storm clouds. Hissing sounds filled the air as the thunderclouds shattered, scattering thousands of lightning snakes fleeing in all directions. The elders of the Xianyuan sect all gasped in shock. Even the sect leader's eyes twitched. Commanding the heavens and earth? The might of a martial king? Everyone instantly rejected the thought Ye Xuan had not yet reached the martial king realm capable of flight. The golden hand was the divine power unleashed by his divine bones. Divine bones were blessings left by their ancestor, the true god. Even though Ye Xuan's cultivation was still at the martial patriarch level, with the divine bones he could temporarily dominate the natural world, which caused the spectacular scene of tearing the thunderclouds. The sect leader sighed silently. The true god of the Ye clan in ancient times must have been incredibly terrifying. To have descendants who could suppress heavenly tribulations while still at the martial patriarch level revealed the extraordinary strength of their bloodline. With the supernatural display subsiding, fire clouds suddenly surged into the sky over the forbidden mountain behind the Xianyuan sect. Flames roared and oppressive pressure accompanied wild laughter that echoed. Ha! 6,000 years. A full 6,000 years, and at last a person with divine awakening appears. The direction of that voice was the resting place of the sect's founders through the ages. The fire clouds took shape, revealing an old man surrounded by intense flames, his beard and hair glowing red. Elder Xuanyu looked up and exclaimed in shock, "The fire cloud patriarch. 6,000 years ago, this peerless master reached true godhood through the Tao of fire, and now suddenly appeared." The formidable reputation of the Xuantian Sect in the southern wild domain is inseparable from the strength of its founders. The fire cloud patriarch mentioned by Elder Xuanyu just now is one of those legendary ancestors. Unfortunately, although Patriarch Muyun condensed the great Tao of fire to the level of a true god, he himself remained stuck at the peak of the saint realm. That year, his vital energy exhausted and lifespan spent, he passed away in meditation 6,000 years ago in the Forbidden Mountains, leaving behind nothing but a mound of yellow earth. Today, his name exists only as legend in the ancient texts. Yet, just as Ye Xuan's divine bones began to transform, flames surged violently, and suddenly his figure appeared midair. The surrounding elders exchanged puzzled glances, whispering, "Patriarch Muyun has been dead for 6,000 years. Why does he show up now?" The Xuantian sect leader stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gently shaking his head. It is not his true body, only a lingering trace of his will. Though his voice was low, it sent chills through the crowd. If even a fragment of his presence could shake them so, how terrifying must he have been at his peak? The elders sighed deeply. This remnant chose precisely the moment of Ye Xuan's divine bone transformation to appear, clearly no coincidence. The sect leader's gaze flicked between Patriarch Muyun's figure and the Tingchao Sea pavilion below, as if seeking to connect the two. Suddenly, the apparition shifted. With a single step forward, all the flames in the world seemed pulled by unseen hands, roaring as they converged upon him. Each step he took left behind a massive, fiery lotus glowing with red gold petals inscribed with Renest's very embodiment of the Tao of fire. After several steps, Muyun's spirit hovered above the Tingchao Sea pavilion. His eyes burned like torches as he locked onto Ye Xuan. In a deep voice he declared, "Your divine bones have opened over 20%. Impressive for one so young. I am Patriarch Xuan. Will you walk the path of my heavenly fire Tao?" Those words announced the passing of a great legacy. The disciples of the Xuantian sect felt their throats tighten with excitement, envy of Ye Xuan surging fiercely. A peerless powerhouse from 6,000 years ago was willingly offering them a chance like this. What an incredible opportunity. Even the sect leader and elders wore expressions of fervent anticipation. Ye Xuan's heart trembled as well had only consumed a Tao fruit, and calamities followed one after another. Now, this remnant of a 6,000-year-old master had been awakened. Heavenly fire, Tao the name itself, carried majesty. Just as he was about to accept, the golden orb inside him, formed from the Tao's energy, suddenly blazed with heat, as if resisting the legacy. Ye Xuan was momentarily stunned, thoughts racing. The Tao's energy seems to reject this inheritance. He raised his head, pressed his palms together, and spoke respectfully but firmly. "My talents are shallow, and opening my divine bones has already drained my strength. I cannot split my focus to cultivate the heavenly fire Tao. I humbly request the Patriarch choose another worthy disciple within the sect to pass on his Tao." Silence fell like a shroud. Inside, Ye Xuan had his own calculation. No legacy, no matter how powerful, could surpass his golden finger ability. Even a true god's inheritance wasn't something he'd exchange. Patriarch Muyun himself never truly became a true god, only brought his Tao to that stage before finally passing on. Suddenly, a burst of shock and disbelief erupted from the crowd. What? Senior brother Ye Xuan actually refused Patriarch Muyun's legacy? That heavenly fire Tao's power rivals true gods. Has senior brother Ye Xuan lost his mind? Refusing such an incredible inheritance? Compared to the shocked disciples of the Xuantian sect, the sect master and the elders standing behind him were equally stunned. One by one, they stood dumbfounded, their breaths caught in their throats. Ye Xuan had openly refused the inheritance of the fire cloud patriarch right before everyone's eyes. To them, the heavenly fire Tao was not only Ye Xuan's supreme opportunity, but also tied to the future and glory of the Xuantian sect. Who would have thought he would outright say no? In midair, the fire cloud patriarch, surrounded by roaring flames, was stunned for a moment before demanding gravely, "The path of my heavenly fire Tao grants strength rivaling a true god. Have you truly made up your mind to refuse this inheritance?" "I don't want it," Ye Xuan answered promptly, without the slightest hesitation. His earlier refusal was instinctive, due to the golden orb formed by the Tao's aura inside his body rejecting the power. Now, he was nearly certain this fire cloud patriarch was no ordinary figure. Someone who had ascended 6,000 years ago suddenly appeared, insisting on forcing this inheritance upon him, either desperate to find a successor or harboring some hidden agenda. Whatever the case, Ye Xuan would not consent. besides his beloved wife, was quite the treasure. Just one Tao fruit had already transformed 20% of his divine bones, allowing him to briefly command heaven and earth and unleash the might of a martial king. Could the heavenly fire Tao do better than that? Even if he succeeded in inheriting it, he would have to enter seclusion for countless years to comprehend its mysteries. At best, he would reach the peak of the saint realm, only to eventually perish and turn to dust. In contrast, his golden Tao fruit could continuously refine his divine bones and eventually help him ascend to true godhood, granting endless lifespan without limits. Compared to this, a suspicious inheritance with an obvious cultivation ceiling was simply not worth the risk. Ye Xuan's firm refusal caused the Fire Cloud Patriarch's gaunt face to twitch violently twice. He had waited 6,000 years to find a suitable vessel with divine bones awakened to 20%, capable of bearing the heavenly fire Tao. The key was, if he could not seize the young man's body by means of the inheritance, then after all this time, he would truly dissipate forever into the world. 6,000 years ago, Patriarch Muyun formed a barrier within himself during his cultivation. Despite his entire lifetime of effort, he never broke free from the shackles of true godhood and ultimately met a sorrowful end, sitting in meditation in the forbidden region behind the mountain. At that moment, unwilling to accept his fate, he forced a lingering will into his withered body, a spark of fire that sank deep into the forbidden zone. With his nearly divine cultivation level, this remnant could not be borne by an ordinary mortal body. Only a divine enlightened one with innate godly bones could barely contain it. Yesterday, the instant Ye Xuan awakened his divine bones in the main hall, Patriarch Muyun sensed that unique aura. But Ye Xuan's divine bones were less than 10% opened at that time. If Muyun acted rashly, the bones would shatter immediately, destroying the vessel for possession with his own hands. So Muyun could only endure silently and remain hidden. Unexpectedly, in just one day, Ye Xuan's divine bones transformed again, leaping directly to 20%. Muyun could no longer restrain himself and broke through the seal of the forbidden region behind the mountain. Originally, he planned to use inheriting the heavenly fire Tao as a pretext, coax Ye Xuan to accept the soul imprint willingly, and then seize control. But now, with divine bones strong enough, he could forcibly take over. Even if the bones were damaged, they could be repaired slowly, laterum manageable risk with huge reward. Muyun's thoughts shifted, his spiritual flames surged, instantly condensing into a fist-sized, blazing red heavenly fire spirit mark that shot like lightning into Ye Xuan's brow. Ye Xuan suddenly felt a fiery spike pierce deep into his soul sea, immediately followed by an ancient but commanding voice booming in his mind. I tried to reason with you, but you kept avoiding me. Fine. No more pretenses. Time to reveal the truth. I have come today to possess your body, borrow your divine bones, and rebuild the Tao. Just moments ago, many disciples, the sect leader, and elders of Xuantian Sect had witnessed that scene where the kind elder imparted the Tao. They all thought Patriarch Muyun truly intended to pass down the heavenly fire Tao. Even if Muyun fully occupied Ye Xuan's body afterward, he could claim a successful inheritance, then continue cultivating in the sect under Ye Xuan's name. With Ye Xuan's divine enlightened talent, it wouldn't take long before the Xuantian divine Tao summoned him. Muyun had once studied deeply in the Xuantian divine Tao during his youth, but that place was full of heavenly prodigies and fiends. Even 6,000 years ago, though his name resounded across the continent, before those beings he was only a warrior with modest talent. Now, if he could borrow these divine bones, he was confident he could carve out a legendary reputation in the Xuantian divine Tao. However, just as he was quietly savoring this prospect, a brilliant golden radiance suddenly emerged from within Ye Xuan, tightly enveloping Muyun's spirit mark. Muyun was instantly imprisoned inside a golden sphere that resembled crystal yet shimmered with flowing light. Runes circulated around it, quickly suppressing and refining the blazing heavenly fire. What is this? Where am I? Muyun felt his remnant will being rapidly extinguished and for the first time showed fear. Before he could form a second thought, Ye Xuan's low voice exploded in his ear. So, you want to possess me? The tone was cold, but deep inside, Ye Xuan couldn't hide his excitement how astounding that the Tao's fortune would warn him in advance. This golden sphere not only alerts and traps invaders, but can forcibly suppress and refine any chaotic presence at a critical moment. It was exhilarating beyond words. Patriarch Muyun pounded wildly against the barrier, flames exploding but leaving no trace. No, that's not it. I'm not trying to possess you. Ye Xuan, listen to me. Shut your mouth. Master Muyun tried to argue, but Ye Xuan had already lost patience with his excuses. Suddenly, the golden orb in Ye Xuan's dantian began to spin rapidly, its blazing light locking down Master Muyun and the grand Tao force enveloping his body. In an instant, Master Muyun was reduced to dust within the golden light, completely refined by the orb. Immediately, a faint golden 200 appeared above the orb. Refining impurities can also convert into Tao force. Ye Xuan stood frozen in place. 200 points in one go. He marveled inwardly. This golden finger ability is ridiculously powerful. Senior brother Ye Xuan, the sect leader and elders have instructed me to inform you that you no longer need to stay at the Tingchao Pavilion. You may move directly into the 8 mysterious Shaoyang Cave Heaven. The messenger disciple hurried over, his voice filled with admiration. The Huiyun master incident stirred quite a commotion within the Xuantian Sect. Ye Xuan never mentioned the possession attempt, only publicly stating that Master Huiyun, desperate for talent, forcibly tried to pass on his Dao method after Ye Xuan refused. So desperate, he exhausted himself into mere experience points. 200 points of Dao force, just like that. If only I could be possessed once every day, Ye Xuan grinned to himself. After tidying up, he followed the messenger disciple to leave the Tingchao Pavilion and head toward the 8 mysterious Shaoyang Cave Heaven. The 9 ranks of the Xuantian Sect's cave heavens were strictly hierarchical. First rank, ordinary disciples. Second to 4th ranks, inner disciples of varying talent levels. 5th to 6th ranks, exclusive to direct apprentices. 7th rank, elders. 8th rank, the exclusive domain of past junior sect leaders, the 8 mysterious Shaoyang Cave Heaven. 9th rank, the sect leaders supreme realm, the 9 mysterious Purple Mansion Cave Heaven. Though the life and death trial hadn't begun yet, the sect leader had already opened the 8 mysterious Shaoyang Cave Heaven to Ye Xuan, effectively publicly endorsing him as the next junior sect leader. On the journey, the guiding disciples looked at him with utmost respect and envy. Who wouldn't want to follow such a life blueprint? Midway, Ye Xuan deliberately detoured to the back mountain to pay respects at the burial sites of past grandmasters. He walked on fallen leaves, his eyes scanning the stone tablets, hoping to encounter another experienced treasure like Master Huiyun. Sadly, the cold mountain wind blew through with no sign of any lingering spirit. Ye Xuan sighed softly. Grandmasters like Master Huiyunho shamelessly tried to possess their own disciples were truly rare. That faint sigh sounded in the ears of the guiding disciple as a shining example of respect for teachers and the Tao, who stood silently in reverence. Entering the 8 mysterious Shaoyang Cave Heaven, the overwhelming celestial energy practically condensed into mist, seeping into Ye Xuan's pores. His divine bones had just transformed and needed stable cultivation and Tao comprehension. This cave heaven was the perfect place. Ye Xuan clearly understood. The Xuantian Sect was doing everything to win him over. But from Ye Clan to Xuantian Sect, he had long grown accustomed to such treatment. Only those truly valuable attracted such attention. This move was all gain, and above all, a recognition. Why hasn't Ye Shu returned yet? Lately, I've had new insights on expressing sincere feelings in writing. It's time to write another letter to my dear little wife. In the days that followed, Ye Xuan spent his time either strengthening his cultivation or writing letters to his beloved wife, Dantai Minghua. Every morning, he sat cross-legged in the training ground, his profound energy ebbing and flowing like the tide. Every evening, he would pick up his pen and carefully jot down the cultivation insights he had gathered that day, word by word, onto the letter. Before sealing it, he always glanced outside at the swirling sea of clouds. There lay his most complicated feelings. A letter from Starfall Academy had confirmed that Dantai Minghua had officially been accepted as a disciple, and not just by any master. She had become the closing door disciple of one of the 3 great mentors, Xuantian. Just days ago, she had been seen as a worthless girl, but now she had leapt into the ranks of the top forces in the southern wilderness. Thinking of this, Ye Xuan's heart felt heavy and suffocated. After 18 years of painstaking effort, he had only just clawed his way out of obscurity, yet Dantai Minghua, blessed with a protagonist's aura, had reached his level in merely a few days. Of course, Ye Xuan knew Xuantian was the pinnacle 9-star martial king of Starfall Academy, already halfway to the martial emperor realm. Once he broke through, the southern wilderness would be turned upside down. For Dantai Minghua to become Xuantian's closing door disciple meant that her status could not be any lower than his as a direct disciple of Xuantian Sect. Comparing himself with her made Ye Xuan seethe with rage. According to the original storyline, Ye Xuan would never have met Dantai Minghua's true self. His family would have called off their engagement. When she soared into the skies, within less than 3 years, he would have been easily crushed. And through it all, he wouldn't even have had the chance to play the antagonist. 18 years of hard cultivation reduced to a mere stepping stone for the protagonist. Just thinking about this ridiculous plot made Ye Xuan want to slap that terrible author across the face multiple times. In a fantasy world, storms can change at any moment. The possession crisis with Firecloud Patriarch had just passed today. Who knew what dangers tomorrow might bring? This time, he had narrowly escaped thanks to the Golden Orb and the great Tao fortune emanating from Dantai Minghua. But what if next time it weren't possession, but a far deadlier assassination plot? Strength rules all. Although he had awakened the divine bone, Ye Xuan still had to venture into the central wild spirit domain, where he would clash with the talented prodigies and monsters there. To survive and thrive, both his fortune and power would have to rise sharply together. So Ye Xuan focused on the newly added 10 consecutive draws feature unlocked after upgrading the Golden Orb. Refining Firecloud Patriarch had sent his Dao fortune surging, instantly adding 200 points. The number of diamond treasure chests in the reward pool had more than doubled, and a new 10 draw option appeared next to the pointer. He had thoroughly studied the rules. One draw required 1,000 Dao fortune points and opened 10 treasure chests at once, with greatly reduced chances of thank you for participating or empty boxes. Recently, he had gained 200 points from the windfall left by Firecloud Patriarch, and another 500 points from continuously writing letters to his beloved wife. Reaching 1,000 points was no longer far off. Speaking of letters, he had an unexpected surprise whenever Dantai Mingyue carefully studied the cultivation notes he sent. Her favorability toward him would rise sharply, which in turn fed back a steady stream of Dao fortune points. It was like a natural fortune extractor. Inspired, Ye Xuan made sure to include little extra things every time he wrote a letter. Whether delicate and exquisite trinkets or everyday items that could be used anytime, as long as his beloved wife saw these things, she would think of Ye Xuan wherever she was, steadily deepening her affection for him. Gaining Dantai Mingyu's favor increased Ye Xuan's great Dao fortune by 3. A golden sphere hovered in his mind's sea, faint golden lines flickering across it, each one representing a slight jump in his fortune value. Ye Xuan stared at the steadily accumulating numbers, the corners of his mouth twisting into a cunning smile. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After this period of accumulation, Ye Xuan finally gathered the full 1,000 points of great Dao fortune needed for 10 consecutive draws. Besides that, leftover great Dao fruits from the previous round of draws still quietly rested in his reward space. He wasn't reluctant to consume them, but having just awakened his divine bone and completed one transformation, doing another in quick succession risked drawing unwanted attention after all, unlike his beloved wife, who had an old grandfather guardian appearing from her ring at any moment. Ye Xuan had no such protection. The last time Master Huiyun attempted to possess him, the golden sphere had intervened, but that was an internal struggle inside his body. It might not withstand a direct physical attack from outside. To be safe, he chose to hold back for now. Life and death trials were fraught with danger, but also full of opportunities. When the time came, he could find a hidden moment to swallow a great Dao fruit and conveniently attribute the breakthrough to trial rewards. As the inheritor of the heavenly fire Dao and candidate for the position of junior sect leader of Xuantian Sect, no one would question him. Junior sect leader, the sect leader and elders are already waiting at the entrance to the trial's secret realm. At the entrance to the Bashuan Shaoyang Heaven Cave, a Xuantian Sect disciple respectfully reported. Although Ye Xuan had not officially passed the life and death trial yet, those seeking favor in the sect already privately addressed him as junior sect leader. Ye Xuan neither opposed nor bothered to correct them. Thanks to the God Bone awakening boosting his talent by 20%, the trial was merely a formality for him. After a brief preparation, he arrived at the secret realm in the back mountain amid countless admiring and envious gazes. The trial location, usually sealed off, was open today, and nearly the entire Xuantian Sect gathered there. On the round platform above, the sect leader and elders sat solemnly, the atmosphere heavy with gravity. Junior sect leader, formidable. Someone shouted first, followed by cheers rolling through the crowd. Junior sect leader, so handsome. Junior sect leader, we will support you forever. Long live the junior sect leader. The sect leader and elders did not silence the enthusiastic shouts from below. In their eyes, Ye Xuan, as someone marked by divine destiny, fully deserved the title junior sect leader of Xuantian Sect. If he passed today's life and death trial, he would be the rightful heir. At this thought, the sect leader's lips curved into a knowing smile. The sect leader rose slowly to announce the rules and commenced the secret realm. At that moment, a piercing sword cry suddenly tore across the sky. Suddenly, a massive sword shadow descended from the sky. Within the shadow stood a young man clad in sleek black armor, with sharp, heroic eyebrows and flawless features. He stood astride a towering azure-blue greatsword, its blazing sword aura swirling around him like a violent storm, tearing through the clouds. It was Jiang Qinghe had returned. The senior disciples of Xuantian Sect looked up instantly, recognizing this once famed prodigy. Jiang Qing, the very sword core who had been accepted as a direct disciple 15 years before Ye Xuan, and hailed as a peerless talent. Rumors about him were vivid and well known. On the day he was born, the ancient swords in the Jiang family estate all rang out in unison for 10 full days and nights. Thereafter, he was recognized as a born sword body and welcomed into Xuantian Sect. In just 3 years, he entered the way through the sword, his sword heart crystal clear, with sharpness beginning to emerge. Sword cultivators were always known as lethal killing machines. The moment Jiang Qing appeared, an overwhelming sword intent spread like a flood, chilling the hair on the Xuantian disciples' arms and filling their backs with cold sweat. Their clothes became soaked in moments. 9-star martial sovereign. The sect leader and elders exchanged startled glances, veins twitching on their foreheads. When Jiangqing left the sect to travel long ago, Ye Xuan had not yet been accepted by the sect. Though the sect pinned high hopes on Jiangqing, he had been stuck unable to advance beyond the 9-star Grand Martial Master to Martial Sovereign level, ultimately setting off quietly to seek his fate. Years of wandering not only broke through that boundary, but also propelled him to the pinnacle of the 9-star Martial Sovereign. The deadly sword aura fused with his martial strength. Against the martial king himself, he was no weaker. Such a powerhouse was rare throughout the southern wilderness. At that moment, Jiangqing's cold gaze swept over the crowd. In recent years, the sect had produced the divine gifted one, Ye Xuan. Jiangqing was aware of Ye Xuan's extraordinary bone quality and talent, but for sword cultivators, the greatest training was of the heart. To Jiangqing, innate talent was only one among many conditions for becoming strong. Ha ha ha, Jiangqing, long time no see. Your sword is still as sharp and unstoppable as ever. His laughter echoed through the sky, stirring the clouds overhead once more. A towering, muscular man approached on the clouds, like a giant from the ancient wilderness. His bare torso was etched with runes, a dragon coiled on one arm, a fierce tiger on the other, bulging veins, fierce and wild. This was Xiaoman's barbaric ancient body. He had become a direct disciple 3 years before Jiangqing, only to disappear even sooner. For 2 long-lost direct disciples to appear at the sect again on the same day left the Xuantian disciples dumbfounded. With each step Xiaoman took, the void trembled violently, as if unable to withstand his savage, massive body. Xiaoman, you're here? Jiangqing, usually cold and indifferent, showed the faintest flicker of emotion at the sight of his wild fellow disciple. The sect today holds the life and death trial. The grand selection for the young sect leader position. How could I, Xiaoman, be absent? The giant man laughed, his voice like distant thunder. Before the laughter fully faded, both Jiangqing and Xiaoman's eyes simultaneously locked on Ye Xuan. The divine edict from the Xuantian divine path had already spread throughout the 4 great wilderness domains. Neither was willing to miss the chance to advance within the divine path. Want to be the young sect leader of Xuantian Sect? Then you'll have to prove your strength. Sensing the intense gazes of both Xiaoman and Jiangqing locked onto him, Ye Xuan remained calm and stood his ground. On Xiaoman's arms were coiled a flood dragon and a tiger, their scales bristling and fangs bared fiercely. The dragon expelled a faint purple poisonous mist, while the tiger exuded a deadly aura, as if ready to pounce on prey at any moment. Beside Jiangqing, sword light condensed into a tangible form, its sharp edges inching closer, as if the slightest movement could trigger a thunderous strike. Yet Ye Xuan had already activated the second stage of his divine bone, the inherent power of his divine enlightenment quietly surging. His aura was in no way inferior. The master of the Xuantian Sect and the elders surveyed the scene and were struck by how this life-or-death trial had erupted into a fierce contest between dragon and tiger. 2 direct disciples who had spent years traveling suddenly returned simultaneously, both ascending to the rank of 9-star martial sect cultivators. Jiangqing was originally a sword cultivator. Now, with his refined skills, he resembled a coiled long sword ready to strike. Xiaoman practiced the primal wild body technique, his sinews like iron and physical strength able to match that of demon. He was clearly a formidable adversary. Both had no doubt set their sights on the Xuantian Sect's ultimate trial of life and death. As gazes flickered between the two, a wild wind rose high above the Xuantian mountains. Thunder clouds churned, lightning tore the sky, and enormous shadows prowled among the clouds. A roar shattered the landscape. The oppressive force within the dragon's cry swept over everyone. The flood dragon and tiger coiling on Xiaoman's arms simultaneously retreated a half-step, their slit pupils revealing fear. Even Jiangqing's fierce sword intent showed a faint crack under the roar's pressure. Who dares act so recklessly within my Xuantian sect? Elder Xianjin stepped forward from the round platform, his voice stern and commanding. Elder Xianjin, long time no see. A calm voice answered from within the clouds, carrying the weight of heaven itself, as if demanding all under the sky to bow in reverence. With that, a youth in a crimson robe descended swiftly on the back of a black dragon. Why you are Xuantian? Elder Xuanjin's pupils tightened, shock and disbelief written plainly on his face. The sect master's expression also shifted, surprise and amazement shining in his eyes. Xuantian, the unrivaled prodigy who disappeared a century ago. Excitement rippled through the elders. As the most gifted direct disciple of the Xuantian Sect 100 years prior, even Jiangqing and Xiaoman together could hardly rival Xuantian's strength and momentum. Had Ye Xuan not recently awakened his divine bone, even he would have been overshadowed. Xuantian. He really is Xuantian. Among the crowd, an inner disciple with white hair murmured absent-mindedly. A younger disciple whispered, Senior Brother Chen, do you know him? Senior Brother Chen sighed deeply, You've been in the sect only briefly, you wouldn't know the name. A century ago, among our generation, his talent was unparalleled. Even young Ye Xuan now falls far short. Ye Xuan only awakened his divine bone within the last month and became a divine enlightened. Xuantian, from the moment he entered the Xuantian Sect, has constantly been breaking boundaries and creating miracles. Indeed, since the day Xuantian joined the Xuantian Sect, he had never ceased to astonish. Just inheriting one transmission like Patriarch Muyun was impressive, but Xuantian alone had absorbed three. The words came from senior brother Chun, resonating like thunder. The bustling disciples of Xuantian instantly fell silent, their young faces filled with shock. How could one person bear three of the sect's top legacies? If Xuantian hadn't mysteriously vanished while pursuing the ancient relic's divine secrets, he would have been the most qualified to inherit the title of young sect leader and truly the strongest direct disciple. Many elder sect members from Chen's generation glanced toward the flickering candlelight, lost in memories. Ye Xian's reputation as the strongest direct disciple in a century was largely self-made by younger disciples' praise after all. Jiangqing and Xiao Man had long since left the sect for the outside world, and Xuantian had seemingly vanished without a trace, giving Ye Xian a false monopoly on glory. Before the disciples could recover, a fierce aura burst through the hall's gate, as if ripping the air apart. A black dragon spiraled, roaring thunderously, with a long chant shattering ice on the eaves alike. Xuantian stood with hands behind his back, feet planted on dark golden dragon scales, his robes billowing. As the black dragon fully revealed itself, his power unleashed without restraint mastering heaven and earth, he had reached the Wuong realm. The primal energy of the surroundings seemed crushed beneath an invisible giant hand, bowing submissively before him. The elders exchanged glances, their hearts shaken. By cultivation alone, Xuantian ranked among the top Wuong. Yet more terrifying was the black dragon beneath him, a true dragon's remnant soul. The Xuantian sect leader's eyes flashed with sharp light. True dragons were divine beasts. Even a remnant soul was no ordinary force to be mastered. Xuantian standing atop its head proved he possessed unfathomable opportunities backing him. The seat of Xuantian's young sect leader, I, Xuantian, claim it. With those words, he stepped forward fiercely, draconic might erupting like a black tidal wave, forcing Xiao Man and Jiangqing to stagger back as stone slabs cracked beneath. His surging aura pressed outward in all directions, stunning all present, a six-star Wuong. On the council platform, the sect leader swept his gaze between Ye Xuan and Xuantian. Both were direct disciples, and if either wished to join the life and death trials, even he could not refuse. Moreover, Xuantian's display matched even overshadowed the so-called divine enlightened one Ye Xuan's strength. After a long pause, the sect leader nodded. Since this is sect law, both you and Ye Xuan may enter the life and death trials together. As for who will become the true young sect leader, that depends on the fortunes gained within the trials. The hall buzzed again with debate. Ye Xuan possessed divine bones, while Xuantian controlled the true dragon's remnant soul. Neither was weak. Given Xuantian's six-star Wuong realm and innate talent, if he advanced further, transcending into the realm of saints and achieving true divinity would not be mere fantasy. Hearing this, Xuantian's lips curled in a faint smile. If he hadn't been trapped in the secret realm all these years, he was confident he would have already reached the Wu Huang stage. Though limited in realm, his 100 years of deep insight into heaven and earth's Tao far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. He turned proudly to Ye Xuan, battle flames surging in his eyes. So what if you are the divine enlightened one? I have been trapped in the secret realm for a century. What I gained surpasses any mere enlightened one. Moreover, he still carried the lingering soul of a true dragon within him. Confident as Xuantian was, his heart burned with deadly intent no matter if his opponent was hailed as the divinely enlightened one. If anyone dared to block his path inside the secret realm, he would strike without hesitation and cut them down. Life and death trials. What are life and death? Once you step inside, your fate is sealed. Success or failure is determined by destiny alone. Even if the Lord of Xuantian Sect stood before him, this iron rule could not be changed. The sudden arrivals of Jiangqing, Xiao Man, and Xuantian disrupted the otherwise monotonous rhythm of the trial, yet it invigorated all the disciples and elders alike. In the past, Ye Xuan had few rivals within the sect. Any competition before him was a foregone conclusion. But today was different. Jiangqing and Xiao Man, who had long left the sect, suddenly returned halfway through. And then, Xuantian, the strongest direct disciple of Xuantian Sect who had vanished 100 years ago, also appeared. With these three standing together on the same stage, who would emerge victorious? Everyone longed to witness it firsthand. Before entering the secret realm trial, one last reminder, the Lord of Xuantian Sect said steadily, his gaze sweeping over the four. Within the realm, life and death are governed by fate. Opportunities rest in the hands of heaven. If circumstances prevent success, Do not force it. With that, he and the elders raised their palms in unison, gathering mighty spiritual energy that tore open a swirling portal. The dim curtain of light churned endlessly, as if silently beckoning. Jiangqing and Xiao Man exchanged looks, their battle intent surging, and stepped first into the vortex. Close behind, Hua Yunshan's robes billowed as his footsteps remained resolute. Ye Xuan came last, his demeanor unusually relaxed. Before crossing the light curtain, he stretched lazily, as if a traveler entering the mountains to enjoy a view, not a contender walking toward a life-and-death trial. To facilitate observation, the Lord of Xuantian Sect formed a mirror-like projection beside the portal, so every spiritual gleam and every clash within the secret realm would be clearly displayed to the audience. Now, let's see who can be the last to laugh. He withdrew his hands and stood before the light curtain. At that thought, a faint hint of anticipation flickered across the Lord's eyes. At the moment they entered the life-and-death trial, Ye Xuan felt completely detached from the world he once knew. The ground beneath his feet was hard and icy cold. Looking up, the arrangement of the sun, moon, and stars in the sky was utterly different from the main world. Even the flow of the great Tao through the air carried a strange unfamiliarity. Don't bother looking any further. This is a completely independent world. It's not parallel to the main world where the 6 great desolate domains reside, Hua Yuntian said coldly, standing with his hands behind his back. Having been trapped in an ancient secret realm for a century, he was the most qualified to speak about this kind of space separated from the main world. So from now on, we'll be seeking our own opportunities here? Xiaoman glanced around. The dragon and tiger creatures that had coiled around his arms moments ago were now tucked away in his sleeves. The bloodline pressure from the black dragon remnant soul inside Hua Yuntian was too overwhelming for the beasts. Prolonged exposure would impede their growth. Finding your own blessings? Not a bad choice. Jiang Qing nodded silently. Hua Yunshan's cultivation as a 6-star martial king made it difficult for him to adjust at first, but as a sword cultivator, he was naturally driven to face challenges head-on. The greater the pressure, the higher the chance of breakthrough. In the past few years, Jiang Qing had traveled far and wide. Though only a 9-star martial reverend, he had obtained an ancient mysterious iron sword. The sword looked plain, but its blade contained hidden Daoic patterns. If it came to life and death combat, he was confident he was no weaker than anyone present, even against a 6-star martial king like Hua Yuntian. Sword cultivators were renowned for their decisive strikes and explosive power. Xiaoman shared Jiang Qing's mindset. Besides the 2 beasts recently revealed, he still had several trump cards hidden. Being driven back in the mountains of Xuantian Sect didn't mean he feared Hua Yuntian. 2 reckless fools. Hua Yuntian caught the faint hints of provocation in their gazes and sneered inwardly. His reputation as the strongest direct disciple of Xuantian Sect a century ago was not for nothing. Merely a 9-star martial reverend Xiaoman, Jiang Qing, and a mystically enlightened Ye Xuan, what threat could they really pose? Thinking of Ye Xuan, Hua Yuntian glanced over, only to be drawn by Ye Xuan's strange behavior was standing completely still before a stone statue at the trial's entrance. What is he doing? Xiaoman frowned. Jiang Qing turned his attention to the statue as well. The 3 had carefully inspected it upon entering the secret realm and confirmed it was just an ordinary statue placed at the entrance, with no energy fluctuations or ceiling inscriptions. Trying to create an illusion, Hua Yuntian sneered. Having endured years of hardship in the ancient secret realms, he was extremely sensitive to the flow of power. If there was truly anything hidden in the statue, he would have detected it immediately. The 3 scoffed silently and turned to leave. At that moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from Ye Xuan's entire body, shooting straight into the sky. The golden radiance penetrated his flesh, as if tempering his bones. Mysterious patterns appeared along his skeleton, faintly revealing that his bones were undergoing transformation. His divine bones were casting off their old form. What? Jiang Qing and the others' faces changed simultaneously. Could it be that this seemingly flawless stone statue actually conceals some unimaginable, hidden opportunity? Hua Yunshan's expression darkened bit by bit. As the strongest among the 4, a 6-star martial king, he had failed to uncover the statue's secret right away, only to be publicly proven wrong by Ye Xuan in an instant. Recalling how he had privately labeled Ye Xuan as all show and no substance, he felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Jiang Qing and Xiaoman felt equally humiliated. One was a sword cultivator, the other an ancient wild body, both arrogant, yet they watched helplessly as Ye Xuan seized the advantage first. How could they swallow that bitter pill? In the brief moment they were stunned, Ye Xuan's divine bones had already transformed by 30%. His cultivation rose from a 3-star martial sect level straight up to 6-star. His aura became solid and fierce, even more refined and powerful than before entering the trial realm. Those awakened by the gods could use their divine bones to briefly reach the martial king's airwalking realm. Though Hua Yuntian was a 6-star martial king, he no longer dared treat Ye Xuan as an easy target. After a few shifting expressions, he decisively turned, steps stirring a fierce wind. To kill someone, I don't have to strike with my own hands. Ye Xuan, you got a head start in the trial, but can you always be ahead? With this killing intent lingering, Xuantian left. Jiangqing and Xiao Man exchanged glances, swallowing their anger, and followed him back. As the trio's figures faded into the distance, Ye Xuan smiled faintly. That unbearable murderous aura was so strong, he could smell it carried by the mountain wind. It's time for a temple summon, he joked silently, patting the stone statue before him. In truth, as the three sensed the statue was nothing special, just an ordinary carving. Ye Xuan's divine bone transformation relied entirely on the great Tao fruit he took beforehand. These three, a sword cultivator, an ancient wild body, and a six-star martial kingfear, all old foxes. If I hadn't revealed my hand, as the one with the lowest cultivation among them, AD be the easiest target. Now that his divine bones had transformed to 30% and combined with his own foundation, he was strong enough to go head-to-head with a martial king. If those three still dared to make a move, they'd have to carefully consider the consequences. At the Xuantian Sect, at the trial realm's entrance, the sect leader and elders watched Ye Xuan's divine bone transformation through a mirror image, utterly impressed by his talent. To gain such a great opportunity right upon entering the realm, his divine bones transforming on the spot, his cultivation shooting up. The sect leader felt remorseful. Hesitating before between Xuantian and Ye Xuan, he now realized how close he had come to missing a true gem. But Xuantian's reputation as the strongest disciple and the residual true dragon soul in his divine bones had dazzled him, making the decision difficult in that moment. The disciples' reactions were even more straightforward. Senior brother Ye Xuan truly didn't disappoint. Senior brother? He's our future young sect lord of Xuantian Sect. Exactly. The position of young sect lord belongs only to Ye Xuan. Other troublemakers stand a chance. The young disciples' admiration for Ye Xuan bordered on fanaticism. Yet some senior elders shook their heads quietly. The life and death trial had only just begun. The real winner would only be revealed at the very end. Their gazes settled on the trio of Xuantian and the others quietly departing in the mirror image. Those were the truly patient and ruthless players. No matter how great the initial advantage, only those who can laugh last truly deserve to be called the winners. In the trial of life and death, Ye Xuan, having just completed the transformation of his divine bones by consuming the great Tao fruit, stepped forward cautiously over broken stones and withered vines, slowly advancing deeper into the secret realm. With a flicker of his divine sense, a golden orb the size of a fist appeared in his palm. The pointer on the gleaming surface spun rapidly. After waiting so long, he finally had enough to do a temple draw. Ye Xuan's excitement bubbled beneath the surface as his fingertip hovered above the pointer, ready to tap. A fierce roar suddenly exploded, the shockwave sending debris flying. Ye Xuan glanced sideways to see dark shadows surging from the depths of the realm like a tidal wave rushing forth. Monsters! At the entrance to the secret realm, a mirrored light screen displayed the scene, causing the disciples of Xuantian Sect to turn pale in horror. The six great wastelands were said to have no monsters. They belonged only to ancient legends. When the Black Star fell, demonic energy swept across thousands of miles, corrupting everything. Warriors and beasts contaminated by this energy lost their minds and became bloodthirsty fiends. High-level demons could rival Saint Realm cultivators, and demonic gods could contend with true gods. But in this era, demonic traces had nearly vanished. The sudden appearance of a massive horde of monsters within the secret realm sent chills down everyone's spines. The black tide advanced, the demonic aura thickening. Xuantian stepped forward first. As he stomped fiercely, the earth quaked, and the black dragon sealed within him roared, soaring into the air. Its shadow black as night wrapped around scorching dragon flames, sweeping across the battlefield. Where it passed, monsters didn't even have time to scream before turning to ash. Not to be outdone, Xiao Man's body glowed with radiant runes. His blood surged like pillars, his figure shooting up dozens of feet in an instant. His fist, as massive as a mountain, slammed down, shattering the ground and flipping cliff walls upside down. Countless monsters were ripped apart in a mist of blood. At the same time, Jiangqing rose with his sword, stepping upon a raging river of blades. Thousands of sword lights coalesced into a white stream cascading from the sky, sweeping out the monsters lurking in the cracks and slicing them into fragments. The three disciples in direct tutelage moved in unison, sweeping away over half the demonic horde before them, truly worthy of being the Xuantian Sect's elite. Outside, disciples watching through projections were inspired by the power these three displayed. Yet within the secret realm, Ye Xuan stood quietly behind them, neither calling forth his divine bones nor drawing his sword. He even held the lottery orb in his hand without activating it, as if simply observing. What is the young sect leader doing? The disciples supporting Ye Xuan exchanged glances nervously. This seemed like a test of the four direct disciples by the secret realm. If he delayed action, wouldn't he be outshone by the other three? Amid their anxiety, a harsh, mocking laugh rang from the other side of the crowd. Heh, he's probably scared silly. Someone this timid deserves to be young sect leader? Yeah, Ye Xuan has lived a life of ease for many years. Though he has strength, he lacks battlefield experience. Xiao Man and Jiang Qing have fought countless bloody battles outside. What does he have to compare? These doubts had long lingered beneath the surface. Ye Xuan dominated within the sect, hoarding countless cultivation resources, and no one dared to voice their anger openly. But now, with Xiao Man and Jiang Qing returning and even Xuantian, touted a century ago as the Xuantian Sect's strongest direct disciple, having come back, the situation was shifting dramatically. It was as if they had suddenly found a powerful ally, and one after another they began venting their frustrations among the crowd. The onlookers from Xuantian Sect buzzed like a hive of bees, chattering non-stop and pointing at the lone figure who remained on the sidelines. In sharp contrast, the faces of Ye Xuan's supporters flared red with embarrassment, words stuck in their throats with no way to defend him. After all, Ye Xuan had barely made a move in the secret realm. Compared to the dazzling feats of the other three direct disciples, who had slain demon beasts and spilled blood across the skies, his silence seemed glaringly conspicuous. Outside, the noise and commotion raged on, but deep within the secret realm, Ye Xuan was as steady as a rock. While Xuantian and the others battled monsters to level up, he sat cross-legged inside a golden sphere and opened his reward panel without hesitation. He launched a 10 draw in one go. Light flickered, and the reward space overflowed with spoils. 8 golden treasure boxes and 2 diamond treasure boxes. Ye Xuan waved his hand, and the boxes opened one by one. The golden boxes revealed first 2 empties, a thank you for your patronage message, 3 great Dao fruits, and 2 pills emitting brilliant multicolored light. Had he drawn them one by one, the empties and thank yous would have been far more frequent. Ye Xuan secretly congratulated himself for going all in. The pills were called instant revival pills. Their effect was straightforward and ruthless. No matter how grievous the wound, as long as the user had a breath of life left, by swallowing one they would instantly restore full health. Holding 2 of these pills, a fierce light danced in Ye Xuan's eyes. These were basically 2 spare lives in his pocket. By comparison, the diamond boxes were what truly made his heart race out of control. The first contained the skill floating light illusion, an almost perfect illusion, so convincing that even a true god standing nearby would struggle to tell real from fake. The second held the skill flying dragon cloud seizing hand of power that violated all rules, forcibly snatching others' grand Dao opportunities. His Ye Xuan gasped inwardly, phrases like old silver coin and a must-have for secret realm treasure hunting flashing through his mind. With 2 godlike skills in hand, he already saw a broad highway opening upon that would lead him to become the undisputed king of reaping. He looked up, peering through the golden sphere's wall toward the 3 still locked in fierce combat a short distance away. Jiang Qing stood upon a sword river, sword aura rippling. Xiao Man's fists churned with fierce energy, smashing pits into the earth with every step. Xuantian rode a black dragon darting through the air, its roar shaking the heavens. Suddenly, a flicker of pity stirred in Ye Xuan's heart. You're working so hard, but to what end? The ultimate opportunity will still fall into my hands. Midair, Jiang Qing keenly caught that mocking gaze, curling his lips with disdain. So what if he's a god awakened? He won't even touch a demon beast, a total waste. Xiao Man shattered a patch of demon corpses with hammering fists, sneering. With this? You think you deserve to be junior sect leader? Only Xuantian furrowed his brows, lost in thought. When they first entered the secret realm, he clearly felt Ye Xuan's divine bones radiating a powerful aura already possessing the foundation to rival a martial king. Yet now, the other remained immobile, waiting? Could it be a mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Humph. That thought caused Xuantian to snort coldly, a fiercer battle intent kindling in his eyes. As a 6-star martial king, he prided himself on ruthless tactics and meticulous plots. Years trapped training in the ancient secret realm had sharpened his hand far beyond ordinary men. If anyone was capable of scheming behind backs, he considered himself peerless. Trying to take advantage of me? That's as hard as reaching the heavens. Xuantian's murderous intent roiled beneath the surface, silently vowing, if you manage to outwit me, from now on I'll call you father. Just as the 3 of them were cutting through the monsters recklessly, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled. With a sharp crack, the sky was torn apart by a blinding white light. A thunderbolt, as massive as a mountain, crashed down and struck the center of the secret realm. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the earth split open like it had been cleaved by a giant axe, revealing a chasm stretching hundreds of miles wide, with a dark rift plunging deep into the ley lines below. At the bottom of the abyss sat a solitary skeleton in a meditative pose. The bones were weathered, but still maintained the posture of deep meditation. Between the cracks of the bones flickered faint golden spiritual radiance, as if the heart's pulse still lingered. An invisible pressure radiated from the remains, like a violent wind sweeping outwards, forcing the monsters at the rim of the chasm to wail in unison. As the three held their breath and stared in awe, a solemn and majestic voice echoed directly into the consciousness of everyone present. I am Lan, the fourth patriarch of Xuantian Sect. Today, I seal away thousands of demons here. If future worthy souls are able to witness this, they may inherit my legacy, uphold the righteous path, and protect all living beings. The fourth patriarch? It's actually Lan, the fourth patriarch of Xuantian Sect. Outside the secret realm, the disciples of Xuantian Sect watching the mirrored projection exclaimed in unison, their voices erupting with excitement. On the high platform opposite them, the sect master and elders wore expressions of shock. It was unexpected that the disciples would encounter the patriarch's legacy immediately upon entering the realm. Lan, the fourth patriarch of Xuantian Sect, was the closest among all patriarchs to ascension as a true deity, with a reputation even surpassing the Fire Cloud Patriarch. He single-handedly suppressed most of the demons in the southern wilds, bringing over 10,000 years of lasting peace. Unfortunately, after the great battle between righteous and evil forces 10,000 years ago, he sealed himself away as a living barrier, and then vanished without a trace. Who would have thought he left his final legacy within this perilous secret realm? The sect master narrowed his eyes, focusing. Acquiring the fourth patriarch's mantle would be an unimaginable opportunity. But among the three plus the one who had been acting secretly in the shadows, there were 4 contenders in total. The question remained, who would ultimately emerge victorious? Compared to the chaos outside, inside the secret realm, Xuantian, Jiangqing, and Xiaoman, descendants of the 4 generations who inherited Lan's legacy, wore expressions of astonishment. At the center of the realm, a stone platform about a meter high floated, surrounded by faint golden runes. A spectral figure solidified into the image of Lan, the fourth patriarch of the Xuantian Sect. The dazzling light caused the three to narrow their eyes. Xuantian's heart pounded wildly. Before being trapped in this ancient realm, he had already undergone 3 trials no less challenging than the heavenly fire path. Yet this figure before him was the revered fourth patriarch himself. Rumor had it that Lan obtained half of an ancient secret tome in the central wilderness spirit domain in his youth. With that half-tome, he swept across the lands alone during the battle between righteousness and evil, subduing legions of demons. The ancient secret was said to be a legacy left by a true god. Even a half could grant unparalleled mastery over the martial world. This thought ignited Xuantian's blood. Amid the recent monster onslaught, his exploits were unmatched. If the patriarch were to choose an heir, it had to be him. Suppressing his excitement, he declared loudly that he was the rightful successor. Before his words had even settled, Xiaoman scoffed. Killing monsters alone earns you the inheritance? The patriarch protects all lives and first judges the heart. How can you lead with such impatience? He raised his head, swordsmanship radiating sharpness. In character, I am the one. Jiangqing stepped forward calmly. Eyes icy. If it's inheritance you want, I am the most fitting. None of the 3 yielded. The air trembled slightly with sword energy and spiritual force. Xuantian made no further reply. Stomping the ground, fractures spread as the apparition of a black dragon surged up. The pressure of the 6-star martial king burst forth like a dam breaking, overwhelming. Xiaoman's arms glowed with inscribed runes as beams intertwined, instantly forming a jet-black battle armor. He smirked. Martial king? I've been to the outer domains and cut one down myself. Jiangqing slowly grasped the iron sword on his back. It hummed, a half-foot beam of blue light shooting out. The two moved in unison, aiming straight at Xuantian. 2 against 1, better odds. Xiaoman laughed wildly, glancing at Ye Xuan not far away. Want to join? Jiangqing cast a sidelong look and saw Ye Xuan watching quietly with folded arms. He scoffed. If you're not qualified, don't embarrass yourself. They were convinced that since Ye Xuan did not fight in the earlier brutal monster battle, he had lost any chance of gaining Lan's approval. Xiaoman agreed. If you want to live, stay out of our way. Outside the secret realm, the battle footage streamed onto a screen. Ye Xuan's supporters flushed with anger. Even if Ye Xuan hadn't joined the fight, he didn't deserve such humiliation. Inside, Ye Xuan's expression remained indifferent, as if he hadn't heard. He strolled out of the fight circle and settled on a smooth, giant stone, looking down on the 3 as they engaged. This spot is nice, perfect for watching the show, he said calmly. Casually, Ye Xuan reached into his reward space and pulled out a great Dao fruit. What legacy of the 4th generation patriarch Amlin? What guardianship over all living beings? What defense of the righteous path? It's all a lie. Just an illusion conjured up by Ye Xuan using his floating light phantasm technique. He originally only meant to test the true effect of this secret art, but unexpectedly, even the high-ranking members of the Xuantian Sect observing from outside the secret realm were completely deceived. On the stone slab, Ye Xuan sat cross-legged, holding a pale golden Dao fruit in his left hand. tearing off a segment with his right and popping it into his mouth. He looked utterly relaxed, as if treating the life-and-death secret realm before him as nothing more than his own backyard. The fruit's juice burst forth, sweet and refreshing on his tongue, and he nodded slightly indeed. The flavor was outstanding. Previously, he had only extracted the fruit's Tao energy directly with his golden finger and never truly tasted it himself. Now, having tried it for real, he understood its subtle excellence. "Brother, what are you eating? It smells so good." A bright, crisp child's voice suddenly interrupted. Ye Xuan instinctively replied, "It's a Tao fruit. Want one?" But as soon as the words left his mouth, he froze and spun around sharply. Behind him stood a little girl, her slim body wrapped tightly in a black belly band, a palm-sized face as pale as snow, sucking on her finger. Her watery eyes were fixed intently on the Tao fruit in his hand. A chill ran down Ye Xuan's spine. With his divine bone partially unsealed at 30% and 6-star martial sect sensing, he could detect no trace of her at all. Even more absurd, had already cloaked the surroundings and illusions using floating light phantasm. Even the sect leader and elders outside the secret realm could only see him quietly seated on the stone slab. Yet this little girl had seen through it instantly and accurately spotted the Tao fruit, an illusion that even true gods would struggle to pierce, and she treated it as nothing? Could she be more terrifying than a true god? Ye Xuan gasped inwardly. Is it really okay? Thank you, big brother." The girl hesitated a moment, swallowed nervously, then couldn't resist and grabbed the Tao fruit, munching eagerly. Ye Xuan's hand hung suspended in midair, but seeing her enjoy it so much, he withdrew his hand reluctantly. Sigh. "Let me figure out who exactly she is first," he thought to himself. "Little one, is it really that delicious?" He wanted to warn her, head already taken a bite, but the words caught in his throat. This girl who moved freely through the life and death secret realm left behind by Xuantian Sect's patriarchs and saw through floating light phantasm was clearly no ordinary person. Soon the girl finished the Tao fruit completely, licking her lips softly in a childish voice, so fragrant, so sweet, so tasty. Ye Xuan sighed lightly, slight pain opening in his forehead. He only had 3 Tao fruits left originally, and now she had decisively eaten one away. "Brother, all gone." The girl looked up at him with bright, shining eyes, obviously wanting another. "Fears, no more." Ye Xuan chuckled awkwardly, shielding the storage pouch at his waist. Seriously, if he gave her the other 2, he'd be running back to the sect in nothing but his underwear. He hesitated a moment, then steeling himself, he asked, "Since you ate my fruit, can you answer a few questions for me?" "Okay, big brother, you ask." The girl surprisingly nodded obediently. "Why are you here?" Ye Xuan got straight to the point. "Because I was born here." The girl blinked innocently. Born inside the life and death secret realm? Thunder struck inside. Ye Xuan's mind flashed with wild guesses like a certain big shot in the Xuantian Sect secretly fathered a daughter, but he immediately dismissed them. Not to mention the sect elders. Even all the old monsters combined could hardly compare to the terrifying presence of this little girl. "Brother, can you help me take off the thing on my back? It's stuck there, and it itches." The girl turned around and pointed to an old, yellowed talisman on her back, cracked and nearly weathered away. Ye Xuan bent down to examine it closely, and in the next second, it felt as if thunder had struck his skull, his mind going completely blank. This was a demon suppression talisman. Ye Xuan first learned about the 4th-generation patriarch Anlin's demon-suppressing deeds from a secret record in the Xuantian Sect's archives. While flipping through the record, he accidentally came across an even more shocking secret: the great battle between the righteous and demons was not confined to the southern wilderness. Apart from the now-vanished Upper Star Divine Domain, all 6 domains of the Tianhuang continent, the eastern, southern, western, and northern wildernesses, were overwhelmed by demonic forces. Even the central wilderness spirit domain, which should have been safest, could not escape disaster. At the peak of the war's crisis, the various great divine paths and holy teachings in the central spirit domain had no choice but to form an alliance, working together to forcibly seal away a mysterious dark star that had caused the calamity. The very talisman used to seal this dark star is the demon-suppressing charm that now lay in Ye Xuan's hands. As Ye Xuan's mind passed over this historical record, he glanced again at the little girl before him, whose origin was a complete mystery. A chill ran through his heart. Could she be the dark star itself incarnate? The legend said even true gods could be corrupted by the dark star. Now it apparently took human form? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Suppressing his shock, Ye Xuan furtively studied the girl. No wonder so many demons had unexpectedly poured out from the trial realm. Among the demons in the righteous demon war were terrifying beings comparable to true gods, and those were only the result of the dark star's corruption. But how had the ancestors of the Xuantian Sect never detected any abnormalities in the trial realm? As that thought arose, he immediately realized, if the dark star truly wished to remain hidden, even the sect's patriarchs and the divine path's grandmaster would find it nearly impossible to uncover her presence. "Big brother, you smell like something I like. Can I follow you?" The girl's childish voice interrupted his thoughts. She tilted her head with clear, pure eyes. Something you like? Ye Xuan was momentarily startled, then guessed it was probably the aura of the great Taoist fortune on him. For the dark star's incarnation, capable of seeing through all illusions, sensing the Taoist fate was no surprise. He silently reassured himself, and then said thoughtfully, "You want to follow me?" MHM. The girl nodded firmly. With her latent power enough to corrupt true gods, Ye Xuan knew refusal was out of the question. Better to keep her close for now and observe as they traveled. "Do you have a name?" he asked. "A name?" The girl bit her finger, thought for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't have one." "Then I'll call you Xiaohe." "Xiaohe. Yeah, I like that name." "Thank you, big brother." Her bright eyes curved with delight, almost overflowing with joy. Ye Xuan twitched at how cute yet stubborn she was. "Not Xiaohe Ba, just Xiaohe. But I still like Xiaohe Ba better." Seeing the little girl's willfulness made him want to laugh and cry at the same time. Then he reminded himself she was the very incarnation of the Dark Star. As long as she was willing to follow him, such small details of a name hardly mattered. "Big brother, are those three fools fighting?" "Fools." Ye Xuan instinctively looked up toward the sky, where three figures from Xuantian were fiercely contesting an inheritance. They couldn't even see through their own older brother's illusion. If that's not foolishness, then what is? Hearing Xiao Hei's carefree comment, Ye Xian's mouth twitched slightly. "You think everyone's as twisted as you that they can instantly see through the shimmering illusions that even true gods struggle to discern? Thinking that way actually makes me feel a bit better." Xiao Hei's mysterious background meant that keeping her close might prove useful in the future. After all, she could be a ready-made enforcer. Of course, such muscle wouldn't come cheap. She had just swallowed a complete great Dao fruit and already acted like she expected to freeload for the long haul. Ye Xuan massaged his temple and muttered inwardly, "This must be the price of hiring child labor." Just as his attention diverted, the battle at Xuantian's side was nearing its end. Xuantian no longer looked as composed as when he first appeared. A long sword pierced through his chest, leaving a deep gash that stained his clothes with blood. Several fractures marked his limbs and torso from immense force. Opponents Xiao Man and Jiang Qing were even worse off. Xiao Man's arm was completely broken, and his once impenetrable primal body now cracked inch by inch under labored breathing. Jiang Qing's mysterious iron sword dimmed, and his scorched flesh hung like melting chocolate, utterly unrecognizable from his earlier graceful entrance. The two direct disciples going head-to-head against six-star martial kings still fell just short in the end. Outside the secret realm, the Xuantian Sect leader watched through a projection, shaking his head quietly. It seems the legacy of the fourth patriarch will finally be settled. The elders behind him exchanged nods. Though Xuantian was wounded, he had taken on two foes alone and dominated, truly embodying the future young sect leader. Below the plaza, disciples raised their arms, cheering. "Senior Brother Hua, well done. Long live Senior Brother Hua." They had witnessed the battle clearly. The image of Xuantian holding back Xiao Man and Jiang Qing alone quickly won their admiration. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan, sitting on a distant stone slab, doing nothing, seemed lucky but lacking depth. Fate within the secret realm was uneven, and the fourth patriarch and land's legacy was no ordinary opportunity. Everyone was confident Xuantian would be the final victor, but in the next moment, an unexpected twist occurred. The patriarch's skeletal remains, which had radiated overwhelming pressure, along with the vast abyss beneath them spanning hundreds of miles, suddenly twisted and dissolved as if erased by an invisible hand. What's happening? Why has patriarch and land's legacy vanished? The flash of divine light lingered only for a moment before leaving the earth empty and desolate. The disciples of Xuantian Sect stood frozen, and even the sect leader and elders on the high platform showed stunned expressions. No one could explain the strange phenomenon before their eyes. Inside the secret realm, Xuantian, who had just been through a life-or-death struggle, hadn't even fully come back to his senses from the joy of inheriting from the fourth-generation patriarch, when the inheritance he had just obtained mysteriously vanished before his eyes. He stood frozen for less than a moment. Then his face twisted with shock. During the fierce battle with Xiao Man and Jiang Qing, although their cultivation wasn't as strong as his, their combined efforts and hidden techniques had inflicted pain on his muscles and bones with every strike. If he hadn't risked fusing the remnant soul of the true dragon into himself, he probably would have been killed by them instead. After finally earning the right to inherit, the fourth-generation patriarch's legacy evaporated right under his nose. Something proud and ambitious Xuantian simply couldn't accept. Where's the inheritance? Where did it go? He swept his sleeve through the air, but only shattered spiritual light drifted in the emptiness around him. On the other side of the secret realm, Ye Xuan sat cross-legged on an ancient stone slab, completely at ease. Little Haiba put his hands on his hips, pointing with glee at the spot where Xuantian stood bewildered. "Big brother, that guy is so dumb. He doesn't even realize those illusions were made by you to mess with him." Ye Xuan raised a hand to silence him. "Keep your voice down. He holds grudges, and if he hears it was me who set the illusions, He'll be after me all day long. Although he wasn't afraid of Xuantian, avoiding unnecessary trouble was always better, especially since this whole inheritance-grabbing fiasco was his doing in the first place. Little Haiba tilted his head. He's narrow-minded? How narrow? Narrower than me. Ye Xuan stumbled backward, his mind going blank. Little Haiba gestured to his own flat chest, then drew a curved line horizontally. A bunch of older sisters have come here before, and I think their chests are a lot bigger than mine. Ye Xuan's expression twisted awkwardly. Over the generations in the Xuantian Sect, there had indeed been many female disciples personally taught by the patriarchs, with several even becoming elders. If word got out, he feared those elegant and still charismatic elder women would chase him out of the mountains with swords raised. After warning little Haiba to keep this matter strictly to himself, Ye Xuan studied the girl's delicate features a little longer. Strangely, little Haiba's brow and eyes were refined, yet she forever retained a youthful, not fully grown look, understandable, since she was a condensed form of a black star spirit, with a lifespan of 10,000 years, completely beyond mortal rules. As Ye Xuan's mind wandered and his gaze inevitably drifted back to her chest, a sudden murderous intent erupted from the distance. Xuantian gritted his teeth, his fury almost tangible, his eyes locking tightly onto Ye Xuan, sitting on the stone slab. Damn it! What the hell is this punk up to? He can't seriously think I stole his inheritance. Ye Xuan's heart skipped a beat, and he cursed under his breath. Xuantian had indeed entertained such thoughts. However, when he just fought against Jiangqing and Xiaoman, Ye Xuan had remained steadily seated on the stone slab opposite him, not even moving an inch. How could there be any chance to contend for the inheritance? Besides, the legacy of the fourth-generation patriarch was practically within their grasp. If Ye Xuan had made a move, Xuantian's senses would not have missed it. Neither would Jiangqing or Xiaoman nearby. Reason kept telling him that Ye Xuan had no opportunity to act, yet an inexplicable irritation welled up inside him. This matter was almost certainly tied to Ye Xuan. Let's go? With the disappearance of the Anlin patriarch's inheritance, Jiangqing and Xiaoman, both barely clinging to life, exchanged glances and fled without looking back. Xuantian's overwhelming presence pressed down on them like a mountain, suffocating them. Now that the inheritance was gone, staying here any longer would likely make them targets for his wrath. Besides, the two had just barely survived a fierce battle. If they didn't immediately find a quiet place to heal, the opportunities waiting further in the secret realm would be lost to them forever. Just the inheritance of a fourth-generation patriarch, nothing worth being this furious over. The spirit of a martial artist is what matters most. Your anger will only limit your future achievements. A hoarse and ancient voice suddenly resonated in Xuantian's mind. Trapped in the primeval secret realm all these years, he had not only gained the remnant soul of a true dragon, but also harbored within him the spirit of a powerful secret realm cultivator. Hai Lao. Hai Lao's timely reminder helped Xuantian's mind, which had been on the brink of bursting, gradually calm down. I was too impulsive just now, he silently reflected. His gaze flicked once more toward Ye Xuan sitting on the distant stone slab. He snorted coldly. At least this kid was sensible enough not to help Jiangqing and Xiaoman, or else accompanied by that chilling thought, his entire body transformed into a streak of black light and shot upward into the sky. The Anlin patriarch's inheritance had already delayed too long. If Xiaoman and Jiangqing escaped and reached the deeper parts first, this expedition into the secret realm would be all for nothing. Hai Lao had also warned him that the deeper one ventured, the more terrifying the opportunities became. As for Ye Xuan, once he scraped together enough resources to leave the realm, there would be ample time to deal with him. Brother, that clumsy guy is gone. Let's go too. Xiao Haiba tugged on Ye Xuan's sleeve. Ye Xuan nodded and sprang up from the stone slab. This way? I know a shortcut that goes straight into the heart of the secret realm, he said, just as Xiao Haiba pulled at his clothes from behind. A shortcut? Ye Xuan's eyes lit up. Xiao Haiba had drifted through the death-defying secret realm for years and knew the terrain better than anyone. With such a living map guiding him, Ye Xuan could quietly infiltrate first and rush into the core zone ahead of Xuantian. Before long, the two arrived at the supposed shortcut, but Ye Xuan's face instantly darkened. Peering through the narrow gaps of the rocky walls, they saw monsters and fierce beasts of all sizes lurking, their eerie green eyes flickering in waves. A few of these creatures' aura had even surpassed Ye Xuan's, reaching the level of Martial King. No wonder nobody took this shortcut. Ye Xuan's lips twitched slightly. This isn't a shortcut at all, it's basically a hellish road rushing straight to the underworld. Ye Xuan stared at the mountain path ahead, tangled with thorns and strewn with decaying corpses, feeling uneasy. Just as he was about to suggest to Xiao Haiba to take a safer route, he heard her soothe him softly. Brother, don't worry. These are all my little brothers. As soon as I give the order, they'll clear the path. Wait, really? Ye Xuan was utterly stunned. Then it clicked, Xiao Haiba herself was the transformed Black Star Demon, so it made sense that she could be a big boss among the monsters. Xiao Haiba hopped in front of him, her slender figure strikingly visible through the blood-red mist. Roar! An ear-splitting beast howl exploded, causing the forest and even the entire secret realm to tremble lightly. Ye Xuan could hardly believe that such a tiny voice could unleash a roar that seemed to tear the air itself. What's going on? Has an ancient ferocious beast appeared in the secret realm? In the sky above the realm, Xuantian, who controlled the sole remnant of the true dragon, felt his heart tighten with unease at the sound's shockwave, a flicker of fear passing through his eyes. The sea elder residing within him also rarely spoke up with a grave warning. A ferocious beast's birth will affect your inheritance efficiency in the secret realm. From now on, you must be even more cautious. For Xuantian, the greatest threat within the life and death secret realm had never been Xiao Man or Jiang Qing, nor even Ye Xuan. It was the unknown terrors lurking in the shadows. Outside the secret realm, the aftershocks of the roar resonated through the great array. On the plaza, disciples of the Xuantian Sect turned pale. Even the sect master, who had been seated calmly on the round platform, abruptly stood up, his brow tightly furrowed. When did such a ferocious beast emerge inside the secret realm? Though he held the authority to open the realm, he didn't have control over the world formed by generations of ancestral masters' legacies. I think I just saw senior brother Ye Xuan heading toward the direction of the roar. Me too. This is bad. Could he be in danger? The disciples supporting Ye Xuan were filled with worry. They could only watch his general direction through illusions and light projections, unable to see clearly what was happening there. In the corner, someone sneered coldly. Ha! That's what he gets for not following senior brother Hua. It's his fate. If Hua had been looking after him, even if he couldn't claim the top spot, he wouldn't have lost his life. The life and death trial had only just begun, yet the spotlight had already shifted from Ye Xuan to Xuantian. Hua, having suppressed two elite disciples at once, clearly had unquestionable strength. In the Xuantian Sect, strength meant respect. Yesterday's hero was instantly abandoned by those who followed the shifting wind. Inside the secret realm, on the mountain path, countless beasts lay prostrate, their thick, grinding claws dug firmly into the earth, too terrified to move. Some monsters were so frightened that they involuntarily urinated and foamed at the mouth. Ye Xuan twitched his eyelids. So this was Xiao Haiba's power? If it weren't for the golden orb inside him remaining calm, had almost suspect the girl was putting on an act. Brother, I didn't scare you just now, did I? I tried really hard to hold back. Xiao Haiba turned her face sideways, looking wronged. You didn't scare me, just completely terrified those guys, Ye Xuan said, pointing at several monsters rolling their eyes. Humph, they're just cowards. What does that have to do with me? Xiao Haiba placed her tiny hands on her hips, clearly applying a double standard. Watching her act so hot and cold, Ye Xuan suddenly felt a strong sense of déjà vu. Even though you're not as big as those older sisters in appearance, you're the same on the inside. What does inside mean? Is it tasty? No, not tasty. Salty. Cough cough. Anyway, don't eat dirty things, got it? Okay, got it. Xiao Haiba nodded obediently. Thanks to the shortcut that Xiao Haiba opened up, Ye Xuan traveled smoothly all the way toward the core area of the secret realm. Along the way, he casually removed the demon-suppressing talisman hanging from Xiao Haiba's neck. Although the talisman had long lost its power, it was still a divine artifact forged through the combined efforts of the major sacred sects and divine ways of the central wild spirit domain. Ye Xuan planned to find a chance to repair it once they got out. Maybe it could still be of use. Even if it couldn't be fixed, the rare materials used for its inscriptions, which had long vanished from the four wild domains and were considered top tier in the central wild, would still fetch a sky-high price. Looks like they're all pretty afraid of you, Ye Xuan said, tucking the talisman into his pocket while glancing at the trembling monsters and ferocious beasts cowering on either side of the path. In just a quarter of an hour, he had counted hundreds of demon creatures at the martial sect master level, more than a dozen at the martial king level, and even spotted one colossal beast at a fork in the road that rivaled an emperor-level powerhouse. In the southern wild domain, such a creature would have stirred up a huge commotion. Here, though, they all pressed themselves to the ground like frightened mice facing a cat. Xiao Haiba flicked her twin ponytails and huffed proudly. Of course they're afraid of me. I've beaten every single one of them. Then she suddenly turned her gaze sideways, glaring fiercely at the nearby emperor-level beast. In an instant, her aura surged explosively like a reigning queen descending to earth, and the giant beast immediately rolled its eyes and passed out from the sheer force of her stare. Ye Xuan's mouth twitched involuntarily as he once again realized his impression of her couldn't be limited to violent lowly. After a moment, Xiao Haiba spoke softly. Brother, you're different from them. Because I have a scent you like? Ye Xuan teased casually. Well, not entirely. Xiao Haiba tilted her head thoughtfully. Besides the scent, there's a feeling about you I can't explain, something that makes my heart race, but also makes me want to get closer. Basically, you're just really special. Ye Xuan's heart stirred. What made her heart race probably wasn't just him, but the golden orb inside him. So far, that orb had only shown the abilities to gather great cosmic fortune, lottery luck, and to refine foreign objects that entered his body. Whether it held other hidden powers was unknown to him, but judging from Xiao Heib's reaction, the answer was most likely yes. After another half hour of travel, Xiao Heiba suddenly raised her hand, pointing excitedly ahead. All right, brother, we're here. That's the core of the secret realm. Ye Xuan followed her slender finger and saw not far ahead a towering mountain wrapped in mist. The mountain radiated a brilliant glow, with a straight stone stairway cutting through the clouds all the way from its base to the peak. On both sides of the stairway, countless stone tablets of various sizes stood solemnly, lining the path like a sacred forest. Before Ye Xuan even approached the stone tablets, he could already feel the vigorous and majestic power emanating from their surfaces. The tablets stood tall and imposing, like a row of ancient, slumbering giants, radiating intense spiritual pressure in all directions. This was truly the heart of the life and death secret realm's inheritance. It was clear that Xuantian and the other two had not yet arrived. Looking back on everything he had experienced so far, Ye Xuan felt a sense of relief. He had once thought the number of emperor-level ferocious beasts inside the secret realm would be few, yet within such a short distance he had already encountered more than 10. Most astonishingly, one of those ferocious beasts was on the verge of breaking through to a new stage just a hair's breadth from entering the Saint Realm, where it would become a terror that countless powerful beings would fear. The Saint Realm ferocious beasts were said to be only one step away from legendary divine beasts. Thinking of this, Ye Xuan couldn't help but be moved. Unfortunately, ferocious beasts and demons acted mostly on instinct and had low intelligence. By contrast, demon beasts that could think, transform, and speak human language were on a whole different level. Once a demon beast reached the martial sect realm, its intelligence was comparable to that of humans. That's why demon beasts in the 6 domains of the wilderness almost all had their own factions, rivaling the gods and sacred sects of the central wilderness spirit domain. Demon beasts were inherently strong. The divine beast mountain in the central wilderness was a superpower governed by demon beasts. As far as Ye Xuan knew, the divine beast mountain had direct branches in the 4 great wilderness regions. Some of these forces were so powerful that even the top sect of the southern wilderness, Xuantian Sect, dared not provoke them lightly. By that calculation, even if Xuantian and the others managed to avoid the habitats of ferocious beasts and demons, entering the core of the trial secret realm would still be no easy task. It was the gathering place of the wills of generations of Xuantian Sect's ancestors, with countless seals and arrays. What made it even more troublesome was that the powerful ferocious beasts and demons often hunted alone, making their movements unpredictable. All in all, breaking into the core area was extraordinarily difficult. Had it not been for little Haiba guiding him, Ye Xuan knew he wouldn't have reached the foot of the divine mountain so quickly. Brother, are you planning to climb up that mountain? Little Haiba lifted her head, her golden eyes full of curiosity. Do you have a shortcut? Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow in response. No, not really. Little Haiba shook her head, her tone tinged with childish disdain. I don't like this place. There's nobody here, just bare rocks everywhere. Ye Xuan secretly rolled his eyes. Outside this mountain, you'll hardly see a single person either. The Xuantian Sect's life and death trials only open once every century, and if the ancestors will is unsatisfied, the opening may be postponed indefinitely. Although little Haiba had lived over 10,000 years, the number of people she could encounter in this secret realm was extremely limited. Still, on second thought, he understood why. Beyond the divine mountain, there were countless ferocious beasts and demons as companions. At worst, little Haiba could be used as a punching bag to practice on. Up on the mountain, with just stone tablets and steps, any little girl would get bored quickly. After all, despite her long lifespan, little Haiba's mental age was mostly stuck around that of a 3-year-old. Perhaps that was why the golden orb had never triggered any warnings about little Haiba. After all, what harm could a little girl of about 3 possibly intend toward Ye Xuan? Let's go, come with me to check it out. No sooner had Ye Xuan spoken than he grabbed little Heiba behind him and strode purposefully towards the sacred mountain opposite. His robe fluttered like wind, sleeves billowing, and shimmering light flickered beneath his feet. Every step seemed to tread upon flowing radiance, and in the blink of an eye he had advanced dozens of feet. Little Heiba followed closely, reluctant to fall behind, but hidden beneath the illusions. No outsider could catch sight of its form. Outside the trial secret realm, the entire observation platform fell silent. Disciples and elders of the Xuantian Sect stood agape. Ye Xuan had become the first disciple personally selected by the sect leader to set foot on the divine mountain. For tens of thousands of years, this secret realm had been passed down within the sect, filled with ruthless beasts and inescapable restraints. Yet to all eyes, Ye Xuan's progress seemed effortless, as if on a leisurely stroll. Not a single shadow of a ferocious beast or demon was visible around him. What's going on? Someone murmured. A place once deemed a deadly boundary, a life-or-death secret realm, now appeared to clear the way for Ye Xuan. Ha! Who says good luck doesn't matter? Didn't some keep slandering senior brother Ye Xuan just now? Now, The very first to enter the sacred mountain is senior brother Ye. Several enthusiastic supporters below cheered loudly, drowning out the whispering crowd. Senior brother Ye Xuan is the true chosen one of our Xuantian sect. Though the inheritance had yet to activate, the mere fact that Ye Xuan climbed the mountain first was proof he was ahead of everyone else. The disciples who had recently favored Xuantian looked at each other in disbelief. They never imagined that the secret realm once considered impossible to overcome would be effortlessly crossed by Ye Xuan. Recalling Xuantian and his two fellow selected disciples, their path had been fraught with danger. Deadly formations, savage beasts, sudden lightning tribulations. They were still wandering the outskirts of the sacred mountain, shaken and cautious. Even Xiao Man, who possessed the primeval wild body, was trapped within the restraints with his fate uncertain. By contrast, Ye Xuan had stepped into the core of the mountain almost unscathed. How was this possible? Not only did the disciples below doubt it, but Xuantian Sect's leader himself found it hard to believe. By all his judgment, Xuantian should have been the first disciple to ascend this sacred mountain. Yet now the reality was clear. Ye Xuan shattered all expectations and stood proudly at the peak of the inheritance's mountain, in first place. The sect leader's heart was filled not only with surprise, but also a faint sense of awe. Boom! What's going on? Deep within the secret realm, a towering divine light suddenly tore through the sky. Xuantian, standing atop the black dragon's lingering soul and locked in fierce battle with a king-level beast, felt his heart leap. Someone had reached the summit of the sacred mountain before him. Someone has already reached the top. Ha Lao's deep voice echoed in his mind, cutting through Xuantian's pride like a blade. A burning sting spread across his face. After braving countless dangers to reach the core of the secret realm, he had assumed he would be the first to break through, but the spot had been snatched away. Who was it? Jiangqing? Or that brute Xiao Man who relied on sheer strength? As for Ye Xuan, that worthless fool who recklessly charged into the deepest layers swarming with vicious beasts and monsters, Ha Lao had declared him doomed to die. So Xuantian never even considered him a contender. Ha Lao was not only a powerful figure within the ancient secret realm, but also the sworn brother of an important leader from the Xuantian sect. Many hidden truths about the realm were known only to him, which had filled Xuantian with confidence from the moment he entered this deadly place. Whoever it is, they've reached the summit first. To make up that gap, you have to be even faster, Ha Lao warned. Arriving first meant getting first chance at the inheritance, but how much one ultimately received and how powerful it made them would depend on their own foundation. You inherited the legacy of the Xuantian Sect's third ancestor centuries ago, and with my aid plus the Black Dragon's soul, who could surpass your talent? Even losing first place doesn't mean you can't surpass them later. This encouragement reignited the fire within Xuantian's chest. That's right. I will prove to everyone that the best candidate to tread the Xuantian divine path must be me, Xuantian. Fueled by fierce determination, his gaze turned to the king-level beast before him, armored like iron and with strength rivaling a four-star martial king. It had relentlessly pressed him just moments ago, but now, Xuantian had no intention of prolonging the fight. Get lost, he growled. From the depths of his consciousness, the black dragon's residual soul roared heavenward. At the same time, Ha Lao's power surged through his limbs. Instantly, Xuantian's aura exploded, reaching the peak of a 9-star martial king. Die! He raised a hand, forming a fist out of thin air. The black dragon transformed into a blazing crimson greatsword above him. The sword's radiant slash unleashed an overwhelming killing intent that filled the sky. With a clang of shattering metal, the beast and its iron-like armor were cleaved in two, blood spraying freely, staining the mountain rock red. As the sword's killing force retracted, Xuantian gasped heavily, his chest heaving violently. The ultimate technique forged by Ha Lao and the black dragon's power had pushed even him to the brink. Sweat trickled down his cheek, but it couldn't hide the excitement and resolve glowing in his eyes. Still, was it too much of a stretch? Yet he wiped the blood from his hand and smiled triumphantly. For the inheritance atop the sacred mountain, it was all worth it. Xuantian looked up again, casting a glance toward the divine mountain. In his hand, the dragon flame longsword transformed once more into a black dragon. With a powerful leap, Xuantian flew forward, his feet striking as he charged straight toward the mountain's peak. Outside the secret realm, disciples of the Xuantian Sect witnessed the lingering power of that sword stroke firsthand, their minds shaken. Impressive. Senior brother Hua just defeated a fierce beast comparable to a 5-star martial king with a single strike. If that sword had struck Jiangqing or Xiao Man, wouldn't they have been dead by now? Voices buzzed with amazement as many looked at Xuantian with burning admiration. One scoffed coldly, see that? This is real strength. Climbing the divine mountain by luck is meaningless. Without inheritance, no matter how strong you are, it's all for nothing. The disciples felt a surge of pride, and their loyalty to Xuantian deepened. On the circular platform opposite, the sect leader of Xuanyuan and the elders shared the shock. Elder Xianjin covered his chest and whispered, "Sect leader, the power of that sword, is it close to the martial emperor level?" The sect leader, an 8-star martial emperor himself, stared for a moment and decisively nodded. Indeed, it's nearing the martial emperor realm. Hua Yunshan's talent was beyond imagination. Had he not been trapped in the ancient secret realm for so many years, his cultivation might have already surpassed the sect leader himself. The sect leader sighed inwardly. His hopes of reaching the saint realm were dim, but if another young disciple could break through to that level, that would be the true future of Xuantian Sect. The elders shared this consensus. Though Ye Xuan was the god-inspired one, he still needed more time to grow. Hua Yuntian, however, possessed the soul of a true dragon, was decisive in battle, and showed both obvious talent and solid foundation. Giving him the position of young sect leader and allowing him to advance along the Xuanyuan divine path might elevate the sect to new heights in the southern wilderness. As for Ye Xuan, given his divine inspiration, he would have opportunities to deepen his cultivation later. For now, they simply had to endure temporary setbacks. The sect leader weighed everything carefully and made his decision internally. Meanwhile, within the life and death secret realm, after merging the power of the Sea Elder and the Black Dragon Soul, Hua Yuntian blazed a path through countless obstacles, cutting through formations and enemies. Every step sent blood and shattered stone flying. Finally, he reached the foot of the divine mountain. Looking up, the mountain loomed majestic in the misty light like an ancient god in slumber, but the figure in sight made his heart suddenly sink. Ye Xuan? How could it be him? Hua Yuntian had racked his brains, but never imagined that the person who had reached the divine mountain before him was actually Ye Xuan. He himself had chosen the perilous path swarming with fierce beasts, a route where no one survived, yet Ye Xuan had passed through unscathed. This mystery left Hua Yuntian baffled beyond words. Hai Lao, who shared a similar mindset, was equally puzzled. This guy crossed the territory teeming with vicious beasts and monsters without a scratch. Could he have been taken over by one of them? Within the secret realm, a few beast spirits, through rare circumstances, could develop supernatural abilities. Some could manipulate souls, others could possess human bodies. If Ye Xuan had truly been possessed, he would bear the aura of a fierce beast, causing the surrounding creatures to recognize him as kin. That would explain his safe passage. So you're saying he's just a puppet controlled by a beast? Hai Lao's words made Hua Yunshan's heart race. If that were the case, there was no way Ye Xuan would gain the approval of the ancestral masters from previous generations. Even if he left the secret realm, he would become a target hunted by everyone. Thinking this, Hua Yunshan's mood suddenly lifted. Ye Xuan, even if he's ahead of me, so what? He's nothing but a walking corpse. Hua Yuntian trusted Hai Lao's judgment deeply. Yet just as he smiled smugly, a powerful spiritual aura suddenly blossomed from Ye Xuan halfway up the mountain, the unmistakable sign of an ancestral master's legacy descending. Inheritance. Hua Yuntian and Hai Lao both froze in shock. If Ye Xuan had been possessed, there would be no way the Xuantian Sect's ancestors would acknowledge him. Then how had he managed to cross the core beast territory? A surge of anger welled up inside Hua Yuntian. He wanted to drag Hai Lao out and violently shake some sense into the old man. If it weren't for Hai Lao's stubborn claim that no one survives crossing the beast domain, Hua Yuntian wouldn't have ended up behind Ye Xuan. Hai Lao's face mirrored disbelief. Ye Xuan not only emerged unharmed from the savage beast's lair, but even became the first to activate the ancestral inheritance atop the divine mountain. What on earth had this kid relied on to survive? Compared to the two shocked old faces at the foot of the mountain, Ye Xuan himself was just as stunned. Upon entering the midsection of the divine mountain, the long-slumbering ancestral masters of the Xuantian Sect cast their gazes upon him one after another, forming the distant sight Hua Yuntian and Hai Lao witnessed. Outside the secret realm, the sect leader of Xuantian silently sighed. A person who had unlocked 30% of the divine bones was truly a rare gem in the eyes of the ancestral masters who had waited for 10,000 years. I am the ancient Thunder Patriarch. Do you wish to accept my inheritance and cultivate the path of rolling thunder? Amidst rumbling thunderclouds, a solemn, profound voice thundered into Ye Xuan's ears. One who could take thunder as their Tao and pioneer the path of rolling thunder. His talent was beyond question. Ye Xuan looked up at the phantom figure of thunderclouds gathering in the sky. This was the middle section of the divine mountain. Logically, the closer one got to the summit, the stronger the legacy received. The old thunder ancestor stood at mid-mountain, his power somewhere in the middle tier among the many ancestors. Ye Xuan silently calculated in his mind if the hot-tempered old thunder ancestor, who was currently intent on inheriting the Tao, found out that Ye Xuan actually looked down on his legacy, the ancestor would probably erupt immediately, kill him on the spot, and then whip his corpse for 7 days and nights. Yet on the surface, Ye Xuan remained respectful. Though I am eager to inherit the Tao, I still wish to press onward, to challenge my own limits. A blunt translation of this would be, I don't want to inherit your pathetic Tao. But a tactful expression made the old thunder ancestor feel honored instead. The divine mountain exuded oppressive pressure that grew stronger the higher one climbed, testing the potential of the climber. The old thunder ancestor was quite pleased with Ye Xuan's response. His deep voice reverberated through the mountain valley. Since you still seek to challenge yourself, this old master shall not force the issue. Here is a thunder spirit seed I have cultivated for 1,000 years. May it aid you on your martial path. As he finished speaking, a small snake flickering with electric light suddenly took shape and slipped into Ye Xuan's palm. An ancestor's legacy had limits during the life and death trials. If Ye Xuan accepted the old thunder ancestor's full inheritance now, he might be unable to receive a more refined Tao later before the realm's limit was reached. But a mere spark of a thunder spirit seed wouldn't impose such restrictions. Thinking this through, he carefully stored the seed and bowed deeply. Many thanks for your favor, ancestor. The apparition drifted away in the wind, and the old thunder ancestor's figure completely vanished. Before Ye Xuan could dwell on it further, the little dark star Xiao Haiba beside him blinked her large eyes at the glowing seed in his hand, swallowing hard. Brother, can I eat this thing? Eat it. You want to eat that? Ye Xuan was a bit stunned. Xiao Haiba's identity as a manifestation of the Black Star spirit was too unusual. Before climbing the mountain, he had concealed her true form with illusionary light, so that even the old thunder ancestor couldn't perceive her real self. I'm not sure, but it looks delicious. Xiao Haiba bit her finger eagerly, bursting with anticipation. Ye Xuan looked at the thunder spirit seed, then back at Xiao Haiba, shrugging. It's not like it costs anything. Go ahead and eat it. In his heart, Xiao Haiba was far more important than a seed. She had just personally guided him through the secret realm's deadliest beast area. Thank you, brother. Xiao Haiba grabbed the seed gleefully. The thunder spirit seed seemed to sense danger and struggled, emitting arcs of electricity, but Xiao Haiba held it firmly and stuffed it into her mouth. Fizzboom. Sparks exploded as tiny flames flickered in her mouth, making her little face twitch with a tingling numbness. Ye Xuan frowned. So? Is it tasty? He honestly couldn't imagine what that thing would taste like. Delicious. Xiao Haiba lifted her head from the sparks, her expression full of satisfaction. Ye Xuan's mouth twitched slightly. No wonder she was a mysterious creature born of the black star. Even her palate was unlike any ordinary person's. Shaking off the thought, he pressed on, climbing higher with Xiao Haiba. Far off, Xuantian's fury boiled over as he watched Ye Xuan steadily approach the summit. He clenched his fists so hard his knuckles cracked. The top-level legacy at the peak belonged only to him. A worthless trash who had only reached the 6-star martial patriarch rank thanks to borrowed divine bones dared to compete with him? See old from this moment on. I'm reclaiming full control over my body. I'll show Ye Xuan what a truly God-given legacy means. Xuantian growled, murderous intent roaring. After all his hard work defeating monsters and leveling up, his crystal had been stolen. His rage had reached its peak. He wouldn't allow Ye Xuan to get to the summit first. The sea-old deep inside him sighed softly. So, it's time to use that after all. Being trapped in this ancient secret realm for 100 years wasn't just to tame the true dragon remnant soul and sea-old. During that time, he also acquired a soul pearl refined by a true god 10,000 years ago. Though only semi-complete, the pearl contained endless mysteries. If forcibly activated, it could override the secret realm's rules and directly absorb the ancestor legacies on the divine mountain. I intended to save the soul pearl as my last resort. It's all your fault. Ye Xuan, you forced my hand. Forcing the soul bead to activate brings excruciating pain. Spiritual energy burned like a raging fire, violently surging through his meridians. The agony was so intense it felt like his bones were being torn apart. But before Xuantian's razor-sharp pride, he suppressed the pain with iron will. A worthless coward who didn't even dare to fight monsters. Ye Xuan should have died in that deadly valley swarming with ferocious beasts. Yet here he was not only unscathed, but somehow ahead of him? Humiliation pricked Xuantian like needles, making his blood boil. If he couldn't utterly crush Ye Xuan the first to ascend the divine mountain with overwhelming force, what right did he have to call himself the strongest direct disciple? The strongest inheritance of Xuantian Sect is mine, and so is the chance to advance on the divine path. He roared silently in his heart. As tearing pains surged through his body, the soul bead was forcibly activated, unleashing his potential like a volcanic eruption. Ye Xuan, some opportunities you can neither snatch nor steal. Outside the secret realm, a large crowd of Xuantian Sect disciples was stunned speechless by Ye Xuan's sudden abandonment of the inheritance. They had no idea what was happening to Xuantian. Every gaze was glued to Ye Xuan's reflection in the mirror. Why would he just give up such a crucial inheritance opportunity? What's he trying to do challenge for the sect's highest inheritance? Does he even deserve to compete with senior brother Hua? Among the crowd, the supporters who had been cheering for Xuantian now shouted fiercer and more bitterly than before. They had spoken carelessly outside the secret realm, but if Ye Xuan managed to snatch the strongest inheritance on the divine mountain, or even claim the position of young sect master, where would they stand in the future? Outwardly they sounded confident, but inside they were panicking. The most anxious, however, were the sect leader of Xuantian Sect and the elders who had already resolved to fully support Xuantian's advancement into the divine path. Ye Xuan's surrender meant the two genius prodigies would clash heat-in. Ye Xuan was born with the divine awakening body and possessed an incredible affinity for the divine mountain patriarch's legacy. Under normal circumstances, two peerless talents appearing at once would be a rare blessing for the sect. But recently, a divine decree stipulated that the four branches from the four wastelands must select the absolute top talent from the sect to advance into the central wasteland spirit domain. Only one seat was available, so Xuantian Sect could choose only one. To grab that seat, you had to be indisputably the strongest. Yet Ye Xuan's cultivation time was short, and his foundational strength was far weaker than Xuantian's, which gave Hua full confidence. Just as the crowd watched in shock and fear, a dazzling beam of divine light suddenly crashed down atop the peak of the divine mountain. Boom. Oh my god, what did I just see? Senior Brother Hua. It's Senior Brother Hua. The cascading divine light poured down like a waterfall or sword beam, falling directly onto Xuantian's head. In that instant, the heavens and earth around the mountain shook with thunderous resonance. Invisible cosmic laws surged wildly, converging madly toward him. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountaintop seemed to cheer for him. The Xuantian supporters, who had been anxious moments before, now flushed with excitement and shouted with heads thrown back. Even the calm sect leaders standing at the round platform, along with the usually composed elders behind him, widened their eyes in disbelief. Xuantian had not even set foot on the divine mountain yet, and already he had summoned such intense divine light and cosmic resonance. If he truly reached the summit, wouldn't the patriarch's legacy become as common and easily found as ordinary spirit stones? Damn, is this guy on drugs? Sensing the change at the mountain's base, Ye Xuan glanced back and was instantly captivated by the majestic divine light radiating from Xuantian. As expected of Xuantian Sect, the strongest direct disciple from a century ago, he murmured in awe. Big brother, what's a strongest direct disciple? Is it tasty? Xiao Haiba's two shiny black eyes sparkled with curiosity, her voice full of eager anticipation. Not tasty, it's stinky, Ye Xuan replied offhandedly. He truly couldn't understand how Xiao Haiba had survived all these millennia. Her mind seemed to revolve only around the idea of eating. Not tasty. That's no fun. Xiao Haiba pouted and turned her head away. Compared to the dazzling divine light emanating from Xuantian, she cared more about treasures that could actually be chewed, like the fruits of the great Tao or the thunder spirit seed. Oh, and there was that thing Big Brother mentioned. The inner essence said it was salty, but what exactly is that flavor? If Ye Xuan knew she was actually fixated on this question right now, he'd probably feel even more complicated. Within the radiance, the laws of the Tao surged like a rising tide. Each step Xuantian took toward the peak made the stone tablets bearing the names of past founders tremble in unison, as though finally welcoming a destined figure. Inheritance. It's the inheritance. Outside the secret realm, Xuantian Sect disciples erupted in excited shouts. Between the mountain's mid-slope, three auras comparable to the Thunder Roar founder's legacy streaked through the sky, rushing toward Xuantian at the foot. So terrifying. No wonder he's truly the strongest direct disciple in a century for our Xuantian Sect. Brother Hua is still at the foot of the mountain, yet the inheritances from mid-slope are already rushing to him. With such talent, Ye Xuan could never catch up even if he galloped on horseback for a lifetime. Haha, who does he think he is? Getting noticed by an inheritance only at mid-slope, when Brother Hua takes down three inheritances standing all the way at the foot hats, a complete domination. The disciples supporting Xuantian, once a bit hesitant, immediately regained confidence. Meanwhile, on the distant circular platform, the sect master and elders of Xuantian Sect breathed a sigh of relief. Betting on Xuantian had clearly been the right call. The sect master's gaze grew firm once more. At the mountain's base, as the three rushing inheritances approached, Xuantian's body throbbed with sharp, piercing pain, yet a proud smile still curled on his lips. Compared to me? Ye Xuan, you're miles behind. With the remnants of the true dragon soul, sea elder, and soul pearl all at his disposal, Xuantian was confident he was the strongest ruler in this world. Apart from that divine bone, Ye Xuan had nothing else precious. Thinking this, he looked up and cast a disdainful glare toward Ye Xuan's position. Just a single divine bone, after all. Sooner or later, he'd dig it out and make that person understand who truly held the divine mandate. Here in the Wasteland's 6 domains, it was only natural for the strong to seize treasures. Under the watchful eyes of all, Xuantian suddenly spread his arms wide, then clenched his hands fiercely. In an instant, the divine light and Tao laws swirling around him were violently pulled into a raging vortex. What is he trying to do? Outside the secret realm, the Xuantian Sect master's brow twitched sharply. Could it be he intends to swallow all three inheritances whole? The words of Elder Xianjin sent a shock through everyone present. In every generation, The number of transmissions from the patriarch passed down to disciples entering the life and death secret realm had always been limited. No matter how prodigious Xuantian was, it was impossible for him to single-handedly absorb such a large number of inheritances. Could it be that he had lost his mind and wasn't planning to compete for the strongest transmission on the sacred mountain? Everyone recalled that previously, Ye Xuan had given up the thunder-rolling patriarch's legacy to save a spot since the upper limit on transmissions in the secret realm had long been confirmed. Yet now, Xuantian was openly defying this ironclad rule. Was he truly insane? Sect leader Xuantian's gaze was like a nail driven into Xuantian's body, locking on him tightly. After about 3 breaths, he gasped sharply. While everyone was stunned, the 3 brilliant transmissions bursting forth from the peak of the sacred mountain had all been swept up by the swirling vortex of spiritual energy surrounding Xuantian. The 3 transmissions descended simultaneously without any rejection from the life and death trial. How is this possible? Elders Xianjin and Xuanyu exclaimed in disbelief. Xuantian Sect leader pondered briefly, a thoughtful glint flashing in his eyes. This was definitely beyond Xuantian's own power. The human body had limits, and even a prodigy couldn't withstand endless assault from transmissions. Most likely, he had obtained some extraordinary external force within an ancient secret realm. Upon hearing this, the other elders suddenly understood. No wonder the transmissions from the sacred mountain had become unstable. They were harnessing external power. Even so, this did not diminish Xuantian's talent and strength. Otherwise, what reason would he have to cause all the patriarch transmissions on the entire sacred mountain to resonate in unison by himself? Someone in the crowd slapped their thigh in regret, gritting their teeth. I was wrong. This kid isn't just lucky, is clearly a bringer of fortune. Above the sacred mountain, Ye Xuan stared intently at Xuantian below, surrounded by a halo of divine light as he absorbed the transmissions. A sharp gleam flashed repeatedly in his eyes. Mine, all mine. Ha ha ha. At the foot of the divine mountain, Xuantian steadily climbed the rugged path. The pale gray soul orb hovered at his fingertips, emitting a faint, eerie glow. With the orb's aid, he absorbed the ancestral master's inheritance descending from above. Spiritual light swirled around him, as if he was battling the very laws governing the sacred mountain. Sensing a gaze from behind, he turned to meet Ye Xuan's eyes, a proud and cold smile curling at his lips. See that, Ye Xuan? This is the difference between us. He laughed wildly inside. With the soul orb in hand, even if Ye Xuan reached the summit first, he would only become a stepping stone on Xuantian's path to the Xuantian divine Tao. 3 beams of luminous master's inheritance hovered before him, seemingly within easy reach. Xuantian secretly used the soul orb to absorb the brutal rules of the life and death realm and prepared to seize the first inheritance. Whoosh! The light abruptly flickered, and one of the 3 beams vanished into thin air. Xuantian froze. What? At the same moment, the lingering soul of the sea elder inhabiting his body widened its eyes in shock. With the elder's former power, even as a remnant soul, his presence had been earth-shattering in the southern wilderness domain. Yet, when the inheritance disappeared in an instant, he sensed nothing at all. What's going on? There were supposed to be 3. Why are there only 2 left? The sea elder questioned in disbelief. A fierce backlash tore through Xuantian's flesh and blood via the soul orb, yet pain was the last thing on his maidenly confusion. Why had the inheritance silently evaporated when the orb had clearly absorbed the entire secret realm's rules? Could there be something wrong with the soul orb? Both faces mirrored each other's bewilderment. After a brief moment of shock, the master and disciple souls immediately probed the incomplete soul orb with divine awareness. The spiritual light echoed and ripple effects from the rules were clear just as expected. The orb had fully absorbed every fluctuation triggered by the 3 inheritances, without a hint of omission. Yet the reality was undeniable. There should have been 3 beams of master's inheritance, but only 2 danced in midair. Grab the remaining ones before they disappear, the sea elder urged anxiously. Snapping back to focus, Xuantian raised his hand sharply, his eyes bloodshot. The pain of loss and fury fueling his determination, he snarled. This time, I won't let the inheritance slip away again. His spiritual power surged as he reached for the second beam of inheritance. But just then, whoosh, the second beam vanished as well, leaving only an empty trace. Damn it! Xuantian's chest tightened, his face drained of color. What the hell is going on? 3 perfect inheritances, and now only 1 remains? The shock of 2 failed grabs nearly shattered his mind, yet his desperate greed gripped him tighter than ever. With no time to hesitate, he locked his gaze on the last remaining master's inheritance flickering in the sky and lunged forward like an arrow. Mine. This is mine. Before the wild light in his eyes faded, the dazzling radiance suddenly flickered like a startled fish and then extinguished completely. The once brilliant inheritance left behind no lingering glow. The final master's inheritance vanished too. Under the double blow of his soul pearl and the crushing pain in his heart, Xuantian spit out a mouthful of backward-flowing blood. Who was it? Who on earth was making his life miserable? First, the fourth-generation ancestor and land's inheritance at the secret realm's edge mysteriously vanished. Then, Ye Xuan overtook him, snatching away the honor of being the first to set foot on the divine mountain. And now enduring unbearable pain, Xuantian forced his soul pearl to activate, and the three ancestral inheritances he had painstakingly drawn down suddenly disappeared without a trace, just as they were about to fall into his hands. Damn it! Xuantian felt as if his heart was being torn apart, and he was on the verge of collapse. Outside the secret realm, the supporters who had been cheering when Xuantian summoned the three inheritances saw his frantic roar through the light screen and instantly froze in shock. Hua's senior brother's inheritance. How did it disappear? The inheritance he was about to claim. Gone just like that? The disciples widened their eyes, as if stung painfully, gasping for breath. The reaction from the sect master of Xuantian and the elders from each peak was equally shocked. Three inheritances left? Was Xuantian possessed? But there couldn't be ghosts on the divine mountain. The sect master suddenly had a thought and looked sharply at the mountain peak. Could it be that Xuantian's use of outside forces to counter the secret realm's rules has enraged the ancestors on the mountain? As he spoke, the elder seats murmured. Indeed, Xuantian had violated the secret realm's taboo by forcibly pulling down inheritances with his soul pearl. If the mountain peak truly rejected him for this, then he stood no chance at the ultimate inheritance. Elder Xinjin frowned deeply. They had just agreed with the sect master to mobilize the entire sect's power to help Xuantian break through to the Xuantian divine path. And now this misfortune struck? If Xuantian failed to gain an inheritance, wouldn't Ye Xuan have another chance? By contrast, Ye Xuan's supporters immediately showed smug satisfaction. That so-called strongest direct disciple from 100 years ago, not even recognized by the ancestors, wants to be the junior sect leader? So the three divine lights were just cheating. Now he doesn't even have a trace of inheritance. How can he compete with senior brother Ye Xuan? Outside the secret realm, the debate grew heated, but inside it was deathly silent. Xuantian fixed his gaze on Ye Xuan at the mountain peak, the faint smirk in Ye Xuan's eyes. He had seen it more than once. Since an land's inheritance vanished, every time their eyes met, Xuantian felt mocked. Could it be that Ye Xuan had also taken these three inheritances from him? His chest clenched painfully. Was it possible? Xuantian had considered it, but Ye Xuan only possessed the strength of a six-star martial sovereign. Not to mention forcibly confronting a half-finished soul pearl forged by a true god. Simply seizing three ancestral inheritances right before him would be no easy feat, and the entire process had gone unnoticed by Xuantian himself. Your soul pearl is a treasure refined by a true god. Even if it's half-finished, it's not something an ordinary six-star martial sovereign can shake. Sensing Xuantian's agitation, Elder Hai quickly spoke up. Those awakened by divine enlightenment only gain an extra divine bone. They are not incarnations of the true gods. By what right could they snatch inheritances from your soul pearl? But I can't accept it. Xuantian clenched his fist until his nails pierced his palm. I understand your frustration at losing the inheritances, but stay calm. Most of your soul pearl's power remains untapped. The divine mountain's strongest inheritance, you still have a chance. Hearing strongest inheritance, Xuantian forced down his anger and refocused his hateful gaze on Ye Xuan. From the loss of an land's inheritance to now three gone, he needed someone to vent his rage on. Whether Ye Xuan was truly responsible or not, this grudge had been sealed. Elder Hai, after you ascend the mountain and claim the strongest inheritance, please assist me in killing him. Although entering the life and death realm means leaving fate to heaven, the most urgent matter facing Xuantian right now was still to claim the strongest legacy at the peak of the divine mountain, a legacy passed down through generations. The soul orb was still radiating scorching power. He had to reach the summit before his physical body reached its limit. Only then could he steadily advance onto the path of Xuantian. Securing the supreme legacy of the ancestor on the peak would mean that he had taken the lead in this secret realm competition. For this reason, he absolutely could not afford any distractions, especially not killing anyone else, and certainly not slaying a divine enlightenment cultivator. Otherwise, it would inevitably arouse suspicion and displeasure from the senior leaders of the Xuantian sect. Don't worry, I understand your concerns. I will deal with him for you. The voice of Soul Elder Hai came from within his sea of consciousness, cold yet determined. He possessed hundreds of ways to ensure Ye Xuan died mysteriously and inexplicably. But in his mind, there was one way even better than death to bring Ye Xuan release. That kid is only a six-star martial monarch, but after all, he's a divine enlightenment cultivator, Elder Hai continued persuading. If he dies in the secret realm, even if no one sees you act, the sect will still suspect you. If you truly want to proceed unhindered onto the path of Xuantian, it's better if I take action and directly usurp his body. By borrowing the body of a divine enlightenment cultivator, I will surely be able to reclaim the Tao in the future. These words made Xuantian's eyes brighten. Before entering the secret realm, He had already made an agreement with Elder Hai. After leaving, help find a suitable host for body usurpation. Now a live target like Ye Xuan was right here, perfectly matching all the criteria. Even better, after the usurpation, the outside world would have no way of knowing Ye Xuan had perished, preserving his reputation as the young sect leader. Agreed. Xuantian nodded immediately, then added gravely, but don't forget, after you succeed, we still have a more important deal between us. His eagerness came not only from clearing his own suspicions, but also from hoping Elder Hai would quickly restore his peak cultivation by using the divine bone within Ye Xuan's body, which had already metamorphosed 30%. Once Elder Hai returned, Hua Yunshan's broader grand plan for advancing on the path of Xuantian could proceed smoothly. Not forgotten. Elder Hai licked his lips excitedly. To usurp the body of a divine enlightenment cultivator and cultivate anew was the best news imaginable. The divine bone had solidified to an extremely stable degree. Even a forced body usurpation wouldn't cause any damage. With the power of the divine bone, he wouldn't just return to his peak, he might even launch an assault on true godhood, crossing the threshold that had trapped him for thousands of years. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan keenly sensed Hua Yunshan's gaze burning hotter and hotter. Goosebumps instantly rose across his skin. This guy's lost his legacy but is still so excited? Could he be a masochist? He thought with silent scorn but steadied his breath, using phantom light illusion to mask his presence. Just now, he had rapidly absorbed 3 legacies from the unyielding Thunder ancestor, causing a sudden leap in martial insight and raising his cultivation from 6-star martial monarch to 7-star. Without the illusion, his flaws would have been obvious by now. Yet even just absorbing these 3 legacies had brought such great benefit. If he slowly digested and comprehended them over time, his path in martial enlightenment would undoubtedly become much smoother. Originally a divine enlightenment cultivator without bottlenecks, Ye Xuan had now obtained 3 ancestral legacies from the secret realm's divine mountain. Whether in terms of cultivation or potential, his abilities would be greatly enhanced. The crucial point was that the secret realm rules contained within the 3 ancestral masters' legacies were now born solely by Hua Yunshan alone. Was this exactly the legendary "You fly free, but I bear the pain"? Thinking this, Ye Xuan withdrew his gaze, which had been watching with a faint smile, and silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. Dragon probing cloud hand. Damn impressive. Perhaps because the soul-seizing plan was beginning to take shape, Hua Yunshan's hatred toward Ye Xuan suddenly subsided, and he fell into an almost obsessive silence. His entire world contained only one thought: to reach the mountain peak and claim the strongest inheritance. The profound power of the soul bead continuously surged through his limbs and bones, making Hua Yunshan's figure flicker along the rugged mountain path. At first, there was still a significant distance between him and Ye Xuan, but as time passed, the gap closed visibly to the naked eye, and eventually Hua Yunshan forcefully overtook him. What's going on? Senior brother Hua was supposed to have been rejected by the Divine Mountain, wasn't he? How can he keep climbing faster and faster? Outside the secret realm, watching disciples glanced sideways in surprise. Coupled with witnessing Ye Xuan voluntarily giving up the inheritance earlier, a bold hypothesis emerged in their minds: perhaps Hua Yunshan was never truly rejected, but instead had deliberately abandoned those inheritances, setting his sights on the peak itself. On the round platform, the light in the eyes of the Xuantian Sect leader and the elders reignited. They had made a costly, resolute decision to choose Hua Yunshan and give up on Ye Xuan. Now, seeing Hua Yunshan unimpeded and charging toward the summit, their gaze blazed anew. The strongest inheritance was within reach. Higher up the trail, Hua Yunshan's eyes burned fiercely, though his steps grew steadier. The soul bead forcibly awakened his potential. The wound on his chest, still unhealed, suddenly tore open with a sharp ripping sound, blood instantly soaking through his clothes. Yet he seemed oblivious entirely, silently roaring in his heart. As long as I claim the strongest inheritance, I will become the young sect master of Xuantian Sect and step boldly into the Xuantian divine path. His desperate effort was not just for the abundant resources of the central wilderness spirit domain, but because a secret buried deep in his heart unknown even to old Hai hung in the balance. That secret was too profound. Any slightest slip would reveal his foundation, and failure was unacceptable. Under the violent surges of the soul bead's power, the wound repeatedly burst open, blood dripping down his arm guards. Yet Hua Yunshan finally reached the summit of the sacred mountain. At this moment, he seemed like a bloodied statue but still stood tall, eyes flashing with uncontrollable ecstasy. The strongest inheritance had ultimately fallen into my hands. The closer he got to the peak, the more terrifying the overwhelming suppression of heaven and earth became. Even Ye Xuan, protected by divine bones, clearly felt the mounting pressure. Without the soul bead's boost, Hua Yunshan could never have overtaken him. Directly ahead on the mountaintop, a steel shimmering with 7-colored divine radiance stood silently, as if awaiting its true master. This monument sealed the most refined inheritance of the ancestral masters throughout Xuantian Sect's history and was the supreme treasure of the entire sacred mountain. Ye Xuan, Hua Yuntian sneered coldly within. Once I seize control of the steel, your death has come. Covered in blood, he glanced down at Ye Xuan, his eyes filled with arrogant disdain. Senior brother Ye Xuan. In the end, he was still surpassed. Outside the secret realm, as Hua Yuntian took the lead in reaching the summit of the sacred mountain, Ye Xuan's supporters hung their heads low, their faces drained of color. To inherit the strongest legacy atop the peak, one must first withstand the mountain's overwhelming suppression, a true test for every climber. In contrast, the sect master of Xuantian Sect and the elders wore expressions of just as expected. Hua Yuntian carried the residual soul of a true dragon's divine bone within him and possessed a mysterious treasure that could bypass the secret realm's rules. Supported by these two trump cards, his surpassing of Ye Xuan, who bore the divine enlightenment, was only natural. The onlookers smiled knowingly as they watched Hua Yuntian at the summit, waiting for him to officially receive the legacy while quietly guessing which ancestor's power he would awaken. The seven-colored divine steel standing at the peak represented Xuantian Sect's true, strongest legacy. Only the most powerful among the sect's ancestors could imprint their legacy onto it. Regardless of which ancestor Hua Yuntian ultimately connected with, he would have access to the complete ancient secret collection. It was worth noting that the fourth-generation ancestor, Anlan, had swept through the southern wilderness and dominated countless demons with only a half-step secret collection. If Hua Yuntian secured the full collection, Xuantian Sect might well birth another unparalleled powerhouse. With that thought, the sect master and elders grew ever more excited. Some had already begun envisioning the bloody storm Hua Yunshan's inheritance would unleash upon the Xuantian divine path. Inside the secret realm, having suffered the strange disappearance of the first three ancestors' legacies, Hua Yuntian no longer lingered. He looked up at the divine steel and forcefully activated the soul pearl within him, fiercely drawing out the steel's legacy. Time passed gradually. Initially, only hairline cracks appeared on the surface of the soul pearl, soon spreading like a spiderweb. Despite harboring the true dragon's residual soul, bearing the strongest legacy of the divine steel demanded a heavy price. A crisp sword sound suddenly fell from the sky. A golden sword silhouette tore through the air, accompanied by overwhelming pressure. Outside the secret realm, the elders watching through projections erupted instantly. The torch gold sword. It's the torch gold sword. Hua Yuntian has drawn the great path legacy of the third-generation ancestor, the golden sword venerable. The third-generation ancestor's status in the Xuantian Sect was second only to the second-generation ancestor and the founding ancestor. The value of his sword legacy far exceeded that of the fourth-generation ancestor Anlan. Even the likes of the Thunder Ancestor and Firecloud Ancestor were unworthy to tie his shoes. Most importantly, the Golden Sword Venerable still existed today, a true demigod. As a direct heir of the Xuantian Divine Path, the Golden Sword Venerable not only obtained the complete ancient secret collection, but fully integrated it into swordsmanship, pioneering an unprecedented golden sword path never before seen, nor to be rivaled again. Compared to the excitement on the faces of the Xuantian Sect leader and the others outside, Hua Yuntian, standing atop the sacred mountain and drawing the golden sword inheritance through the soul pearl's pull, was equally filled with exhilaration. A century ago, he had already obtained the inheritances of three ancestral masters, but none contained the ancient secret treasure. When the fourth-generation ancestor, Amlin's inheritance faded at the outer boundary of the life and death realm, Hua Yuntian nearly lost control because half of the secret treasure in Amlin's possession had been intercepted by someone else. But now, before him stood the complete inheritance of the third-generation ancestor, the golden sword venerable, surpassing even Amlin, carrying the entire secret treasure. The golden sword's shadow hovered overhead, its weighty aura like a celestial canopy pressing down, causing the whole sacred mountain to tremble slightly. The world's great Tao hidden within that overwhelming pressure made Hua Yunshan's pores quiver and his blood surge with joy. The inheritance of the third-generation golden sword venerable was his. He spread his arms wide, releasing the sea of souls, letting the soul pearl's radiant light erupt as he prepared to receive the full power contained within the golden sword. Yet, suddenly a strange scene unfolded. The golden sword inheritance shuddered violently, as if gripped by an invisible immense force, thrashing fiercely and beginning to slip free from the soul pearl's hold. It was happening again. The sight was all too familiar. Hua Yunshan's hair bristled instantly like a cat stepped on its tail, every hair standing on end as he warily glanced around, fearing another interference. This was the golden sword venerable's ancestral inheritance. He desperately urged the soul pearl, making it blaze like a scorching sun suspended over his dantian, its light surging forward to draw all spiritual energy toward the golden sword. But the strange force pulling back only grew stronger. The golden sword's shadow twisted and shattered, dissolving swiftly into countless sparks of gold light, scattering through the heavens with no trace left behind. Who? Who the hell are you? Why do you keep messing with me? Xuantian roared, his barely steady composure shattering again. After overwhelming grief came crushing helplessness. If even the soul pearl, refined by a true god, couldn't retain the third-generation ancestor's inheritance, was he really going to lose the strongest legacy in Xuantian Zong's history? Try again. While they've just taken the golden sword and haven't had time to absorb it, Elder Hai shouted anxiously, snapping the nearly desperate Xuantian back to reality. The golden sword venerable's inheritance wasn't something that could be casually refined. Absorbing it required time. If they could seize this window and draw out another portion from the sacred mountain, Xuantian would still be the undisputed heir apparent of the Xuantian Sect's young lord position, still able to advance toward the Tao of Xuantian. Yes, now was the moment. Ignoring the cracks splitting his armor across his chest and the blood storming wildly inside, regardless of the fine cracks spreading on the surface of the soul pearl, Xuantian took a deep breath and roared in his heart. This time, I will never let you steal my inheritance again. The soul pearl spun thunderously. The second wave of pulling began. After a moment, the sky above the mountain, dimmed earlier by the golden sword's disappearance, suddenly blazed brightly again. A crimson dragon-shaped spear shadow descended from the heavens, its dragon roar splitting the air, its cold light piercing and fierce. The red dragon cold light spear of ancestor Longyun had appeared. Outside the secret realm, the Xuantian sect leader and the others were still speechless, stunned by the disappearance of the golden sword inheritance. Suddenly, the red dragon spear shadow reappeared atop the mountain. Before they could recover, another wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Master Longyun is the second-generation patriarch of my Xuantian sect. The crimson dragon cold light spear he wielded once swept through the southern wilderness, unmatched by any opponent. Even in the central spirit domain, he ranks among the strongest. When the sudden anomaly erupted in the secret realm, sect leader Xuantian and the others were momentarily stunned, their minds buzzing. Compared to the many shocked onlookers outside, Xuantian, the only one who witnessed the entire incident, had only one thought. Faster. It must be faster. He had to absorb Patriarch Longyun's legacy completely before that mysterious figure lurking in the shadows, constantly stealing his chance, could interfere. Although Master Longyun was only the second-generation patriarch, it was hard to say who was stronger between him and the recently vanished Master Jinjian. Under normal circumstances, Xuantian would have been overjoyed. But after suffering successive thefts of legacies, there was no time for excitement. He clenched the soul pearl tightly in his palm, its scorching aura wildly attracting the crimson dragon-shaped beam of light hovering midair. Patriarch Longyun's legacy is mine. The red light thundered down from the sky, half plunging into his grasp. Waves of heat surged as fanatic zeal shone in Xuantian's eyes, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Just as he thought the situation was settled, something strange happened. The absorbed legacy suddenly twisted. The red light seemed squeezed and torn by invisible hands, flickering explosively. No, don't. His heart cried out desperately, but it was useless. History shockingly repeated itself. The legacy of Patriarch Longyun shattered rapidly in midair, scattering into countless sparks, each fading like embers blown by the wind. In an effort to forcibly control the soul pearl, Xuantian's spiritual energy was totally drained. His flesh suddenly burst open, splitting into hundreds of gruesome bloody wounds. The dazzling soul pearl in his chest dimmed with a sharp pop. Who? Who is it? Why target me? Why take my legacy? Like a bloodied man, Xuantian fell to his knees, letting out a furious, unwilling howl. Xuantian felt his fury boiling over with no outlet. Just then, in the distance, Ye Xuan appeared, strolling up from the foot of the mountain with a carefree expression. Looking up, that leisurely figure instantly became the target of his rage. Ye Xuan? Fine, fine, fine. This guy, who Xuantian didn't even consider worth calling useless, actually dared to climb to the summit? Since Head walked into the trap, Xuantian would send him off today? Having lost his strongest inheritances twice before, Xuantian now resembled a bloodthirsty beast. Torrents of violent yuan power churned in his palm, carrying an unstoppable killing intent. Die, Ye Xuan, he roared and pointed a finger. Scorching dragon flames formed from the dragon's soul erupted at his fingertip, bursting into black arcs of light. Wrapped in the lingering soul of a true dragon, this was a fatal strike aimed straight at Ye Xuan's brow. This was his trump card, capable of instantly killing a 6-star martial monarch, and he was certain Ye Xuan had nowhere to escape. Buzz just as the black arc neared, a sudden burst of golden sword light exploded unexpectedly from within Ye Xuan's body. The golden sword shadow soared into the sky, its sharpness seeming to tear through the clouds. The golden sword patriarch's inheritance? Xuantian was stunned in an instant. The golden sword, shaped by Ye Xuan's divine bone power, looked like the sharpest weapon in the world. A gentle sweep of the sword's shadow shattered the black arc, forged from the true dragon's soul, into pieces. 9-star martial monarch? How is this possible? When did you advance to 9 stars? Xuantian's eyes bulged with disbelief. The golden sword inheritance, the 9-star cultivation, all the clues pointed to this. The one who secretly stole his inheritance was Ye Xuan. He couldn't accept this truth, but his mind was relentlessly hammered by the facts. Ye Xuan, how could he? How was it possible? Meanwhile, Ye Xuan was completely immersed in the overwhelming, limitless sword intent of the golden sword Dao. This new Dao, based on ancient secret treasures, had already propelled him to a leap beyond 9-star martial monarch with only a preliminary comprehension. The sword Dao's torrent fused with the crimson dragon spear's intent inside him. Slowly opening his eyes, a faint smile of pride curved his brow. Xuantian really lives up to being a wealth bringer. In just a short moment, the golden sword Dao within him had become more restrained and controlled, yet its force was greater than before. Even Ye Xuan hadn't expected to benefit so much just from Xuantian. Looking at Xuantian across from him, covered in blood and full of bitter resentment, Ye Xuan's eyes flickered with faint sympathy. Giving away your inheritance so generously, you're making me feel a little embarrassed. It's you. It's you. You stole my inheritance, didn't you? Xuantian shouted hysterically. Just realizing it now? Don't you think it's a little late? Ye Xuan smiled lightly, as casual as the wind. That light laugh stung Xuantian more than any insult. The golden sword Dao had already exposed everything, but hearing Ye Xuan admit it openly still made his face burn and his chest heave. His proud face instantly flushed a deep purpler, veins throbbing wildly on his forehead. How did you pull this off? Xuantian carried soul beads, the remnant soul of a true dragon. The Sea Elder possessing so many resources, yet he had no inkling how Ye Xuan managed to repeatedly steal his legacies right under his nose. Ye Xuan, what trump card are you hiding? He suppressed his fury, his gaze darkening with intensity. Ye Xuan shrugged, spreading his hands casually. Sorry, no comment. Having revealed himself, he had no intention of giving Xuantian any more chances. Midway through his words, he suddenly paused. Villains die from talking too much. Wait, am I the villain too? Well, since we're all villains, I'll see you off. Ha ha ha. Only now do you dare make a move? Don't you think it's a bit late? Xuantian suddenly threw back his head and laughed wildly. Before the laughter faded, a sinister black shadow silently wrapped around Ye Xuan's ankle. Heh heh, to the one chosen by the divine this body will be mine. A cold, hoarse voice emerged from the shadow. The Sea Elder was making his move in secret. It turned out Xuantian's earlier casual chatter was a ploy to buy time and distract Ye Xuan for the Sea Elder. He knew full well that the means by which Ye Xuan stole the legacies would never be revealed easily. Once possession succeeds, all his secrets will be laid bare. Xuantian sneered confidently. Possession? Ye Xuan blinked in surprise, then his eyes gleamed dangerously. The real money-giving child, huh? Xuantian felt certain of his victory. Ye Xuan, today is the day you die. He stood arrogantly, waiting for the Sea Elder's triumphant report. Time stretched in the silence. Ye Xuan, the one being possessed, showed no pain. Instead, mischief sparkled in his eyes. Sea Elder? Sea Elder? Xuantian called out repeatedly, only to be met with a sharp pain at his brow. Suddenly, the spiritual connection between him and the Sea Elder snapped with a loud crack. His face turned ashen. Thinking back to how the Sea Elder led him to the Divine Mountain only for Ye Xuan to pull ahead, and now this silent possession attempt, Xuantian gritted his teeth and cursed. Blasted old fox. Looks like he'll have to handle this personally. At this moment, Ye Xuan had reached the 9-star martial sect level, +2 of the strongest inheritances, enough to challenge a martial king. But Xuantian was different, fused with the true dragon's remnant soul, a 6-star martial king whose power far surpassed others of his rank. He coldly demanded, "You think stealing my inheritances lets you walk away unscathed?" At that moment, his figure suddenly lengthened and distorted, becoming a ghostly, shadowy blur, the result of one of the 3 great inheritances he obtained a century ago that allowed his body to resonate with the Tao, blurring reality and illusion. At his 6-star martial king strength, even the martial emperor nearby would struggle to see through it. A sudden night wind rose, whipping stones into the air. Xuantian's footsteps became ethereal, shifting between reality and shadow, closing in on Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan, you've ruined my plans time and again, stolen my opportunities. Today, your life ends here. Bang! The eerie figure of Xuantian appeared suddenly behind Ye Xuan, and immediately after came a heavy, muffled thud. The air trembled violently as if struck by an invisible hammer. A dull, spreading pain exploded from his waist and abdomen like a footstep stamp, and he was sent flying backwards several dozen feet. When he finally hit the ground, he rolled over stones and dust several times. The sharp gravel tore through his clothes as he staggered to support himself, his head buzzing in confusion. What just happened? What had he been struck by? He was certain Ye Xuan had made no move at that moment. Yet somehow he himself had been fiercely kicked away, whether by a person or some unknown force. A six-star martial king, unaware and suddenly struck down by a single blow. If this got out, it would be unbelievable. Yet it had happened to him. After a brief moment of thought, he raised his head, his voice hoarse and full of reluctance. Ye Xuan, you win. Take the inheritance from the divine mountain. Oh, so you're not going to kill me after all? Ye Xuan smiled, amused by Xuantian's sudden change of attitude and disturbed breath. But inside, Xuantian's mind churned with dark waves. This young man was too strange, first sneaking the inheritance under the watch of the Soul Pearl, then conjuring the heavy sand-breaking halberd out of thin air, and just now forcibly sending him flying without warning. Coupled with the residual hidden injury from the Soul Pearl's backlash and the severed connection to the Sea Elder's aura, Xuantian reckoned that if he charged again now, it could well be the end of him. After careful consideration, he decided to retreat first, recover his strength, and seek revenge another day. Outwardly, he bore the look of a defeated man, but in his heart, Ye Xuan's name was already stained blood red. Ye Xuan, no matter how many tricks you have up your sleeve, you won't stop me from stepping into the mystic heavenly path, Xuantian declared, chest swelling with pride. Yet he was no reckless fool when outmatched. He knew when to avoid direct confrontation. The position of young sect leader of the Xuantian Sect is yours. I, Xuantian, concede defeat. Let's stay out of each other's way. With that, he turned to leave. Who said you could walk away? Ye Xuan's voice cut through the air like a blade, blocking his retreat. A resolute light flashed in Ye Xuan's eyes. Xuantian possessed too many dangerous things. The remnant soul of a true dragon, a mysterious treasure capable of altering the sacred mountain's rules, and even the terrifying shadow that had just attempted possession. Ye Xuan knew he was the villain here, lacking the hero's privilege of multiple rebirths. For villains, the first rule was to eliminate potential threats while they were still weak. If Xuantian survived today, it might be Ye Xuan who died tomorrow. So, Xuantian, it's time for you to die. Ye Xuan spoke calmly, but with a chilling edge. Ye Xuan, don't think I'm begging you. Xuantian responded fiercely, his aura exploding like a six-star martial king. You're only a Wu sect cultivator, what do you have to kill me? No sooner had he spoken than the remnant soul of the true dragon surged wildly from his body, the roar of the dragon echoing as fierce winds whipped around him. At the same time, the cracked soul pearl slowly floated up above his head, its fractures glowing ominously. Xuantian never expected this. Even after he had admitted defeat, Ye Xuan still dared to kill him? Did this guy have no respect at all for his power as a six-star martial king? No, no, no. It's not me killing you, it's her. Ye Xuan said with a faint smile, raising his hand to point at the empty air beside Xuantian. Ye Xuan, are you being childish? At a time like this, trying to distract me? Boom. Before he could finish, that familiar terrifying force slammed into him heat and again, even more ferocious than before. The remnant soul of the true dragon instantly shattered, and the soul pearl was blasted from Xuantian's grasp, crashing heavily into the ground and digging a huge crater. What the hell, what is that? Blood spurted wildly as Xuantian was sprawled at the bottom of the pit. If not for the soul pearl fiercely protecting most of its master's power in its final moment, this single strike would have ended him on the divine mountain. Huh, you're not dead? A sharp, childish voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a little girl with black calyx and wearing a black halter top appeared out of thin air, standing where he had been moments ago. She glanced at the soul pearl on the ground, casually picked it up, and popped it into her mouth. Crack-like, biting a crunchy broad bean. What the hell kind of monster is this? That's a soul pearl. A treasure refined by an ancient true god, and it's been eaten? Xuantian's worldview nearly shattered. But the little black-clad girl didn't even bother to look at him. Big brother said you should die? Her gaze was cold, as if Xuantian was nothing more than an insignificant insect beneath her feet. Ye Xuan, you can't kill Mayhem. Thud. With a delicate pink foot pressing down, Xuantian's head exploded like a watermelon. The six-star martial king, a prodigy of his era, fell there under the little girl's step. Only then did Ye Xuan withdraw his gaze. That thing you just ate. It must be the treasure that helps him counteract sanctuary rules and gain infinite inheritance, right? The little girl bit her finger thoughtfully. I don't know, but it tastes good and has a familiar aura. It should be something true gods from your realm made. What? A true god-made artifact? Ye Xuan's heart jumped wildly, filled with bitter regret. This was the greatest fortune inside the sanctuary. If he could trade for it, had willingly give up the ancestral legacy on him. But it was too late. He told himself silently. Even if it's a true god's treasure, judging by how ruined it looks, it probably can't be used anymore. Since the treasure was gone, surely Xuantian's body would have other valuables. Ye Xuan bent down to loot, when suddenly a faint pale green soul body floated out from the corpse. The soul form was strange. It seemed like a living person's spirit, but radiated a chilling, ominous coldness. Xiao Haiba, quick, eat it. Ye Xuan shouted without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, the strange soul form struggling in midair before him clearly had a connection to Xuantian. Without any hesitation, Xiao Haiba leapt up, parted her pink lips, and swallowed the soul form in one bite. But moments later, her usually round face quickly fell as she clutched her stomach and hiccuped. "Hick, brother, that thing stinks. It's really not tasty at all." Ye Xuan stepped closer, gently brushing her forehead with his hand, his tone confident. "Inside that body, there's also a remnant soul of a true dragon just like the one that was blasted apart earlier. It should taste quite good." At the mention of true dragon, Xiao Haiba's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had spotted her favorite snack. She reached out toward Hua Yunshan's chest, and with a flash of icy light at her fingertips, she abruptly yanked it. At the next moment, a terrified black true dragon remnant soul was forcibly pulled free. The black dragon soul reacted swiftly. As soon as it was released, it tried to escape into thin air, but Xiao Haiba bit down hard on its tail. Taking a deep breath, she swallowed the entire imposing true dragon remnant soul, as if inhaling a jelly. Watching her wipe her mouth, Ye Xuan asked, "So? Was it tasty?" Delicious." Xiao Haiba nodded satisfactorily. When it came to food, she was never careless. Her ability to judge the flavor confirmed that the black dragon soul was truly high quality. Ye Xuan thought to himself, with his divine bones, the true dragon remnant soul was just a trivial matter to him. After all, Xiao Haiba had played a big part in breaking into the divine mountain, so this was a reward for her. With that in mind, his gaze flickered as he turned to look at Hua Yunshan's corpse lying on the ground. What exactly was that strange soul form just now? Over the years, he had studied many ancient texts in the Xuantian Sect and understood many secrets of the Tianhuang's 6 domains. But that soul form still made his hair stand on end and filled him with a chill. It seemed this fellow carried many more secrets beneath the surface. The spirit realm of Zhonghuang, the netherworld's sacred sect. The Xuanhu Saint's son, who had been in deep meditation, suddenly trembled violently, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of pitch-black reverse blood. "Who's there?" The chilling roar swept through the entire netherworld's sacred sect, turning the color of everyone inside and outside the mountain gate. Xuanhu Saint's son was hailed as the most terrifying prodigy since the sect's founding. After more than 8 centuries of arduous cultivation, he had completely mastered the netherworld's sacred scripture passed down by the sect's founding ancestor. On that foundation, he created the divine technique 9 Nether Unity. This technique required tearing his original divine soul into 9 fragments, each with its own independent consciousness. Over the years, he had spawned 6 incarnations through this secret art. These 6 incarnations, each with a different identity, had secretly infiltrated the various branches of the 4 great wilderness regions to learn the supreme divine techniques of each school, all in preparation for the final step, uniting the 9 souls to ascend to true godhood. But just now, one of those incarnations, the weakest among the 6, was slain, and even the soul fragment was forcibly erased. "My incarnation is not some lamb to be slaughtered." Killing intent flared in Xuanhu's eyes. Through the soul connection, he could only grasp a rough outline of what had happened to that incarnation. It had just emerged from an ancient secret realm he had discovered in his youth. Inside that realm was a half-formed true God soul pearl. When he had first entered the saint realm, the pearl's benefit was limited, so he kept it as a backup and passed it to that incarnation. Now, both the incarnation and the soul pearl had been stolen. His own cultivation had also suffered slight damage. Though enraged, he maintained his composure and calculated carefully. "Even if it is a weakling, it is still my soul fragment. Pursuing this matter is imperative. Investigate. Find out immediately what exactly happened in the southern wilderness region, inside the Xuantian Sect." Before the sentence ended, a shadowy figure behind him flickered like a ghost and suddenly vanished. Life and death secret realm. That really was a tough one, crawling out of the ancient secret realm. The treasures it carries could frighten anyone, Ye Xuan muttered, crouching beside Xuantian's cold corpse, hastily rifling through his belongings. Just the rare herbs needed to concoct 5th grade or higher pills numbered in the hundreds. 5th grade pills were enough to forcibly break through the bottleneck for a martial sect master-level expert. Even inside the top-tier Xuantian sect of the southern wilderness, these were rare treasures. Outside, such herbs alone could trigger vicious battles among countless fighters. No exaggeration. If someone threw a finished 5th grade pill into the imperial palace of Jiang Kingdom and, in a humiliating gesture, tossed it before the emperor demanding a princess as a token of gratitude, even the lofty ruler would nod without hesitation. Though none of these spirit herbs had yet been refined into pills, their value was still astonishing. The Xuantian sect had its own dedicated alchemy hall. This place gathers the finest alchemists from throughout the southern wilderness region. With Ye Xuan's current status and position within the Xuantian sect, just one word from him would immediately have someone refining the newly acquired spirit herbs into pills. Besides the rare herbs capable of producing 5th grade pills, he also scavenged dozens of spirit herbs from Hua Yuntian that could be refined into 6th grade pills. Sixth grade pills even make the martial king envious. Within the current power structure of the Xuantian sect, only elder-level members are qualified to attempt refining them, and their success rates are far lower than with fifth-grade pills. Even the sect elders frequently fail. As for seventh-grade pills, the level required to enable the martial emperor's transformation, such spiritual materials can only be found if one ventures into the central wilderness spirit domain. To be honest, if Xuantian didn't hate him with such intensity, Ye Xuan might not have had the heart to smash this walking moneybag to death with one blow. If he could keep him alive, maybe he could get a few more treasures from him yet. If the corpse of Xuantian already cold by now knew Ye Xuan's true thoughts, he'd probably be so enraged he'd resurrect just to strangle Ye Xuan. Brother, this thing looks really tasty. Suddenly, little Haiba behind Ye Xuan stretched out a paw, pointing toward the divine steel wrapped in a colorful halo across from them. Are you serious? Seeing little Haiba drool, Ye Xuan was taken aback. Something like a stone tablet could be eaten? After a moment of disbelief, his expression changed abruptly. Little Haiba wasn't just planning to gnaw on the steel, but seemed intent on swallowing the ancestors of the Xuantian sect enshrined within it. As if sensing this hungry wolf-like gaze, the entire seven-colored divine steel atop the secret realm life and death mountain trembled slightly, as if startled. Outside the secret realm, seeing the steel shake violently, the sect leader of the Xuantian sect and the elders exchanged glances. The details of Ye Xuan's confrontation with Xuantian had been hidden by illusions. They could only glimpse a blurry scene where Xuantian, frustrated by multiple mysterious disappearances during their exchanges, took his anger out on Ye Xuan. But at the crucial moment, a treasured artifact suddenly backfired and blew Xuantian's head into a blood mist. The very martial king, Xuantian, the strongest direct disciple of the Xuantian sect in 100 years, had just blown his own head up? What kind of absurd stunt was this? Before they could recover from the shock, the seven-colored divine steel at the summit quivered again. What is going on? Could it be that Xuantian didn't die from the artifact's backlash, but rather angered the steel itself? An elder in the crowd pondered aloud. Yes, even if a treasure backfires, at worst it reduces cultivation or severs meridians. It wouldn't just blow off someone's head like this. So Xuantian must have offended the steel and brought down its wrath, which explains such a strange death. The elders all gasped. Earlier, at the foot of the divine mountain, they had witnessed Xuantian use mysterious treasures to forcibly counteract the secret realm's rules. Now, with the steel's furious shaking, that explanation seemed plausible. The sect leader of the Xuantian sect stared blankly at the cold corpse atop the mountain, his eyes conveying utter disbelief, the kind that comes from throwing everything into a desperate gamble, only to lose everything, as despair slowly consumed his heart. Look, what's that? At that moment, another cry of surprise broke out from the crowd. Hearing this, everyone turned to look. At the center of the secret realm, the divine steel suddenly blazed with light, unleashing a waterfall of seven-colored radiance that illuminated the entire sacred mountain with crystal clarity. Within the blazing pillar of light, Ye Xuan's figure was abruptly sucked into the steel and vanished without a trace. The patriarch, the founding ancestor, has manifested. After a brief silence, the elders of the Xuantian sect standing on the round platform exclaimed in unison, voices filled with wild joy and disbelief. The patriarch referred to here was not the second or third generation founders like the Golden Sword Venerable or Dragonclaw patriarch, but the sect's original founding ancestor Sun Lan Zushi. Sun Lan Zushi was a direct blood descendant of the 32nd great Tao master of the Xuantian divine path. Nowadays, few in the southern wilderness spoke of those times, but the secret records of Xuantian's successive ancestors preserved the details clearly. Back then, vying for the position of the next great Tao master of the Xuantian divine path, Sun Lan severed ties with the sect in anger, journeyed to the southern wilderness alone, and established the Xuantian sect as his own. Though he lost the struggle for the Dao succession, his cultivation had already reached peerless heights. The sect he personally founded has stood for tens of thousands of years in the southern wilderness and remains one of the dominant powers. The divine steel standing atop the sacred mountain had been personally forged by Sun Lan Zushi before his transcendence and dissolution of his mortal body. Only with his summon could one enter the mysterious world within the steel. At this moment, watching Ye Xuan vanish inside, the Xuantian sect leader and elders felt their hearts violently shaken. As if hit by a magnitude 12 earthquake, Ye Xuan had actually won Sun Lan Zushi's favor? Hushed gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Announced the sect leader's order. The sect leader's voice boomed like thunder, effective immediately. Ye Xuan is appointed as our Xuantian sect's young sect leader. Treat him as you would me. The words landed like lightning, crashing into everyone's ears once more. The life and death trial was not yet over, yet the sect leader openly named Ye Xuan young sect leader. The disciples who had been firmly supporting Xuantian turned pale, trembling all over. Who would have thought that the greatest dark horse of the trial, Xuantian, would die halfway? Damn that Xuantian, what a curse. muttered several loyalists under their breath. He had to drag us all down with him. Would have been better if he died back in the ancient secret realm instead of coming out to cause trouble. They recalled how over the years Ye Xuan had occupied a large share of the cultivation resources. Although resentful, they had to endure quietly. They had thought life would just pass by with a little patience. But then Xuantian abruptly appeared to suppress even the two top disciples, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing, swelling their courage instantly only to now be filled with regret and hatred. Senior brother Chun, who had once praised Xuantian to the skies, became the prime target of blame. If he hadn't exalted Xuantian to godlike status, would they have been forced to completely break with Ye Xuan? Faced with the sudden fury, Chen looked bitter as if he had swallowed bitter gall. Damn it, it was you all pestering me to say who Xuantian was. How was I supposed to know? That bastard hadn't come back for over 100 years, and when he did, he got blasted to death by a secret treasure right on the spot. What left the deepest impression were the sect elders standing atop the circular platform. The one who had once passionately backed Xuantian's entry into the Xuantiando under the gaze of all was still the Xuantian Sect master. And now, the one publicly announcing Ye Xuan as the new junior sect master was also the same Xuantian Sect master. The turnaround happened in less than the time of an incense stick burning, shaking the hearts of all watching disciples, who inwardly sighed at the unpredictable nature of the world. But to the sect master himself, this was merely a new high-stakes gamble. Xuantian's death in the secret realm was settled and turned to dust. The one who had broken into the ancestral steel of Patriarch Sun Lan was Ye Xuan, so naturally the junior sect master position belonged to him. As for Xuantian, he was nothing more than a dead man whose name no one would remember. Not only Xuantian figures like Xiao Man and Jiang Qing, both 9-star martial lords, now carried far less weight in the sect master's mind compared to Ye Xuan. Though the battle for the sacred mountain was not at its final stage, in the sect master's eyes, the ultimate victor of the life and death trial was undoubtedly Ye Xuan. Inside the life and death secret realm, within the ancestral steel of Patriarch Sun Lan, a roar of 7-colored divine light surged forth. Ye Xuan felt his body grow light as he was instantly pulled into a dazzling, multicolored, mysterious space. Looking around, countless silhouettes formed from pure energy hovered silently, each radiated ancientness and vastness, the founders of Xuantian Sect throughout the generations. Among those who had bestowed inheritance earlier were the Golden Sword Venerable and Patriarch Long Yun. But Ye Xuan's gaze finally fixed on the white-robed man in the center, Sun Lan, the founding patriarch of Xuantian Sect. Sun Lan's eyes shone like lightning, staring intently at Ye Xuan as a voice echoed from the void. Are you willing to accept my inheritance? What? Accept your inheritance? Ye Xuan's mind thundered. This figure before him was the legendary founding patriarch who had dominated the southern wilds and personally established Xuantian Sect. Now, this legend appeared in person and wanted to pass down the mantle, but the trace of nervousness in the patriarch's eyes made Ye Xuan suspicious. Sun Lan was indeed uneasy. More than uneasy behind him, the Golden Sword Venerable and Patriarch Long Yun were sweating. Outside the steel, a fierce little girl stared covetously through the stone, as if she intended to devour whoever she chose. Without the steel's protection, they would have long been swallowed whole. Half divine as they were, they could not escape death's dust. The patriarch had forged the steel hoping to preserve a sliver of divine consciousness in the world, but never expected this fragment of obsession to one day become a delicacy in someone else's eyes. Well, ahem. Sun Lan cleared his throat twice, forcing a conciliatory smile at Ye Xuan. That little girl outside listens to you. If I grant you the inheritance, would you please ask her to stop staring so intently at the steel? Her gaze, it makes this old man uneasy. The venerable patriarch blushed deeply, resembling a landlord intimidated by a local bully. Patriarch Long Yun and Golden Sword Venerable wiped their brows anxiously, looking at Ye Xuan with beseeching eyes, almost begging for mercy. Ye Xuan was certain that if he asked these founding patriarchs to wear grass skirts and dance, they would do so immediately. Watching this scene, Ye Xuan sighed softly. They always preached respect for teachers, but now the patriarchs themselves were pleading so earnestly it was impossible to refuse. Since that's the case, esteemed patriarchs, please hand over all the ancient secret treasures you are holding. Master Sun Lan, the revered Golden Sword Elder, Master Long Yun, and all the venerable ancestors, you really don't want the sacred steel outside to get eaten by little black bar, do you? Ye Xuan stood atop the divine mountain of the life and death secret realm, facing the perplexed ancestral spirits of the Xuantian Sect. His voice carried a teasing, somewhat mischievous tone that was typical of islanders. As a direct disciple of the sect, he actually dared to threaten his own forebears in front of all the ancestors. If anyone else heard this, no matter how experienced, they would shake their heads in disbelief. Yet this very scene was unfolding right before the eyes of Master Sun Lan and the others. To be honest, I do have some kind of friendship with Little Black Bar, Ye Xuan said calmly, but every word struck like a sharp barb. But we're not master and servant, not lovers. not even siblings. She's been eyeing the sacred steel for a gesto. You think she'd listen if I said don't eat it? Why should she? Just because she calls me bro? In this fantasy world, the strong devour the weak. Although Xuantian Sect shares some spiritual ties with Ye Xuan, when real interests come into play, didn't the sect leader and elders choose Hua Yuntian, their own disciple from a century ago? The moment they agreed to let Hua Yuntian enter the life and death secret realm, Ye Xuan's standing in their hearts already faltered. Now that little black bar prowled outside with hungry eyes, he naturally wouldn't miss the chance to squeeze some advantage out of his sect. Master Sun Lan and the other ancestors had long seen through Ye Xuan's scheme, feeling bitter but helpless. As special souls tied to the spiritual realm, they relied entirely on the secret realm's unique cosmic laws to survive. If Ye Xuan really let little black bar swallow the sacred steel, they wouldn't even be able to stop her. Should they try to influence her through dreams after death? Thinking this, all the ancestors turned their gaze toward the small, dark, sinister figure outside the steel. With that girl's gluttony, if she really did swallow it, they might not even get the chance to send dreams. Ahem, you are Ye Xuan, right? Master Sun Lan cleared his throat twice and forced a smile. Very well, truly a man of remarkable presence and poise. Your proposal just now has our full support. The relics are bound to rust away if left sealed, but people live on. We old souls have been gone so long. These hidden legacies and secret teachings are useless if they remain buried. You bear the divine bones and are blessed by fate as the enlightened one. Entrusting these inheritances to you would prevent them from gathering dust, allowing our Xuantian sect to flourish anew. Ye Xuan caught the subtext clearly. They feared death. He waved his hand. Master, I'm not threatening you. I really don't know little black bar that well. Please don't misunderstand or force yourselves. Not forcing at all. Master Sun Lan straightened his chest and raised his head, leaving no trace of hesitation. This is justice spoken plainly. Good. Ye Xuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the assembled souls. Then, honored ancestors, please grant me the inheritance. Even Zhao Kuangyin, clad in imperial yellow robes, would insist on politely declining, twice let alone Ye Xuan, a traveler from another world? How could he let the wisdom of his ancestors be lost in this strange realm? Ahem, I am the founding patriarch of the Xuantian Sect. When it comes to passing down legacies, it's a job for me alone. Master Xuan Lan stood before the divine steel, his white beard trembling slightly, his voice carrying an unyielding authority. He was not only the creator of the steel, but also the supreme ruler of this life and death secret realm's spiritual domain. Only he could override the realm's rules to carve out a unique path for Ye Xuan path that could simultaneously integrate multiple legacies. Next, I will use my personally cultivated ancient secret tome as a vessel to open a space within your spirit world capable of holding multiple legacy seals, Master Xuan Lan said, raising his hands. His fingers intertwined as a shimmering seven-colored divine radiance flowed from his palms, like a river of stars pouring down. The secret tome he cultivated was a half-volume of an Earth-rank classic. He spoke solemnly. With your current cultivation level, you won't be able to comprehend it at all. Do not attempt to practice it before reaching the Martial King realm. Ancient secret tomes had different ranks as well. The Golden Sword Venerable and Dragon Cloud Patriarch cultivated only basic yellow-rank tomes. Xuan-rank tomes were reserved for a select few prodigies, while his half-Earth-rank tome was worth far more than a complete Xuan-rank edition. The inheritance process lasted only a short tea break. The seven-colored radiance condensed midair into a fingertip-sized seal that slowly descended onto Ye Xuan's brow. As the seal merged into his spirit world, 7 arcs of colored light surged through his consciousness, before swiftly settling down. Ye Xuan held his breath and focused, following Master Xuan Lan's instructions by first browsing the yellow-rank tomes. They were straightforward. But when he attempted to approach the half-Earth-rank tome, his mind immediately thundered in pain, dizziness forcing him to recoil. Just as the Patriarch said, I must wait until I reach Martial King before attempting this, Ye Xuan silently noted. He wasn't in a hurry. The reward space still held 2 great Dao fruits. Once his divine bone completed another transformation, he would be confident to break through to Martial King. If successful, he would become a Martial King with 40 activation of his divine bone traits, a top-tier talent in the Xuantian divine path. With that thought, he looked up at the gathered patriarchs. Masters, I have one more question. You won't get an answer from us. Master Xuan Lan raised his hand to interrupt. Ye Xuan's eye twitched. How rude to shut me down before I even speak. The patriarch waved his hand repeatedly. I'm not brushing you off. That little girl is indeed the manifestation of Black Star, but why she appeared in the secret realm puzzles us as well. In the past, protected by the steel, Black Star never set foot on the sacred mountain, and we lived in peace. But just now, the way that little Black Star looked at the steel gave us a profound sense of threat. Since the truth was out, Master Xuan Lan decided to reveal everything they knew about Black Star. 10,000 years ago, Black Star suddenly descended into the secret realm. At the time, it had not yet taken form. Master Xuanlan only learned of the ancient conflict between righteous and demonic forces and the suppression talisman through the accounts of junior disciples. The reigning patriarchs in the steel were baffled by Black Star's sudden intrusion, but powerless to expel it. Ye Xuan pressed further. Even if you personally intervened, Patriarch, you couldn't get rid of it? It's not that we didn't want to, but that we couldn't. Master Xuanlan replied bluntly, his tone heavy with helplessness. After all, the secret realm, the sacred mountain, and the divine steel were all his creations. He should have been their absolute ruler. Yet Black Star's arrival broke all the rules, and those unworthy juniors even extorted him shamelessly. Just thinking about it made his heart sink. And now, Ye Xuan had joined the ranks of the frustrated. He had thought gaining a powerful guardian was a boon, but now he couldn't even leave. What a mess. Just as Ye Xuan was feeling completely frustrated, Master Sun Lan suddenly spoke up again. I may not be able to drive it out myself, but you can. What? Are you joking? Ye Xuan almost jumped up. The previous generations of the Xuantian Sect's top experts couldn't handle that little black bar at all. He was only a newly promoted 9-star martial lord. What chance did he have? Master, I'm not very learned. Please don't fool me. Do I look like someone who would lie to you? Master Sun Lan's beard nearly stood on end. This was the second time today Ye Xuan had doubted him. If it had been anyone else, they'd have been expelled from the secret realm long ago. But since they needed Ye Xuan's help to survive, he had to bear it. In the brief moment Ye Xuan was stunned, outside the divine steel, that little black bar opened its mouth, its razor-sharp fangs sinking into the stone pillar, sending chips flying. Master Sun Lan lowered his voice, almost enunciating each word. You carry the Qi Yun destinies, chosen one. To Ye Xuan's ears, that sounded like thunder bursting through the skies. His heart raced wildly. How did Master Sun Lan know I possessed the great Daos Qi Yun? Before Ye Xuan could ask, Master Sun Lan continued. The one who fought you earlier on the sacred mountain even held a soul pearl treasure forged by true gods and yet still lost to you. That proves your destiny is extraordinary. A flicker passed through Ye Xuan's eyes. Now he understood. The great Qi Yun the master mentioned wasn't just the Dao Qi Yun within him, but fortune? Though it seemed to be more than mere luck. Talk of Qi Yun went back to ancient times, mysterious and hard to explain. Ye Xuan was just stabilizing his thoughts when Master Sun Lan dropped another bombshell. A great calamity looms over the 6 domains of Tianhuang. Only those with great Qi Yun can survive. I see a glimmer of hope in you. A calamity? Ye Xuan asked in confusion. This disciple is ignorant. What does master mean? Master Sun Lan explained that the calamity, like Qi Yun, was a long-standing legend since the dawn of the 6 domains. Throughout their history, great calamities had struck multiple times, each shaking the mountains and rivers, turning the land into rivers of blood. Even the Godly Way cult that had lasted 100,000 years couldn't stop their shrines from crumbling and doctrines from being lost. Among all, the ancient gods' demise calamity was the most terrifying. Back then, the 6 domains were filled with remnants of true gods, especially the upper star divine domain, home to countless deities capable of changing rivers and relocating mountains with a word. Even those immortal gods fell in that calamity. The upper star divine domain itself mysteriously vanished. To this day, the middle wild spiritual domain's cults and godly paths remain only in fragmented tales. Why did the true gods suddenly perish? Why did the upper star divine domain disappear? No one knows. Occasionally, explorers find ancient ruins bearing fierce battle scars and the shattered remains of true gods, their corpses fixed in poses as if caught in an indescribable war. What exactly happened then? I'm not entirely sure, but, based on the information I gathered from the Xuantian divine path, this imminent catastrophe is unlike any before. It seems to be connected to the upper star divine realm, which vanished back in ancient times. Connected to the upper star divine realm? Ye Xuan's heart jolted. He had been in this world for 18 years and was a candidate for the position of young master of Xuantian Sect. Over the years, countless secrets had come to his attention, but he had never once heard of a great calamity involving the upper star divine realm until today. Master Sun Lan's voice was low and steady. It's normal that you don't know about the great calamity. Not just you. Even today, very few within the 4 great wilderness regions are aware. The only ones who truly understand that the 6 domains of Tianhuang are about to face a great calamity are the holy teachings of the middle wilderness spirit realm, along with a handful of high-ranking decision-makers within the divine path. Over the years, Master Sun Lan had considered informing the sect leader and elders of Xuantian, but decided against it since the calamity was inevitable. Revealing it too early would only cause unnecessary worry. Then why are you telling me? Ye Xuan knew, well, he was only a 9-star martial cultivator and couldn't even save the sect leader. Yet Master Sun Lan had singled him out. He didn't buy the flattering excuse of fate runs deep. Master Sun Lan raised his hand, a faint blue glow flickering at his fingertip. I once saw a fragment of an ancient manuscript within the Xuantian divine path. Though incomplete, it contained scattered clues before the upper star divine realm disappeared. The true gods united to seal something away. What that thing was, I do not know, but my guess is. His gaze involuntarily drifted beyond the divine monument. You mean, little He? Ye Xuan blinked in surprise. Master Sun Lan neither confirmed nor denied. The origin of that black star is a mystery. It has spawned countless bloodbaths across the 4 great wilderness regions and the middle wilderness spirit realm. That you have gained its recognition is both your fate and the fate of Xuantian Sect. When the great calamity arrives, I hope you will remember the legacy of Xuantian and lend your hand so our divine tradition does not vanish. Only then will my full disclosure today not be in vain. Master Sun Lan was willing to be blackmailed by Ye Xuan not only because of little He, but also due to Ye Xuan's own potential. You possess a divine bone and exceptional talent. During the inheritance contest just now, some of your moves even I couldn't fully decipher. It reminded me of many legendary figures from ancient times. They too bore mysteries and rose up in chaos wrought by great calamities. Master Sun Lan was busy flattering Ye Xuan when suddenly his expression twitched. By the way, could you go tell that girl to stop chewing on my divine monument? Finally, back on topic. Though Master Sun Lan repeatedly spoke of the great calamity, Ye Xuan didn't take it too seriously. In his eyes, such cosmic disasters last millions of years and surely wouldn't happen to him by coincidence. Even if the calamity did descend upon the 6 domains of Tianhuang, didn't he still have his little beloved wife and his golden trump card? With the little wife's current fondness for Ye Xuan, he had definitely secured a solid pillar of support. No matter how catastrophic the upcoming calamity might be, could it really be more terrifying than the protagonist's own halo of invincibility? At this moment, Ye Xuan was clinging to his little wife like an accessory, the kind you actually wear on your body, not in any other way. So don't get the wrong idea. Esteemed patriarchs, please grant me passage out of the divine realm. Before he finished speaking, a dazzling beam of 7-colored light suddenly engulfed him. In the blink of an eye, he was transported outside the divine steel, moving with the speed of 5G, streaming a blockbuster. Kicking me out this fast? He muttered, but when his eyes landed on the steel covered in countless bite marks, his entire demeanor instantly turned awkward. A proud disciple of the Xuantian sect reduced to this before the ancestral monument, this little glutton really had no respect. If she kept gnawing like this, devouring the spirits of all the sect's past patriarchs, Ye Xuan would become the most notorious traitor who betrayed and destroyed his masters in sect history. This wasn't the patriarchs kicking him out, it was them begging him to get out and save the situation. No, Xiao Haiba, you can't eat that, Ye Xuan said firmly. But brother, I'm so hungry. Little Haiba's mouth watered, hesitating as she stared at the steel. Haiba had never set foot in the divine mountain before, finding all the stone therein too boring. But just now, on the summit, the 7-colored light of the divine steel had immediately entranced her soul. She resembled a cat twitching from catnip, torn between the steel and Ye Xuan as she weighed her options. In the end, Ye Xuan's weight in her heart was heavier. Haiba lowered her head in disappointment and slowly padded over to him. Ye Xuan had no choice but to pull a radiant, translucent fruit of the great path from his reward space and hand it to her. Wow, thank you, brother. The previously pitiful Haiba's face lit up with joy as she hugged the fruit and gobbled it down at once. Inside the divine steel, Patriarch Sun Lan, though unable to fully understand the enormous calamity that swept through the 6 great wilderness domains, indicated that Haiba might very well be the key to the disaster. Knowing this, Ye Xuan naturally had to take good care of his little ancestor. As for the divine steel full of bite marks that made the patriarch's hearts bleed, sorry, esteemed masters, your disciple has done all he can. Speaking of which, Ye Xuan also found an unexpected delight within the divine steel this time around. It turned out that the strange thing emanating from Xuantian was somehow connected to the Yuming holy cult of the central wilderness spirit realm. Master Sun Lan, with his vast experience and direct bloodline to the Xuantian divine path, immediately sensed the familiar aura within that mysterious soul essence. Although even he couldn't identify the soul itself, he was certain it was inseparable from the Yuming Holy Scripture, the supreme secret tome of the Yuming Holy Cult. The Yuming Holy Cult was one of the top forces in the central wilderness spirit realm, rivaling powerhouse groups like the Divine Beast Mountain and the Xuantian Divine Path. These 3 giants each held their own territories, one guarding Boland Street, another entrenched in Causeway Bay, and although they shared the same realm, they kept to themselves. Naturally, Ye Xuan was wary. Xuantian was only a direct disciple of the Xuantian Sect, so how did he end up entangled with the Yuming Holy Cult? Moreover, the Yuming Holy Scripture was no common text that ordinary followers could access. Even those self-proclaimed prodigies or freaks couldn't glimpse its full contents. Reflecting on this, Ye Xuan resolved to keep a close eye on the Yuming Holy Cult's movements in the future. Finishing his thoughts, he glanced down at Hua Yunshan's now cold corpse and instructed Xiao He to pack up. Ready, he prepared to descend the mountain. With the divine mountain's oppressive aura lifted, his footsteps grew light, and soon he reached the halfway point. Meanwhile, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing, exhausted after overcoming numerous trials, arrived panting at the foot of the divine mountain. Looking up at the towering peak that pierced the clouds, they almost shouted in excitement. Ha! The legacy, divine mountain. We finally made it. But their thrill lasted only a moment. In the mountain path, a figure was casually descending, his clothes clean and stride relaxed. Ye Xuan. The two stared wide-eyed in unison. According to their calculations, they should have encountered Xuantian first. How could they meet Ye Xuan ahead of him? Ye Xuan glanced up, saw them from afar, and quickened his pace. Descending was easier than climbing, and in a few strides he reached them, appearing as carefree as someone returning from a casual outing. Xiao Man and Jiang Qing exchanged looks, a dreadful thought flashing through their minds. Could it be he had already obtained the legacy? They had suffered countless trials to get here, yet Ye Xuan, whom they regarded as a waste, had succeeded first? Both felt overwhelmingly resentful. Just then, Ye Xuan spoke. Which of you knows Xuantian? The two were momentarily stunned and said nothing. Ye Xuan shrugged, his tone indifferent. He was messing with some secret treasure up there and blew his own head off. Why don't you go bring the body down and find a place to bury him? At least we're from the same sect. Let's keep some dignity. As the words sank in, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing felt lightning strike their brains. Xuantian was dead? That guy had single-handedly subdued both of them near the edge of the secret realm, his power terrifying. How could he possibly die so ridiculously? And obviously, Ye Xuan's words were heavily exaggerated. They were all warriors. Who the hell fiddles with a secret treasure and ends up blowing their own head off? Xuantian wasn't an idiot. There's no way he would do something so reckless. After a brief shock, Jiang Qing and Xiao Man both turned their doubtful gazes toward Ye Xuan. This so-called waste couldn't even lie convincingly. There was no way the six-star martial king Xuantian would just die like that. When they met Xuantian, they planned to confront him directly and expose Ye Xuan's absurd behind-the-back slanders. Humph! With that level of intelligence he dares to lie? But the allure of inheritance was even greater. Ye Xuan had gotten there first, and unwilling to waste more time, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing immediately stepped onto the divine mountain stone steps. Proud by nature, since they were slower at climbing, they resolved to surpass their rival through the inheritance itself. The oppressive aura rose like a tide along the way. They brushed past flickering shadows of inheritance multiple times, but gritted their teeth and gave up chasing them, focusing solely on reaching the summit. At the foot of the mountain, Ye Xuan watched their backs and shook his head with a smirk. Because he had scavenged beforehand, the strongest inheritance at the peak had already been picked clean. Making these two climb in vain was a lesson in itself. Having made up his mind, he hugged the little black orb shrouded in illusory light and turned to leave. The divine mountain's pressure grew wave after wave. Veins bulging on Xiao Man's bronze skin, Jiang Qing's true qi surged fiercely, sweat dripping audibly onto the stone steps. Finally, the two reached the last step and shouted, "We've finally made it." But their expressions froze the moment they laid eyes on the divine tablet at the core. The stone steel was riddled with pits and bite marks. Its once radiant halo had dimmed entirely. This was the highest inheritance of the Xuantian sect. Before their shock faded, they saw another gruesome sight. That alto familiar, nightmare-inducing crimson body lay face up on the ground, the head smashed like a ruptured watermelon, brain matter and blood splattered everywhere. Xuantian really was dead. Had Ye Xuan not deceived them? A chill shot from their feet to their crown, and both gasped sharply. When they first entered the secret realm, Xuantian's overwhelming pressure was still fresh in their minds. Even together, they had nearly been cut down. Yet now, this formidable enemy was nothing but a cold corpse? Clearly, he couldn't have perished from a treasure mishap, as Ye Xuan claimed. If it wasn't suicide, there was only one explanation left. Could it be that Ye Xuan killed Xuantian? At that thought, blood ran cold through Jiang Qing and Xiao Man's veins. The word waste stuck in their throats, no longer utterable. Xuantian, whom they couldn't defeat even by joining forces, was casually wiped out by Ye Xuan? If Ye Xuan was a waste, then what were they? Terrifying beyond words. Recalling the murderous intent they sensed from Ye Xuan at the mountain's base, the two felt as if they had just escaped death's door. Ye Xuan was cunning and unfathomable in strength. Outside the secret realm, it was utterly unwise to become his enemy. In an instant, this warning was etched deep into the bones of both Xiao Man and Jiang Qing, a fervent caution to themselves. Xiao Man and Jiang Qing stared in the direction where Ye Xuan had vanished, cold sweat trickling down their backs, their eyes flickering with fear. Behind them, the divine light within the dimmed sacred steel slowly faded. Through a crack in the steel's surface, Patriarch Sun Lan watched Ye Xuan's silhouette dissolve into the mist, a glint of admiration flashing in his eyes. "This kid is surprisingly cautious," he murmured. He traced his hand over the cold stone carvings, voice steady and resolute. "The coming calamity grows ever closer. The more cautious he is, the greater his chance to survive. Only if Ye Xuan lives can the Xuantian sect hope to find a chance to endure this disaster." But why not just tell him the truth about the Black Star? The phantom image of Patriarch Long Yun appeared from the heart of the steel, brow furrowed. Sun Lan smiled faintly. Answers that come too easily lack weight. It's better for him to uncover the truth by himself only, then will it be genuine. We merely observe. Long Yun pondered a moment before warning. He's even chasing after that fragment of soul from the Nether Saint text. If he regains his senses and storms the secret realm with that black star, gnawing away at the sacred steel itself, don't say, I didn't warn you. His words struck a nerve, freezing Sun Lan's smile. After a while, he forced away his unease with a sigh. If it comes to that, I doubt he'd have time to bother us old bones anymore. As his thoughts churned, the light inside the steel dimmed further. In his mind, Sun Lan repeated the silent incantation. The great calamity approaches, chaos will rise again. We are but pawns on the chessboard. Whether he escapes depends on that child's fate alone. Elsewhere, long gone from the divine mountain, Ye Xuan was completely unaware of the turmoil within the steel. Having acquired the realm's strongest inheritances, lingering any longer was pointless. He gazed toward the horizon, thoughts racing. Once outside, the priority is to stabilize my cultivation. That is the true path forward. His hand brushed over the unrefined great Dao fruit stored in his ring. He knew his limits after so many trials in the secret realm. His power had surged, but without solidifying his foundation first, forcing a breakthrough would only sow hidden dangers. Cultivation is like laying a foundation. Only with steady roots can one endure countless trials. He reminded himself a lesson ingrained for 18 years. Even with his golden advantage, he dared not rush ahead. He calculated quietly. First, they'll hand over the spiritual plants and immortal materials taken from Xuantian to the alchemy hall. Let them refine some pills to stabilize my base. Once my realm is fully unified, they'll consume the great Dao fruit and push straight into the martial king stage. Recalling how he clawed his way up from a minor branch within the Ye clan to today's heights, it all boiled down to 6 words. Remain calm, stay steady. Stepping through the secret realm's portal, the fierce sunlight warmed his shoulders. Instantly, countless Xuantian Sect disciples around the plaza fell silent, all eyes gathering on him with undisguised reverence. Congratulations to the young sect lord. Congratulations. The voices rose in unison, hands clasped in respect. On the high round dais, surrounded by elder counselors, the sect master descended the steps, his expression filled with pride. Xuaner has truly lived up to the sect's hopes, he said, placing a hand on Ye Xuan's shoulder with solemn weight. Today, you attained the supreme inheritance on Sacred Mountain. This day marks not only your ascension, but the great day of the Xuantian Sect. From his sleeve, he produced a lustrous jade tablet inscribed with 9 intertwined crescent moons, shimmering with spiritual light. Ancient and profound patterns etched the surface, glowing softly in the sunlight. The sect master solemnly handed the jade to Ye Xuan. This signifies the young sect lord's position, containing the very root of our sect's legacy. The jade's cool touch sent a subtle pulse through Ye Xuan's fingertips, a vast spiritual energy threading into his meridians. His heart quivered slightly. Kneeling deeply, he accepted it with full gravity. The elder's eyes blazed with intensity. After a brief silence, the plaza erupted again in applause and cheers. Clutching the jade, Ye Xuan's gaze burned with a blend of fierce determination and weighty responsibility. With the great calamity looming, there was no room for slack. Beyond symbolizing his role as young sect lord, the jade held one far more vital purpose. The 9 profound jade hook was personally infused with divine power by the successive founding ancestors of the Xuantian Sect, making it a rare and priceless treasure in all the world. It contains a grand array capturing the essence of the universe, capable of limitless transformations. Xuaner, all you need to do is drip your blood onto the jade to complete the bond of ownership. Then this artifact will respond to your will, automatically protecting you and keeping you safe. The sect leader of Xuantian Sect solemnly handed the 9 profound jade hook, which signifies the status of young sect master, over to Ye Xuan. This jade not only holds the cumulative divine power of the founding ancestors, but it is also a powerful and versatile formation in itself, capable of both offense and defense. Such a treasure is truly rare throughout the southern wilds. Ye Xuan asked with some doubt, so as long as blood is dripped on it, it will recognize its owner? That's right, the sect leader smiled gently. Master, can I give this to someone else? Ye Xuan's thought was simple. Since he already had many personal cheat treasures, and this jade hook was masterfully crafted, crystal clear, and exquisitely beautiful, it would make a perfect token of affection for a girl. More importantly, with its offense and defense, if his future beloved wife used this against enemies, she would be reminded of her master at all times. Woldent that strengthened their bond and fortune? Ahem, this is your token of status as young sect master. The sect leader was briefly stunned and then embarrassed. I know, I'm just asking if I can give it away. Ye Xuan nodded. Well, I suppose, maybe, technically you can, the sect leader replied with some inner conflict. For a young sect master to want to part with such a symbolic treasure? Anyone else would have been scolded for this. Yeah, right, you can give it away. Sure, he thought sarcastically. Sect tokens weren't so easily given up. But this person before him was the chosen one favored by the ancestor Sun Lanqing after surviving the life and death secret realm. Never before in Xuantian Sect's history had anyone obtained such inheritance. Ye Xuan gaining the favor of ancestor Sun Lanqing meant he was the sect's future and hope. If the sect leader were to refuse, it would be tantamount to openly defying the ancestors. Though he was the sect leader, the senior elders left by the ancestors remained awe-inspiring. He would eventually enter the secret realm and return to the divine monument. With this in mind, clearing his throat, the sect leader asked cautiously, Xuaner, could it be that you want to give this to that fiancée of yours who hasn't even married you yet? Yes, that's right, her. Ye Xuan admitted plainly. At this, a strange glimmer flashed in the sect leader's eyes. Within just half a month, news of Dantai Mingyu's cultivation restoring to its former glory and her successful acceptance into the Starry Academy had already caused a huge stir in the southern wilds. The Starry Academy was a powerful force there. For a naturally disabled girl from a small town in the Jiang Kingdom to suddenly become one of the Academy's 3 chief disciples under a major mentor was truly remarkable. Though this girl's entry into the Academy barely matched Xuaner's status, the sect leader knew very well that the reason Starry Academy had been so eager to accept Dantai Mingyue was to leverage her betrothal to Xuaner and thus gain favor with the Xuantian Divine Path. The Xuantian Divine Path was a top-tier power in the central wild spiritual realm, with branches in all 4 wild domains. The Xuantian Sect's founding ancestor Sun Lan had been from a main bloodline of this divine path, but over tens of thousands of years, and with few members of the sect advancing deeply into the divine path, the connection between the sect and the divine path had gradually weakened. The Starry Academy's move was clearly an attempt to get a piece of that influence. The sect leader naturally did not want to be shut out. Yet seeing Ye Xuan's genuine affection for his fiancée, the sect leader could only remain silent. He sighed. I hope that after you enter the Xuantian divine path, you will understand that love is but a minor path. Cultivating yourself and ascending to true godhood is the supreme path for practitioners. However, in this moment of reflection, the sect leader had no idea that Ye Xuan's intentions went far beyond the old path of love. What he truly sought was the supreme path that merged cheat treasures, cosmic fortune, and his beloved wife into one. Ye Xuan's position as young sect leader was one without any dispute. Jiang Qing and Xiao Man returned from the secret realm utterly speechless. Recalling their experience atop the divine mountain peak left their chests feeling heavy and unsettled. The climb to the summit felt almost like a crawl. Before the towering divine steel, they knelt so long their foreheads bruised, yet they hadn't received even the slightest shred of inheritance. With no other choice, they retreated to the mountainside, painstakingly studying the Dao-patterned stone walls there, each barely gaining a sect legacy resembling that of the Thunder ancestor. Normally, with their pride, both would have silently vowed that upon returning to the sect and cultivating their legacies, they would trample Ye Xuan underfoot. But after witnessing the headless corpse of Hua Yintian on the mountain peak, that fighting spirit was instantly extinguished. Ye Xuan was the chosen one of divine enlightenment, destined to step into the central wild spirit realm next and advance into the profound heaven divine path, his strength only growing, whereas the two had only managed to grasp mediocre inheritances as minor disciples. Once back in the sect, they learned that Ye Xuan had claimed the strongest inheritance on the divine mountain summit, the direct lineage of Patriarch Sun Lan. Thinking about this, their feelings were bitter and complex. All their talk about innate sword bodies and primal wild physiques paled into insignificance before the Supreme Patriarch's legacy. A laughable incident also occurred. When Hua Yunshan's followers saw their master beheaded, they quickly wanted to defect to Jiang Qing and Xiao Man's side. But both men turned on them immediately. Senior brother Xiao Wei, get lost. Senior brother Jiang, deaf. Let's all get lost. Those who had been scolded off dared not even breathe in front of them. But behind their backs, they cursed Jiang Qing and Xiao Man mercilessly. Huh. Direct disciples, my foot. Ye Xuan just got lucky and ran into Hua Yunshan's secret treasure backfiring. Yet those two didn't even have the guts to fight. No matter how harsh the words, at least they weren't dead dogs. Now, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing had but one wish, that Ye Xuan would quickly step onto the profound heaven divine path, so there'd still be room for them to breathe within the sect. News of Ye Xuan's successful acquisition of the profound heaven sect's young sect leader position in the life and death secret realm swept across the southern wild domain rapidly. The first to receive the news was the distant Ye clan. To send the great news back as fast as possible, Ye Shu repeatedly activated the profound heaven summoning talisman bestowed by Ye Xuan, exhausting himself like a dried-up dog. When the talisman's light finally dimmed, he had no time to rest, bursting with joy as he announced the news. Ye Guanhai laughed uproariously, facing the sky. Ha ha, My son truly has the bearing of a god." His mouth twisted in laughter. The clan's elders were overjoyed and secretly congratulated themselves on their choice. Ye Xuan is truly the pride of our Ye clan. With this advance into the profound heaven divine path, his future achievements are limitless. Heaven blesses our clan. Heaven blesses our clan indeed. In the quiet room of the Starfall Academy, Dantai Mingyue held the letter delivered on Ye Xuan's behalf, fingers gently tracing the paper. His gaze was calm like water, but carried a touch of restrained joy. Unexpectedly, so much had transpired around him during the life and death secret realm. Ye Xuan was originally the designated heir as the young sect leader of Xuantian Sect. Who would have expected that just as he was about to enter the perilous secret realm, two of his long-absent direct disciples would return to the sect one after another, and even Xuantian, the six-star martial king who had been missing for 100 years, would suddenly appear. When Dantai Mingyue read this part, she tightly clenched the letter, almost able to hear the cold sweat she was breaking for Ye Xuan. Fortunately, fate favored the righteous, and Ye Xuan emerged completely unharmed. Of course, Ye Xuan would never tell his fiancée in the letter that he personally beheaded Xuantian. It had taken so much effort to build a positive image in his young bride's heart. He couldn't afford his mortal enemy to come stirring trouble again. Humph, you really buy such a childish excuse? A grand six-star martial king killed by some secret treasure exploding and blowing his head off? The mysterious woman inside the ring snorted coldly. Chances are, your fiancé is the one behind it. She shook her head, feeling sorry for her overly naive young disciple. Although Ye Xuan was currently treating Dantai Mingyue with great tenderness, she still worried her disciple would get hurt emotionally one day, so her tone tightened as she couldn't help but warn her. But Dantai Mingyue had already been conquered by Ye Xuan's tender letters and sweet words delivered for over half a month. Her youthful heart was in full bloom. Filled with his gentle phrases, there was no room for caution, even if the words came from the master she respected most. She remained deeply confident in Ye Xuan's character. Oh, what's this? The envelope suddenly loosened, and a delicately crafted round jade pendant slipped into her palm. The jade was inlaid with 9 intertwined crescent moons, pulsing with faint spiritual light. A good treasure. The mysterious woman's voice came again. It contains a powerful array that can be used both offensively and defensively, unlike those mere ornamental trinkets you saw before. Quickly drip some blood to bind it, and test its strength. Dantai Mingyue's fingertips trembled, a warm heat spreading in her heart. Ye Xuan had just returned from a life-or-death secret realm. This treasure was most likely obtained at great risk, and he had immediately entrusted someone to deliver it to her. Master what is it? You want to return it to him? I just feel he needs it more than I do. You need him more. At this, Dantai Mingyue's cheeks heated as if they would burn through her skin. Master, please don't make fun of me. The mysterious woman looked at her disciple's flushed face and suddenly felt weary. Despite her good intentions, her disciple's heart was already deeply entangled. She waved dismissively. Fine, fine, I won't meddle in your affairs. Since he gave it to you, it means you don't lack treasures. If you insist on returning it, wouldn't that waste his painstaking effort? Although she was convinced Xuantian had died at Ye Xuan's hand, considering the string of significant gifts Ye Xuan had continuously presented, she could only turn a blind eye to those few lies. Still, how could someone at just the martial sect realm be capable of slaying a 6-star martial king? It seemed she had seriously underestimated this young man. The voice inside the ring gradually faded, and Dantai Mingyue lowered her gaze to the 9 mystic hook jade in her palm. After a moment of contemplation, she unhesitatingly dripped blood to bind it as its master. Master was right. If I were to just return the gift Ye Xuan gave me impulsively, it might cause a misunderstanding. If he thought I was unhappy with what he gave me, that would be really awkward. Though Dantai Mingyue hasn't formally met Ye Xuan in person yet, the name Ye Xuan has quietly become intertwined with her daily life. Just thinking of him seems to make every breath and movement in her training more powerful. Fortunately, the mysterious woman has completely cut off contact with the outside world for now. Otherwise, if she found out that Dantai Mingyue interpreted her earlier warning as never return the gift, she'd probably stomp her feet in anger and scold her disciple for being unambitious. Only one treasure, and it already has you so distracted? The light pattern on the treasure recognizing its master dimmed in Dantai Mingyue's palm. She raised her eyes to gaze at the towering spire piercing the clouds ahead. The Star God Tower. The Star God Tower is a treasured relic left behind by the founder of Xingdou Academy. Legend says the founder was once an obscure solo cultivator in the southern wilds, who, guided by a powerful master from the central wild spirit domain, built the foundation for this entire realm. Before ascending, the founder sealed the legacy he received at the start of his journey inside the Star God Tower and set a rule. Anyone below Martial King who can break through the 9th floor of the tower will inherit the legacy. Regardless of their original cultivation level, all who enter the tower are suppressed to the starting point of 9-star Martial Warrior. In the half-month since arriving at Xingdou Academy, Dantai Mingyue's cultivation has soared steadily, reaching the threshold of an 8-star martial warrior. Even her nominal mentor, Xuantian, was amazed at her speed. No one expected that just half a month ago, the useless girl Dan Tai Mingwei would cross the martial warrior and martial master realms in just a few days. At this rate, breaking through to Grand Martial Master and stepping into martial sect leader status seems only a matter of time. But Ye Xuan has already braved the life and death secret realm and attained strength equivalent to a 9-star martial sect leader, while she barely ranks as a 7-star martial warrior. There's still a clear gap between them. Thinking this, Dan Tai Mingyu's gaze toward the Star God Tower grew even fiercer, her fingers whitening slightly from the tight grip. Ye Xuan, I will catch up to you, no matter what. Achoo! Gaining Xuantai Mingyu's favor increased Great Dao's fate by 10, 15, and 20. Deep within the 8 mysteries Shaoyang Heaven, Ye Xuan suddenly let out a loud sneeze. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his beloved wife was missing him so intensely that she sent a telepathic message? Shaking the thought away, he quickly refocused on the golden orb before him. Inside it, the Great Dao's fate value surged wildly, jumping up level by level as if injected with a powerful boost. Clearly, giving the 9 mysteries jade charm to his beloved wife had been the right choice. A sly smile curved his lips as he reveled in his quiet triumph. His 10 consecutive draws of golden hand skills had played a decisive role in crushing all challengers within the Xuantian Sect's life and death secret realm. The twin skills, illusory mirages, and flying dragon cloud-seeking hand, made him practically unbeatable within the realm. Not to mention he had unexpectedly recruited Xiao Haiba, an invincible combat force. Now, with his fate skyrocketing, he eagerly anticipated what other surprises the next round of draws might bring. But after a moment of excitement, Ye Xuan steadied his mind. The sudden surge in cultivation within the secret realm had to be consolidated promptly. No matter how powerful his golden hand skills were, they relied on solid, grounded training. Closing his eyes, he adjusted his breath, letting spiritual energy flow through his meridians as he patiently awaited his next breakthrough. Meanwhile, at the Xuantian Sect's forbidden area behind the mountain, in the depths of a silent stone corridor, the sect leader slowly stopped before a sealed stone door and reported in a low voice, "Patriarch, Ye Xuan has succeeded as young sect leader. He will soon embark on the path of the Xuantian Divine Tao." The once imposing leader now bowed respectfully, his breaths nearly inaudible. "Good." From behind the heavy stone door came an ancient, detached single word in reply. Then a majestic pressure poured forth, like a mountain crushing down, pressing upon the sect leader's head. Even with his rank as an 8-star martial emperor, his expression shifted slightly under this overwhelming force. Within the door lay one of the few remaining saintly powerhouses of the Xuantian Sect's history. Thanks to these old legends, the sect had stood unshaken in the southern wilderness for 10,000 years. This young man obtained the legacy of Patriarch Sun Lan in the secret realm. His destiny runs deep. The Xuantian Sect must spare no effort to aid him in treading the divine Tao of Xuantian. The authoritative voice echoed solemnly. "At your command." The sect leader prostrated himself, heart brimming with joy. The sect's fortunes were greatly enriched by the arrival of Ye Xuan, a heaven-ordained prodigy. The once celebrated genius Hua Yintian was long forgotten within the martial world. Strength alone determined respect, and the names of the defeated swiftly faded into oblivion. In the central wilderness spiritual domain, at the headquarters of the Xuantian Divine Tao, the divine mountains churned with swirling clouds. A stunning woman stood barefoot floating on the clouds. Drenched in divine radiance, she delicately lifted her fingers, halting the laws of heaven and earth so completely that even the spiritual mist in the air dared not stir. Her eyes were grave and unsentimental, her cold and elegant gaze inspiring both awe and a longing to kneel in submission. She was none other than Xuantian Shendao's contemporary goddess, Xiao. At this moment, the grand hall was as silent as a cold pool, when suddenly a streak of pure white spiritual light sliced through the hall's entrance and landed directly into her palm. A brief message emerged from that light, just a few words, but they stirred a subtle ripple for the first time in her eternally icy eyes. Ye Xuan had successfully succeeded as the junior sect leader of Xuantian Sect. Truly, this was wonderful news. At barely 20, Xiao had already attained the sacred realm. Her divine bones had transformed by 95%, allowing her to stand undefeated even against demigods. The entirety of Xuantian Shindao regarded her as the most promising candidate in nearly 10,000 years to break through to a true deity. Yet, even the sect leader did not know that she was not some reincarnated divine being, but rather a born anomaly, gifted with a pair of divine eyes that could glimpse the future. Whenever she faced a crucial life choice, her eye technique would part the mist, capturing the destiny uniquely meant for her. Months ago, while her usual future projections sought an opportunity to break through to a true god, she unexpectedly witnessed a disturbing vision. The goddess of Xuantian Shindao would be the first to fall in the great catastrophe. and her death would be humiliating. No matter how many times she unleashed her eye technique, the outcome was unchangeable. In desperation, on the final attempt, she caught a faint glimmer of hope, but at the heart of that hope was a single figure, Ye Xuan. To survive the catastrophe, Xiao, as goddess, issued a divine decree commanding all branches of Xuantian Sect scattered across the four great wildernesses to immediately select exceptional youths and send them to the sect for advanced training. This order was shared only among a handful of high-ranking members. No one truly understood the goddess' true intent, but within Xuantian Sect, a goddess word was law. Her plan was simple. Under the guise of selection, secretly bring the pivotal figure, Ye Xuan, close to her. She sent agents to quietly investigate and learned that the only remaining direct disciple within Xuantian Sect was Ye Xuan himself, seemingly an unbreakable assurance. Yet, just before the life-or-death trial approached, unexpectedly two other direct disciples and a six-star martial king, who had vanished for a century, all returned to the sect, disrupting everything. I can see the future, but only in fragmented glimpses. Had she known this twist would occur, she would have wielded her sword and personally ventured into the southern wilderness to eliminate anyone blocking her path. Fortunately, Ye Xuan's foundation was profound enough that he managed to wrest control of the situation back on track, so she did not completely miscalculate. Still, the sting of this setback remained. Thus, Xiao issued another decree. Transmit my divine order henceforth. All branches of the four great wildernesses of Xuantian Sect, except for the selected prodigies brought into the sect, no others shall qualify to become direct disciples. With utmost loyalty, we obey the goddess' command. This unified response sparked an uproar throughout Xuantian Sect. The chosen prodigies had originally been direct disciples under their own sects, yet now, favored by the goddess herself, they effectively gained a quasi-mentor's blessing. With Xiao's pride, how could she tolerate failures standing alongside her disciples? In that moment, countless disciples felt both reverence and yearning, truly worthy of being the goddess of Xuantian Sect. This was the indomitable pride of the goddess, the essence of Xuantian Sect. Xuantian Sect, within the sixth rank, Dantian. Jiangqing and Xiaoman sat side by side on a secluded stone stairway, their faces as gloomy as the rain-washed bluestone beneath them. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand long ago. They had abandoned any hope of competing with Ye Xuan, intending only to quietly keep a low profile within the sect. Yet, at this moment, the divine edict from the Xuantian god Dao had struck down his status as a personally tutored disciple, leaving him with nothing but a common intersect ranking, and his cultivation resources had plummeted drastically. This Xuantian Sect isn't worth staying in. Jiangqing crushed the bamboo slip in his hand, his voice heavy with resentment. Xiaoman shook her head with a bitter smile, haunted by the feeling that someone was watching them relentlessly, but strangely, she couldn't find a trace of that person anywhere. In stark contrast to their frustration, Ye Xuan was reveling in triumph. Within the 8 Xian Shaoyang Dantian, the earth's vein spiritual energy flowed into his body like a warm spring, endless and abundant. The alchemy hall worked day and night to produce piles of spirit pills just for him. As he circulated his cultivation technique, absorbing the spiritual energy, he casually grabbed a pill and popped it into his mouth, his entire being radiating a luminous aura, his strength steadily and securely improving. Because of the ambiguous stance of the sect leader and the elders toward Ye Xuan, no one in the alchemy hall dared show any slack. The pill crafters were strictly split into day and night shifts, afraid even a moment's delay would slow Ye Xuan's intake of medicinal supplements. For Ye Xuan, consuming rare treasures and heavenly materials was just a natural part of cultivating. He had always scoffed at those poor souls who preached cultivation must rely on oneself, comparing them to beggars pretending meat tastes sour because they can't afford it. At this moment, he deeply appreciated the advantages of being a villain. So long as he avoided dying under the protagonist's spotlight, life was far more enjoyable than grinding levels like those poor heroes. Judging by Dan Tai Mingyu's current favorable attitude toward him, Ye Xuan felt highly confident. Who would end up defeating whom was yet to be seen. Brother, do you still have that kind of fruit you gave me last time? A clear child's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Ye Xuan turned and saw Xiao Haiba clutching a half-human hate pill bottle, her eyes still lingering on the taste. Of the countless precious pills delivered daily to the alchemy hall, Ye Xuan barely ate half. The rest had all gone into Xiao Haiba's belly. This girl was like a walking black hole of appetite, and even worse, her snacks were treasures that ordinary martial artists could only dream of obtaining. My little ancestor, if you keep eating like this, the meager wealth I scrounge from Xuantian will really run dry. Ye Xuan massaged his temple, smiling wryly as he warned her. What? That fool only left that little wealth. Xiao Haiba counted on her fingers and sneered with contempt. It should be noted, Xuantian had been Xuantian Sect's strongest direct disciple 100 years ago, and had been trapped in an ancient secret realm for a full century. His personal treasures would make any ordinary martial king jealous. But to Xiao Haiba, it was still not enough to eat. Brother, how about we catch another fool and beat him up? She blinked innocently, but with a mischievous glint. Ye Xuan laughed helplessly, ruffling her long hair with one hand. Silly girl, do you think fools like Xuantian grow on trees? There aren't that many idiots for you to catch. Look, hey, race one right now. Before the words fell, Xiao Haiba casually reached into the empty air. Duangji. A dark shadow was pulled out of thin air and crashed down in front of Ye Xuan, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ye Xuan stared blankly, utterly baffled. What is going on? However, he was baffled, and the shadowy figure opposite him looked even more confused. This shadow was from the Netherworld Sacred Sect, an elite shadow guard under Xuanhu Shengzi's command. The shadow guard's greatest assets were, first, the Netherworld treasure that concealed their presence, and second, a supreme technique that completely suppressed their eraso. Even a saint-level expert might not detect them. Traveling all the way from the Zhonghuang spirit domain, the shadow had never failed, even breezing past the Xuantian Sect's protective formations without issue. Yet now, a little girl wearing only a belly band had somehow dragged him straight out of the void. What on earth was going on? The Bashuan Shaoyang cave heaven was Ye Xuan's personal domain. No outsiders could set foot there without his permission. Because of this, Ye Xuan didn't bother hiding Xiao Haiba's movements with his usual illusory light technique, giving the shadow guard a first-hand look. Their 6 eyes met in awkward, strange silence filled the air. Xiao Haiba crossed her arms, a proud smile lighting up her face. Ye Xuan and the shadow guard were both stunned. Ye Xuan was amazed that Xiao Haiba could directly pull someone from the void, while the shadow guard shuddered at her terrifying, abyss-like aura. When did such a freak appear in the southern wilderness domain? Before the shadow guard could figure it out, Ye Xuan raised a hand and said, Xiao Haiba, hit him, beat him to a pulp, but leave him breathing. Though he didn't know the shadow's exact identity, that sinister death aura was clearly no good news. Okay, big brother. Xiao Haiba replied cheerfully. Ever since leaving the life and death secret realm, it had been a long time since Shed hit a living creature. The shadow guard's expression instantly changed. His moonlit form trembled as he formed a hand seal and cast, Heavenly Nether Ghost Escape. Underworld Path, Instant Movement Shua. This was the Netherworld Sacred Sect's top-grade escape technique, allowing him to vanish thousands of miles in an instant, even bound by powerful seals. He was confident that no matter how strong this girl was, she couldn't stop him. The secret technique erupted, yet in the next moment, the shadow guard hadn't moved an inch. The corner of Xiao Haiba's mouth curled into a grin resembling the character for Ghost, and she leisurely walked toward him. The shadow guard suddenly felt a chill deep in his bones, goosebumps erupting. Don't come any closer, he shouted defiantly, casting the spell again, Heavenly Nether Ghost Escape. Underworld Path, Instant Movement, again Shua. Light flashed and vanished, but he still stood rooted in place. Shua, Shua, hurry. The shadow guard cursed in desperation. Damn it. Why is this broken secret technique failing? Xiao Haiba stopped in front of him, tilting her head with an even brighter smile. Your secret technique's no good. Before he could react, her cute little fist slammed into the shadow guard's chest. Boom. It was like a colossal mountain crushing down. His chest bone shattered with a crack, and all his protective treasures exploded into dust. He sailed like a broken sack through the air, carving a bloody arc before crashing heavily onto the cave floor. If Ye Xuan hadn't ordered her to spare his life, this single punch would have crushed his soul utterly. Ye Xuan squinted to examine the fallen shadow guard, but the familiar dark aura stirred memories deep within him. It felt strangely recognizable. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Huh? Are you from the Netherworld Sacred Sect? The shadow guard's face changed dramatically, but he remained silent, which spoke volumes. Sure enough, he had come for Xuantian. Ye Xuan's gaze grew even more peculiar. On the ground, the fallen shadow guard's scattered spiritual tools, talismans, and secret treasures shimmered enticingly. Ye Xuan looked at the pile of war spoils and his smile brightened even further. He had just sent off a lucky boy, and now here came a little prince with a treasure trove. Xuantian, you truly are my lucky star. Big brother, you're not getting anything out of him. Maybe we should just kill him. Inside the 8 profound Shaoyang cave, Xiao Haiba stomped on the back of the underworld holy sect's shadow guard, her fists raining down like a storm. After beating him for quite a while, she looked up at Ye Xuan as casually as if they were discussing what to have for dinner. The shadow guard she held looked no more significant to her than a stray dog. Xiao Haiba, you've got it wrong. It's not that he won't talk, it's that he can't. There's a binding curse inside him. Touch the key info, and not a word escapes. Ye Xuan explained sharply. The shadow guard's ribs were dislocated, his voice shattered, barely alive. Hearing this, he nodded weakly, even showing a flicker of gratitude. Finally, someone spoke for him. But in the next moment, Ye Xuan's cold voice dropped again. Search him thoroughly, then find a place with no one around and kill him. Shadow guard. Internally, he wanted to protest wildly. You know I'm cursed. At least try to remove it. But his throat was ruined. Even arguing was impossible. Ye Xuan didn't bother responding. The info he needed wasn't coming out. Keeping this guy alive would only bring trouble. If the underworld holy sect caught wind of it, they'd be at their door even faster. Big brother, don't worry. He'll toss him far away. With a point of his finger, Ye Xuan cast the floating light illusion technique on Xiao Haiba, instantly hiding their presence. The little girl disappeared like a shadow along the cave's edge, carrying the half-dead shadow guard. Though the interrogation failed, the hall was not small. The shadow guard was at least a half-step martial Emperor no soul bead or leftover true dragon soul artifact, but still guarded many valuable possessions, enough to cover Xiao Haiba's medicinal needs for a while. While tallying the spoils, Ye Xuan's mind quickly pieced together clues. Xuantian had just died. The underworld holy sect immediately sent people to investigate. This was not a simple matter. Most likely, it involved a powerful figure's illegitimate son. Though the info was scattered, the cause and effect were clear. Looks like I need to break through soon and enter the profound heavenly path. The profound heavenly sect dominates the southern wasteland, but facing a giant like the underworld holy sect still feels light in comparison. Once I step into the profound heavenly path, they'll be on equal footing with other forces in the middle wasteland spirit domain. No one will be able to touch me. Before a cup of tea was finished, Xiao Haiba happily bounced back. It was too boring outside, and without the comforting scent from Big Brother, she felt increasingly attached to Ye Xuan. Is he dealt with? Dealt with. Where'd you bury him? Back mountain. Ye Xuan? The back mountain? That's where the sect's ancestral masters sealed themselves and achieved enlightenment. Didn't I tell you to throw him far away? The back mountain. Is that not far enough? Staring at the innocent face of Xiao Haiba, Ye Xuan was already utterly baffled. He still overestimated Xiao Haiba's ability to understand things. It looked like in the future, tasks like killing and burying bodies simply couldn't be entrusted to her. Inside the thick stone gate of Xuantian Sect's forbidden area in the back mountain, the old Xuantian Sect veteran, with a head of silver hair, stood firmly in the center of the cave dwelling. His eyes locked tightly on the black-clothed corpse that had suddenly appeared on the ground. His mind buzzed. Instantly had only turned around for a moment, yet there was now a dead body beside him. Fortunately, there was no one else around, or anyone seeing this would probably suspect he had some strange fetish. He took a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and stepped closer to the corpse little by little. Around the body lingered cold, dark energy, entirely different from the masculine cultivation styles common in the southern wilderness domain. It was more like the methods of the central wilderness spiritual domain. The black-clothed shadow guard had died very recently. Sharp, cutting aura of a half-step martial emperor still remained on his body. Through the faint, severed primal energy, he vaguely detected the opponent's cultivation technique, mysterious and profound, far more intricate than the orthodox skills of Xuantian Sect. To have such a subordinate, it was most likely backed by a saintly-level divine power. Realizing this, cold sweat broke out on the old man's forehead. There were not many saintly sects practicing the eerie cultivation arts of the central wilderness spiritual domain, and the one that matched this corpse best was only the Yuming Holy Sect. Damn it! How did someone from Yuming Holy Sect end up dead inside my secluded stone chamber? He suddenly grabbed handfuls of his graying hair, nearly pulling his scalp bare. If it had been some other divine sect or holy teaching, perhaps he could have found a way to shirk responsibility. But it was Yuming Holy Sect. In terms of outright power, they might not surpass Xuantian Divine Way or Divine Beast Mountain, but when it came to sinister tactics, they were second to none. Though he was a well-known Holy Realm expert in the southern wilderness, to the giants of the central wilderness spiritual domain, he was just a slightly bigger ant. Given Yuming Holy Sect's ruthless revenge style, once they found out, Xuantian Sect, even as a branch of Xuantian Divine Way in the southern wilderness, would not be able to protect him. What should I do? What should I do? What on earth should I do? His mind spun wildly, too panicked to trace who had framed him. If the corpse bore secret marks that Yuming Holy Sect could follow to locate him, he was as good as dead. A sudden thought flashed: destroy the body and erase all traces. No evidence could be left behind. In the next moment, 3 balls of ghostly flame in different colors rose in his palm. Flesh, soul, lingering energy, none of these trackable elements could remain. Not a single hair strand could be left intact. The 3-colored flames fell together, instantly turning into a blazing lotus that tightly wrapped the shadow guard's corpse. When the body and soul were completely burned, he laid down a dozen or so great Tao-level arrays around, sealing off all residual energy layer by layer. Soul-destroying technique, decomposition technique, spirit subduing technique, trace erasing technique, great fey-destroying technique. One after another, he cast secret arts to erase all traces as if throwing them away carelessly, over 100 in total. Yet still uneasy, he repeated the entire process a dozen more times until his cave dwelling was cleaned by mystical power, so thoroughly, it was cleaner than blank paper. Not a hint of information related to the Shadow Guard could be found anywhere. Only then did he let out a long breath. After going this far, there really shouldn't be anyone discovering it, right? Still shaken, the old veteran looked at the place where the corpse had vanished, his face full of suspicion. In the central wasteland spirit realm, the netherworld holy sect, Crack, the sacred son of Xuanhu, who had been in seclusion cultivating, suddenly snapped his eyes open, his gaze locked onto the shattered Shadow Guard soul token before him. The Shadow Guard? Dead. A brief flash of shock crossed his eyes before ice-cold disbelief took hold. The Shadow Guards, personally trained by the Netherworld Holy Sect, possessed combat power comparable to half-step martial emperors. With the sect's unique secret techniques and treasured artifacts, even a Saint Realm expert could hardly detect their movements. Coupled with various concealment and escape arts guarded by the sect, in all these years, never had it been reported that a Shadow Guard was killed anywhere in the 4 major wasteland regions. Yet now, with the soul token broken, even Xuan's sacred son was stunned. Only a moment of dazed silence passed before an overwhelming fury erupted. Narrowing his eyes, Xuan's sacred son whispered, "Could it be that Ye Xuan again?" The Xuanyuan Divine Path, a superpower in the central wasteland spirit realm, had recently issued divine decrees recruiting outstanding youths in branches across all 4 wasteland regions, already stirring up great waves. The Xuantian Sect, a stronghold in the southern wasteland, had sent word of recent happenings back to the central wasteland several days prior. Xuan's sacred son refused to believe his clone, Xuantian, could have foolishly blown up a secret treasure inside the life and death labyrinth, and so had waited on the Shadow Guard's reconnaissance report. Yet at the critical moment, even the Shadow Guard perished in the southern wasteland. His clone died so mysteriously, and now half-step martial emperor strength Shadow Guards too? Xuan's sacred son's face darkened, sharp enough to bleed. If I still swallow my anger in silence, how can the Netherworld Holy Sect hold sway in the central wasteland spirit realm? Fueled by rage, he formed a hand seal with 2 fingers. If that's the case, then I will use the Shadow Guard's I see with my own eyes what tricks this Ye Xuan is hiding. As his words fell, a dark energy poured from his palm into his eyes, swirling with black light. This was the Netherworld Holy Sect's supreme secret technique, allowing one to use a deceased's eyes to trace the final moments before death, to pierce through mysteries. A sharp, mournful scream burst from Xuan's sacred son's mouth. Blazing waves of heat seemed to burn through the void, striking his face. His eyeballs felt as if scorched by molten iron. "Who dares burn my eyes?" The black light instantly vanished, leaving his eyes swollen, bloodshot, and throbbing with pain. Though the secret technique let him glimpse the dead's memories, it also transmitted their pain. His opponent had clearly used raging fire to incinerate the corpse, aiming to obliterate all traces. If the eyes won't work, then he'll use the breath. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes once more. A new secret technique quietly flowed through him, but after only a few breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes with veins twitching on his temple. The residual breath had been wiped away as well. His knuckles cracked as he clenched his fist, voice cold and low. If that's the case, only one last method remains. In the 6 great wasteland regions, destroying corpses and erasing traces was not uncommon. Yet the Netherworld Holy Sect possessed myriad secret arts. Even if the enemy burned away the physical body and spiritual breath completely, Xuan's sacred son still had his means. Even with the body and breath reduced to ashes, he had a way to still uncover the truth. The body and breath are transient and easily destroyed, but a person's destiny pattern, their life fatious, innate, and permanent. I refuse to believe you can even destroy someone's very fate pattern. At this moment, the divine son of Xuan's sleeves billowed wildly as the dark energy around him coalesced into a black misty tornado, reaching almost tangible form. As he invoked secret techniques, the heaven and earth trembled, stones cracked and rolled on the ground, and the air buzzed with a strange vibration, as if the fabric of space itself was being violently warped. To probe a dead man's destiny pattern is forbidden magic shunned across the world. Even under the martial emperor's command, any attempt below the sacred realm would invite fatal backlash from the laws themselves. Only because the divine son of Xuan, who stood at the very peak of the sacred realm, did he dare recklessly defy this taboo. Rip! At the critical moment, his 5 fingers bent and stretched as though tearing through silk, ripping open a jet-black tear in empty space before him. Found the destiny pattern. In the depths of the rift, a faint ghostly light hovered that was the residual fate pattern of the Shadow Guard. Confidence flashed in the divine son's eyes as he reached out, intent on dragging it forcibly out. Crack! Suddenly, the surrounding space fractured with splintering sounds. Fine cracks spread like spiderwebs, filling his vision in an instant. No. The fate pattern pathway was about to collapse. The divine son's face twisted as his prize lay just inches from his grasp. Boom! The void condensed by his secret technique suddenly collapsed, and the dark energy surged and scattered wildly. Veins bulged on his forehead, his expression contorted as fury climbed to its peak. Even the destiny pattern is being shattered? He ground out the words through clenched teeth. Ye Xuan was only a mere 9-star martial master. Erasing a corpse and wiping away traces of breath might be nothing to him. but annihilating the Shadow Guard's fate pattern as well. Not unless a Sacred Realm powerhouse intervened directly. The southern wasteland was sparse with Sacred Realm experts. Ye Xuan was the young sect leader of Xuantian Sect. Only those ancient reclusive elders hidden within Xuantian Sect could have stood idly by to assist him in secret. Very well indeed, Ye Xuantian Sect. The Divine Son clenched his fist tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Regarding Hua Yunshan's death, he once suspected only Ye Xuan. Now he felt the entire Xuantian Sect was involved. Hua Yunshan had been crippled, but was still a six-star martial king possessing treasures like the true dragon's residual soul and soul pearl. He would not have fallen without the martial emperor's direct hand. Thinking about his own clone being annihilated by the Xuantian Sect, the Divine Son's suspicion now extended toward the mysterious Xuantian Divine Tao behind the sect. My 9 nether convergence technique has long reached perfection. Could the Xuantian Divine Tao have uncovered something? That thought sent a surge of turmoil through his heart. The 9 nether convergence was key to whether he could smoothly ascend to true God. Hua Yunshan's death was a mere clash of pride to him. But if the secret of 9 nether convergence had been exposed to the Xuantian Divine Tao, it threatened his very life. Over the years, the clones he created with 9 nether convergence had infiltrated various divine Taos and sacred sects 5, in total including one currently lurking within the Xuantian Divine Tao. That clone, while cultivating a hidden treasure within the Tao, accidentally glimpsed a secret capable of shaking the entire Divine Tao. To verify its truth, he created Hua Yunshan's clone to infiltrate the Xuantian Divine Tao and coordinate with that clone inside. Hua Yunshan was a 9-star martial emperor clone, just one step from entering the sacred realm. Once he broke through, the Divine Son could devour that clone and absorb the hidden treasure it cultivated for years within the Xuantian Divine Tao. Now the plan had been foiled, and he must find a new opportunity. Ye Xuan was about to enter the Xuantian Divine Tao for advanced study, as the young sect leader a gift from heaven for him. Ye Xuan, Xuantian Sect, just wait. Dare to spoil my schemes, and I will never let you off. The Divine Son's eyes darkened, venomous like a snake ready to strike at any moment. Xuantian Sect, 8 Mystic Shaoyang Cavern Heaven. Inside the quiet chamber, Ye Xuan sat cross-legged. Deep within his chi sea, a crystalline spirit platform slowly rose like a sunrise breaking through the clouds. A faint smile curved the corner of his lips. She had reached the pinnacle of the 9-star martial sect's Grandmaster stage. The spirit platform's ascent marked that his foundation as a martial artist had reached utmost stability. His blood and true essence were now completely consolidated, eliminating all risks arising from sudden growth and cultivation. It's time to consume a Tao fruit and let my divine bones undergo another rebirth. Ye Xuan murmured to himself. With his current foundation, once his divine bones completed their metamorphosis, his cultivation would break through the bottleneck of Grandmaster and ascend to the Martial King realm. At that point, he could officially cultivate the half portion of the Earth-grade secret manual left by Patriarch Sun Lan, pushing his combat power to new heights. During this closed-door cultivation, he hadn't just focused on consolidating his realm. He had also comprehended 2 profound Tao paths, the Golden Sword Tao of Sword Sovereign Jin and the Red Dragon Spear Intent of Patriarch Long Yun. Both originated from yellow-grade secret manuals but had transformed, their power rivaling the sect's core secret techniques. For Ye Xuan, having an extra trump card in defying the heavens meant more chances to survive. Whether Earth-grade or yellow-grade, any secret manual capable of slaying enemies in life-or-death moments was a treasure. In the future, by using Patriarch Sun Lan's half-Earth-grade secret manual as a foundation and integrating numerous yellow-grade marks, he could craft a truly unique ultimate technique. However, before officially advancing to Martial King, it was time for a round of 10 consecutive draws to spice things up. With a slight thought, he opened the lottery interface on his golden orb. Even during seclusion, he never forgot to write daily letters to his beloved wife, steadily increasing their affection level. Over time, he had accumulated an astonishing Tao luck point total exceeding 700. Adding in the recently subdued Sea Elder. Thinking of the Sea Elder, Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow. Upon returning from the life and death secret realm, his first act was to use the golden orb to suppress that soul and extract information. Unfortunately, it was only an ordinary Saint Realm remnant spirit that had perished thousands of years ago, knowing nothing about Hua Yunshan or the Netherworld Holy Sect. With no useful intel, the only option was to let the spirit dissolve into spring soil to nourish all living beings. This single remnant spirit contributed a full 300 Tao luck points, significantly more than when he refined the remnant of Firecloud Patriarch. That was understandable. Firecloud Patriarch left only a soul fragment, while the Sea Elders was still an intact soul body of a higher level, explaining why Hua Yunshan regarded him as a major support. Shaking off scattered thoughts, Ye Xuan lightly touched the pointer. A low hum sounded. The pointer spun rapidly, his gaze fixed intently on it. After a few breaths, the rotation slowed, and one by one, scale marks embedded in the orb flashed streaks of shimmering gold light. His pupils contracted slightly, anticipation building in his eyes. The pointer stopped. A dazzling diamond treasure box slowly appeared, followed by 9 golden treasure boxes that lined up sequentially, floating before Ye Xuan's eyes. Just like in the last 10 consecutive draws from the perilous realm, 9 golden treasure boxes opened first. Their lids sprang open simultaneously, releasing 3 large fruits glowing with a turquoise light, a jade-white pill called the instantaneous elixir, and a drop of deep crimson liquid that seemed to pulse with life. Ye Xuan was already familiar with the fruits and the elixir, but his eyes were fixed completely on that drop of divine blood. Consuming it would enhance physical strength and awaken godly bloodline powers? Realizing this was truly blood left behind by a true god, a furnace-like heat surged through Ye Xuan's chest, and his breath quickened as if he might breathe fire. The legends of true gods had been passed down since ancient times, and throughout the 6 domains of Tianhuang, everyone knew that divine blood was the ultimate treasure sought by martial artists. In the ancient era, true gods once scattered their divine grace widely, and on rare occasions, martial artists received divine blood to transform. If divine bones served as the foundation left for descendants, then divine blood was the supreme blessing bestowed upon those who seized great opportunities, both complementing each other. Divine bones could not evolve further through divine blood, but divine blood could cleanse flesh and blood at the root, pushing the body to its ultimate limits. Ye Xuan already possessed divine bones, so his cultivation path had no bottlenecks. The hidden power granted by divine might had multiplied geometrically, but his body remained slightly weak. Adding divine blood would completely erase this last weakness. Instantly, his desire for the blood overwhelmed even his urge to consume the fruits and break into the martial king realm could break through any time. But a drop of true god's blood was irreplaceable in this world. Without hesitation, Ye Xuan reached out and captured the drop of blood in his palm. Unlike pills or divine fruits, divine blood was too wild to swallow in one gulp. It had to be slowly refined. Any carelessness, and the surging energy could rupture all his meridians. Ye Xuan activated the power of his divine bones to firmly contain it. Thread-like strands of blood-colored energy dissolved in his palm, guided through his meridians as it began to cleanse his flesh and blood. The burning pain was like thousands of needles stabbing his marrow. His skin rapidly reddened, as if being boiled. Even as a 9-star martial sect disciple with divine bones, he was nearly crushed. Fortunately, 18 years of rigorous training had forged his will of iron, endured the agony, and gradually adapted to that tearing power. For 2 entire days, he sat cross-legged in one spot, isolating himself from all external noise and distractions, focusing solely on ingesting the divine blood. When the final trace of blood energy fully integrated into his body, a sudden blood-red mark glowed briefly on his forehead before vanishing. What was that mark? He wondered as he opened his eyes. A light wave pulsed from his palm, and the air around him quivered as if squeezed by invisible force. The powerful body it fostered gave him a thrill of safety without relying on any great Tao or hidden power. Just with his fists, he confidently believed he could easily defeat Xiao Man in bare-hand combat. The crude, ancient physique of the wild lands was no match for him now, tempered by divine blood. Looking down, his skin after washing in divine blood was translucent and radiant, like molten red gold. For an ordinary martial artist, refining even one drop of divine blood would take over a month, but Ye Xuan was different. As a godborn transformed by 3 stages of divine bones, his capacity to contain such power far exceeded others, like the difference between a bucket and a cup, allowing him to absorb it at an accelerated rate. After briefly adapting to his newly born physique, Ye Xuan's gaze returned to the diamond treasure box inside the golden orb. Having focused all his energy on refining the divine blood earlier, the orb had suspended the diamond box in frozen time. Now that the pause was lifted, the draw continued. The diamond's surface shimmered and flowed. He fixed his eyes on a slight trembling seam, and in the next moment, a void yet mysterious light burst forth from the box. What is this? Ye Xuan stared at the object appearing in the diamond box, stunned at first. Then his dazed gaze was quickly replaced by shock and ecstatic joy. Comprehending the divine crystal. As the name suggests, comprehending the divine crystal is the ability to enhance one's own insight. It's neither a skill nor an ordinary treasure. Rather, it is a special state of being. Once the divine crystal is integrated into the body, Ye Xuan's speed of understanding various secret techniques and ancient hidden knowledge will surge dramatically, almost like a cliff plunging into a ravine. His grasp of the fundamental laws of the universe will reach an unimaginably terrifying level. In the past, to comprehend the golden sword Tao of the sword venerable or the red dragon spear intent of Patriarch Long Yun, Ye Xuan had to meditate on each separately, consuming huge amounts of time and energy. But now, with the divine crystal in hand, he can simultaneously explore multiple Tao paths and secret archives, his efficiency skyrocketing as if he were using a cheat code. The thought of this both shocked and thrilled him, his eyes burning as he stared at the crystal, perfectly clear throughout, in the reward space. He had thought that drawing the drop of true god blood in the previous round was the peak of luck, but unexpectedly, there was an even more incredible surprise. Compared to the true god blood, the divine crystal was evidently much rarer and more valuable. Without hesitation, Ye Xuan reached out, took the crystal from the reward space, and pressed it to his chest, letting it quickly merge within. Unlike the bone-searing burning pain he suffered when cleansing with the true god blood, fusing with the divine crystal was painless, even pleasant, accompanied by waves of tingling comfort like receiving a full set of supreme luxury Thai massages. His bones, meridians, and spirit were gently soothed. Just as Ye Xuan prepared to test the rapid surge in his comprehension abilities while the sensation was fresh, the door to the 8 Xian Shaoyang celestial cave suddenly vibrated lightly twice. Xiaoheba alerts. Brother, there are many glowing talismans outside, all blocked by your sealing formation at the door, came the youthful voice. Ye Xuan was momentarily stunned. During the period he had been fusing the true god blood, he had almost completely severed all external perceptions, leaving only Xiaoheba guarding the cave. To keep the little creature from causing trouble, he had earlier tossed it a large handful of newly refined 5th-grade spirit pills as snacks. Now, the chubby Xiaoheba was clutching the pill bottle, crunching the pills like candy, the medicinal scent spreading a faint golden mist throughout the cave. Snapping back to reality, Ye Xuan immediately lifted the sealing formation. As expected, once it was opened, over a dozen golden transmission talismans flew inside and hovered before him. He reached out and caught them all. Their surfaces shimmered with familiar seals, the messages sent personally by the leader of the Xuantian Sect. The leader seldom disturbed his disciples in seclusion, especially during such a critical time when Ye Xuan had declared total isolation. Could something major be happening within the Xuantian Sect? Curiosity piqued. Ye Xuan crushed the first talisman, scanning its contents with his divine sense. His expression soon turned strange. It turned out that the envoy sent by the Xuantian Divine Tao Sect to welcome the champions of all factions and lead them to the central wasteland's spiritual domain had already arrived at the mountain gate of the Xuantian Sect. It had been only a few days since he returned from the life and death secret realm, yet the others were already urgent beyond expectations. But since the envoy had come, as the young sect lord of Xuantian, it would be inappropriate for him not to show face. His plans to refine the divine bones using the Tao fruit and break into the martial king realm would have to be postponed again. With these thoughts, Ye Xuan rose, though his gaze lingered a moment longer on Xiaoheba and the pile of spirit pills. Then, about to stand up, he looked at Xiaoheba once more with a hint of lingering concern. Be good and wait here for me to come back. Sensing that this wasn't quite enough to intimidate Xiaoheba, Ye Xuan added quickly, when I return, I'll give you some of those fruits again. This time, he really was making a big sacrifice. Counting the rewards in his reward space plus the recent gifts, he had only 4 Tao fruits total in, yet he was willing to share one with Xiaoheba. Fruits? Xiaoheba, who had been crunching on some spiritual pills, immediately lit up at the mention, no longer tasting the pills in his fingers. Don't worry, brother, I won't step foot outside here today. He pounded his little chest proudly, which thudded audibly. Once he confirmed Xiaoheba was staying put as promised, Ye Xuan finally relaxed completely and turned away, leaving the Baiyu Shaoyang cave. Xuantian Sect, Hall of Eternal Vitality. Please wait a moment, Divine Envoy. Ye Xuan has already come out of seclusion and will arrive at the hall shortly. The Xuantian Sect leader smiled politely, playing the role of a subsidiary CEO, awaiting an inspection in a big corporation. The divine path of Xuantian was recognized as a supreme powerhouse in the central wild spiritual domain. The Xuantian Sect's fame in the southern wild domain was thanks not only to the legacy of its ancestors, but also to its bloodline ties with the divine path. The divine envoy stood in the center of the hall, his expression cold and indifferent, but he gave a slight nod. If it weren't for the High Command's explicit instructions before departure that the 4 wild domain selective talents should display the divine path's blessing and keep up appearances, would this dignified divine envoy really waste 2 days sitting idly in a small sect like Xuantian? In his eyes, Xuantian Sect was merely a branch split off thousands of years ago. Meanwhile, the Xuantian Sect leader grew increasingly uneasy. Ye Xuan neither entered seclusion early nor late yet when the divine envoy arrived. Ye Xuan had just shut himself away. These past 2 days had been on tenterhooks, barely able to sit still. Fortunately, the divine envoy seemed reasonably patient, having not lost his temper these 2 days. Lost in anxious thoughts, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the hall's entrance. Xianer, you finally came. The sect leader, as if grasping a lifeline, hurried forward. Come with me quickly to pay respects to the divine envoy of the Xuantian divine path. Are you Ye Xuan? The divine envoy looked him up and down. He took out a white jade mirror and shone it gently on Ye Xuan. A soft glow appeared on the mirror's surface. Then the divine envoy nodded with approval. The power of the divine bone has activated by 30%, a fine result indeed. Worth the 2 days I wasted here. There was no shortage of prodigies in the central wild spiritual domain. The divine path already had over 10 divine initiates. But for someone Ye Xuan's age to reach 30% activation already placed him among those with extremely pure divine bone bloodlines. If the divine path carefully honed him, his rise to a domain powerhouse would be practically guaranteed. This thought wiped away the divine envoy's earlier dissatisfaction, softening his gaze toward Ye Xuan. I've been sent to escort you. If you have no objections, come with me into the central wild spiritual domain. Ye Xuan, staring at the divine envoy who had already begun forming the teleportation array, Ye Xuan was completely stunned. What the hell, just leaving like that? You could have at least asked if I needed time to pack. He raged in his mind, but on the surface he maintained the respectful posture of a disciple. An outsider unaware of the situation might have thought this was some father-in-law storming in to kidnap his son-in-law at midnight. Ahem, Xuaner, is there anything else you need to prepare? The master of Xuantian Sect noticed the awkward silence and quickly spoke to smooth things over. Only then did the divine envoy realize his rashness. He cupped his hands apologetically. I'm anxious to report back and overlook the details. Hay race and incense sticks worth of time for you to gather your things. Then activate the array. Though he bore the mantle of a divine envoy, he was unwilling to offend a future powerhouse with divine bones over a trivial matter. Thank you for your understanding, envoy. The Xuantian master replied repeatedly, silently shooting Ye Xuan a meaningful glance. Ye Xuan kept up a polite front, but inside he cursed bitterly. If you'd said I needed to pack earlier, I wouldn't have rushed all the way here. Fortunately, Ye Xuan hadn't stayed in Xuantian Sect long, and the treasures he needed were already locked away in his storage ring. The only real thing to prepare was his black serpent, Xiao Haiba. He flew back to Muyun Shaoyang Cave Heaven, cloaked Xiao Haiba in an illusory light veil, and hurriedly returned to the Grand Hall of Haoqi Eternal Life. Xuaner, you must uphold the reputation of Xuantian Sect on this journey into the divine path. The sect master and elders surrounded him, earnestly advising him as they stuffed a pile of spiritual pills, talismans, and beast feed into his arms, all for Xiao Haiba's provisions. Moved by their thoughtfulness, Ye Xuan adopted the respectful demeanor of a junior, nodding in acknowledgement and promising to remember their words. All right, the teleportation array will activate now. With a shout from the divine envoy, a dazzling beam of spiritual light descended. Ye Xuan felt the world flip upside down, and the next moment he and Xiao Haiba were standing amid some ramshackle mud huts. A few barefoot village children kicked a bamboo ball through the dust in the distance. This is the Xuantian divine path? Ye Xuan's face was full of confusion as he looked toward the envoy. The envoy was dripping sweat, pale-faced, and breathing heavily like a worn-out hunting dog. Strange. Only one person, yet the energy consumption is so high. Alarm rose in his mind. Normally, longer distances and more travelers meant heavier strain. Another explanation was that the traveler's fate was too burdensome, making it hard to pry open the prison of heaven and earth. Ye Xuan's divine bones were only 30% awakened, yet his fate burden weighed this much? A monster indeed. The envoy sneaked a glance at Ye Xuan. Envoy, are you ill? Ye Xuan blinked, seeing how haggard the man looked. No, just admiring the scenery here, the envoy said, forcing a smile. Scenery? Ye Xuan looked around at the broken tiles and crumbling walls, thinking, do you think I'm blind? While Ye Xuan was distracted, the envoy quickly popped 2 pills into his mouth, channeling energy to suppress the swirling blood qi. Then he raised his hand to form a seal, and a second beam of brilliant light suddenly crashed down. Clatter, clatter, clatter. At the village entrance, the bamboo ball rolled from the child's hands. Their eyes widened as they saw the figure flash in the pillar of light, erupting into excited shouts. Dad, Mom, sister-in-law, come out, look, a god. Finally, after being teleported dozens of times along the way and feeling utterly exhausted to the point of collapse, the deity envoy stared up at the majestic Xuantian divine mountain, bathed in radiant divine light and surrounded by immortal clouds, and felt like he was about to burst into tears. Damn it. It's just picking someone up in the southern wasteland. How on earth did it end up like I carried the entire mountain back? He cursed silently, his legs heavy as if filled with lead, trembling with every step. After many pauses, Ye Xuan gradually pieced together the reason. It wasn't the journey that wore down the deity envoy Taishu, but rather the weight of Xiao Haiba. Thankfully, the illusionary veil he wore was strong enough to fool even true gods, or else Xiao Haiba's presence would have been exposed today. Since nothing happened to Xiao Haiba, Ye Xuan ended up taking the blame. At this moment, the deity envoy looked at Ye Xuan with deep resentment, as if scrutinizing a monster wearing human skin. How on earth was this guy's life fate so extraordinarily tough? Was he truly someone chosen by the gods, or a hidden true god walking among mortals? Though inwardly complaining, the deity envoy was too exhausted even to raise his hand. He could only come up with the excuse of sightseeing the scenic wonders of the divine mountain and slowly led Ye Xuan up the stone steps along the mountain's base. Deity envoy, why don't we just fly up directly? Ye Xuan asked softly. With his cultivation at the 9-star martial sect master level, he could hover effortlessly. Flying was as easy as drinking water for him. The envoy halted, took a deep breath, and explained, the divine way is guarded by a grand formation spanning the heavens. Ordinary people cannot simply fly here. If you dare to fly freely in the air, it means you have already reached the Saint Realm. Even Saint Realm warriors flying around Xuantian Divine Mountain are beyond anyone's control. I understand, Ye Xuan nodded. Ultimately, the Xuantian Divine Way was still a place where strength ruled. Rules and restrictions meant nothing to true power. Later he'll first take you to rest at the residence. The envoy regained some strength and continued forward. When the other prodigies of the 3 great wastelands arrive, people from the Divine Way Hall will come to escort you for further training. Divine Way Hall? Ye Xuan asked, puzzled. All prodigies entering the Divine Way for training gather there for assessment. Only by passing can they become true disciples of the Divine Way. Xuantian Divine Way only accepts prodigious, that's the rule. As they spoke, suddenly at the mountainside a pillar of blazing red-orange clouds surged upward like a fiery tongue stabbing the sky. The rolling flames tinted half the heavens red, accompanied by chorus of auspicious beast roars. Looks like the one from Shangfeng Pavilion has broken through. The envoy looked up, eyes flashing with awe. Thousands of scarlet clouds coalesced into a flaming red phoenix hovering in midair, ready to take flight. That's the heavenly phoenix bloodline? Ye Xuan's heart stirred. The heavenly phoenix, on par with the true dragon among ancient divine beasts, was highly valuable. Anyone bearing this bloodline rivaled even him, this suspected chosen one. And if the full phoenix form awoke, one could become an ancient divine beast. He had only seen scant references in rare ancient texts before, never imagining he'd witness it firsthand today. The Xuantian Divine Way truly deserved to be the sacred ground in the hearts of countless warriors across the central wasteland spirit domain. Just as he marveled inwardly, a piercing sword cry soared from the mountain summit. The clear, sharp sound of the sword resembled thunderclaps rolling across the peaks. Following it, sword lights swirled fiercely, chilling the air instantly. Over half the divine mountain bowed before the might of 10,000 swords. Even the fiery red phoenix silhouette soaring into the sky was faintly suppressed by the sword's shadow. Ye Xuan's heart jolted. Another sword body? At the Xuantian Sect, he had long seen Jiang Qing's innate sword physique, but the invisible sword before him easily surpassed Jiang Qing by several levels. A mere wisp of faint sword intent made the divine bones inside his body stir restlessly, as if about to break free at any moment. The divine Tao emissary also looked up at the fierce battle raging in the sky, his face full of emotion. That movement of the heavenly phoenix bloodline just now obviously disturbed the sword intent of that person from the famous sword pavilion. These prodigies, each one stronger than the last, none willing to fall behind the others by even a fraction. He shifted his tone and fixed his gaze on Ye Xuan. The 2 you just saw are the pride of our divine Tao. They entered the martial emperor realm early on and have already been granted divine Tao names. Granted names? Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow, feeling increasingly unfamiliar with these terms. The emissary didn't hesitate, raising his hand to point at the towering divine mountain layers in the distance. Your Xuantian Sect ranks the earth veins and caves into 9 grades. Our divine Tao does the same. In fact, the earth vein layout of your sect was intentionally modeled after ours. After all, the ancestor Sun Lan came from the divine Tao. This entire divine mountain is a grand spiritual vein of heaven and earth. The closer to the summit, the more complete the spiritual energy and universal principles are. Naturally, the progenies who live there are stronger. Ordinary prodigies can only train within the bottom 3 layers of the divine mountain. Only those recognized by the divine Tao can enter the middle 3 layers, and their residences will be granted names. The 2 you saw just now are among the best in the middle 3 layers. Ye Xuan secretly gasped, heavenly phoenix bloodline, terrifying sword body, and they're merely in the middle 3 layers? What kind of beings must inhabit the upper 3 layers? The emissary chuckled lightly. The upper 3 layers are only open to candidates for the titles of holy sons and holy daughters. Ordinary prodigies might never have the chance to see them in a lifetime. Those 2 were currently the most promising middle layer figures aiming for the upper layers. As for you, he scrutinized Ye Xuan up and down. With divine bones in your body, if you want to ascend to the upper layers, it's not impossible. Back when the emissary first met Ye Xuan at Xuantian, he never imagined a divine awakening person whose divine bones were only 30 transformed would have such qualifications. Usually, their potential maxes out when the transformation reaches about 40. But after witnessing that terrifying fate transfer just a moment ago, his opinion changed. Ye Xuan fully possessed the potential to break into the upper layers. Although heavier fate paths meant harsher storms ahead, so he wouldn't say it with absolute certainty. After explaining all this, the divine Tao emissary led Ye Xuan to a courtyard on the bottom 3 layers of the divine mountain. This will be your residence within the divine Tao. The courtyard was divided into 3 sections, each formed by 3 bamboo huts arranged in a U shape, with a well-tended medicinal herb field in the center. Ye Xuan was assigned to the middle section. The remaining 2 sections were unexplained, but after thinking briefly, he guessed they were reserved for visitors from the 3 great wilderness branches, east, west, and north. Thank you, emissary, he said politely, cupping his hands in gratitude before turning to approach the bamboo huts. Unexpectedly, at that moment, an unfriendly voice suddenly came from the direction of the bamboo huts. Who are you? Ye Xuan tilted his head and shot a sideways glance at the other person. Opposite him stood a young man wearing a purple robe embroidered with cloud patterns, a blazing red golden token hanging from his waist. His expression full of arrogant sight was none other than Zhao Qua, the prodigy of the Zhao family from the Eastern Wilds region. Zhao Qua, the prodigy of the Zhao family in the Eastern Wilds. The youth deliberately raised his voice as he announced his identity. Oh, don't know you. Ye Xuan nodded calmly and turned to slip into his bamboo hut. Zhao Qua felt his chest tighten. As the direct heir of the unbeatable noble Zhao family in the Eastern Wilds, he had inherited 3 secret scrolls of the yellow grade at just 17, all cultivated to their highest levels. He was a force commanding the region, feared and respected by all, but from Ye Xuan's mouth, it was met with nothing more than a casual dismissal. Don't know you. Ye Xuan, today you're going to pay for this. Crash. He charged up the bamboo steps, only to slam his forehead against an invisible wall. Darkness swam before his eyes, and a ringing buzz filled his ears. When his vision cleared, a faint spiritual glow shimmered outside the hut. It was the protective array. The Xuantian divine path placed barriers even around the lower residential tiers to ensure its prodigies could train in peace. Damn it, I forgot all about that in my rage. Zhao Kuo muttered under his breath, glaring fiercely at the bamboo door. Ye Xuan, just wait, you'll never hide inside forever. Throughout the whole incident, the Divine Path's patrolling envoy had stood by with folded arms, unmoved. The Xuantian Divine Path never suppresses clashes between prodigies. In fact, they secretly encourage Itonly the truly strong deserve the title prodigy. The envoy was quietly reflecting on this when suddenly a terrifying suction force erupted overhead. The sky churned, swirling into a colossal vortex, and spiritual energy poured down like a tide. That direction is the upper 3 tiers? The envoy exclaimed. Even the furious Zhao Kuo was stunned into silence by the celestial phenomenon, his atoms apple bobbing nervously. So powerful. At the upper 3rd tier of Xuantian Divine Mountain, amidst mist and clouds, there stood an isolated courtyard. A silver-haired youth sat cross-legged on a stone platform. Within him, 2 opposite currents surged a yin and a yang, each containing a complete Earth-grade secret scroll. The intent of fists and swords intertwined around him like twin dragons of black and white, endlessly probing and entwining, steadily merging. Once fully unified, they would transcend into the legendary heavenly-grade secret scroll. This youth was named Ye Xuan. At this moment, he opened his eyes and gazed down at the black-and-white vortex on his chest, a faint smile playing on his lips. The Yin-Yang secret scrolls are the Xuantian Divine Path's inheritance from the true gods of the ancient realm 10,000 years ago. Once combined, they become an authentic heavenly-grade secret scroll. The heavenly-grade secret scroll, also called the True God Legacy, is the most precious cultivation method left by the ancient true gods. In 10,000 years, no one from the Xuantian Divine Path had ever succeeded, but Ye Xuan was confident he could. Before he finished speaking, a dark light flickered deep in his pupils. Any divine realm master present would recognize the aura instantly. It was the supreme technique of the Netherworld Holy Sect, the Nether Classic. Ye Xuan's true identity was one of the incarnations of Xuan's sacred son Jumingyi. This incarnation's name within the Xuantian Divine Path was Ye Xuan. As the most sought-after sacred son candidate, he had not only shattered millennia-old limits and was on the verge of uniting the Yin-Yang secret scrolls, but his cultivation had already advanced into the 9-star martial emperor realm well ahead of schedule. Relying on the Yin-Yang secret treasury in his hands and the divine inheritance, his strength was by no means weaker than that of an ordinary saint realm cultivator. If all went smoothly, after fully merging the 2 great Yin-Yang secret treasuries, he would be able to surge to the peak of the saint realm. At that point, once he reunified with his main body, the 6 domains of Tianhuang would gain a powerful demigod. However, 2 days ago, the main body, Xuanhu Holy Sun, sent a voice transmission through the soul imprint. His tone unusually furious. The other clone had unexpectedly perished. The Yin-Yang secret treasury is important, but the secret I glimpsed within the Xuantian Divine Way is worth far more than the treasury. Xuan's voice echoed in his mind. See. Over the years, in order to become a candidate for the Xuantian Divine Way Holy Sun, Ye Xuan had endured in silence and plotted carefully, advancing step by step. That secret was tremendously tempting, but acting rashly would mean losing everything. So he had earnestly requested the main body to deploy another clone for support. Yet who would have expected an accident at such a critical moment? Humph, such insignificant ants dare to ruin my plans. No wonder the main body is enraged, Ye Xuan said with a sullen expression. Although the clone and main body had independent thoughts, their fierce tempers were exactly alike. Based on the timeline, Ye Xuan should have already entered the divine way. Strong figures were everywhere in the Xuantian divine way, and many were of higher realm than Ye Xuan. Here, he still had to act cautiously, not like Xuan Hu commanding the underworld holy sect at will. Even so, as one of the few Holy Sun candidates, his status remained respectable. Crushing a newly ascended prodigy was merely a matter of lifting his foot. I have already informed the Zhao family of the Eastern Wilderness to keep a close watch on Ye Xuan. The Zhao family was an invincible clan in the Eastern Wilderness, essentially the Xuantian Divine Ways branch there. Although Ye Xuan was Xuan's clone, his public identity was still that of the hottest Holy Sun candidate. Naturally, the Zhao family would do their utmost to curry favor. Moreover, he deliberately leaked to the Zhao family that Ye Xuan's entry into the Xuantian Divine Way was pure luck. Another prodigy who should have entered had perished in the secret realm. Armed with this inside information, the Zhao family acted increasingly recklessly, leading to Zhao Kuo's public provocation of Ye Xuan in the lower third layer. If I weren't at a critical point in merging the Yinyang secret treasury, why bother outsourcing such a trivial matter? Ye Xuan sneered coldly. Enlisting the Zhao family also served a deeper purposito test whether the Xuantian Divine Way had detected his true identity. The main body only had vague suspicions, but Ye Xuan was always cautious. Better safe than sorry. The reason Ye Xuan had made it this far within the Xuantian Divine Way was precisely because of his extreme caution. Beneath the lower three tiers, inside the bamboo hut, sensing the wildly expanding vortex overhead, a cold gleam flashed through Ye Xuan's eyes. No wonder this was Xuantian Divine Tao. There were indeed prodigies breaking through their realms at this very moment. The two terrifying auras he had sensed earlier on the mountainside, he had thought them to be the limit, yet this newly born pressure was even stronger than theirs. As the vortex pressed down, the air seemed to congeal into molten lead, forcing Ye Xuan to take a deep breath. It was time to consume the Tao fruit and ascend directly to the martial king realm. The central wild spirit domain was not the southern wild domain. Even as the young sect leader of Xuantian Sect, he couldn't suppress all malicious challengers here. Take Xiao Kuo, who had earlier been blocking the bamboo hut's entrance, shouting. He was a bona fide one-star martial king, while Ye Xuan was still only one of the prodigies in the lower three tiers. If he wanted to establish himself here, his power had to rise another level. With that thought, Ye Xuan did not hesitate to open the reward space within the golden orb and took out a Tao fruit glowing faintly with golden light. The fruit melted instantly upon tasting, its violent and refined power surging into every limb and bone. The next moment, his divine bones seemed to be bathed in blazing sunlight, radiating sheets of golden brilliance. Cautious as always, he refrained from letting this phenomenon leak outward like other cultivators might. Instead, he cast a faint floating light illusion around himself, a subtle illusion layer that blocked outside scrutiny. The Xuantian Divine Tao was full of powerful experts, and making too much noise as a newcomer could only invite unnecessary trouble. Under the faint illusionary light, the scattered divine runes on his bones were rapidly pushed by the Tao fruit's power to spread, extending through his entire skeletal system. The familiar scorching heat surged again, signaling that the time to transform his divine bones anew had arrived. Buzz. Beneath the illusion's cloak, divine light blazed from within his body, as divine runes slithered like golden snakes swiftly covering every divine bone. As time passed, his true essence climbed steadily, and a breakthrough quietly neared in his Dantian. 35%? Ye Xuan estimated silently. As the levels of transformation increased, the Tao fruit's potency was clearly diminishing gradually. He had prepared for this mentally, but couldn't help sighing nevertheless. Suddenly, the spiritual platform deep in his meridian cracked with a sharp click, and a majestic aura unlike that of a martial sect cultivator surged explosively upward, the power of a martial king commanding heaven and earth. Ye Xuan could clearly feel the surrounding elemental forces yielded completely to his palm. Even without invoking the divine might of his divine bones, he could already force the land itself to submit. Yet, just as everything was falling into place, the divine blood mark on his forehead vanished for so long suddenly reappeared. Before he could discern the reason, the divine runes within his body, drawn by the mark's pull, began automatically outlining themselves on the surface of his divine bones. The previously scattered runes, as if guided by an invisible hand, gradually converged into an ancient and profound formation. What the heck? As the formation took shape, he froze. Then his pupils shrank sharply, a divine might formation. This was the miraculous dream all enlightened ones hoped for during bone transformation. Only when transformation reached 50% could one use the divine runes to draw formations on the divine bones. But my divine bones have clearly only transformed 35%. After much contemplation, Ye Xuan could only attribute everything to the mysterious divine blood mark on his brow that vanished and reappeared unexpectedly. Could it be a mutation caused by the fusion of divine blood and divine bone? There was no way to be certain. The true gods of the six domains of Tianhuang had perished hundreds of thousands of years ago, and the legend of warriors bestowed with divine blood dated back to ancient times. Even if the leader of the Xuan divine path personally came, he probably wouldn't be able to give a definitive answer. Unable to find a solution, Ye Xuan decided to set his doubts aside. At his current stage, the ability to manifest a divine power formation was undeniably a tremendous advantage. The divine power array engraved on the divine bone was more powerful and domineering than ordinary formations, capable of summoning divine power avatars through the formation's foundation. Each avatar carried a trace of the god's residual divine strength from when they were alive. Even a trace of that was authentic, true divine power. With his modest rank as a one-star martial king, awakening this power would leave him virtually unrivaled beneath the martial emperor level. Furthermore, his body had been purified by divine blood, far stronger than ancient physiques, and comparable to many formidable sacred body bloodlines. The ancient texts also mentioned that when summoning the divine power avatars, there was a chance to awaken some of the divine abilities the gods possessed in life. If he truly gained such a blessing, it would be as valuable as the highest secret treasures in true god inheritances. These thoughts flashed through Ye Xuan's mind in an instant, leaving no room for hesitation, and he immediately activated the array patterns within the divine bone. In the next moment, a radiant golden giant shadow surged up behind him, easily 10 zhang tall, its outline distinct. On the giant's brow, a lifelike totem of a gigantic whale shimmered faintly. Could it really have a divine ability? Ye Xuan's heart leapt with joy as he focused his mind to investigate. Information flowed into his consciousness from the divine statue. The divine ability of the whale on its brow was called Whale Swallow, meaning it could devour anything containing the primal energy of heaven and earth. He gasped sharply. Everything in the world contained heavenly and earthly energy. Did that mean he could devour it all? Just as he was shocked, the Whale Swallow avatar seemed to sense something and twisted slightly. Following the avatar's indication, Ye Xuan looked up and saw a massive whirlpool atop the divine mountain. Deep inside the vortex, the yin and yang forces interacted and transformed, giving rise to two Taoist fish swirling black and white together. The yin fish exhaled dark, chilling mist, while the yang fish radiated blazing pure yang energy. Between their open mouths, wisps of milky white strands occasionally shot out chaotic primal energy. Chaotic primal energy is actually formed by the fusion of yin and yang hidden treasures. Outside the bamboo hut, the divine path envoy was stunned speechless. Many powerful figures within the Xuantu divine path also stopped, their gazes converging on the divine mountain to witness this phenomenon. Chaotic primal energy? It seems Yu Changkong's yin-yang hidden treasures have nearly reached the stage of perfect fusion. It's been 100,000 years. Could it be that in the Xuantian divine Tao, yet another powerful figure is about to emerge who condenses the sacred realm through the true god's hidden secrets? Chaos vitality is, after all, the purest essence between heaven and earth, the power closest to a true god. If Yu Changkong truly uses this to step into the sacred realm, the potential he holds in the eyes of the great powers of Xuantian divine Tao will skyrocket exponentially. At this moment, he stands silently in the deep void, his gaze fixed on the yin-yang fish-shaped vortex. At the center of the whirlpool, the fish's mouth opens and closes, spitting out a tendril of gray-white chaos vitality that swirls through the air like a living mist. Yu Changkong's lips lift in a faint smile. Since cultivating the yin-yang secret cache, he has nurtured it for years with his innate energy. After centuries of arduous practice, he finally gave birth to 9 pieces of chaos vitality. The one just spat out from the fish's mouth is only one of them, yet it is enough to help him break through the sacred realm. The yin-yang secret cache is vast and profound, encompassing all phenomena. With his cultivation as a 9-star martial emperor, he has already reached the edge of his limits. To bring this secret technique to perfection, he must take one more step. Within half a month, as long as he refines this piece of chaos vitality, the sacred realm will be within reach. As for the remaining 8, he already has plans to refine them one by one after reaching the sacred realm, pushing his cultivation to the pinnacle. With these 8 pieces of chaos vitality, I, Yu Changkong, will become the strongest among all my 9 darkness returning one incarnations, he vowed silently. Though the main body of the 9 darkness returning one is the Xuanhu Holy Sun, the stronger the incarnations, the greater the dominant power during the unification. Thinking this, Yu Changkong restrained his smile, took a deep breath, and raised his palm to grasp the piece of chaos vitality, preparing to absorb it into his body. Suddenly, A strange blue light flashed across the void, sharp as a blade, instantly cutting through the silence. The next moment, the chaos vitality spat from the Yin fish seemed to have been erased, disappearing into thin air. Yu Changkong's eyes narrowed sharply, his heart pounding wildly. What's going on? Where did my chaos vitality go? Ye Xuan never expected that the true god power he had condensed using the divine might array would behave so strangely. It actually seemed alive, actively moving to suck in the heavenly and earthly anomalies manifested by others. With a flash of blue light, the tiny whale about the size of a palm slipped out of the array. Its tail fin flicked lightly as it charged straight toward the distant whirlpool, looking as fierce as a starved shark. Ye Xian's heart tightened. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand and silently cast Phantom Light Illusion. The illusion transformed into a misty curtain of light that wrapped around the little whale, halting its movement. Without this risky and precise interception, he might have invited an enemy too powerful to handle on his very first day stepping into the Xuantian. Following the whale's sudden dash, Ye Xuan looked toward the whirlpool, which lay on the third terrace of the Divine Mountain. That place was home to terrifying monsters renowned throughout the sect. Remembering that in this story he was merely a minor villain who had been rejected by the protagonist and slapped in the face, he clicked his tongue in disdain. Although I, Ye Xuan, have a golden finger that saved me from humiliation at the door, scenes where I provoke the top dogs the moment I enter the mountain must be left to the protagonist's darling little wife. He just wanted to quietly survive in Xuantian and rise subtly as a handsome man. Meanwhile, on the third terrace of the Divine Mountain, the winds and clouds churned. Yu Changkong sat cross-legged in the center of a giant stone platform. Before him, a yin-yang whirlpool stretched like a sky-piercing chasm, intertwining black and white energies. The yin-yang fish avatar exhaled radiant primordial chaos energy. After a brief moment of shock, he suddenly realized the chaotic energy he painstakingly gathered was being stolen right in front of his eyes. Damn it! Which bastard dares to do this under my nose? Veins bulged on Yu Changkong's forehead as fury surged. Couldn't he cultivate this chaotic energy himself? Yet here someone shamelessly stole it in front of him, like a fierce slap to his face. But years of experience as a top-tier prodigy on the upper terrace forced him to suppress his rage. Now that the whirlpool anomaly had appeared, it could not be stopped. If the chaos energy exhaled from the yin-yang fish had nowhere to go and dispersed, he would suffer huge losses in this round of cultivation. Surrounded by countless strong figures on the Divine Mountain, no matter how cunning the enemy, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. Ye Changkong reminded himself silently to stay calm. Once he advanced to the Saint Realm, he would expose the mastermind behind this. Giving himself this reason, he gritted his teeth and continued absorbing, his eyes fixed on the whirlpool, afraid to lose even the slightest bit. What the hell, it's coming again. On the lower third terrace, Ye Xuan saw the little whale inside the divine statue's eyebrow stir once more, his eyelids twitching. The tiny creature seemed like an arrow breaking free, instantly slicing through the void. Even cloaked in the phantom light illusion, it became more reckless. The expression it wore, so determined and confident, made Ye Xuan clearly sense it was like a living being with emotions, greed, excitement, arrogance. Things formed by true god powers are really something else, he thought, cursing inwardly but still unable to help being impressed. Unfortunately, the little whale moved too fast, vanishing within the blink of an eye, leaving only a faint blue streak behind. At the Xuantian's Divine Mountain, on the upper third terrace, Yu Changkong was still completely unaware of the little whale's second assault hidden within the phantom light illusion. Although the original 9 streams of chaotic energy were reduced by 1, with just 8 remaining, Yu Changkong stared intently at the diminished chaotic energy. He knew in his heart that if he used it properly, he could still barely reach the realm he aspired to. Yet the humiliation of being robbed right before his eyes burned like flames in his chest. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger and once again activated the hidden yin-yang technique within his body, summoning the chaotic energy spewed by the 2 yin-yang fish in his mouth. The moment the energy converged, an unexpected change occurred in the blink of an eye. The chaotic energy vanished into thin air. Chaotic energy, where did my chaotic energy go? Yu Changkong's face turned ashen. The first time his energy was stolen, he had at least caught a faint blue light. But this time, there wasn't even the slightest trace. It was as if the energy had never appeared at all. The fire of rage surged to his throat, nearly driving him to shout angrily. If he didn't know that the true ancient masters of Xuantian divine path would never stoop to such petty tricks, he would suspect someone was mocking him right in front of his face. The experts of the Xuantian divine path watching from above were equally stunned. Has Yu Changkong's cultivation gone awry? Twice, he's gathered chaotic energy with no success. Breaking through the Saint Realm won't be so simple now. Could it be that we overestimated his potential? If Yu Changkong knew that because of these 2 strange thefts, they had begun to doubt his future, he would be even more frustrated. In truth, it wasn't their eyes that were bad. Fluctuating illusions were terrifying tricks even true gods struggled to see through. They simply couldn't believe someone had managed to steal the energy silently right under their noses. In the bamboo hut on the lower third floor, as soon as the little whale swam back, Ye Xuan immediately held it down with a hand. No, no more eating, okay. Since arriving at the Xuantian divine path, he had already stolen Yu Changkong's chaotic energy twice, earning considerable enmity. He didn't want to push his mysterious rival to desperation. Although the two energy feasts made the little whale's scales shine more brilliantly, and the god statue behind Ye Xuan grew steadier, he still knew when to stop cornering a dog leads to backlash, and that was a principle he understood well. Brother, that stinky smell, I smell it again. Little Black Ba poked Ye Xuan's waist with a finger. Ye Xuan paused, then caught on. You mean the smell coming from Xuantian, right? He recalled that at the peak of the life and death secret realm, the mysterious soul body emanating from Xuantian was swallowed by Little Black Ba in one gulp, who had complained it smelled foul and fishy. Damn, didn't that guy die? How is he popping up again? A lingering ghost, or what? Ye Xuan lowered his voice and looked toward the mysterious vortex above, following Little Black Ba's gaze. The smell you sensed comes from that vortex? Little Black Ba stared fixedly and nodded firmly. Yes, that's it. Hissing softly at this, Ye Xuan drew in a sharp breath. The dead simply couldn't come back to life without reason. The only explanation was a duplicate. To survive in this mysterious and unpredictable world of cultivation, he had spent the past 18 years scouring nearly every ancient text he could find, focusing especially on those chapters recording strange and secret occurrences just in case he ever got blindsided by some unfathomable trick. The 6 domains of Tianhuang had long been known for the mastery of duplication techniques, with top-tier experts able to forge copies indistinguishable from their original bodies. Xiantian Shindao, located in the Zhonghuang spiritual domain, was full of prodigies whose methods were even more terrifying. That Xuantian in front of him could leave behind a replica identical to himself was therefore hardly surprising. Realizing this possibility, Ye Xuan felt a sinking weight in his heart. He had thought he had crushed Xuantian with a single blow, only to run straight into a triple strike of white-bone spirit deception. But then he remembered he had already absorbed 2 doses of chaotic primal energy from Xuantian's body, and his mood brightened immediately. If fate allowed me to encounter this, it seemed our destinies were deeply intertwined. If Ye Xuan hadn't awakened his golden finger ability, if the divine maiden Xiao hadn't detected a turning point while peering into the future, and if Xiantian Shindao hadn't urgently issued a divine order summoning Xuantian and 2 other direct disciples back to the sect, no one would have contested his position as the junior sect leader. He should have quietly accepted his arranged engagement and waited patiently for the protagonist's inevitable comeuppance. At that moment, he looked up at the sky. From deep within the swirling vortex, the yin-yang fish spat forth chaotic primal energy once more. Lowering his gaze, the small whale in his palm thrashed desperately. A strange smile curved Ye Xuan's lips. Since all of this was fated by heaven, how could I possibly go against destiny? Go, my little whale. Ye Xuan spread his 5 fingers wide, and the small whale formed from true divine power in his palm, surged like a wave returning from a parched sand dune to the vast blue sea and sky. Its tail fin flicked happily as it swam upward toward the swirling vortex, sending out trails of radiant light. At the same time, Yu Changkong, high up on the 3rd tier, was boiling with rage. The mighty Yu Changkong had been blatantly robbed of his chaotic primal energy twice in a row. If this got out, wouldn't all his many clones burst out laughing at him? Yin and Yang infinite. Heed my command, vast cage of fetter, bind heaven and earth. Just as the low incantation fell, countless locks in gold and black shimmered into existence in his palm, rising like mist and instantly enveloping the yin-yang fish inside the vortex. This was the half-divine art formation known as the vast cage array, which he had acquired long ago in a primordial secret realm. Not only ordinary saint realm cultivators, even half-divine beings would find it nearly impossible to escape. What made it even more marvelous was that the array came with transcendent perception. 36 Xuantian cage array talismans worked in tandem to create a 3-dimensional surveillance space without any blind spots. As long as the target's strength was below half-divine, even Saint Realm cultivators couldn't evade detection by these 36 talismans. Come on. If you've got the guts, come again. Yu Changkong's chest heaved violently. If only he had activated the formation sooner. How could that thief have touched his chaotic energy? Yet to the other powerful Xuantian divine Dao cultivators watching, his actions looked very different. Is Yu Changkong mad? Unable to condense chaotic energy and still insists on setting the formation? Maybe he's trying to trap the scattered energy with the array? If Yu Changkong heard those whispers, he would be both amused and frustrated. What do they mean I can't condense? I just barely formed it before it was stolen. Guarded by the formation, his mind settled a little. He snorted coldly. Cowards, afraid to show their faces when I open the vast cage array? Closing his eyes, he scanned with the formation's sense, but after a moment found no abnormalities. He pushed down his anger and prepared to receive the third burst of chaotic primal energy the yin-yang fish was about to spit out. But at that moment, his connection to the vast cage array was abruptly severed. My vast cage array. Yu Changkong's face paled. Those 36 array talismans had cost him his life to steal from the secret realm, and refining them had taken endless pain and effort. Now, in an instant, they lost all contact with him. The next breath, the third chaotic primal energy that the yin-yang fish emitted vanished like a bubble. Damn it. Even with hundreds of years of cultivation as a top-tier prodigy on the third tier, Yu Changkong couldn't help but curse aloud at this moment. The chaotic primal energy kept being stolen one after another, which was bad enough. But now, even the fan cage formation was gone. This was unacceptable. Couldn't let that guy continue to recklessly steal his chaotic energy. Yu Changkong looked up at the swirling vortex above him, spinning faster and faster, his face ashen. Inside his body, his yin-yang secret techniques operated frantically. Forcing the closure of the vortex caused his meridians to tear with agonizing pain, but he could no longer care about the backlash. As a candidate for the exalted title of immortal sovereign of the profound heaven divine Tao, Yu Changkong was now repeatedly targeted by hidden attacks. Who was manipulating things behind the scenes? Was some ancient monster stalking him? Or had his identity already been exposed? His mind was a whirlwind of confusion, yet he could find no clue. Just as he gritted his teeth to seal the formation, the yin-yang fish in the vortex suddenly spat out a fourth stream of chaotic energy. In the next moment, a tiny whale no bigger than a palm, like a famished glutton, whipped its tail and dashed into the vortex. It was devouring greedily, refusing to let Yu Changkong close the door easily. What's this little whale trying to do? On the third level below, Ye Xuan's eyes froze, then his heart leaped. What could it be? The little whale swam once around the two fish Xuan yang then suddenly bit into the yin fish. The bone-chilling cold yin energy surged sharply into Ye Xuan's divine statue. He shivered as the whale trembled from the freeze, quickly turned back, and fiercely bit the yang fish. Warm, fiery energy poured in, and Ye Xuan instantly felt the wondrous alternation of freezing cold and blazing heat. This was the legendary double sky of ice and fire sensation. It was exhilarating, beyond thrilling. Though he didn't know the exact origin of the yin-yang fish, Ye Xuan could see how crucial those creatures were to Xuantian's pressed clone. If the entire fish were swallowed, Xuantian would probably be so furious he'd bleed from his mouth. Ye Xuan gazed at the little whale with admiration and respect. Almost sensing his master's approval, the little whale grew bolder. It bit left and right, chewing almost off the yin fish's head and cutting down most of the yang fish's tail, scattering scraps inside the vortex. Only then did Yu Changkong snap back to reality, rage exploding in his chest. My yin-yang fish, damn it! He roared, but it was already too late. Forced withdrawal backlash made his blood surge wildly. He couldn't close the yin-yang fish in time. All hope now rested on the secret immortal sovereign Taoists watching from the shadows. However, what those hidden masters saw through their illusions was completely opposite to reality. To them, Yu Changkong's vortex anomaly looked incomplete not because of theft, but due to his lack of talent causing instability in the yin-yang fish. Even the yin-yang fish is faltering. Could it be Yu Changkong has lost his way? Yin-yang secret techniques are the inheritance of the yin-yang true gods. Our intervention won't help. The flaws in the cultivation method must be overcome personally. We elders shouldn't interfere excessively. So the group of powerful masters stood by silently, their doubts about Yu Changkong's talent growing. They had expected a peerless prodigy able to harmonize the yin-yang secret techniques, but his performance was so mediocre some had already begun to question whether letting Yu Changkong enter the upper third level had been a rash decision. On the upper three levels, within the courtyard of the detached villa, faced with the continuous erosion of his yin-yang fish talisman, Yu Changkong felt as if his chest might explode. To prevent others from stealing his chaotic primordial energy, he had long forcibly withdrawn the vortex, enduring the backlash on his own. Yet he never expected his opponent would target the carefully forged yin-yang fish itself. The backlash hidden within the yin-yang technique scorched him like living flames. A mouthful of reversed blood blocked his throat, impossible to swallow or spit out, churning his internal organs in agony. The light radiating from both the yang fish and yin fish dimmed bit by bit, as if invisible fangs were gnawing them into jagged crescent shapes. Time stretched into a blade of torment, veins bulging inch by inch, blue cords crawling snake-like across the backs of his hands. When half of each fish had been eaten away, he gritted his molars and summoned every last particle of true energy to suddenly seal the vortex above his head. Puff the moment the vortex vanished, the dark red reverse blood shot out like arrows from his mouth, splattering the ground beneath him. There was no strength left even for curses. The damage to the yin-yang fish was far more severe than the 3 strands of chaotic energy lost earlier. Without immediately entering seclusion to stabilize the broken yin-yang fish, the hidden backlash could erupt fully at any moment. causing his cultivation to plummet in an instant. On the lower 3 levels, a divinely appointed emissary gazed upward just moments ago. An apocalyptic vortex had suddenly vanished without a trace. He paused in astonishment before sneering, "That's it." He had expected the breakthrough on the upper 3 levels to shake heaven and earth, to move gods and ghosts alike. Instead, it was like someone halfway undressed and fell short. Shaking his head with a cold snort, he turned away. Zhao Kuo withdrew his gaze, the fiery spark in his heart gradually cooling. Is this the level of the upper 3 layers? He judged inwardly. If so, I, Zhao Kuo, might well be able to break through myself. Thinking this, his eyes grew more confident as he looked toward Ye Xuan's bamboo hut. Just a lucky person who relied on secret realm fortune and had opponents explode themselves to gain opportunity. The Zhao family held a commanding position in the eastern wilderlands, rivaling the Xuantian Sect in the southern wilderlands. Now, connected with Xuan, Zhao Kuo's path within the Xuantian Sect was rock solid. Once he secured Ye Xuan's token of allegiance, he was confident he could soar. Although the terrifying vortex had disappointed him, little did he know that Xuan was the true originator of that vortex phenomenon. In Zhao Kuo's eyes, Xuan remained one of the hottest candidates for the saintly heir of the Xuantian, making him a powerful patron. With such backing, why would his future be anything but smooth? Inside the bamboo hut, Ye Xuan inhabited a completely different realm. The dual forces of yin and yang swirled around him, and he clearly sensed his divine might formation undergoing an indescribable, wondrous transformation. The little whale above, after fully feeding, wagged its tail and swam back into the palm of his hand, letting out a satisfied burp. It then spat out all 36 formation tokens. After finishing this, it crawled into the pupil of the divine statue's brow and curled up to sleep. The warm gold and faint silver intertwining lights reflected in Ye Xuan's eyes. He studied the 36 cage formation tokens in his hand, then turned to look at the almost solidified divine might avatar behind him, as if immersed in a dream. At this level of density, even a divine awakened cultivator with 60% divine bone awakening would struggle to form such a solid divine might avatar. Such remarkable solidity was likely beyond the grasp of anyone with only 60% divine bone awakening. Moreover, Ye Xuan could clearly sense that much of the energy from the yin-yang fish absorbed by the little whale remained unrefined within its body. Arriving at the Xuantian, he immediately provoked a peerless monster from the 3rd tier. Although it seemed impulsive, since they were old foes, the other party would inevitably come looking for him sooner or later. If the deadlock couldn't be untied, better to strike first. Unfortunately, despite the little whale's utmost effort, it only managed to consume half of the yin-yang fish's power. If it had swallowed it all, it would have driven that guy into madness, utterly ruining his cultivation that would have been perfect. Even so, losing half the yin-yang fish's strength meant he would have to seclude himself for at least half a year to recover. As long as the other side wasn't free to cause trouble for now, Ye Xuan was satisfied. What happened afterward could wait. Xuantian's backing remained as formidable as ever. First came the Yuming Holy Sect. Now even the Xuantian had sent a replica of him. Ye Xuan judged that this replica was likely the original, while whether the 3rd-tier opponent was genuine remained to be seen. At this moment, Ye Xuan had just broken through to a 1-star martial king. Coupled with the burst from the divine might formation, his body still churned with surging spiritual energy that needed time to fully refine. He quickly stored away the Fanlong formation token in his current state. It would still take time to fully utilize it. He was well aware of the wisdom in not revealing his wealth. Though he had ruthlessly ambushed the yin-yang fish's owner, Ye Xuan was certain the other party would never suspect him as the mastermind. Unless there was a more twisted existence in Xuantian than the little black bar, his illusory light shadow here was practically a cheat code. After safely stowing the formation token, he turned to the little black bar. Today the girl had performed a great service if she hadn't detected the vortex owner's scent. He might never have uncovered the relationship between the yin-yang fish's master and Xuantian. Ye Xuan flicked his wrist and tossed out a bottle of 5th-rank pills. Here, take these. These pills were gifts from the leader of the Xuantian Sect, and others free of charge, and even better value than Dao fruit. At the peak of the divine mountain of Xuantian, amid rolling sea clouds, the goddess Xiao stood barefoot in the high air, her light silk robes billowing in the wind, waiting silently. After a moment, the envoy responsible for escorting Ye Xuan hurried over and respectfully reporting to the goddess, the selected prodigy of the South Wasteland Xuantian Sect has been sent to the lower 3rd tier and is awaiting summons from the divine Dao Hall. Upon hearing this, Zio's heart relaxed slightly, though her expression remained indifferent. She casually asked, did anything happen along the way? Her greatest worry was that the envoys charged with escorting the prodigies to the major wastelands would be arrogant or disrespectful. If they angered Ye Xuan and made him resent the divine Dao, the consequences could be severe. Although Xiao, the divine maiden, only caught fleeting glimpses of the chance to defy fate she saw in the future, the image of Ye Xuan standing alone, decisively commanding eternity and breaking through the heavens, still filled her with awe whenever she recalled it. That scene was utterly breathtaking amid the silent, extinguished sea of stars boiling in chaos, countless laws shattered, and only that solitary, proud figure stamped over the firmament. Xiao understood all too well that if someone like him were provoked during the coming catastrophe, even the divine path might be uprooted entirely. More importantly, this destined strong one was her sole hope to rewrite fate itself. With this thought, she looked at the divine envoy before her gaze sharper and more urgent than before. The envoy, pressured by her stare, dared not keep anything hidden. He bowed his head and hurriedly detailed all the anomalies during the many sudden interruptions of their teleportation en route, as well as Ye Xuan's bizarre and unclassifiable fate configuration. Xiao showed no surprise. If someone was fated to be invincible, how could their fate be ordinary? Her reaction only confirmed to the envoy that the divine maiden was all-knowing. His heart shuddered inwardly. No wonder she detected something wrong the moment they entered the divine mountain and personally inquired about it. In that instant, his reverence for Zio's radiant divine aura deepened. Besides the teleportation and the fate configuration, did anything else happen along the way? Xiao asked anxiously, digging for more details. The envoy racked his brain, then suddenly recalled another troubling event. Above the bamboo hut, a terrifying vortex formed, caused by the clustering of top-tier fiends from the upper 3 layers. He trailed off as he noticed the faint crease of displeasure on Zio's brow and unconsciously lowered his voice. Say it plainly. Her divine radiance rippled, her commanding presence sharp as a blade. The envoy's spine chilled, and he had no choice but to reveal the failed attempt by Yu Changkong to infiltrate the Yinyang secret archive, which was a rumor he had only heard on his way back to report. Upper 3 layers? Yu Changkong? Xiao repeated softly, a flicker of impatience flashing across her eyes. There were countless heavenly prodigies in the Xuantian divine path, but most were mere ripples on the surface to her. Moreover, in the fragments of the future she glimpsed, Yu Changkong's name never appeared. He was just an ordinary prodigy who failed to break through. Many like him would perish as the great calamity arrived. As long as Ye Xuan was safe, the other disturbances were trivial matters to her. At last, she relaxed, unaware that the envoy, despite his detailed report, had forgotten to mention the most crucial event: Zhao Qua openly provoking Ye Xuan in front of the bamboo hut. Had Xiao known this omission, she might have drawn her sword on the spot. Of course, the envoy did not mean to conceal anything intentionally. In his view, the minor skirmish between Ye Xuan and Zhao Kuo was insignificant compared to Yu Changkong's failed breakthrough. After all, if even the divine maiden disregarded upper 3 layers prodigies, how could she care about 2 ordinary prodigies from the lower 3 layers who had just joined the Xuantian divine path? Mastering heaven and earth, the power of the martial king, so that's how it feels. In the quiet training chamber 3 floors below, Ye Xuan sat cross-legged as a faint golden mist of primal energy swirled before him. After an entire night of intense cultivation, he finally solidified his newly entered martial king realm. The primal force inside him flowed like a river pouring into the sea, turbulent, yet perfectly controlled. At the same time, using his divine might array, he carefully deconstructed and reordered the subtle forces within the martial king level that were once only perceptible but hard to command, like disassembling a weapon to reinforce its rivets. At this moment, even without relying on his divine might array, Ye Xuan alone was unstoppable among warriors of his rank. And don't forget, he also held the insights from the divine insight crystal, the ancestral legacies freeloaded from Xuantian Sect's life and death secret realm, plus a vast wealth from the yellow rank hidden vaults. Anyone who casually reckoned him a run-off-the-mill, 1-star martial king would surely suffer a crushing defeat at his hands. Brother, that idiot outside has been staring at our room forever. Shall I go out and teach him a lesson? Little Black held an empty Dan bottle, and her 2 shiny black eyes gleamed with eagerness. Following her tone, Ye Xuan immediately realized the idiot was Zhao Qua. The Zhao family of the Eastern Wilderness and Xuantian Sect had no old grudges nor recent conflicts. Both were legitimate branches of the Xuantian divine Tao. Yet Zhao Qua bore a strange, intense hostility toward him. Just stepping into the bamboo house yesterday, Ye Xuan noticed Zhao Qua's reaction was overly fixated. Provocation was one thing, but this relentless biting was suspicious. Let's go meet him. Ye Xuan folded away the divine array and held Little Black behind him. He knew well that Zhao Qua's strength as a 1-star martial king meant if Little Black acted impulsively, it could be fatal in an instant. After all, this was Xuantian divine Dao territory. He had to keep up appearances. If he planned to kill, it must be done covertly and where no one would interfere. Outside the bamboo house, morning mist had cleared and the sun climbed higher. Zhao Qua had stood guard beyond the barrier all morning. That kid's not seriously hiding inside like a turtle, is he? He crossed his arms, eyes filled with impatience. The barrier was personally set by a Xuantian divine Dao expert. Even as a 1-star martial king, he was powerless and could only glare helplessly. Creak. At last, The door was pushed open from inside. Ye Xuan? Zhao Kuo's pulse spiked. A broad, ridiculous grin spreading across his physique looked like a 100-pound happy fool. Ha ha ha, you came out at just the right time. You got away yesterday, but today he shouted, I, Zhao Kuo, will beat you until you're crawling on the ground. Mid-sentence, he suddenly stopped, his pupils shrinking. The deep, unfathomable aura around Ye Xuan was unmistakably that of a genuine one-star martial king. Damn, this is freaky. Zhao Kuo's heart pounded wildly. Yesterday this kid was only a 9-star martial ancestor. Now this morning he had already advanced to martial king? Did he stumble into some world-shaking opportunity overnight? Stranger still, there had been no breakthrough anomalies from the bamboo house last night, no surges of heavenly energy, no radiant flashes. His shock faded quickly as he tried to reason with himself. No, this has to be some kind of trick this kid's playing to scare me off. Could it be some kind of deception meant to intimidate me? That's right, exactly like that. Yesterday, he was a 9-star martial sovereign, and today had somehow dropped all the way to a 1-star martial king? Such a ridiculous thing wasn't entirely impossible, but Zhao Kuo simply refused to believe that it could happen to Ye Xuan, a worthless nobody who had stumbled into Xuantian divine path purely by dumb luck. Besides, from last night until this morning, Zhao Kuo had been standing guard outside the bamboo hut. He knew better than anyone whether Ye Xuan had broken through or not. So this is just some fake cultivation level to mess with me? Does he really think I, Zhao Kuo, am an idiot? The thought of being made a laughingstock lit a fire deep in Zhao Kuo's chest. The proud and invincible Zhao family had ruled the East Wilderness for years. When had anyone ever dared to play such a clumsy trick on them? If Ye Xuan was simply a fool, fine, but to try and treat Zhao Kuo like a fool too was a grave insult. With that, Zhao Kuo suddenly stretched out his hand, finger pointing straight at Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan, do you have the guts to accept my challenge? If yesterday's provocation had been on Yu Changkong's orders, today, Zhao Kuo really wanted Ye Xuan to understand the weight behind Zhao family's fists. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a blood-red blade condensed in the palm of his hand. The blade's veins writhed like flowing blood. Humming low and ominous, it was the Zhao family's heirloom sword. Not an ancient artifact like those of the primordial gods, but still a famed secret treasure. Ye Xuan tilted his head, looking at him like one might regard a babbling goose. This guy's probably got a screw loose, he thought to himself. Brother, maybe I should just go over and kick him to death, Xiao Haiba said lazily, wagging his tail. Even he found Zhao Kuo's noise unbearable, mouthing off incessantly, and reeking badly besides, probably not even good to eat. The scene was noisy, but then footsteps approached. Well, running into such excitement right after arriving at Xuantian Divine Path, what a coincidence. Liao Wuji of the West Wilderness Martial Saint Pavilion came forward, accompanied by a Divine Path envoy. Liao Wuji casually introduced himself, picked a piece of bluestone to sit on, and quietly watched while the envoy stood emotionless at the side, clearly with no intention of interfering. With an audience present, Zhao Kuo's pride swelled. His voice boomed like thunder. Ye Xuan, with so many watching, if you don't have the guts, kneel and admit defeat. His self-satisfied attitude was like a target painted in bright colors to Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan rolled his eyes inwardly. Maybe I really should let Xiao Haiba kick him to death. Even hitting such a fool himself felt like dirtying his fists. Wait, where's Xiao Haiba? Ye Xuan suddenly snapped back to reality. Xiao Haiba, who had been at his feet moments ago, was nowhere to be seen. Panic tightened in Ye Xuan's chest as he quickly scanned the direction where Xiao Haiba had disappeared, but very soon, his whole face changed. Things were starting to get weird. At this moment, Ye Xuan's illusory light cloak draped over Xiao Haiba like a faint, translucent veil, blending her into the air itself. Yet her gluttonous expression betrayed her completely. Saliva gleamed at the corners of her mouth, and her dark, glittering eyes were glued to the few melon seeds in Liao Wuji's hand. At the entrance of the bamboo hut, Liao Wuji lounged lazily in a bamboo chair, arms draped over the backrest, legs crossed, watching like an amused spectator. He hadn't even noticed Xiao Haiba by his feet. Come on, fight. Why stop now? I'm still waiting for a show. He grinned, tossing a melon seed into the air and opening his mouth to catch it. His gaze flicked back and forth between Ye Xuan and Zhao Kuo, a mischievous sparkle lighting his eyes. But after a few seconds, the seed didn't fall into his mouth as planned. Huh, where's my seed? Liao Wuji's expression shifted slightly. To others, it might seem like just a snack, but he knew better. This was a seed from a spirit tree unearthed in the ancient secret lands of the Western Wilderness. Its potency rivaled a 5th-grade spirit pill, capable of cleansing meridians and enhancing talent. He treated them as treasures and kept several safely stashed inside his inner garment. And just now, one had mysteriously vanished. He bent down, shifted sideways, lifted his shirt, even searched between the chair slats, but not a trace appeared, not even a shadow. Growing suspicious, he pulled out a second spirit tree seed, tossed it higher this time, eyes fixated on the glowing green spot without blinking. Yet again, the light flickered softly in midair and then vanished into thin air. Am I seeing ghosts in broad daylight? Liao Wuji's heart pounded wildly. Losing 2 priceless spirit seeds in a row was well beyond what he could chalk up to coincidence. He cast a wary glance around, releasing his spiritual power to scan still nothing. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a 3rd seed. This time, before he could make a move, his palm was suddenly empty. The seed slipped right through his fingers and disappeared. Across from him, the divine envoy stood calmly with arms crossed. His gaze was quiet, yet a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. So this guy actually had spatial abilities? Even he hadn't detected that. Liao Wuji had been lazy and careless all along. No one would have guessed his true potential, but now he truly was the St. Martial Pavilion's most outstanding disciple in 2 centuries. Yet the divine envoy's silent praise went unnoticed. At this moment, all Liao Wuji felt was a chill down his spine. He didn't believe in ghosts. Whoever was playing tricks under his nose had to be human and extremely skilled. His eyes darted between Ye Xuan and Zhao Kuo again, heart-pounding alarms in his chest. If someone was meddling right in front of him, it could only be these 2 inside the bamboo hut. As for the divine envoy standing nearby, Liao Wuji, who had traveled this path alongside him, knew better than anyone. The envoy was always sparing with words, disdainful of idle talk, and would never stoop to tricks or games to toy with others. Yet just moments ago, Liao Wuji, who had watched the drama unfold with detached amusement, suddenly found himself the unwitting star of the very spectacle he observed. Ye Xuan looked at him and inexplicably felt a flicker of pity. Getting caught up in the spectacle you're watching is certainly a unique life experience. But the one truly ignited with rage was Zhao Kuo. Facing the enemy in battle, and you're still distracted? He sneered, his fury almost tangible. Ye Xuan, you clearly don't take me seriously. He had been completely outmaneuvered by Ye Xuan's deceptive illusions, believing the opponent wielded only the power of a 9-star martial cultivator. Now, to be publicly disregarded like this meant absolute humiliation. As an unrivaled prodigy from the Zhao family, the undefeated powerhouse of the eastern wastelands, how could he tolerate such dishonor? In a burst of anger, he shouted, Ye Xuan, go to hell. As the great blade came down, the very air seemed to condense into an unparalleled cutting force. That is the Zhao family's Magniu blade technique. The divine envoy squinted, scanning the swirling energy. Though not an ancient secret art, the Magniu blade technique ranked among the top in the 4 great wastelands. Zhao Kuo's innate martial soul and extraordinary insight had pushed this form to its peak, just half a step shy of a legendary secret technique. Such a strike would force even an ordinary 1-star martial king to retreat 3 paces. Yet in the next moment, the envoy, Liao Wuji, and all eyes present were drawn to Ye Xuan's strange behavior. Remained rooted to the spot, perfectly still. Is the kid frozen in fear? Liao Wuji frowned deeply. He had suspected that the spirit wood seed had been stolen secretly by Ye Xuan, but this motionless stance hardly suited someone capable of such a feat. Even Liao Wuji himself, confident in his 2-star martial king strength, dared not take Zhao Kuo's blade heat, let alone Ye Xuan with his mere 9-star martial cultivator level. The divine envoy was now weighing whether to intervene. The profound heavenly divine path allowed champions to compete, but forbade its own members from killing each other. If Ye Xuan were seriously injured by this strike, the envoy would bear responsibility. You only realize you're scared now? Too late. The roar of the blade assaulted the air as Zhao Kuo's face lit with cruel satisfaction. Even if you drop to your knees begging for mercy, I won't spare you. To him, Ye Xuan was nothing but a fraud relying on trickery, unworthy to stand on the same stage. Today, he would take at least 1 life or cripple his foe, forcing him to wail and crawl in submission, finally understanding the cost of crossing Zhao Kuo. Everyone assumed Ye Xuan would shatter under the fierce blade's assault. Yet at this critical moment, just as all expected Ye Xuan to be powerless before Zhao Kuo's ferocious strike, the motionless figure suddenly stirred. With a swift flick of his finger, faster than lightning, he unleashed countless profound principles, like a fleeting streak of brilliance in empty space. What? He's actually trying to fight Zhao Kuo's legendary long blade with his bare hands? The Xindao envoy suddenly sucked in a sharp breath. This time, Xuantian Sect summoned 4 prodigies from the 4 great desolate regions. Although he was mainly responsible for the western desolate region, he had already studied all the information on the eastern, southern, western, and northern regions in advance. Ye Xuan was indeed a chosen one of divine awakening, but his time unlocking the divine bone was too short. Moreover, there was no precedent for the divine bone stacking physical strength. Clashing heat-in with a legendary weapon was basically suicide. Liao Wuji, standing not far away, was stunned for a moment as well. I've seen warriors flee before battle, but dying deliberately like this is a first. Could it be that this kid isn't just scared stiff, he's gone mad? The Zhao family's invincible Gunyu blade technique, combined with Zhao Kuo's treasured long blade, was trying to block it barehanded? Madness. But soon, he noticed Ye Xuan's gaze was calm and steady, like an icy lake, without a hint of surprise. Could he really have a secret trump card? If even Liao Wuji considered this possibility, the Xindao envoy dared not ignore it. If Ye Xuan truly had a killer move, that would be one thing. But if he was just recklessly seeking death, a mere newly inducted prodigy of Xindao getting cut down by a single strike right before the envoy's eyes? If news of this reached headquarters, the envoy could hardly escape blame. What was supposed to be a routine reception had suddenly become a burning hot potato. Thoughts raced, but then the situation changed sharply. Between Ye Xuan's two fingers suddenly condensed a red dragon soul. In the next instant, with a loud tear, the countless slash energies formed by Zhao Kuo's Guanyu blade technique were forcibly ripped apart into fragments that scattered through the air, tearing apart the Guanyu blade technique barehanded. The Xindao envoy's pupils trembled, his heart flooded with shock. Zhao Kuo's blade technique had long reached perfection, a mere half-step from the yellow-grade secret treasure level. Yet Ye Xuan shattered it empty-handed. Such physical strength must surpass the ancient physique and approach the sacred body. But Xuantian Shindo's previous intelligence reports hadn't mentioned anything unusual about Ye Xuan's body. This guy is hiding his power deep. Compared to the envoy's astonishment, Liao Wuji was equally shaken. This is realm? Sword intent? No, it's spear intent. He stared fixedly at the backlit figure stained red with shattered blade energy. To block a legendary long blade with just his realm, then break the renowned Guanyu blade technique of the Eastern Desolate region? Is he even human? Originally, he had thought he would be the strongest among the four great Desolate region prodigies newly inducted into Xuantian Shindo. But after witnessing Ye Xuan's red dragon spear intent with his own eyes, Liao Wuji was no longer so arrogantly overconfident. On the other side, Zhao Kuo, recovering from his shock, also restrained his pride. His face suddenly changed, and his grip on the long blade tightened until it creaked Huang Tier's secret technique. He had always thought Ye Xuan was just a lucky bastard who stumbled into the divine path by sheer luck. Yet the spear intent before him soared like a red dragon ascending the sky, shattering that notion completely. This was no illusion, but the authentic aura of a martial king. In just one strike, the sharpness was fully revealed, sending a chill through Zhao Kuo's heart. Ye Xuan, I underestimated you. Zhao Kuo whispered inwardly, his expression shifting from contempt to solemnity. The night before, he had seen with his own eyes that Ye Xuan was only at the 9-star martial lord level, so it was still hard to believe that overnight he had stepped into the martial king tier. Even with artifacts to conceal his cultivation, advancing this far so quickly was terrifying. His arrogance was mercilessly mocked by reality. The Zhao family's peerless prodigy prided himself on his innate martial soul and transcendent comprehension, yet even after breaking through to martial king, it took him a long time to stabilize his realm. And now Ye Xuan had just torn apart his Guanyu blade technique barehanded, revealing a depth and power incomparable to a newly ascended martial king. No matter how you looked at it, Zhao Kuo refused to believe this was a fresh breakthrough. Despicable. Deliberately hiding your cultivation to fool me. It was like being slapped hard across the face. Anger surged in Zhao Kuo's heart. Yet he clung tightly to one last lifeline. The pros and cons of the Huang Tier secret techniques. Ye Xuan had only barely broken through by relying on the overwhelming sharpness of one secret technique. Zhao Kuo himself possessed 3 complete Huang Tier secret techniques, each cultivated to their highest stage. That thought rekindled his confidence, filling his chest with renewed resolve. Ye Xuan, I will make you witness the invincible Zhao family's famous barbarian blade secrets in eastern wilds. Zhao Kuo growled through clenched teeth, stepping forward with his blade, murderous intent surging. But Ye Xuan didn't even bother to reply with a single word. Fool or not, this fool was still useful. He had secluded himself in the bamboo hut for a full day and night yesterday, not only stabilizing his martial king cultivation and deducing the divine might array, but also using his enlightenment spirit crystal to intensely study various secret techniques. The red dragon spear intent just displayed was the fruit of that enlightenment crystal's power. Zhao Kuo was just a tool to sharpen his blade. The air buzzed with fierce energy as Zhao Kuo dispelled all contempt, unleashing his barbarian blade's secret technique. Sharp blade, chi surged wildly, intertwining into a cage across the sky, shaking loose stones from the ground, rushing to trap Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan's movements were equally swift, repeatedly releasing the red dragon spear intent from his spear. Since gaining insight from the divine enlightenment crystal, Ye Xuan's comprehension of the yellow tier secret arts surged dramatically. In just a few days, it was as if he had boarded a rocket, breaking through one bottleneck after another at lightning speed. When it came to competing in yellow tier secret arts, Zhao Kuo had clearly picked the wrong opponent. In the center of the arena, 2 currents of true energy roiled fiercely. Zhao Kuo's broadsword secret art unleashed ever-sharper blade auras that swept the air, slicing it into fragments. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan wielded the red dragon spear technique of the dragon cloud patriarch with one hand, the spear's fiery shadow coiling like a dragon in flight, the momentum unbroken. Every clash between spear and blade sparked searing embers in midair accompanied by thunderous crashes. The scene was fierce and intense, like two true dragons confronting each other, captivating even the observing divine envoy and Liao Wuji, who dared not blink lest they miss a single detail. That Zhao truly lives up to being a born martial soul. The divine envoy silently sighed in admiration. For one to bring the yellow tier secret arts to such a level was already rare. Now, fully unleashing the broadsword secret art, Zhao Kuo had reached a state of unity with his blade, the line between man and sword blurred, each strike stronger than the last. With his treasured broadsword in hand, his aura surged ever higher, subtly pressing Ye Xuan onto the back foot. By comparison, though Ye Xuan's body was formidable, he lacked the support of a precious weapon. Both were utilizing yellow-tier secret arts, but weapon disparity meant his attacks were inevitably weakened. Even more challenging was that Zhao Kuo, years ago, had comprehended 3 sets of yellow-tier secret arts from the Zhao family ancestral shrine, with broadsword secret art being just one of them. In terms of divine treasures, insight, and quantity, he held every advantage. If it came down to endurance and attrition, the divine envoy already felt Ye Xuan was destined to lose. When cultivators' realms are close, divine treasures and secret arts become the sharpest spear in their hands, the divine envoy mused. And Zhao Kuo has overwhelming superiority in both aspects. Unless Ye Xuan has mastered over 3 yellow-tier secret arts himself, which seems unlikely, is at a serious disadvantage. From his perspective, Zhao Kuo's 3 sets of secret arts owed much to his innate martial soul's extraordinary insight. Even though Ye Xuan had braved the life-and-death trials of the Xuantian Sect, the time was short, and matching a born martial soul in secret arts was a tall order. On the arena, sensing Ye Xuan increasingly restrained, a triumphant smile crept onto Zhao Kuo's lips. Suddenly, with a flick of his blade, an immense iron-scaled giant python roared out from his blade aura, the dragon python's secret art. It turned out Zhao Kuo had been secretly gathering strength in the dragon python secret art while unleashing the broadsword secret art. The 2 yellow-tier secret arts combined in tandem, their power instantly eclipsing Ye Xuan's red dragon spear momentum. A cold gleam flashed in the divine envoy's eyes. 2 yellow-tier secret arts unleashed simultaneously? Ye Xuan is likely doomed. Liao Wuji sighed silently. While a powerful body was precious, no matter how strong flesh and blood might be, it was difficult to clash heat-in against precious weapons and multiple secret arts. Just as both prepared to withdraw their gaze, convinced the outcome was decided, a dazzling golden light erupted from the red dragon spear's tip in Ye Xuan's hand. The next moment, a gigantic golden sword burst from the ground, sword intent soaring to the heavens, tearing apart the swirling blades and iron-scaled python. Just a little snake, yet dares to dream of becoming a dragon? Ye Xuan gripped his golden sword and swung it in a single strike. In an instant, blinding golden light erupted, sword intent surging in all directions. The giant python condensed within Zhao Kuo's blade was instantly severed by Ye Xuan's blow. This can't be. You've actually cultivated 2 yellow-rank secret techniques? Zhao Kuo's pupils constricted sharply, as if struck by lightning. He had assumed Ye Xuan only mastered the fluid, flowing red dragon spear technique, never expecting him to simultaneously wield an even more formidable golden sword secret technique. Through the golden radiance, Zhao Kuo could clearly feel the overwhelming weight and power of the sword intent. Ye Xuan's understanding of this golden sword secret was in no way inferior to his grasp of the red dragon spear. How infuriating! I was born with a martial soul and an extraordinary insight. You actually dare to compete with me in secret techniques? Today, I'll show you what it means to have someone beyond you and power beyond power. After a brief moment of shock, jealousy flared violently within Zhao Kuo, scorching his reason. To him, Ye Xuan had once been nothing more than a tiny ant who stumbled into the divine path by sheer luck, easily crushed with a flick of the hand. Yet this ant kept landing heavy blows against him time and again. Zhao Kuo suddenly raised his long blade to his brow and shouted loudly, "Great River Secret Technique." The blade trembled violently as a roaring river surged forth from its edge, the sound of rushing waves echoing as if ready to engulf heaven and earth. Watching intently, Liao Wuji and the Divine Path Envoy narrowed their eyes. Zhao Kuo's ability to cultivate 3 yellow-rank secret techniques simultaneously had truly earned him the title of the Invincible Zhao Clan. The golden light and roaring river intertwined over the battlefield, instantly pushing the duel between Ye Xuan and Zhao Kuo to a white-hot climax. Neither Liao Wuji nor the Divine Path Envoy could look away. They had expected Ye Xuan to have fallen to Zhao Kuo's Python secret technique long ago, yet Ye Xuan had cut down the giant python in a single strike. This unexpected turn, combined with Ye Xuan's formidable physique and sword path capable of shattering the dragon python, made them question whether Zhao Kuo's Great River secret technique could really be his ultimate trump card. Zhao Kuo was born with a martial soul and had initiated a 3rd yellow-rank secret technique. If Ye Xuan couldn't reveal a 3rd secret technique of the same level, only then would the situation be balanced. Just as the Divine Path envoy considered this, a far more mysterious and terrifying aura suddenly welled up from Ye Xuan's body. That sensation is, a twitch appeared between his brows. A secret technique. Without a doubt, the aura came from a secret technique, but the pressure clearly surpassed the yellow rank. It's Earth rank. Liao Wuji's eyes widened so much they seemed ready to pop from their sockets. The invincible Zhao clan's Zhao Kuo, with his natural martial soul and extraordinary insight, had only ever mastered 3 yellow rank secret techniques. Yet Ye Xuan not only possessed a transcendent physique and divine bones, but was also simultaneously cultivating 2 yellow rank secret techniques and 1 earth rank secret technique. This was utterly absurd. The Divine Path envoy was equally shocked. His knowledge of Ye Xuan extended only as far as a chosen disciple of the Xuantian Sect, whose reputation was prominent, but who had only recently awakened his divine bones and joined the ranks of the enlightened. The power Ye Xuan was demonstrating now far exceeded what a newcomer with newly awakened divine bones could explain. Before this, if anyone had been asked who was the weakest among the 4 great wilderness branches, the answer would undoubtedly have been Ye Xuan from the southern wilderness. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuo, born with a martial soul and extraordinary insight, was long recognized as invincible. As for Zhao Kuo, there was no need to say more. Born with a martial soul, extraordinary insight, and already mastering 3 yellow rank secret techniques at such a young age. Liao Wuji was by far the most outstanding heir of the martial Saint Pavilion in the Western Wilderness domain in the past 2 centuries. Ye Xuan only barely had the qualifications to stand alongside these prodigies after awakening his divine bone and entering the divine awakening realm. Yet, neither the timing of his divine bone's awakening nor the speed of his rise could compare to other geniuses from the 4 wilderness domains. On top of that, the Xuantian Sect in the southern wilderness had been declining year by year, and the number of disciples personally receiving secret inheritances was growing rarer. This led outsiders to mistakenly believe that Ye Xuan, from the southern wilderness branch, was the weakest among them. However, no matter how the Divine Path envoys speculated, they never expected Ye Xuan to possess an astonishing number of secret inheritances. Judging by the aura alone, though incomplete, these were genuinely Earth-grade secret inheritances. They were the half-leaves of Earth-grade techniques left behind by Patriarch Sun Lan. Just a half-leaf alone far surpassed Zhao Kuo's mere yellow-grade secret inheritance. Forget yellow-grade. Even jade-grade would bow obediently before this Earth-grade secret inheritance. How? How is this possible? How could Ye Xuan possess Earth-grade secret inheritances? Zhao Kuo was stunned. Proud of his innate martial soul and exceptional comprehension, he had thus far only mastered 3 yellow-grade secret inheritances. Yet Ye Xuan, also a divine awakening practitioner, had mastered 3 secret inheritances, including 1 earth grade. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, spiritual energy surged in Ye Xuan's palm as a small mountain formed, shifting between real and illusory. Mountain flipping seal. With a low shout, the spectral mountain slammed down. Zhao Kuo felt a colossal weight pressed down on his head as his breathing became labored. The great river's secret inheritance in his hand shattered like snow under the blazing sun, instantly reducing the roaring river into a mere trickling stream. Still want to compete? Ye Xuan's voice was quiet, but carried an unmatched solemnity under the overwhelming power of the mountain-flipping seal. No more competition. Zhao Kuo, forced to kneel by the immense pressure, finally admitted defeat with difficulty. What should have been his victory instantly turned into public humiliation, his face burning with shame. But he had no means to counter an Earth-grade secret inheritance, and could only grit his teeth and swallow his pride. Damn it. I'm supposed to have an innate martial soul. Why does Ye Xuan surpass me in secret inheritance comprehension? Zhao Kuo's mind churned with frustration, but he was powerless. At that moment, little He Ba, who had earlier consumed 3 spiritual wood seeds from Liao Wuji, hopped in front of Ye Xuan and looked up, asking, "Brother, why don't you just finish off that idiot right now?" Ye Xuan rubbed her head and lowered his voice. "Silly kid, so many people are watching. If I move now, others will have reason to step in. If I really want to take him down, it has to be when no one's looking." "Oh, got it." Little He Ba nodded vigorously and ran off excitedly towards Zhao Kuo. Bang! A crisp crack echoed as she stomped on Zhao Kuo's calf. The sound of bones breaking rang sharply. "Ah, my leg. My leg is broken." A scream like that of a slaughtered pig instantly filled the hall. Ye Xuan spread his hands innocently and, facing the locked gazes of the Divine Path envoy and Liao Wuji, said, "What are you all staring at? I'm far away from him. Don't try to pin this on me." Then he turned to Zhao Kuo. "Just a friendly reminder. You're still young. Make sure you get enough calcium. After just a few rounds you're standing like a weak shrimp. If this leaks out, some might think him the one who broke your leg." Uffed. Zhao Kuo, already pale with pain, spat out a mouthful of old blood. Ye Xuan's darkly mischievous nature was infuriating, but he had no proof. especially when he saw the Divine Path envoy and Liao Wuji's expression shift to, "So that's how it is." His chest felt like it had been crushed again by the mountain-flipping seal. The Divine Path envoy and Liao Wuji naturally understood the situation but could find no way to catch Ye Xuan in the act, so they pretended not to see. After all, Zhao Kuo was still alive, just with a broken leg that would heal with rest. Little Hei Ba puffed up her cheeks and ran back to Ye Xuan like a little triumphant beast. "Brother, you said you can only beat that idiot when no one's looking, but no one can see me at all. So doesn't that mean I can beat him anytime, anywhere?" That actually makes a lot of sense. Staring at Xiao Haiba, who seemed like a master of logic, Ye Xuan opened his mouth but couldn't get a single word out. Xiao Haiba's actions were definitely mixed with personal grudges, but the ruthless way he wrapped things up, it felt incredible. Ye Xuan was genuinely thrilled, especially when he saw Zhao Kuo's frustrated face, the kind that says, "I hate this but can't do anything about it." It felt like a gentle spring breeze soothing every pore of his body, filling him with an indescribable comfort. After all, happiness is always built on the suffering of one's enemies. The farce ended in an almost absurd way. Zhao Kuo ended up with a broken leg and was carried off on the spot by the messenger from the Divine Path to be treated. Liao Wuji, who witnessed everything, immediately decided instinctively that he would never trouble Ye Xuan on purpose. The three acted as if nothing had happened and returned to their bamboo cottages to rest. The next morning, the Divine Path messenger knocked on the bamboo door and called the three to gather immediately. Ye Xuan, Liao Wuji, and Zhao Kuo exchanged glances and furrowed their brows simultaneously. Liao Wuji was the first to voice his doubt. "May I ask, since the chosen ones from the east, south, and west wastelands have all already entered the Divine Path, why has no one from the north wasteland arrived yet?" This was exactly the question Ye Xuan had been meaning to ask since yesterday. Looking around, there were clearly only enough bamboo cottages for 3 people, and there was still no sign of anyone from the north wasteland. The messenger explained, "The prodigy from the north wasteland has already entered the Divine Path hall ahead of time." As soon as the words fell, the 3 faces turned to shock. Due to his broken leg, Zhao Kuo had been somewhat subdued and no longer provoked Ye Xuan, but his gaze toward Ye Xuan still carried defiance. Ye Xuan, however, couldn't have cared less. Already inside, Ye Xuan mulled over the words in his Mindy's, this some big shot pulling strings behind the scenes to get their favored candidate in early? The prodigies from the east, south, and west branches were still stuck waiting in the bamboo cottages, and only the north wasteland's representative got to go first? Sounds like a special admission if you ask Ye Xuan for his previous life's terms. That's a textbook special recruit. All right, no time to waste. I will lead you all to the Divine Path Hall now. Led by the messenger, the 3 quickly arrived at the hall's entrance. Even before stepping inside, Ye Xuan heard a sing-song, coquettish voice from within. "Senior brother, we were practicing together and senior sister found out. She scolded you. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you two wouldn't have argued. Although I only want to practice with senior brother, and I'm really happy when we practice together. You'll forgive me, right, senior brother?" Ye Xuan was left dumbfounded. What the heck? The familiar, syrupy sweet tone with a clipped accent dripping with the scent of matcha immediately made 4 words flash through his mind. Divine Path version of a tea arts master? Sure enough, the moment the 3 stepped into the Divine Path Hall, their eyes were met with a new scene. 2 male disciples were blushing red in the cheeks and ears, being teased by a little girl dressed outrageously. Little girl and outrageously dressed normally wouldn't go together, but the extreme contrast perfectly blended in front of their eyes right now. A shadowy figure seemed to step through the entrance of the Shindao Hall. The little girl's attention was immediately caught. Her big eyes sparkled as she waved excitedly. "Oh, are you the 3 brothers from Dongwang, Nenwang, and Xihuang?" Then she puckered her lips and teasingly corrected herself. "Brothers? Brother, you big-head dummy." She tiptoed forward until she stood right in front of them, a smile as fragrant as tea blooming on her face. Ye Xuan saw her masterful tea-art expression and instantly pictured the sly grin of old Han Mo in his mind. He instinctively stepped back to the very end of the group. Ye Xuan knew full well green tea girls in this fantasy world were far more dangerous than the ones on the internet back in his past life. The latter at worst would cheat you out of money. The former could take your life in an instant. And this one in front of him came from Main Tower. Wasn't that place known for recruiting only bewitchingly beautiful and stunning women? Since when did they admit girls who looked so ordinary? Liao Wuji's gaze unconsciously drifted to the little girl's chest. A flicker of light passed through his eyes. As the most outstanding disciple of the Martial Saint Pavilion in the Western Wilderness, his favorite pastime was gathering intelligence on major sects across the 4 wastelands and 8 domains. Main Tower, an important branch of Xuantian Shindao in the northern domain, naturally ranked high in his information files. The little girl blinked slowly as she approached Liao Wuji with a sweet smile. "Are you brother Liao from the Western Wilderness? My name is Ro Ruan Zhiro as in soft, Ruan as in gentle, and Ji like slender branches." Before finishing, her delicate hand lightly tapped Liao Wuji's chest. then similarly patted Zhao Kuo's shoulder. Seeing the slender hand reaching out to Ye Xuan shifted slightly, instantly putting distance between them. Ro Ruanji blinked and teased. Oh, why do you look at me like I'm a tiger, little brother? Zhao Kuo sneered silently beside them. Ye Xuan, oh Ye Xuan, you beat me yesterday, so what? A girl has you scared stiff like this, how do you expect to reach the pinnacle of martial arts with that mindset? Ro Ruanji's interest was fully piqued by Ye Xuan's evasive moves. She swayed her slender body and moved closer again. But just as her fingertips brushed Ye Xuan's robe, Ye Xuan's figure blurred and slipped away once more. A strange light flickered in Ro Ruanji's eyes that was clearly a yellow stage secret body technique. Zhao Kuo clenched his fists tightly, jealousy nearly leaking from his pupils. Here he was, the proud bearer of a natural martial soul, having only just comprehended 3 yellow stage secret techniques. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan had unleashed 2 yellow stage and 1.5 D stage secret techniques yesterday, and today showed off yet another mysterious body skill? Why? How? Oh heavens, oh earth. What makes Zhao Kuo no match for him? His mournful inner monologue went unheard. Every gaze was locked on Ro Ruanji and Ye Xuan. The move Ro Ruanji had just used was Main Tower's signature close combat secret technique. Once pressed to that proximity by her, no one could evade. Yet Ye Xuan casually slipped out of her encirclement and countered using a yellow stage secret body movement. Sorry, I'm not interested in women. Ye Xuan's voice was calm, simply hoping she wouldn't get any closer. His words caused Liao Wuji to suddenly pull away from him, eyes fixed on Ye Xuan with an unfathomable, strange look, and the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. It felt like suddenly running into something eerie and filthy, striking out of nowhere. Just then, Liao Wuji suddenly felt his chest pounding violently, his heartbeat growing louder and faster. On the other side, Zhao Kuo was no better. A burning heat surged in his lower abdomen, as if invisible flames were raging inside him. Could it be your doing? Almost instantly, both Liao Wuji and Zhao Kuo's gazes locked tightly onto Ro Ruanji. Brother, they're so fierce. I'm really scared, Ro Ruanji sobbed, trembling as she reached out to grab Ye Xuan. But Ye Xuan was quick and agile. He slipped away in an instant. He'll say it again, I don't like women, and I don't like being touched by women, he said firmly and clearly. The Xuantian branches of the 4 great barren regions in all directions were notoriously hard to deal with. Even these 2 fools, Liao Wuji and Zhao Kuo, got caught off guard. And yet Ye Xuan let this cunning little green tea girl come near him? That was pure arrogance. Suddenly, they understood why Ye Xuan always avoided this girl. It clearly wasn't without reason. But realizing it now seemed a bit too late. Are you the Ye Xuan from the southern barren region? A voice sounded. You say you don't like women? But I've heard that for the sake of your fiancée's cultivation was ruined, you spent your entire fortune and refused to break off the engagement. So isn't she a woman? As Ro Ruanji spoke, Ye Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. For her to know about the engagement between Ye Xuan and Dantai Mingyue meant Ro Ruanji was far from as innocent as she appeared. Ye Xuan calmly replied, you're wrong. To me, that fiancée isn't a woman, she's a goddess in my heart. I like goddesses, not women. What's so hard to understand about that? His words caught Ro Ruanji off guard for a moment. Then she giggled softly. Brother Ye Xuan, you really are interesting, liking goddesses, but not women? He'll remember that. A mischievous and inscrutable gleam flickered in Ro Ruanji's playful eyes. Being stared at by this little girl made Ye Xuan feel an inexplicable unease, though he couldn't put his finger on exactly what was off. Fortunately, the recent small incident interrupted her lingering attention, and she gracefully turned to approach Liao Wuji and Zhao Kuo. Her dress swayed lightly, and her figure seemed to drift like a breeze, instantly dispelling the momentary discomfort that had hung around the 2 men. With a smile, Ro Ruanji apologized playfully. That was just a little joke earlier. You 2 big brothers aren't really mad, are you? I know I went a bit far, but I just wanted to get a little closer to you both, so my hand slipped. You won't be mad at me, will you? She feigned innocence with a delicate, vulnerable expression. Faced with this scene, neither Liao Wuji nor Zhao Kuo dared to underestimate the seemingly delicate little girl anymore. A sense of caution rose in their hearts. Before long, a powerful aura unique to saintly-level elites suddenly filled the entire Divine Path Hall. A gray-robed elder with white hair and a youthful face emerged slowly, exuding authority and calm. I am Luo Tong, one of the 12 masters of the Divine Path Hall. By its decree, I have come to oversee your future cultivation. His presence was immense, far beyond that of ordinary men, truly the extraordinary strength of the Xuanti Divine Path. Ye Xuan and the others couldn't help but admire the overwhelming power behind the Divine Path Hall. Luo Tong continued, being chosen by the 4 great wild regions of the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast proves your strength and talent have passed rigorous tests. But the path of martial arts is long. Talent and power are only the beginning. To comprehend the Tao, you must have sufficient insight. I will now assess your capacity for understanding. Before he finished, a glimmer of eager anticipation flashed in Zhao Kuo's eyes. Born with a martial soul and exceptional comprehension, he felt confident in the divine path Halls tested seemed crafted just for him. His gaze towards Ye Xuan also shifted slightly, thinking, Ye Xuan, you might surpass me in strength and have more secret legacies hidden away, but perhaps just a little deeper. When it comes to impromptu insight, I still have the edge. Yesterday's defeat doesn't decide everything. Once inside the divine path, if I can surpass you in comprehension, I will surely inherit powerful legacies and ascend. The life of a martial artist is long. True victory comes in the end. Yi Xian's brows tightened slightly as he caught the subtle challenge in Zhao Kuo's gaze. Had he learned nothing from yesterday? Still, Yi Xian didn't dwell on it. In their fight, he had only revealed half the power of a terrestrial-grade secret legacy. If he truly unleashed his divine might array without even summoning the divine statue, just the divine might empowering several secret legacies could easily obliterate Zhao Kuo, the Zhao family prodigy, with a born martial soul. Soon after, led by Luo Tong, Yi Xian and the others headed to the back mountain behind the Divine Path Hall. Mist curled around ancient trees, and spiritual energy hung thick in the air. Occasionally, herds of spirit beasts galloped through the forest paths. Yi Xian couldn't help but think in word, those rabbits are so cute. I really want to try some rabbit meat. Just then, the little girl Ro Ruanji suddenly pointed at a group of spirit rabbits sprinting through the mountains and exclaimed. These spirit rabbits were born from the spiritual veins of the Xuantian divine mountains, land and sky, their flesh infused with abundant spiritual energy. They were no ordinary rabbits, but prized delicacies coveted by cultivators for their potent nourishing properties. Ro Ruanji's petite figure flickered lightly, and she vanished from everyone's sight, charging straight up the hillside. Luo Tong, the leader of the 12 halls, merely stroked his beard and watched quietly, without intervening. After all, the entire divine mountain belonged to the sect, and the mountain's spirits naturally served as valuable resources to the celestial prodigies cultivating there. Sure enough, the spirit rabbits' movements were extraordinary. Using the terrain to leap nimbly, their speed rivaled top-tier secret techniques. Ro Ruanji chased between dense forest and rocky slopes for half a day before finally cornering 3 or 5 spirit rabbits near a cliff. Her hands danced swiftly, ready to catch the first one. Whoosh! The spirit rabbit originally trapped in her palm suddenly vanished, as if erased from existence. Ro Ruanji froze, rubbing her eyes. Huh. Before she could process it, the second and third rabbits disappeared as well in the blink of an eye. All 5 spirit rabbits before her had vanished, with echoes of disappearing rabbits rippling throughout the mountain air. When did the spirit rabbits in the back mountain evolve spatial abilities? Luo Tong muttered in bafflement, stroking his beard softly. Only Liao Wuji's facial muscles twitched subtly. The scene before him was eerily similar to the sudden disappearance of 3 spirit with seeds yesterday. He cast a covert glance toward Yi Xian standing at the back of the crowd. Yesterday, Yi Xian's battle with Zhao Kuo had shaken the entire venue, and Liao Wuji had already suspected Yi Xian was behind the loss of his spirit with seeds, though he lacked proof. Now that Ro Ruanji's attempt to catch rabbits was met with the same mysterious phenomena, he was almost certain Yi Xian was pulling the strings. If not for Yi Xian's terrifying display of power yesterday, Liao Wuji would have confronted him openly and demanded the seeds back a long time ago. But Yi Xian's mind was cunning and sinister. Even though Zhao Kuo broke his leg yesterday, no evidence was found. Liao Wuji didn't dare to make a rash move alone. His gaze swept over Zhao Kuo before quickly shifting away. That fool was utterly unreliable and might inadvertently tip off the enemy. After a moment's thought, his eyes locked onto the irritated little girl Ro Ruanji chasing the rabbits. This seemingly delicate girl hid a ruthless core. She was the perfect pawn to use against Yi Xian. Just as the thought formed, Liao Wuji's storage pouch at his waist suddenly tore open with a loud rip. My storage pouch! He shouted in panic, spinning around to see various treasures scattered everywhere. Yet once again, the 3 spiritwood seeds were nowhere to be found. Yi Xian! Liao Wuji hadn't even made a move, but Yi Xian had already reached out with his black hand first. Burning with fury, Liao Wuji glared toward the distance, but Yi Xian lazily withdrew his gaze, expression indifferent. Huh? Who's calling me? Need something? Liao Wuji was speechless, his chest tightening with frustration as a single thought churned relentlessly through his mind. How could a person have such a thick skin? Feeling the flickering flame above Liao Wuji's head, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a bit helpless inside. Not far away, Liao Wuji's mouth still had bits of rabbit fur stuck around the corners as he chewed on the spiritwood seeds, happily trotting back down the mountain path. Little He Ba followed closely at his feet. Brother, these seeds taste amazing. I couldn't resist. It licked the corner of its mouth, eyes shining with excitement. Yeah, they're good. You just eat more then, Yi Xian said half-heartedly, waving a hand, though his gaze stayed locked on Liao Wuji's annoyingly grinning face. Ever since they entered the back mountain, that guy had been sneaking looks at him like he was hatching some scheme. Now that the spiritwood seeds had been devoured by little He Ba, It was a small lesson for Liao Wuji. Without proof, there was nothing he could do, might as well let it go, and save some money on feeding too. After that strange episode in the mountains, everyone's thoughts were clouded as they followed Senior Hall Master Luo Tong to a near-vertical stone stairway. Around the steps were countless restrictions, steeped in rich divine energy. Each step's surface was engraved with the insights of past divine masters. Only those who could decipher the secrets could step up to the next level. This place is called the Ladder to Heaven, Luo Tong said, hands behind his back, his voice clear. I will record how far each of you can climb, assess your comprehension, and then the Divine Hall will assign scores. The higher your score, the more abundant your cultivation resources and hidden treasures. Before he finished, Zhao Kuo strode forward, pushing off with his toes and shooting up the ladder arrogantly. Ha ha ha, competing in comprehension with me? You're all just second-rate. He had been stifled for 2 days, first defeated by Ye Xuan, then humiliated by a little girl from the northern wasteland. Now, on his home turf, his innate martial spirit awakened. He felt like a fish in water, soaring upward, overtaking dozens of steps in seconds. Humph, truly an unbeatable Zhao. Luo Tong nodded quietly to himself. Behind him followed Liao Wuji. Just moments ago, he had been scheming against Ye Xuan, but suddenly Ye Xuan tore open his storage pouch remotely. His spirit with seeds vanished instantly. A pang hit his chest. That bastard was clearly warning him. How many tricks did Ye Xuan still have up his sleeve? At the bottom of the steps, the little girl Ro Ruanji tilted her head toward Ye Xuan softly. Brother Ye Xuan, those two have already gone up. Aren't you going too? Ye Xuan's gaze flickered instinctively, always keeping a guarded distance from her. I'm coming. With that, he disappeared in a flash and stepped onto the ladder. Ro Ruanji watched his retreating figure, a hint of amusement curling at the corner of her mouth. Earlier, she had almost triumphed in cornering the spirit rabbits, but at the crucial moment, the rabbits seemed possessed, vanishing one after another like ghosts. And there was Liao Wuji's torn storage pouch. At this moment, Ro Ruanji stared at Ye Xuan's back, her lowered eyelashes trembling gently, as if deep in thought. Ha ha ha, you can't see me. Can't see me. You can't even see my back, Ye Xuan said with a mischievous tone as he bent forward and charged ahead, secretly delighted. At the front of the celestial ascent ladder, Zhao Kuo ran like the wind, his steps sharp and unstoppable. Right behind him was Liao Wuji. Relying on his innate martial soul and exceptional comprehension, Zhao Kuo surged forward confidently. Though feeling frustrated, Liao Wuji held back a surge of determination. As the most outstanding successor of the Martial Saint Pavilion in the Western Wasteland domain in 2 centuries, Liao Wuji had his trump card. He had planted a spiritual root inside his Buddhist spiritual vein. After years of hard cultivation, that root had grown into a towering spiritual tree in his Qi Si. The spiritual tree was connected to his meridians, and once activated, it allowed him to harmonize with the Tao of heaven and earth. While others relied solely on perception to climb the ladder, he only needed to awaken his spiritual tree to get close to the stone steps, causing the restrictions to silently concede his passage. Though it seemed like cheating, in 12 Hall Lord Luo Tong's eyes, it meant the emergence of another prodigy of unparalleled talent. Cultivating a spiritual tree postnatally requires enduring pain unimaginable to ordinary people. Luo Tong nodded quietly. This young man will surely reach the 3rd layer of the middle ranks one day. In contrast, Luo Tong found Ye Xuan and Ro Ruanji's condition inscrutable. They constantly trailed behind Zhao Kuo and Liao Wuji, neither too far nor too close. Whenever Ro Ruanji accelerated, Ye Xuan matched her speed perfectly, as if the ladder's restrictions held no effect on them. Zhao Kuo relied on his martial soul, Liao Wuji on his spiritual tree. So what power did these two depend on? Curious, Luo Tong focused his attention more keenly. Setting aside Ro Ruanji for the moment, she was a targeted individual harboring deep secrets. What about Ye Xuan? His records showed his divine bone had only awakened to 30%, but just now, through the mixed heaven mirror, Luo Tong saw it was already 35%. Had Ye Xuan undergone another transformation after entering the divine path? But those awakened on the divine path could only cultivate without bottlenecks. It had nothing to do with enlightenment, so he shouldn't be showing such remarkable performance on the ladder. Moreover, cultivating without bottlenecks was itself limited. If the divine bone's transformation stopped short of 50%, even at the peak of the sacred realm, advancing into the demigod rank would be difficult. Thus, the divine path hall had always viewed Ye Xuan cautiously. On one hand, his divine bone potential rivaled true gods. On the other, he was clearly restricted. All past divine awakeners were like this. Yet Ye Xuan's performance today seemed completely different from previous cases. In the blink of an eye, Ro Ruanji and Ye Xuan kept pace, closing in on second place Liao Wuji. What the hell? Why is he chasing me? Isn't stealing my spiritual wood seed enough? Liao Wuji panicked, clutching his treasure tightly. With his spiritual tree fully unleashed, he sprinted with all his might. Zhao Kuo looked back. Seeing all three simultaneously accelerating, his face darkened. Are they jealous of my first place? Trying to catch up? With that thought flashing through his mind, Zhao Kuo pushed his martial soul to its limits. And thus, an extremely strange scene unfolded on the Xuantian Shendo celestial ascent ladder. The four of them seemed like racers, sometimes drawing closer, sometimes pulling away, weaving a dynamic pattern as they climbed the heavenly ladder. At the 300th step, Zhao Kuo was the first to set foot on the stone platform. The step hummed softly, and a thumb-sized green lotus slowly blossomed above his head. Among the 7 colors of evaluation gold, red, orange, purple, blue, white, and green earned a top-ranking green lotus. Given his reputation for innate martial soul and transcendent insight, the result was not surprising, but it still caused a stir among the onlookers. Below the ladder, Luo Tong, the 12-hall master's leader, stood with his hands behind his back, nodding slightly. A trace of approval gleamed in his eyes. Sensing this recognition, Zhao Kuo's heart soared, just as he was about to turn and boast to the other 3 only to suddenly realize that Liao Wuji was less than 10 steps behind. Further back, Ye Xuan and the young girl Ro Ruanji were gritting their teeth and sprinting, less than 20 steps away. Damn, are they on some drug or what? Zhao Kuo cursed inwardly. To shake off his pursuers, he pushed aside celebration, blue veins bulging on his arms as the martial soul's radiance surged again. He raced upward with renewed ferocity. Just as Luo Tong had warned, beyond the 300th step, the insight markings on the stones became increasingly obscure. Zhao Kuo could clearly feel the runes underfoot growing duller, as if his every step sank deeper into a swamp. Even when he pushed his martial soul to the limit, his pace slowed bit by bit. Within a few breaths, Liao Wuji closed the gap by several steps. Behind him, Ye Xuan and Ro Ruanzi's foot patterns flickered steadily, their strength undiminished. Pressured, Zhao Kuo forced his martial soul's intensity higher, spiritual energy surging madly, but sharp pain burned in his lungs. Why? Insight is my greatest strength. He roared silently, cold sweat dripping down his temples. The suffocating feeling of having someone relentlessly on his heels made him feel like an old-fashioned race car, suddenly leaking oil engine screaming, but unable to pick up speed. Finally, with legs trembling, he stepped on the 500th step. Above his head, a white lotus suddenly shot forth. But at that moment, all he felt was the chaotic flood of spiritual force pounding in his dantian. His shirt was soaked through with sweat. Before he could take in the shape of the white lotus petals, a shadow flashed past him with a sharp whoosh. It was Liao Wujiwo, seemed weightless, with none of the fatigue or overload signs from martial soul strain, breathing unervingly steady. Zhao Kuo stared dumbfounded. My innate martial soul is almost drained to collapse, so how can he be walking like this? Zhao Kuo hadn't even had a chance to savor the thrill of the white lotus rating before he was casually overtaken. Looking up again at the white lotus floating above, Zhao Kuo felt as if it were cold mockery, a merciless insult directed at him. The white lotus spun lazily in midair, as if reminding him that his desperate struggle just now had been nothing but a joke. He bent forward to give chase, but the moment he lifted his foot, his knees buckled, and he nearly collapsed on the steps. His overexertion from forcibly enhancing his martial soul had finally broken through. His chest burned fiercely, a buzzing ringing filled his ears. Clenching his fists until his veins bulged, Zhao Kuo fought hard to resist the tearing backlash within his body. He looked up and barely caught sight of Liao Wuji's receding figure, an unwilling frustration swelling inside. The chance to be first on the heavenly ladder was lost, but at least it wasn't Yi who had outpaced him this time. Before the thought could settle, a gust of wind brushed past his ear, and another figure darted by so lightly that even the sleeve didn't touch him. Yi. Zhao Kuo's pupils contracted sharply. Ye Xuan had effortlessly surpassed him too. Am not your grandfather. Ye Xuan didn't look back, leaving only a cold sneer behind as he sped up the steps. Hearing the soft but urgent footsteps of the little girl Ro Ruanji behind him, he quickened his pace further, pounding the steps with booming force. Zhao Kuo's fury ignited completely, his chest burning like a coal fire inside. Ye Xuan. His roar nearly tore his throat apart. But the only reply was Ye Xuan's indifferent back. Why? He wasn't as good as Ye Xuan in fighting, or in exploring secret places. Now, even his once proud intuition was casually crushed by the other. His pride shattered brutally. Zhao Kuo thought he could hear reason cracking apart inside him. Suddenly, a soft little hand gently tapped his shoulder. Keep going, you're the best. Ro Ruanzi's childish voice encouraged him, her clear eyes full of kindness. Warmth blossomed in Zhao Kuo's chest, but just as quickly, his heart pounded wildly. The familiar heat surged from his dantian, rushing up his abdomen to scorch his chest. Damn, not again. His expression shifted drastically. The backlash, which had been suppressed with great effort, exploded instantly. The roaring desire and burning spiritual power intertwined into sharp pain. He could no longer hold back, and tilted his head, screaming, ah. Yet at that moment, every eye was fixed on the ladder ahead, ignoring Zhao Kuo's breakdown. Ro Ruanzi's footsteps floated lightly past him as she hurried after Ye Xuan. With the little girl in close pursuit, Ye Xuan himself pressed forward faster, and when he sped up, Liao Wuji was forced to quicken pace too, like an unstoppable chain reaction. Damn it, my spirit tree's blossoming like this, and Ye Xuan still not letting go? What kind of grudge do we even have? Liao Wuji cursed under his breath. Losing was losing, accepted that over a mere bag of spirit with seeds. But Ye Xuan's relentless chasing clearly aimed to drain his last sliver of spiritual power. At 700 steps, Liao Wuji staggered, his spiritual energy depleted. A blue lotus slowly rose above his head, its halo flickering but no longer able to sustain him. Ye Xuan, please spare me. I admit defeat, is that enough? He stopped, barely able to breathe. Trying his best to show submission wasn't as stubborn as Zhao Kuo. He knew when to bow his head. But when Ye Xuan approached, he only gave him a look that said, "Are you crazy? Dude, are you okay?" His tone was filled with bafflement. Liao Wuji froze on the spot. Could it be that Ye Xuan's fierce pursuit wasn't about finishing him off after all? As doubt crossed his mind, his eyes flicked to the small figure locked tightly on Ye Xuan from behind Ruowanji. Her pink hair fluttered, her eyes gleaming, still staring determinedly at Ye Xuan. Just as Liao Wuji's confusion deepened, he suddenly noticed the little girl Ruowanji relentlessly tailing Ye Xuan behind them. At that moment, Liao Wuji felt like everything suddenly clicked. Ye Xuan wasn't trying to catch up with him at all, was desperately trying to shake off the petite, delicate little girl behind him. Ruowanji. If he had known it would turn out like this, why had Liao Wuji pushed himself so hard to sprint? The thought flashed through his mind, and his legs gave way. With a heavy thud, he collapsed onto the stone steps of the ascending heavenly ladder, his chest heaving violently as ragged breaths poured out like a bellows. The four-way race quickly boiled down to a contest between Ye Xuan and Ruowanji. At the foot of the steps stood Lord Luo Tong, his gaze calm, but with a flicker of something unusual in his eyes. By his judgment, on this test of insight and endurance, the ascending heavenly ladder Zhao Kuo, with his innate martial soul and exceptional perception, should have been blazing ahead. Instead, Zhao Kuo was the first unlucky one to be overtaken. Climbing the ladder requires steady accumulation and bursts of strength, but he's recklessly forcing his martial soul to charge straight ahead. Simply foolish, Luo Tong thought to himself. Then, his eyes shifted to the collapsed Liao Wuji. This young man nurtured a spiritual tree within him, able to communicate with heaven and earth through it. Reaching the 700th step was commendable, overall not bad. After these two assessments, Luo Tong's gaze traveled higher, settling on Ruowanji and Ye Xuan. The two were less than 15 steps apart. Whenever Ruowanji pushed forward with several rapid strides, Ye Xuan would always take an even faster step to widen the gap again, forcing her to grit her teeth. As time dragged on, even the usually confident little girl furrowed her brow. Can his insight really be this extraordinary? Ruowanji wondered quietly. She already knew the backgrounds of Zhao Kuo and Liao Wuji well from the Divine Path Hall, one born with a martial soul, the other with a nurtured spiritual tree. It was no surprise they made it this far. But Ye Xuan, even if he was one of the legendary god-enabled Cald, he really possessed such astonishing insight? At that moment, her gaze on Ye Xuan deepened, as if he were shrouded in a thick mist. I refuse to believe your secret can be hidden from me. Her stubborn spirit flared, her eyes gleaming. She pushed off the ground and accelerated once more, closing the distance toward Ye Xuan's retreating figure. This little girl is chasing so close, doesn't she ever get tired? Seeing Ruowanji sprinting up again, Ye Xuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Bearing the Enlightenment Divine Crystal, he had treated the ascending ladder like a playground, planning to climb leisurely. But with this girl pressing hard behind him, he was forced to speed up. Zhao Kuo, the Eastern Wasteland's innate martial soul prodigy, and Liao Wuji, carrying divine abilities from the Western Wasteland, were gasping for breath on either side and collapsed onto the steps. Yet Ruowanji showed no sign of faltering, breathing steady. She seemed like an Energizer bunny with endless stamina. Ye Xuan muttered to himself. He relied on the Enlightenment Divine Crystal, but what was her secret? Before his doubts could fade, Ruowanji's relentless pursuit still pinned his footsteps. Suddenly, a purple lotus bloomed above Ye Xuan's head. Purple lotus. It really was a purple lotus. Down below, Luo Tong, one of the 12 masters, shot upright in surprise. In all his years on the mysterious heavenly path, only those who had firmly entered the upper 3 tiers of the ascending ladder could ignite the purple lotus. Not only did Ye Xuan show potential for it, but he also possessed divine bones. Once he advanced to demigod status, his combat prowess among peers would be nearly invincible. Excited, Luo Tong's fingers trembled slightly as his gaze flicked to Ruowanji behind, Ye Xuan calm and composed. She pressed onward, swiftly crossing the 900-step boundary of the purple lotus tier. 2 prodigies with upper 3-tier potential appearing in one selection was a huge windfall for Luo Tong. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuo had finally settled his thoughts and painfully climbed to the 700th step, his face flushed red and a vein twitching at his temple. looking frustrated and exhausted but unwilling to give up. As he gasped for breath, Liao Wuji, who had recovered some spiritual power, brushed off his robes and stood. The shadow of a spirit tree flickered on his body. After a brief nod to Zhao Kuo, he turned and pursued Ye Xuan and Ro Ruanji. Zhao Kuo's composure shattered instantly. He just arrived and already left? Is he deliberately leaving me behind to suffer? But Liao Wuji paid no attention, eyes fixed solely on the two figures ahead. He knew the gap was huge but was determined to give everything he had, even if it meant shortening the distance by only half a step. Higher on the ascending ladder, Ye Xuan grew more and more frustrated. Ro Ruanji was like she was supercharged, never giving him a moment to breathe. Was she trying to force him to unleash his potential prematurely? Under her fierce pursuit, Ye Xuan surged ahead to the 1,100th step, and above his head, another lotus bloomed, this time orange. Orange lotus, truly the orange lotus. Below, Luo Tong's eyes widened in astonishment, heart pounding wildly. He had thought his estimation of Ye Xuan was already high enough. Luo Tong never expected it would be an orange lotus of such a high level. At the summit of the ascending sky ladder, lotus shadows blazed like fire. Petals of orange light poured down along the stone steps, instantly flooding the back mountain. Radiance pierced through the heavy palace doors, streaming deep into the hall of divine ways. Inside a secret chamber carved into the mountain, 11 sect leaders, each sealed in isolation, opened their eyes simultaneously. Their souls trembled slightly at the sudden surge of light. Orange. Could that be the ascending sky ladder? Could it be that our divine way sect will produce another peerless prodigy? They exchanged glances, their breaths suddenly tense. Though more than a dozen prodigies had gathered on the top 3 tiers, it was exceedingly rare for anyone to emit orange light during the ascending sky ladder trial. Like stars scattered in the dawn sky. The orange lotus nearly guaranteed divinity-level potential, intelligence, temperament, skill, and foundation, all intact. Barring an untimely death, this youth was destined for meteoric ascent. Relief and pride shone openly on their faces. Should this talent be recommended by the Divine Way sect, the sect would surely claim foremost credit. But just as the thought crossed their minds, a second blaze of orange light shot forth from the ladder with equal brilliance. Another one. The 11 sect leaders were momentarily speechless. Only 4 great wastelands east, south, west, and north were permitted participants in this test. Even in the elite sanctuary of Xuantian Divine Way, where prodigies abounded, such orange lotus appearances were exceptionally rare in any given year. To witness 2 among these 4 candidates was almost unbelievable. Before doubts could fade, a crimson pillar of light suddenly exploded from the top of the ascending sky ladder, burning through the clouds like molten gold. Red. Red. The sect leaders' Adam's apples bobbed with shock and fear. The crimson light not only illuminated the back mountain but pierced through surrounding peaks, rousing countless secluded masters and hidden prodigies. Candidates for the saintly titles on the upper tiers all lifted their heads, eyes wide in awe and unsettlement. A red lotus? Such a demon prodigy is about to appear? The red lotus was only 200 steps short of the highest golden lotus ever achieved within Xuantian Divine Way. Since the ladder's establishment, anyone who manifested a red lotus had always erupted into legendary power in the central wasteland spirit domain, becoming regional titans. So whether in seclusion or travel, all prodigies on the upper 3 tiers felt a deep, unspoken apprehension rising in their hearts. Not just them, the entire peak community of the Divine Way was stirred. Red Lotus, unseen for many years. Could Xuantian Divine Way be gaining yet another invincible demigod? In this era where true gods had all but vanished, the weight of an invincible demigod was known to all. Deep within Xuantian Divine Mountain, in a dark cavern, a demigod who had slumbered for a century slowly rose, eyes piercing through the stone walls. The Red Lotus has appeared. Ha! My legacy finally finds a worthy heir. This one is destined to join my fold. Bah! I woke first. Who says the first to wake gets to take disciples? Another long-dormant demigod grunted from a different cavern. One by one, these tribal slumbering caverns awoke, and the entire divine mountain became alive with uproar. Before their disputes could come to any conclusion, a beam of golden light, brighter than the midday sun, rose silently, piercing through the 9 heavens. Then blossomed a massive golden lotus above the divine mountain. Each golden petal was solid and weighty, suppressing the previous orange and red lights into oblivion. Silence. No one uttered a word. Silence. Even the wind seemed frozen. Silence. All sect leaders, prodigies, and demigods' hearts skipped a beat, pounding thunderously in their ears. The entire divine mountain fell into absolute silence. Golden lotus? It's actually a golden lotus. At the summit of Xuantian Divine Mountain, the lotus platform hovered in midair, radiating a dazzling golden light that seemed almost solid, as if ready to suppress both sky and earth. After the initial shock, the motionless divine path masters atop the mountain all swallowed hard in unison. Since the founding of the Xuantian divine path, only the true god Xuantian, who granted the divine path, and the current divine maiden Xiao residing on the mountain, could ever ignite a golden lotus. Now, another golden lotus blossomed. Could it be a blessing from heaven upon Xuantian? After the divine maiden, a monstrous talent rivaling a true god had emerged. A true god's presence. An unparalleled prodigy. Before the words could even fade, the pressure radiating from the golden lotus in midair left countless demigods gasping for breath. Dark red eyes flickered throughout the mountain, filled with both murderous intent and greed. That successor belongs to me. Bah! Do you even deserve to instruct a true god? Silence. Whoever dares to steal it, I'll destroy. Destroy me? Let's see how many lives you have. In an instant, the roar of countless Tao forces filled the air, terrifying energies reverberating through the mountain, as if Xuantian, divine mountain itself, were about to rise from the ground. Compared to the smoke of battle high above, at the base of the heavenly ascension ladder, the 12 hall leaders stood stupefied, jaws dropped. Purple lotus, he had thought, that was Ye Xuan's limit. Yet Ye Xuan had skyrocketed, summoning a red lotus at the 1,300th step, then triggering a golden lotus at the 1,500th step. Golden lotus? Luotong's voice trembled. Nearby, Xiaoqua lingered around the 700th step, utterly crushed by jealousy. Like a beaten dog, knees shaking. For hundreds of thousands of years, only Xuantian, true god, and divine maiden Xiao could summon the golden lotus. Yet today, he faced a future true god. Not just Xiaoqua. Even the entire Zhao clan was mere dust before a true god. This guy, truly terrifying. Liao Wuji looked up at the figure bathed in gold, overwhelmed. Struggling to activate his spirit tree, he barely made it to the 800th step, while Ye Xuan shattered Xuantian divine path's great myth of hundreds of thousands of years. Knowing Ye Xuan had swallowed the spirit with seed, Liao Wuji felt a grim relief. Dying to a future true god was at least a worthy end. At the 1,268th step, Ro Ruanji paused, her remarkable talent seeming small now. Her large eyes fixed on Ye Xuan, a mix of contemplation, shock, and disbelief swirling in her gaze. Golden? He actually reached the golden level? Below, the little girl Ro Ruanji was stunned and motionless from shock. High above, a golden light blossomed. The enormous golden lotus, about a zhang in diameter, slowly unfurled. Ye Xuan stood beneath the glowing lotus, his expression surprisingly calm. He hadn't wanted to draw too much attention, but the hidden enemy within the divine path, the master of the Yinyang fish, still loomed threateningly over him. That adversary was a candidate saint of the upper 3 tiers, with a highly respected status, while Ye Xuan was only a gifted prodigy of the lower 3 tiers. A direct confrontation would be like a moth flying into a flame. To secure protection from the divine path, he had to reveal enough potential. So before climbing the heavenly ladder, he had already decided to trigger the golden lotus phenomenon. Ro Ruanji's close pursuit only forced him to increase his speed even more. Now that his goal was achieved, the ancient monsters dormant within the divine path gradually awoke. He chuckled inwardly. Originally, I only wanted to act as an ordinary prodigy, yet I've invited hostility and rejection. So be it no more hiding. I am an unprecedented prodigy. At the peak of the divine mountain, Goddess Xiao stepped upon clouds and mist, her long skirt fluttering, eyes shining with divine light. Suddenly, she turned her head sharply, locking her gaze toward the heavenly ladder. The golden lotus hung suspended in the sky, its brilliance illuminating the mountain's summit. The heavenly ladder? Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Today, the prodigies from the 4 great wastelands gathered for the divine path hall's test. And now, the golden lotus phenomenon appeared again. The name Ye Xuan immediately surfaced in her mind. She hadn't expected the heavenly ladder trials to prematurely expose him. It's my oversight, she muttered. If he was destined to rise amid the great tribulation, Ye Xuan's talent was far beyond that of ordinary prodigies. As a paramount power in the central wasteland Ling domain, the Xuantian divine path's strange phenomenon reaching such heights would soon spread, and all the major factions would swarm in to hunt him. She knew well what it felt like to be the top target when she herself was the first to trigger the golden lotus after the true god of Xuantian. Had it not been for a glimpse of the future, she would surely have fallen long ago, never reaching the peak of the saint realm and overpowering demigods. Her gaze flickered subtly. Xiao raised her hand, and a divine decree forged from her godly power descended through the air. The heavenly ladder's sealing barrier has failed for unknown reasons. Effective immediately, the trial is suspended for half a month. All results from today are cancelled and will not count toward the assessment. Boom. The decree thundered like a divine drum, every word heavy and resolute. Ye Xuan looked up at the sky, frozen in place. He had just poured his full strength into awakening the divine crystal's insight, all to attract the divine path's attention and become a protected targeto, avoid the Yinyang fish master's ambush. But after climbing so hard for so long, his achievement was now voided. He almost spit blood had he been climbing a fake heavenly ladder all this time. 1,268 steps. Ro Ruanji looked up at the divine decree, her eyes flashing with an unusual light. She had been climbing the ladder side by side with Ye Xuan. Whether it was truly invalidated, she knew perfectly well. Moreover, once past this step, the pressure surged dramatically. She herself could no longer ascend as effortlessly as before. Due to certain personal reasons, she had temporarily slowed her pursuit. Now with the sudden divine decree, it was clear someone was deliberately protecting Ye Xuan. Her thoughts raced, instantly grasping the deeper meaning. Haha, things are definitely getting more and more interesting. The little girl Ro Ruanji stifled a giggle, her eyes gleaming with growing amusement and a playful spark. Gazing at the divine edict floating above the sacred mountain, Liao Wuji froze momentarily, then raised an eyebrow, suspicion flickering in his eyes. In contrast, Zhao Kuo's nose reddened with excitement, tears nearly forming on the spot. Happiness had come too suddenly. Had long thought he would never catch up to Ye Xuan, yet here was an unexpected reversal in the middle of the race. Ha! I actually thought you, Ye Xuan, had some real skill to trigger the golden lotus phenomenon. Zhao Kuo laughed wildly inside, the joints of his clenched fist cracking. Turns out it was just a paper tiger, relying on the heavenly ascending ladder's barrier breaking down to steal all the attention. He desperately wanted to light off firecrackers on the spot to celebrate. When water reaches its end, the view is beautiful. When a person hits rock bottom, they are reborn. When the mountains and rivers seem endless and the path lost, suddenly a bright village appears in the shade of willows. Today, Zhao Kuo finally understood this deeply. He even dared to wonder if his martial soul hadn't been drained then, if he had continued climbing. Could it have been him to trigger that dazzling golden lotus? The divine edict of the goddess Xiao hovered on the horizon, golden light spilling deep into the sacred mountain's heart. The demigod monsters, who had been locked in fierce conflict, paused for a moment before erupting into furious curses. Damn it! Why didn't you say the heavenly ascending ladder was broken earlier? I had my crushing divine art fully charged. Now you tell me that golden lotus was fake? Crushing divine art, my foot. I was ready to unleash the great annihilation infinite divine bell, but ended up holding back. Spitting blood. Wasted my precious retreat time. Their curses echoed as the demigods stormed back to their caves, anger burning in their chests. Compared to the uproar above the sacred mountain, the Saint Realm elites watching from the shadows sweated nervously, their hearts pounding with lingering dread. Just moments ago, they had feared this party of demigods might collapse the entire mountain. Even the aura released by their divine arts weighed heavily on their chests. Demigods were truly terrifying. The ones who truly relaxed were the divine prodigies 3 levels up on the heavenly ascending ladder. Reaching that height was no small feat. Everyone had fought bitterly for the titles of Saint Son or Saint Daughter. If a golden lotus really descended to birth a peerless prodigy, would they even have room to survive afterward? Let's disperse. It was just a farce. Told you, golden lotuses aren't that easy to come by. I still have an alchemy furnace to tend to. No time to waste. I need to return to study the secret scrolls. Farewell. Voices rose and fell as the crowd quickly broke apart. Only Luo Tong, leader of the 12 halls of the divine Tao assembly at the foot of the heavenly ascending ladder, still stood with eyes fixed on the divine edict, disbelief and confusion written across his face. As the day's chief examiner, he knew better than anyone whether the ladder was broken. It was perfectly intact. What is the goddess' true intention here? Luo Tong's thoughts churned. Ye Xuan had earned that golden lotus by genuine skill, with no deception involved. If he did not understand Zio's usual purity and nobility, he would have suspected her of suppressing rivals. Just as Luo Tong struggled to make sense of it all, the ethereal, clear voice of the goddess Xiao softly whispered in his ear. This was the goddess transmitting divine sound to me? Hearing the divine lady Zio's spiritual transmission, Luo Tong, the 12th sect leader, suddenly changed expression. He quickly suppressed his emotions and quietly absorbed the heavenly voice. The birth of a peerless prodigy in the divine path, heralded by the golden lotus phenomenon, was incredibly rare. Before such a figure fully rose to prominence, someone had to protect their path. Though brief, the message weighed heavily in his heart. Luo Tong suddenly realized the divine lady was doing all she could to protect Ye Xuan. All the doubts that had clouded his mind instantly vanished. His gaze toward the summit of the sacred mountain burned hotter, and deep respect welled up within him. For years, the Xuanyuan divine path had risen swiftly in the central wilderness spirit realm. With just the divine lady Zio a future, true deity, many great powers already envied them. If they learned that besides Xiao, there was also Ye Xuan, who possessed the potential to become a true deity, what consequences would follow? Luo Tong didn't need to think hard. Relentless assassination attempts would inevitably come next. The divine lady was not only supremely gifted but also far-sighted. She could anticipate hidden dangers and act in time to prevent them. Such wisdom deeply impressed Luo Tong. With the great calamity looming, it was indeed a tremendous blessing for the Xuanyuan divine path to have a helmsman possessing both strength and insight. Thinking this, Luo Tong looked again at Ye Xuan. His eyes softened with a protective tenderness. A single divine lady capable of challenging a true deity gave the sect immense confidence, adding Ye Xuan would be nothing short of divine providence for the Xuanyuan path. Just as he secretly rejoiced, a flash of light suddenly fell from the sky. The other 11 sect leaders of the divine path had arrived together. Their moods today were like a roller coaster. First witnessing the golden lotus phenomenon suddenly appear, then having the divine oracle deny the news, hopes extinguished in an instant, leaving only suffocating frustration. Even though the divine lady herself had delivered the oracle, they still wanted to see for themselves if there were truly flaws in the ascension ladder, and whether that earth-shattering vision was just an illusion. 11 blazing gazes fixed tightly on Luo Tong, seeking a definitive answer to shatter their unrealistic fantasies once and for all. Luo Tong faced these brothers-in-arms, hesitating several times on what to say. Finally, he lowered his head and sighed, quietly lifting most of the restrictions on the ascension ladder, even removing several key formations. This was under Divine Lady Zio's secret orders. He was determined to protect Ye Xuan's path with his life. The flaws in the ascension ladder are my responsibility, Luo Tong admitted with a guilty expression, but he gritted his teeth and accepted all blame. For the Xuanyuan divine path to successfully produce another peerless prodigy, even at the cost of being accused of betraying his brothers, he was willing. Hearing Luo Tong's resolute reply, the disappointment in the 11 leaders' eyes overflowed like a vast ocean. The third sect leader still refused to give up and stepped forward to repeatedly test, but the results confirmed the ascension ladder had indeed malfunctioned. So it means the golden lotus phenomenon. Before he could finish, everyone's hope had already been crushed. The golden lotus was no trivial marvel to appear. It was a sign of true divine power. Silently, they stashed away their lingering expectations. The grand sect leader scanned the group and pointed to Ye Xuan and the other newly promoted disciples on the ascension ladder. Take them back to your halls and nurture them well. With that, he led the other 10 leaders away, faces heavy with disappointment. Only Luo Tong remained standing there, stunned. Guilt churned in his chest, but when he thought of how this act could protect a future true deity's growth, color slowly returned to his face. I offer my devotion and my spirit to the divine path. On the way down the mountain, Zhao Kuo kept glancing at Ye Xuan with a mix of subtle and blatant provocation, but Ye Xuan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to that fool. The mountain wind howled, loose stones tumbled, and Zhao Kuo's eyes flashed with a fierce light, yet all Ye Xuan gave in response was an impatient snort. What occupied his mind was something far more troublesome than this pointless taunting. The restriction guarding the heavenly ladder. The towering ladder to the heavens was clearly intact, yet the divine decree from the godly path claimed it was damaged. While climbing, Ye Xuan used his insight spirit crystal to probe the secrets of the barrier, seeing through its mysteries completely. There was no sign of any flaw. As for that sudden divine decree, could it be protecting him secretly? Thinking this, Ye Xuan's lips curled slightly, then he shook his head with a wry smile. Merciful heavens, what I want is a legendary aura that terrifies all the world, so that the owner of the Yin-Yang fish won't dare to even provoke me. He sighed quietly, clenching his palm, and then reluctantly releasing it. But this faint, barely there kind of protection is just awkward. Time passed. It had already been 2 months since the false golden lotus phenomenon was triggered by ascending the heavenly ladder. During this time, Ye Xuan spent his days immersed in the godly path hall, listening to elders explain the essentials of the great Tao. At night, he returned alone to his quiet bamboo hut, holding his insight spirit crystal to silently refine his divine bones. At other times, he carefully tested the limits of the godly path, deliberately swallowing a rare great Tao fruit to advance his divine bones by 40. Sure enough, the vast godly path remained utterly unmoved. Heh! Ye Xuan raised his hand to his forehead, torn between amusement and frustration. So this is what secret protection means. He once again confirmed. The upper echelons of the godly path were clearly terrified by the golden lotus phenomenon that day, choosing to suppress his brilliance quietly rather than risk exposing any clues to the outside world. This invisible umbrella was safe, but did nothing to intimidate the Yin-Yang fish's owner. Then again, if that person still dared to act unaware of this, they'd likely provoke the wrath of the entire Xuantian godly path. At that thought, a teasing satisfaction welled up inside Ye Xuan. A true hunter always lets themselves appear as the prey. He tasted the dark thrill of playing the antagonist, and grew curious whether the Yin-Yang fish's owner would one day suddenly realize, amid the godly path's great powers assault, that the world had already changed beyond recognition. The overwhelming power of the great Tao fruit completely boosted the divine bones in his body to 40, naturally elevating his cultivation to the peak of a 2-star martial king, just shy of 3 stars. Yet Ye Xuan knew well that future gains from great Tao fruits would become increasingly marginal. No treasure could escape the law of diminishing returns. The divine blood worked the same way, had only taken a single drop so far, and any further use would be less effective. With this in mind, he glanced at the golden orb in his sea of consciousness, where the lone 621 points of great Tao fate stood out sharply. For 2 months, he had been confined in the Zhonghuang spirit domain, cultivating steadily while regularly sending letters to his beloved wife to assure her safety. Yet, in the Nanhuang domain, things had taken a turn. To be precise, two major events happened. The first occurred in the Jiang kingdom. The royal family's reclusive old beast finally broke through the constraints of martial king and stepped into the martial emperor realm. With a martial emperor stationed in a mortal kingdom, confidence soared instantly. In just a few days, he led the royal elite to sweep through the Jade Mountain Sword Sect and the Red Alliance, two long-established warrior factions in Jiang. Blood flowed like a river, their remnants utterly wiped out. Once the news spread, neighboring countries grew anxious, as if the next moment would bring war. Only the Ye clan remained steadfast, like an ironclad rock. Everyone knew the Ye clan's stability was due to a peerless prodigy about to advance into the Xuantian divine path. The second event unfolded at the Star Do Academy. The 8-star martial artist Dantai Mingwe boldly challenged the Star God Tower alone, breaking through its trials and ultimately claiming the Academy's highest inheritance. This legacy was an ancient gift from a mysterious power within the mid-wilderness spiritual domain called the Fallen Pavilion, granted by a great figure long ago. Past Academy heads, limited by their talents, could only glimpse its surface and miss the opportunity. Yet Dantai Mingwe not only fully absorbed the inheritance, but skyrocketed from an 8-star to a 9-star great martial artist within 2 months, just a hair's breadth from breaking through to martial sect level. When the news was sent back to the mid-wilderness spiritual domain, Ye Xuan was completely stunned. It took him 18 years to reach 9-star, yet Dantai Mingwe did it in mere 2 months. Awakened by his golden hand trait, Ye Xuan couldn't help but silently scream. The protagonist's aura is terrifying. While his young wife's meteoric rise should be a blessing, it brought an uneasy feeling during his own 2-month retreat. His favorability and Dao luck steadily declined, so much so that he still hadn't saved enough for a single 10 draw. More troubling was how fast Dantai Mingwe was growing, which inevitably meant moving on to the map change stage next. If that happened while Ye Xuan was still crawling like a snail, the gap would widen beyond repair. The distance was tolerable, but where the resources come from was the real problem. Without enough favorability and Dao luck, his golden orb, no matter how dazzling, was just an empty shell. I have to be faster, Ye Xuan concluded in his heart. Without hesitation, he pulled out the last Dao fruit from the reward space in his golden orb and swallowed it. The bitter juice burned his throat, but he didn't even flinch, eyes fixed on the rising spiritual light within him. Sunlight reflected off the snowy peak of the divine mountain, the cold wind whipping ice crystals that cracked sharply against the rock walls. The little girl Ro Ruanji swung her legs dangling beside a stone table, while opposite her sat the goddess Xiao. Ro Ruanji squinted and smiled slyly, her gaze flitting across Xiao's face like inspecting a curious treasure. Feeling uneasy under her stare, Xiao finally frowned and spoke. Are you even going to let me train properly? Oh, you remember training? Ro Ruanji laughed behind her hand. If it were me, I'd have just pounced straight away. Do you know how many letters Ye Xuan sent to the southern wilderness domain recently? She counted on her fingers, 30. 30 full letters. Xiao lowered her head to toy with her teacup, voice aloof. I told you, what's between him and me isn't what you think. What do you mean then? Ro Ruanji's eyes curved into crescent moons. Did I say it out loud? Sensing the mischievous glint in the little girl Ro Ruanji's eyes, the goddess Xiao furrowed her brows slightly. You're supposed to be the proud leader of Muyun Tower, yet you deliberately sneak into the elite teams selected from the 4 great desolate regions, just to come here and tease me? Tease you? Ro Ruanji placed her hands on her hips, raising an eyebrow as she leapt lightly off a nearby slate-gray stone. Her white boots clicked crisply on the ground. Is that the kind of person I am? I came all the way from the northern desolate region, rushing over for the sake of my dear, best friend, your lifelong happiness. A northern wind carrying the scent of grass swept through the entrance of the Trial Valley, lifting the folds of goddess Xiao's robe. A cold gleam flashed in her eyes, but she said nothing in response. Ro Ruanji knew her well. Outside, her goddess friend always seemed aloof and untouchable, but when it came to matters of the heart, she was completely clueless. And now the divine path was making a big deal about recruiting prodigies across the 4 great desolate branches, all for a man. Ro Ruanji had no choice but to rush back at full speed to look out for her friend. Xiao lifted her sleeve and gently twisted it, saying with a faint tone, with your strength, if you try hard and push through, you could at least make it above the red lotus. Her words were soft, but loaded with meaning. The implication was if Ro Ruanji gritted her teeth and surged upward, Xiao could then shift the impending golden lotus anomaly onto the other party, sparing a certain target from exposure. Unfortunately, Ro Ruanji, who was wholeheartedly focused on helping her best friend, completely missed the subtext. She patted her chest confidently and said, No thanks. Forcing through a restriction like that isn't really my level of comprehension. I'll climb however many steps I can climb. Cheating by watering down the trials is beneath me. Just as she spoke, she suddenly froze, eyes darting as if she had caught some hidden clue. Wait, are you asking me to take a hit for your wild man? Her pupils dilated sharply, as if the heavens and earth had collapsed at once, her face full of betrayal. Great. I treat you like my best friend, and you treat me like a shield? You want me to take a bullet for some random guy? Disgraceful. Shameless. Forgetting loyalty for a man. You're no woman. I misjudged you, you're dead to me. I'm cutting ties with you. You're a peak Holy Realm master, practically half a step into demigod territory, and you're stepping in to take a hit for the younger generation. What's the problem? Xiao, the divine maiden, spoke casually, as if she were just discussing some trivial matter. But across from her, Ruanji couldn't help but boil with anger. She could clearly feel their friendship slowly going sour. The little girl, Ruanji, like a scorned wife, widened her almond-shaped eyes and gritted her teeth as she yelled. Fine, I'll take a hit for your wild man. But calling me old? I'm going to fight you for that. Before she finished shouting, she screamed and lunged at Xiao. But the divine maiden's palm glowed with holy light, which transformed into bindings that instantly froze Ruanji in midair. Say he's my wild man one more time, and I swear I'll tear your mouth apart, Xiao said coldly. I'm saying it. I just want to say it. Wild man. Wild man. Wild man. He's your wild manwa. As the divine power pulled at her, blood trickled from Ruanji's mouth. And finally, she showed a pleading look. Divine maiden, sister, I'm sorry. The overwhelming power difference forced Ruanji to back down for now. But her inner grumbling only grew. She clearly had a wild man, yet she refused to admit it. Humph. One day the whole divine realm will know that the proud divine maiden also feels the stirrings of love. With that thought, the little girl bit her lip quietly. Just as she was about to speak again, Zio's sharp gaze stopped her. They'll say just one thing, just one. Ruanji raised a finger, looking serious. Zio's expression softened slightly, signaling her to go ahead. Seizing the moment, Ruanji grinned and said, before, in the divine hall, Ye Xuan said he likes goddesses, not women. The Xuani divine path acknowledges you as the only divine maiden. Doesn't that mean likes you? The words wild man were immediately replaced by likes you, and Ruanji burst into a giggle, her happy voice echoing across the summit of the sacred mountain. Then she turned and disappeared without a trace, leaving Xiao standing alone, lost in thought. Likes the goddess? Not women, she repeated softly, unaware of the unfamiliar feeling rising quietly in her heart. That silly girl really worries me. The little girl muttered, looking back at the figure still dazed atop the mountain. Though her best friend made her take a hit for the wild man and threatened to rip her mouth, Ruanji knew better than anyone Xiao was cold on the outside, warm inside. Without her protection, Ruanji herself wouldn't have safely reached the peak of the Holy Realm. Well, that's what happens when you're inseparable best friends. If it wasn't for Xiao saving her so many times back then, she would have fallen long ago. Now, although just one step away from truly crossing into demigodhood, Ruanji knew that her best friend's lifelong happiness mattered more than any breakthrough. Just as the thought passed, 3 layers below the sacred mountain suddenly exploded with the aura of divine bone transformation, tearing through the sky and shaking the entire mountain. That direction, Ye Xuan? Ruanji's pupils contracted sharply. In just 2 short months, divine bone had undergone transformation twice? She pressed her lips thoughtfully. Now I truly believe my best friend has good taste in men. The surprise melted quickly into calm, but she could no longer hide the shock in her heart. Another golden lotus, another double divine bone transformation. Ye Xuan's talent was beyond doubt. As for his character, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to protecting his fiancée, whose cultivation had been ruined, showing an unwavering sense of responsibility that left no room for criticism. But the problem was Ye Xuan was still a man already promised to another. And my foolish best friend, of all people, had the nerve to fall for a man who was already taken? Was she really planning to become the other woman? The thought tightened my chest painfully, like a sharp needle piercing my heart. Yet in the next instant, I couldn't help but laugh at her ridiculousness. Huh? You kept threatening to tear my mouth apart. Huh? Go ahead. Even if you shred my mouth to bits, it won't change the fact that you're going to be a mistress for some wild man. Ha ha ha. At that moment, the divine bone inside Ye Xuan's body was silently undergoing a transformation, lasting the length of a tea session. Finally, the radiant glow dimmed 43%. He shook his head inwardly. As expected, each transformation became increasingly limited in magnitude and shorter in duration. But all of this was within his expectations. Without delay, he was about to stand and test the strength of his newly achieved 3-star Martial King level. Suddenly, the golden orb in his dantian vibrated softly with a buzz. Acquired Tantai Mingyu's guilt. Great Dao Fate Crit 20. Great Dao Fate Crit 20. Great Dao Fate Crit 21. Great Dao Fate Crit 22. What the? It can crit? It can do this? Ye Xuan was stunned. Apparently, After his young wife emerged from seclusion, she felt deeply guilty seeing his uninterrupted letters for more than 2 months, triggering a surge of great Tao fate in an instant. His nearly dried-up fate pool filled to the brim in seconds. As the golden orb continued to absorb and emit radiant light, new patterns suddenly appeared on its surface. Next to the original 10-pull draw button, a diamond flying claw option had sharply materialized. The icon was a small, razor-sharp claw. Clicking it would send it flying into the prize pool, snatching a diamond treasure chest at will. However, activating this claw required a full 600 Great Tao Fate points, almost equal to the cost of a 10-pull draw round. Beyond this new feature, Ye Xuan noticed the orb's golden glow had turned deeper, and the Great Tao Fate had become much more refined. His golden finger had evidently leveled up again. Whether other hidden abilities awakened by the upgrade remained unknown to him for now, but just obtaining the diamond flying claw option lifted his spirits immensely. The series of guilt-induced crits ceased only when his Great Tao Fate approached 900 points. At this growth rate, it wouldn't be long before he could perform another long-awaited temple. Although the diamond treasure chest promised incredible value, spending 600 points on one was still too extravagant for him at this stage. As Ye Xuan's prior life had a popular saying, "It's not that the diamond flying claw is unaffordable, but the temple draw offers better cost performance." Brother Ye Xuan. Outside the bamboo cottage, a soft and clear child's voice suddenly sounded, as a little girl with delicate fingers lifted the curtain and peeked inside. Ye Xuan, huh? Why was this divine Wei team master showing up again? Big brother, should I go kick her? Little He tilted his head, looking at Ye Xuan's troubled expression. Ever since the golden orb inside Ye Xuan had upgraded, it had grown more and more attached to staying close to him. Let's just forget it, Ye Xuan said with a slight frown, turning it down. Although he still couldn't figure out where that little girl came from, one thing was absolutely clear: she definitely had some backing in the Xuantian Divine Sect. Despite slacking off on daily tasks at the sect, no leader ever blamed her. She was treated like a top recruit. Ye Xuan pushed open the bamboo hut door and stepped outside. His eyes immediately landed on the little girl across from him, radiating pure tea-flavor charm as she flashed him a bright smile. 3-star Martial King. Brother Ye Xuan, you're amazing. Ro Wanji deliberately raised her voice. Zhao Kuo from the neighboring hut happened to come out at that moment, and upon hearing her words, his face darkened instantly as if he had swallowed a fly. Liao Wuji, on the other hand, appeared much more composed, wearing an expression of resigned acceptance. The Xuantian Divine Sect has issued an urgent summon. It must be something important, Ye Xuan said, glancing at the others and then resting his gaze on Ro Wanji. Do you know why they called us this time? Others might be clueless, but as a special recruit, she definitely had access to more insider information than ordinary prodigies like them. Of course I do. Ro Wanji lifted her chin proudly, practically bursting with confidence and even puffing out her chest a bit. Ye Xuan and the others instinctively glanced over just a blank expression. That's it. What's there to be so proud about? Their lack of reaction stung Ro Wanji deeply. My impressive credentials, you little juniors dare to belittle them? If it weren't for my cultivation method making me shrink to a child form periodically, I'd unleash my full power right now and let you see what a true great fierce creature looks like. But never mind. No point battling little brats, especially not a wild man linked to her best friend. If she really stole her friend's man, Ro Wanji was certain her friend would ride down the divine mountain with a sword to cleave her in half. Thinking about that filled Ro Wanji with an indescribable thrill. Brother Ye Xuan, you want to know why the sect is calling us? Come closer, they'll tell you. Are you sure you're telling me this, and not trying to eat me? Feeling Ro Wanji's deliberately seductive gaze, Ye Xuan shivered along his spine and instinctively turned aside to avoid her stare, muttering under his breath, since this is an official announcement from the Divine Tao Hall, we'd better hurry over. In his mind, the sweet talk of a team master was far more dangerous than any trap. It definitely wouldn't be like Zhao Kuo, who blushed and stood stiffly as he was scrutinized by the hall leaders beneath the towering pillars. When they arrived at the Divine Tao Hall, Ye Xuan immediately saw the 12 hall masters seated solemnly at the front, with the 3rd hall master unusually present as well. Becoming an elite of the Divine Tao wasn't just about enjoying the cultivation resources and secret treasures granted by the Dao, it also meant taking on the responsibility of guarding the Tao itself. The 3rd hall master swept his gaze over everyone and spoke solemnly. According to the rules, after you pass the heavenly ladder, the Divine Tao Hall must assign you protective duties. Due to some delay, this has been postponed until now. Today, you are gathered here to receive your assignments. Protective duties? Ye Xuan, Zhao Kuo, and Lu Yuan all froze in surprise, while only Ro Wanji remained calm, as if she had already seen through everything. Luo Tong cleared his throat twice. The tasks aren't complicated. On the shore of the Qiankuan Sea lies Dan City, a mortal city under the jurisdiction of our Xuantian Divine Tao faction. For the past half-month, Dan City has repeatedly been attacked by sea beasts. These sea beasts are not part of the demonic beast system, nor do divine beasts have authority over them. Their nature is similar to the ferocious beasts you encountered in the life and death secret realm, muscular, ruthless killers. Since you have all surpassed the martial king realm, your mission to Dan City is to investigate the cause of these attacks and quell the sea beast's assaults. This will be your protective duty. As he spoke, Luo Tong's gaze briefly paused on Ye Xuan. Since Ye Xuan's ascent on the heavenly ladder triggered the Golden Lotus phenomenon, the major powers of the Central Wasteland have been secretly agitated. Although the goddess Xiao quickly issued a divine edict claiming the anomaly was due to a failed restriction, doubts still linger. Is the Xuantian divine Tao about to produce another prodigy capable of challenging a true god? News of the four great wasteland factions elites gathering on the heavenly ladder could not be concealed. If Ye Xuan and the others were left without a task for too long, all sides would become suspicious. The carefully laid smoke screen by goddess Xiao would unravel on its own, and Ye Xuan would become a target of blame. After much consideration, Luo Tong decided to assign this protective mission to Ye Xuan and his group. Soon, I will personally teleport you to the outskirts of Dan City. Luo Tong slowed his speech, enunciating each word clearly. Once the teleportation is complete, I will return to the Divine Dao Hall. How you complete the mission from there is entirely up to you. The 12-Hall Master Luo Tong spoke with an air of noble righteousness. In truth, he had long made up his mind deep inside. After the 12-Hall Master, Luo Tong, safely delivered Ye Xuan and his group to Dan City, he was to immediately go into hiding and secretly protect Ye Xuan. This was the secret order entrusted to him by the divine Lady Xiao. To make this protection foolproof, Xiao personally granted him a spiritual talisman imbued with divine power. Ordinarily, it could mask his presence completely. In moments of dire emergency, it could shake the talisman to summon the goddess' true form. With the terrifying combat strength of divine Lady Xiao at the peak of her sacred realm, possessing divine bones and mighty power, she could sweep away most demigods in the world. Thinking of this, Luo Tong felt deeply assured, his expression calm and unhurried all the way, like a seasoned old dog confidently sitting by a fishing spot, unaware that the faint aura of the talisman had long been picked up by a young girl, Ro Ruanji. Ro Ruanji had a deep connection to divine Lady Xiao and was already halfway into the demigod realm herself, with keen spiritual senses. Luo Tong had not tried to hide it, so she naturally caught the familiar scent. Her best friend had actually prepared such a life-saving card for a wild man. In that case, as her closest friend, she absolutely had to share the burden and help out. The man her friend liked should definitely protect him, guarantee his safety. At the center of the Divine Path Hall, the teleportation array flared up, and Ye Xuan and his companions vanished in an instant. The next moment, a humming sound. As the bright light faded, Luo Tong appeared pale-faced in a desolate mountain valley. Liao Wuji and Zhao Kuo also popped up, looking confused. Liao Wuji. Zhao Kuo. Weren't we supposed to go to Dan City? Liao Wuji asked with a dry tone. Luo Tong smiled bitterly inside. Ye Xuan was the one who triggered the Golden Lotus phenomenon, with a noble fate, so normal teleportation often went awry. Yet Luo Tong had embarrassingly forgotten to reinforce the array base before setting out. On the surface, he stretched lazily, calm as ever. The old man hasn't left the Divine Mountains for a long time. Seeing this fresh air, I can't help but want to stop and breathe. Ye Xuan clearly detected Luo Tong's pretense. He was already accustomed to this breathable teleportation en route to the Xianyuan Divine Path, and instinctively glanced at the small dark figure beside him concealed by flickering illusions. Places with fresh air were far from scarce. Sure enough, Luo Tong's array teleported, stopped, breathed, repaired the array repeatedly, finally dragging everyone to the outskirts of Dan City. Besides Ye Xuan, only Ro Ruanji sensed the strangeness, though like Luo Tong, she couldn't see through the illusion masking the little black figure, so she attributed everything to the chain reaction caused by Ye Xuan's precious fate. All right, the rest is up to you, Luo Tong said, then vanished instantly, leaving only the faint ripple of array patterns behind. Needed to find a corner to swallow some medication and recover. The repeated teleports of the day had exhausted him. Zhao Kuo scowled first. Being in the same group as Ye Xuan felt like a waste of even a second. Damn it. Why was Ye Xuan allowed to break through to the 3-star martial king? He cursed under his breath and stormed off with a flick of his sleeve. Liao Wuji looked around warily. Ye Xuan and Ro Ruanji were both inscrutable, sure to lead them into more trouble. Investigating sea beasts was already taxing enough. Without hesitation, he turned and walked away alone. Only Ye Xuan and the bouncing Ro Ruanji remained. The little girl blinked her big eyes and sweetly suggested, "Brother Ye Xuan, since they don't get along, how about we play together?" Before he could answer, Ye Xuan's form suddenly distorted, as if erased by an eraser, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ro Ruanji. What's going on? Where did my best friend's wild man run off to? It turned out that Ye Xuan had long known that the little girl, Ro Ruanji, would definitely cling to him. So, As soon as the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, arrived, he immediately cast a mirage illusion and slipped away from the group in advance. Brother, why are you so afraid of that woman? Little He Ba, who was patrolling at the alley entrance, tilted his head and asked. Afraid of her? Afraid? No. Ye Xuan shrugged and spread his hands, speaking lightly. Not afraid? Then why run? In Little He Ba's understanding, only fear made someone run away, like those fierce beasts and monsters in the life and death secret realm who would sprint away the moment they saw her, only learning to behave after she beat them up repeatedly. Just seeing her was enough to scare them stiff. Silly child, that's not fear. That's just avoiding trouble. Ye Xuan ruffled Little He Ba's hair. To him, Ruoruanji was a walking troublemaker. Taking her on escort missions would only multiply the difficulty. On this point, he and Liao Wuji shared a strikingly similar judgment, though in Liao Wuji's eyes, Ye Xuan himself was also a root of trouble. Because of frequent sea beast attacks, the tall city walls of Fan City were densely inscribed with countless magic arrays and runes, interwoven with silver light and fiery patterns that shone day and night. Many warriors voluntarily patrolled atop the walls, gripping long spears and heavy crossbows, warily scanning the pitch-black sea surface. Roar! Suddenly, the once calm sea churned into massive waves. A strange sea beast resembling a shark but covered in dragon scales, with limbs like crocodile claws, burst through the waves, its huge jaws snapping as it lunged toward Fan City. It's a Wuzong-level beast. The patrolling warriors all paled at once. For a mortal city, a Wuzong sea beast meant disaster. The terrifying presence made many martial artists, even grand martial artists, begin trembling in their legs. Bang! A figure dropped from the sky. Such a small sea beast dares act so fierce. It was Zhao Kuo. After the latter ascension incident, Zhao Kuo had hoped to catch up to Ye Xuan, but instead witnessed Ye Xuan undergo 2 divine bone transformations. In just 2 months, Ye Xuan shot up to a 3-star martial king, while Zhao Kuo remained stuck at the peak of a 1-star martial king. Embarrassment and frustration churned inside him, and in this moment, he saw the sea beast as a personification of Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan die. Without drawing his secret treasure saber, Zhao Kuo fought the sea beast barehanded, throwing punch after punch against its thick scales. His fists made his bones ache, but his face was twisted in rage, as if only pounding the beast relentlessly could relieve his grudge. Brother, that fool is fighting a fish. Why is he taking so long? Little He Ba looked up inquisitively, blinking. In her view, a 1-star martial king should easily crush a Wuzong-level sea beast in an instant. Yet Zhao Kuo seemed to be venting his anger without intention to finish quickly. Silly child, he's not fighting a fish, he's fighting loneliness. Ye Xuan gently stroked her forehead. That's right, he was just beating the air. Brother, there's a dumb fellow in the sea. I can sense its presence. Should I go find it and play with it? Ye Xuan? A dumb fellow in the sea? Could it be a sea beast? Clearly, the fool Xiao Haiba mentioned wasn't the shark's spirit thrashing on the sea surface under Zhao Kuo's assault. But any sea beast detectable by Xiao Haiba was no ordinary creature. Ye Xuan casually asked, can you estimate its strength? About the same as Stinky Piao. Xiao Haiba nodded seriously. Stinky Piao was the black flood dragon from the Xuantian Sect's life and death secret realm, a half-step Saint Realm powerhouse, even stronger than a peak 9-star martial emperor. In other words, the true big boss was hiding beneath the sea, and Zhao Kuo was currently pounding just a small fry. Realizing this, a hint of meaningfully amused smile tugged at Ye Xuan's lips. Let's go. Take me to see that fool. You're coming too, big brother? Awesome. Having been trapped in the Xuantian divine path for days, Xiao Haiba was already bursting with energy. The moment she sensed that underwater aura, she clamored to dive down and have some fun. The two quickly plunged into the depths. Guided by Xiao Haiba, Ye Xuan saw the so-called Full Mermaid. In the dark underwater veil, a towering figure thrice the height of a building swam back and forth, seething with rage. It was truly colossal, over 100 zhong long, its chest and belly like 2 mountains side by side. Every tail sweep churned up rubble from the seabed and unleashed fierce currents. In 18 years, Ye Xuan had never seen such a massive sea beast and marveled inwardly, alive long enough to witness this. Matching her sheer size was her striking appearance. Her upper body was exquisitely delicate, while her lower half was covered in iridescent scales. But her emerald eyes now burned with only fury. Big brother, can I go hit her? Xiao Haiba clenched her fists, eyes gleaming with excitement. Rarely did she find 2 big punching bags like this. The urge to fight was palpable. Ye Xuan gave her a sidelong glance. Are you serious? Just as he was distracted, the mermaid suddenly halted, locking sharp eyes on Ye Xuan. Human. Hatred practically solidified into substance. She opened her mouth and roared, detonating the surrounding seawater as countless martial sect-level sea beasts surged over, easily hundreds, including more than a dozen martial king-level predators forming a tight ring around Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan scanned briefly and felt reassured. He said calmly, Xiao Haiba, Stay here and don't move. Since arriving at the Xuantian divine path, had been secluded in cultivation, never getting the chance to test his newly acquired skills now was perfect. In the next instant, the divine might formation erupted in thunderous power, the aura of three martial king stars weaving into the array. Ye Xuan's body blurred into a streak of golden light, charging into the horde. The scene resembled a bully storming into a kindergarten. With a flurry of punches and kicks, the surrounding sea beasts flew away in bunches. His innate divine bones already gave him peerless confidence at his level. Without even summoning his true god Diana, relying solely on the formation and his cultivation, the martial sect level sea beasts couldn't hold their ground, and even those martial kings fell as if given away for free. The mermaid's fury exploded. She suddenly let out a shrill scream. The crowds of sea beasts parted, and the dark underwater veil shattered, revealing a black chasm leading straight to the surface. Whoosh! On the sea surface, multicolored rays shot into the sky. Zhao Kuo, who had been beating the shark spirit midair, was instantly seized and immobilized. What's happening? Zhao Kuo hastily drew on his energy, but couldn't move. Before he could figure out what had happened, a towering wave surged up, slamming him down from midair with brutal force. The small one couldn't win should he send in the big one now? In the deepest, darkest depths of the ocean, a gigantic mermaid at the peak of the martial emperor realm and half-step saint level twisted her shimmering, radiant tail fin with deadly intent. Yet Ye Xuan only smiled faintly, his chest rising and falling calmly. In the next moment, behind him the water shimmered and gathered, and a majestic divine statue slowly rose from the dark blue sea that was the divine manifestation formed by the lingering fragment of true godly power he borrowed from the divine might array. Golden radiance flowed as the statue took shape. Ye Xuan's aura surged wildly, instantly climbing to the martial emperor tier. Boom! The mermaid rushed forward, carrying waves of rainbow light, while the divine statue behind, Ye Xuan raised its fist and smashed toward the opponent. The punch tore apart the seawater. The deep ocean was blasted open, creating a vacuum zone dozens of meters wide. At the same time, Zhao Kuo, who had just fallen into the sea, was still dizzy from the strange multicolored glow he had encountered earlier. Before he could clear his head, a terrifying shockwave surged from the depths. A massive pillar of water crashed down, slamming him and sending him flying out of the water. What the hell is going on? Just as he broke through the waves, before he could finish speaking, the half-dead shark spirit in the sky suddenly twisted its huge body and whipped its tail viciously toward him. The massive fish tail slapped his face repeatedly. Smack! 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 The sharp impacts rang out non-stop, Zhao Kuo's cheek burning with pain and anger. He immediately raised his arm to strike back. But the rainbow light seemed alive, bursting up from the depths again and trapping him tightly. Damn it, enough already. The shark spirit grew nearly maniacal with excitement. This guy had been screaming in pain after Zhao Kuo's last attack, and now it finally had a chance for revenge. It charged through the air. Its huge head like a hammer smashed Zhao Kuo forcibly back into the sea. Even low-intelligence sea beasts hold grudges, let alone Zhao Kuo. A large purple lump rose on his forehead, his eyes filled with humiliation and fury. A martial king, and yet publicly slapped in the face by a fish? He remembered the warriors on the Tan City walls who used to cheer him on and practically want to offer him flowers. Now, recalling their looks after seeing him beaten badly by the shark spirit, the shame in his chest nearly exploded. Damn it! A mere martial sect level sea beast dares to act up in front of me, Zhao Kuo? He gritted his teeth and slowly drew a secret treasure long blade, its cold gleam reflecting on his flushed face. Now, he'll show you who really controls your fate. Before his grip on the blade fully steadied, another massive tidal wave surged from the ocean floor. Again, Zhao Kuo felt the world spin wildly, thrown about helplessly in the violent water. Beneath the deep sea, Ye Xuan and the giant mermaid exchanged fists and tail strikes, each clash carving new vacuum vortices on the seabed. The mermaid, a half-step saint at the peak martial emperor level, lived up to her title. After dozens of exchanges, the divine statue behind Ye Xuan was covered with fine cracks across its surface. Wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, Ye Xuan's gaze remained sharp and unyielding. A martial king fighting against a half-step saint peak martial emperor mermaid. If anyone else saw it, their jaw would have dropped. The mermaid's tail fin once again burst with multicolored glow, lights swirling through the seawater. Ye Xuan took a deep breath and tapped 2 fingers to his brow. The next second, a little whale, long dormant, slowly swam out from between Ye Xuan's eyebrows. This time, the little whale was clearly not as cute as when Ye Xuan first awakened it. Its body, once a pale blue, had turned a deep navy now, its smooth skin hard as iron. Around its bare mouth, a row of jagged teeth had grown sharp as saw blades. Facing the shimmering rainbow glow from the mermaid's tail, the black pupils deepened with a greedy, bloodthirsty gleam. Whale, devour! Ye Xuan pointed upward. With fingertip glowing, the little whale's body suddenly swelled with a thunderous roar. In the blink of an eye, it grew longer than the towering mermaid's 100-foot figure opposite. The giant mermaid's eyes shot wide open, but before she could react, the whale's mouth dark as a bottomless black hole opened to its fullest, unleashing a violent suction that pulled everything nearby inward. Seawater, rocks, spiritual energy, everything was swallowed into that dark abyss. The multicolored light from the mermaid's tail fin burst forth fiercely, but was quickly devoured by the whale above. Her angry glare gradually gave way to fear, disbelief mixing into her eyes. The god statue behind Ye Xuan held a fragment of divine power, which now fueled the whale-devouring technique. Though not a true god's presence, it still manifested as an expression of the great Tao's lost. No mere five-colored fish scales could stand against it. Gurgle, gurgle. As the tail's shimmering light vanished into the whale's jaws, the mermaid's fierce armor instantly shattered. She sputtered bubbles, bending slightly forward as if signaling surrender to Ye Xuan. Already giving up? Ye Xuan smirked at the clear dread in her eyes. He tapped his finger again, and the giant whale above dissolved into spiritual light, shrinking back into a totem on the god statue's brow. Phew. In just moments, Ye Xuan had pushed his divine might to the limit. Even with 43 mutation of his divine bones, he was nearly drained. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so easily released the giant mermaid. Complete whale-devouring technique is still too forced, Ye Xuan thought, quietly calculating. Thankfully, had just swallowed most of the five-colored light on the mermaid's tail, barely stabilizing his current state. Brother, are you done? Let me have a turn. A clear, cheerful girl's voice suddenly popped out from the flickering mirage, and Xiao Haiba eagerly ran up to Ye Xuan's side. Having watched for a while, she couldn't hold back any longer. But the mere glance she cast made the giant mermaid immediately lose control. Yes, she literally scared her into urinating. Ye Xuan clearly felt the seawater around them suddenly grow murky. The mermaid trembled all over, scales on her tail rising like a creature who'd just spotted its mortal enemy. Brother, why has her sandbag deflated like that? Probably because you scared her stiff, Ye Xuan chuckled. The mermaid now hunched over, shivering like a terrified servant, no trace left of the proud queen who had once ruled the sea with head held high and eyes looking down. She's like that, and you still want to keep fighting her? Xiao Haiba blinked. Yeah, it's not as much fun anymore, Ye Xuan admitted. Seeing the stark contrast, Xiao Haiba propped up her chin thoughtfully for a moment. How about this? You help brother ask her why she brought so many sea beasts to attack the human city. The mermaid opposite was utterly frozen with fear now, completely cowed by Xiao Haiba. Ye Xuan had no doubt that whatever Xiao Haiba asked, she would tell the truth. The mermaid's body was covered in shimmering blue scales, her crescent-shaped tail fin gently sweeping the ground. Her eyes shone with intelligence and urgency, clearly much sharper than the ordinary sea beasts around her, which only knew how to roar. Attacks by sea beasts on human cities were frequent, but large-scale, coordinated assaults like this were almost unheard of in human records. There had to be something behind it. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Haiba spoke, the mermaid began to pour out the whole story. Her youngest daughter had been kidnapped by mysterious people. Using her child as leverage, they forced her to lead the sea beasts in besieging Dan City, hoping that the chaos would draw the protectors of Xuantian Sect to intervene. So, she resorted to this extreme measure to save her daughter? Ye Xuan repeated thoughtfully. That wasn't the crucial point, though. What concerned him more was another clue. The kidnappers weren't mere pirates or evil cultivators. They clearly wanted to use the sea beasts as bait to lure Xuantian Sect's enforcers into handling the situation. Brother, she's not lying. I can feel it, Xiao Haiba said firmly. Having spent years navigating deadly realms filled with fierce beasts and demons, she could tell lies at a glance, like how a quality inspector can intuitively test whether concrete meets standards with a touch. Xuantian Sect had strict levels for assigning tasks externally. 1. Mid-level 3 only handled mid-tier missions and never dispatched top-tier elites. 2. Low-risk incidents like sea beast attacks on mortal cities were always assigned to lower level 3. 3. The sea beasts deployed to attack Dan City never exceeded Martial Zone level. In other words, even moderately experienced Tier 3 enforcers wouldn't be sent. This was clearly a setup designed for rookies. And among recently admitted lower level 3 novices with no protection experience, there were only 4 of them, including Ye Xuan, all selected from branch sects in the wilderness. We've just joined the sect, and we're already being targeted? Ye Xuan felt a chill run through him. To verify his suspicions, he signaled Xiao Haiba to continue questioning the mermaid, getting every detail about the kidnappers' clothing, hair ornaments, aura, and the secret arts they used. They were suffused with a sinister aura, and their spellcasting was extremely strange, the mermaid recalled, instinctively hugging herself as her tail fin trembled slightly. Hearing this description, the light in Ye Xuan's eyes slowly darkened, and twisted. It seemed he already knew who these people were aiming for. The familiar eeriness, the inexplicable strangeness. It could only be Ye Xuan's old acquaintances, the Netherworld's sacred sect. It seemed the hidden master behind Xuantian could no longer hold back and had finally made a move against him. A faint, barely perceptible smile tugged at Ye Xuan's lips. By now, he was nearly certain. The sea beast attack on Dan City from start to finish was a conspiracy specifically aimed at him. Xiao Haiba, didn't you have enough fun just now? Brother will take you to play an even better game, he said. As soon as the words left his mouth, a brilliant idea formed clearly in his mind. Play a game? Yes, yes. Xiao Haiba's big black eyes immediately lit up at the prospect of more fun. Ye Xuan cast the illusory light reflection again over Xiao Haiba, and then led him over to the giant mermaid trembling before them. Big, really big. The mermaid, at least 100 zhang tall, stood before him. Its scales shimmered with a cold, icy glow under the moonlight, radiating a heavy, oppressive presence that even made Ye Xuan raise an eyebrow. Looking up, he ordered, "There's a fool up there. Send your subordinates to have a good time with him." The mermaid's head nodded vigorously like a rattle. "Remember to send your strongest," Ye Xuan added, worried the creature might not be quick-witted. Being fellow disciples, and since Zhao Kuo fancied himself a hero at fishing, he was happy to help set him up. On the sea surface, the night breeze carried a salty, fishy stench. Zhao Kuo gripped his treasured long blade in one hand, holding the bloodied head of a shark's spirit in the other. The dazzling multicolored flashes and great waves that had surged from the sea floor just moments ago left him dizzy and disoriented. Finally, he came to his senses. Someone down there had deliberately targeted him. As a martial king, he could command a territory, but that flood of light and waves had severed his perception and control. Only a martial emperor-level being could wield such power. Thinking this, Zhao Kuo frowned deeply. He was confident, yes, but if a martial emperor-level sea beast was lurking here, the danger was far beyond what he could handle alone. No, I have to drag Ye Xuan, Liao Wuji, and that crafty little girl from the northern wilderness into this mess, he thought rapidly, already deciding to strike back hard. Zhao Kuo's eyes swept over the Dan City walls. A large crowd of low-ranked warriors and civilians stood there, gazing up at him with admiration. His vanity swelled with pride, nearly laughing out loud in his heart. I know there's a sea emperor-level monster down there, but I won't say a word. Let Ye Xuan and the others go fight that sea emperor to their heart's content. Carrying the shark's head, he stepped on the waves, ready to return to the city. He would enjoy the flowers and applause while watching the show unfold. But suddenly the tranquil sea churned wildly. Dense black shadows erupted from beneath the water, scales clashing as countless water spouts exploded skyward. This is martial sect-level sea beasts. And not just one. Zhao Kuo's face tensed as he watched the numbers swell 10, 20, 50 rapidly approaching 100. On the city walls, the once cheering civilians and low-ranked warriors fell silent in terror. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, legs going weak. 100 martial sect sea beasts gathered, the sea boiling like a cauldron. Even the seasoned great martial artists, accustomed to life and death, went pale, palms sweating cold as they gripped their blades. As for the ordinary folk, the overwhelming display of power struck terror into their souls. No matter that Zhao Kuo had just beheaded one of the beasts before their eyes, it was impossible to calm their panic. But even a martial zone-level sea beast took Zhao Kuo this long to slay. His face was still swollen from the blows. Now, an enormous group of sea beasts of the same rank surged forward, black shadows darting wildly beneath the waves. The air atop the city walls seemed heavy with the stench of salt and blood. Could Zhao Kuo really defend Dan City? On the battlements, the lower-ranked warriors who had once cheered looked at one another nervously. The sharp-witted had already slipped down the walls and scattered through dark alleys, terrified they'd be torn to shreds by the next wave of battle. A martial zone sea beast? So many? Zhao Kuo was momentarily taken aback as he looked out over the restless sea. Flashing jaws, iron-armored tails, at least dozens appeared among the waves. Briefly stunned, his proud expression quickly returned, a cold smile curling the corner of his mouth. Humph. Beneath a martial king, all are ants. He gripped the shark's bleeding head and cursed inwardly. If not for that martial emperor beneath the sea toying with him, he wouldn't have wasted so much time on this one. Since this massive wave of martial zone sea beasts had come barreling toward him, it was the perfect chance to demonstrate his true prowess in front of the people of Dan City. However, when he turned to enjoy the expected thunderous cheers, all he saw was emptiness. The lower-ranked warriors who had cheered earlier were gone without a trace. Zhao Kuo, veins bulging at his temple, he cursed inwardly. Damn it. A bunch of mortals, lower than ants. If it weren't for me here, that shark's spirit would have gnawed you all to bits long ago. And yet, you run off before I even show my strength? Do you seriously think I, Zhao Kuo, can't handle a few martial zone sea beasts? No sooner had his anger flared than the previously still sea surface erupted with towering waves. Several far larger black shapes burst through the surf. Roar. A deafening howl seemed to freeze the world itself, driving the waves backward. Zhao Kuo's face paled, his pupils shrinking. These were martial king-level sea beasts. He could handle any number of martial zone ranks with his blade, but the clear advantage in martial king numbers instantly tilted the balance against him. Meanwhile, within Dan City, what's going on? Why are so many sea beasts suddenly attacking the city? The shadowy figures of the Netherworld's sacred sect exchanged worried glances beneath the eaves of a hidden alley. Just days ago, they'd received a secret order from Xuantian sacred son of the secto target Ye Xuan, a low-tier prodigy newly entering the lower three realms of the Xuantian divine path. The group had doubted the need for such attention on a mere newcomer. Xuantian had secluded himself for 1,000 years, refusing to step into the demigod realm, yet his status within the sect was supreme. He believed that with his projection in the Xuantian divine path, crushing a nobody like Ye Xuan would be as easy as killing ants. But his projection was forced into retreat by backlash from a secret technique, and the plan was cut off before it could begin. The true culprit had yet to appear, but Xuantian's wrath had only grown. To eliminate the threat forever, he secretly dispatched 2 6-star martial emperors and more than 10 9-star martial kings into Dan City. Such a force could sweep entire factions across the 4 great wastelands. The Netherworld's sacred sect was confident. This was more than enough to deal with Ye Xuan. To avoid alarming their target, they captured a rare hybrid sea beast cub nearing the Saint Realm from the deep sea, forcing merfolk under their command to periodically raid the city, but limiting attacks to martial zone level. This way, the Xuantian divine path would mistake it for a minor beast tide, blind to the real cause. But now countless sea beasts flooded near Dan City's coast. Even martial king-level monsters appeared. Such an uproar. No matter how slow, the Xuantian divine path would sense something was wrong. The plan hadn't even started before exposure loomed. And Xuantian would not forgive failure lightly. The Netherworld's sacred sect operatives panicked, whispering desperate plans with no answers. Just as their brows knitted in worry, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly echoed from deep within the crowd. What just happened? A moment ago, it seemed like something flew right past us. The powerful members of the Netherworld Holy Sect were briefly stunned. Then their faces all dramatically changed. Originally, there were 2 6-star martial emperors and 13 9-star martial kings seated in the room. But with that piercing, agonized scream, everyone suddenly realized someone was missing. That 9-star martial king had disappeared. Shock and dread instantly shot through everyone's nerves. The 6-star martial emperors were the peak of this world just below the sacred realm, yet in that split second, they hadn't sensed a thing. As they quickly scanned around, a faint distress call, almost swept away by the wind, drifted in through the window. They looked out and saw the missing 9-star martial king lying on the courtyard's blue bricks. His entire spine was grotesquely twisted, as if smashed by a giant hammer, barely clinging to life. He felt dazed. They had been holding a meeting one moment, and suddenly it was as if someone had kicked him brutally. To be a majestic 9-star martial king reduced to this kind of injury by a single blow, if he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed it. Just as the sect's experts inside rushed to help, another bone-shattering scream tore through the air. This time, it was a 6-star martial emperor who was hurled out. He crashed through the window, slamming into the courtyard with a human-shaped dent in the ground. His sternum caved in, blood pouring steadily from the corner of his mouth. The crowd of Netherworld Holy Sect members froze in place. Even a martial emperor couldn't withstand the attack. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of the assailant's shadow. Fear swelled like a rising tide in their hearts. If they stayed inside any longer, the next to fall could be themselves. Divine secret arts? Remote attacks? No one knew the answer, and no one dared gamble with their lives any longer. The same thought flashed through all their minds at once. They burst through the rooftop in unison, transforming into over 10 beams of fleeing light in a desperate escape for the sky. As for the 2 severely wounded comrades left in the courtyard, at this life-or-death moment, no one looked back. At the same time, on the other side of Dan City, Ro Ruanji, a little girl who had lost all trace of Ye Xuan, searched every street and alley. Her clear, wide eyes were full of confusion. How could her best friend's mysterious man vanish right beneath her nose? Main Tower's proud mistress, at the peak of the sacred realm and half a step into the demigod realm, had her perception cover the whole of Dan City. No live person could evade her sight, not even a single ant crawling through the city streets. So the only possible culprit has to be the wild man from her best friend's side. Little Lolita Ro Ruanji wrinkled her delicate nose, her face full of suspicion. She had long suspected the man her best friend was attracted to wasn't ordinary, but she never imagined not ordinary could be this extreme. Such a prestigious peak-level Saint Realm expert was right within reach. Yet that man with only a 3-star martial king cultivation mysteriously vanished without a trace. No matter how she looked at it, the situation was utterly absurd. At the same time, in the dark corners of Dan City's center, Luo Tong, the 12th Hall Master of the mysterious Xuantian divine path, silently guarding the way, was equally frustrated. Moments ago, he had swallowed a spirit pill to restore the energy drained by teleportation. Yet before the pill's power fully took effect, he turned around and Ye Xuan was gone, vanished completely. Luo Tong was burning with anxiety, pacing like an ant on a hot pan. A sudden surge of sea beasts appeared on the outskirts of Dan City, but he had no time to deal with them. They were only at the martial ancestor and martial king levels, easily wiped out with a flick of his hand. But if anything happened to Ye Xuan, thinking of the radiant golden lotus on the heavenly ascension ladder, a tightness gripped Luo Tong's chest. In countless years, the Xuantian divine path had only seen this phenomenon in the sect's founder, the true god Xuantian, and the divine maiden Xiao. Now it had appeared on Ye Xuan, heralding the birth of a new true god. If this gifted prodigy were to fall halfway due to his negligent protection, Luo Tong felt he would rather end his own life on the spot. The divine maiden had entrusted him with this heavy responsibility, yet he had lost Ye Xuan. While brooding, suddenly over Dan City's skies, dozens of eerie black shadows exploded forth. Luo Tong twitched his nostrils, instantly detecting the distinctive sinister aura of the underworld Holy Sect 1 6-star Martial Emperor and 12 9-star Peak Martial Kings. The timing and location filled his heart with a grim chill. Ye Xuan's disappearance was almost certainly connected to the underworld Holy Sect. With certainty settling in his mind, cold murderous intent flashed like a blade in Luo Tong's eyes. The underworld Holy Sect dared to invade Xuantian Divine Path's grounds, and chose to strike at the worst possible moment when he was overwhelmed? Since it involved Ye Xuan, they would not leave unscathed. Demonic scum, don't run. Take my Luo Tong staff. His figure vanished into the sky as a 100-foot iron staff roared up from behind him. It was a sacred weapon forged in his youth by smelting an entire iron mine, pulsing with black light, its runes winding like dragons. Swinging the staff, the sea of clouds above Fan City was violently stirred into a twisted vortex, the immense force causing the very space to tremble. The fleeing underworld Holy Sect members looked up in horror to see the black clouds churning and the iron staff suppressing the heavens, their faces going deathly pale as Saint Realm expert. They especially shuddered when they realized the massive vortex trapping them overhead. Sure enough, the Xuantian Divine Sect had already ambushed us here. Within Xuantian Divine Sect's territory, waves of covert attacks fell like a storm, so fierce that even 6-star martial emperors acting as protectors struggled to hold them off. It was clear these assaults were orchestrated by the sect's top-tier masters behind the scenes. Just then, Luo Tong, leader of the 12 Halls, appeared, confirming every suspicion in the hearts of the Yuming holy cult. But amid the spiraling despair, a new question surfaced: how had Xuantian Divine Sect detected their movements so early, despite their utmost caution? A massive spatial vortex hung high above like a dark, sprawling net, firmly trapping the strongest members of the Yuming holy cult at its center. Savage spiritual energy tore down from the edges, making their bones crack. They had spent over half a month meticulously planning to lure Ye Xuan into a trap and eliminate him in one blow. Yet all their arrangements collapsed in an instant, and Xuantian Divine Sect had been waiting here well in advance. How could such intelligence have been leaked? Could it be true the only surviving 6-star martial emperor, oppressed beneath the overwhelming spiritual pressure, suddenly recalled something? 2 months ago, he had witnessed the sudden appearance of the golden lotus atop Xuantian Divine Mountain. That day, golden light pierced all directions, and the gigantic lotus hovered over the mountain peak for half a day before dissipating, plunging the entire mid-wasteland spiritual domain into panic. Everyone knew that the sect already had the divine maiden Xiao, but if another true god-level prodigy was born, how could other sanctuaries and sects still stand? To uncover the truth, the Yuming holy cult had dispatched elite agents into Xuantian Divine Mountain at the time. Yet the investigation concluded that a mutation on the ascension ladder was nothing more than a false alarm. After multiple confirmations, the incident gradually faded from memory. But now, the 6-star martial emperor felt increasingly uneasy. Perhaps the ascension ladder mutation was a deliberate smokescreen planted by Xuantian Divine Sect. Otherwise, why would so many divine masters gather in a small coastal town like Dan City? The long-distance devastating attacks, secret backing by sacred realm powerhouses, all these pointed to one truth. The prodigy capable of triggering the Golden Lotus phenomenon was hidden within their escort team. Thinking further, he recalled the strange secret order previously issued by Xian Hu's sacred son. At any cost, capture Ye Xuan. Suddenly, the answer struck him like lightning tearing through the night, illuminating everything deep inside. Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan is the Xuantian Divine Sect's prodigy, the one who caused the Golden Lotus phenomenon. If Xuan Hushengzi were here, he would be utterly astonished. His own subordinates had seen through the mystery even before he did originally. He had ordered the assassination of Ye Xuan solely out of personal grudges, never expecting that these people would follow the trail and uncover the true source behind the Xuantiando's Golden Lotus phenomenon, with their target locked down with uncanny precision. Opposite them stood Luo Tong, the leader of the 12 Halls, gripping a giant cold iron staff, radiating murderous intent. The formidable warriors of the Yuming Holy Sect watched the gleaming iron staff twist and turn with terror etched on their faces. Facing a saint-level expert like him, only a miracle could save them. They had no chance of survival. From the crowd, a six-star martial emperor reacted swiftly, producing a pitch-black polished orb shimmering with an eerie glow that sent chills down the spine. This is a secret treasure bestowed by the Holy Sun. The six-star martial emperor barked. Immediately activate the Yuming formation and buy me a moment. When the treasure takes effect, we'll break through together. The Yuming faction, once overcome by despair, felt hope rekindled in their eyes. They each unleashed their sect's treasured artifacts, taking positions to form the array as planned. In an instant, dark mist swirled, coalescing into a colossal black flood dragon suspended midair, its scales icy and sharp, its jaws spewing foul wind. Yuming black flood dragon formation? Luo Tong sneered as he glanced at the black dragon. Black snakes, black flood dragons, black dragons. If you really could summon a black dragon, maybe you'd delay me a bit. Too bad it's just a flood dragon. He'll finish it in 3 strikes at most. Before his words were done, the cold iron staff expanded with the wind and crashed down with a thunderous blow. Boom. A shockwave rippled through Dan City's sky, the black flood dragon formation taking the full brunt as a fissure instantly split the array. The people inside the formation's expressions changed drastically. Just as they tried to stabilize the formation, Luo Tong's second strike arrived. Some time had passed since Ye Xuan disappeared. Luo Tong urgently needed to capture these Yuming fiends to extract Ye Xuan's whereabouts. Could not afford any delay. The second blow landed. The black flood dragon let out a mournful wail. The formation cracked further, and all 12 martial kings sustaining the array spat blood as they staggered back. Hold on for one more strike. Someone shouted hoarsely, mouth frothing with blood. Luo Tong raised his third staff strike high, the fierce wind raging like a violent sea. At the crucial moment, the 6-star martial emperor at the formation's heart lifted the black orb above his head. The secret treasure finally activated. The 12 bloodied martial kings immediately felt a surge of spirit, their eyes bursting with ecstasy. Salvation was at hand. However, in the next moment, the 6-star martial emperor's figure flickered and he vanished, breaking through the formation in the opposite direction from everyone else. The martial kings stared dumbfounded. Their momentary shock rapidly turned to despair, yet they had no time to curse. The sky suddenly darkened as Luo Tong's third strike thundered down with the force of a lightning storm. Crash! The black flood dragon was instantly shattered into pieces, dissolving into billowing waves of dark energy within seconds. The 12 martial kings and the shattered formation were pulverized by the overwhelming power, their screams stifled into silence. On the distant sea surface, Zhao Kuo, who had witnessed Luo Tong's divine might firsthand, was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, clenching his fists tightly as he shouted. The saint-level warrior of our Xuantian has arrived. Ha ha ha, you damned sea beasts. You've been swarming around my grandfather Zhao Kuo for so long. And now that a true master of the divine path has arrived, I'm eager to see exactly how you're going to die. Above the churning waves, hundreds of martial sect-level sea beasts encircled Zhao Kuo, while a dozen mountain-sized martial king-level beasts hovered on the outskirts, ready to strike at any moment. Iron tails lashed out, fangs tore viciously, and giant fins swept across the turbulent sea. Amidst the roaring waves and the stinging salty wind, Zhao Kuo's flesh was torn and bleeding all over, his tattered clothes hanging in strips. Even a beggar could keep a shred of dignity intact. He had lost even that much. Yet at this moment, he still relied on his innate martial soul and the 3 secret yellow-grade techniques, holding his head high and laughing loudly, as if expecting reinforcements to arrive any minute. Just as he boomed, a divine pathmaster has come. The figure of Hall Master Luo Tong suddenly appeared midair, wielding an iron staff and radiating killing intent, releasing a pressure of Saint Realm power, so intense it seemed to chill the air. Even the dull-witted sea beasts shuddered in fear simultaneously. Seeing this, Zhao Kuo's confidence swelled again, a proud smirk just beginning to form when suddenly, with a sharp whoosh, Luo Tong's figure vanished into thin air. Zhao Kuo, what the hell is going on? Did Luo Tong really ditch me here alone to face all these sea beasts? In truth, Luo Tong hadn't abandoned him. He simply had no time to stay. Ye Xuan had gone missing. The only clue was these demonic members of the Netherworld Holy Sect, but in the crucial moment one of them escaped. Determined to capture and torture that one for Ye Xuan's whereabouts, Luo Tong sacrificed the entire battlefield outside Dan City, breaking into the air in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, atop Dan City's walls, the little girl Ro Ruanji stood with her hands behind her back, blinking her big eyes at Luo Tong's retreating figure. A protector given by a good friend just won't cut it. Ye Xuan had disappeared right under her nose. The strongest of those Netherworld Holy Sect demons were only 6-star martial emperors at best. If mere 6-star martial emperors could sneak Ye Xuan away from someone on the verge of entering the demigod realm like her, Then her status as the mistress of Main Tower was worthless. She might as well bang her head against a wall. But the cold, hard truth was that even 6-star martial emperors couldn't pull off the feat, and yet Ye Xuan, only a 3-star martial king, had managed it. With the mystery deepening, Ruoranji's full attention was fixed solely on Ye Xuan. She had zero interest in the seaweed-beaten Zhao Kuo, but Zhao Kuo was far from unnoticed. On the rooftop of the tallest building in Dan City, Liao Wuji stood with his hands behind his back. That idiot Zhao Kuo. He only left briefly to investigate the sea beast attacks, and in that time, he drew an entire pack of sea beasts outside the city. Martial sect-level beasts would be bad enough, but there were whole rows of king-level marine beasts too. This Dan City probably can't hold out time to make a run for it. Originally, seeing Luo Tong's appearance, Liao Wuji thought the situation was under control. Yet Luo Tong didn't even care about the sea beasts. He flew straight after the escaping Netherworld Holy Sect demon. Liao Wuji wasn't stupid enough to fight sea beasts for a few words of praise, much less while Ye Xuan and Ruoranji were nowhere to be seen since splitting up. Those two were sneaky troublemakers who knew what schemes they were hatching. The sea beasts were already a headache. If those two double-crossed him now, just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine. With that thought, he bent his toes against the eaves, ready to slip away. At that moment, a piercing roar echoed faintly from the distant sea. "You're doomed. My brothers have arrived. Brother Liao, come quickly and lend me a hand." Zhao Kuo shouted with the last ounce of his true energy, like a drowning man clutching a straw. Liao Wuji. "Damn you, Zhao Kuo, you idiot." Feeling the piercing gaze of more than a dozen king-class sea beasts locking onto them in an instant, Liao Wuji was practically ready to kill that bastard Zhao Kuo on the spot. All he wanted was to quietly escape with his life, but he kept getting targeted, first Ye Xuan and the little girl, and now Zhao Kuo. This troublemaker was stirring up chaos as well. Zhao Kuo was equally desperate. Being attacked by dozens of king-class sea beasts simultaneously, he had hoped the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, would draw his sword and help. But to his surprise, Luo Tong didn't even acknowledge him. With no other choice, Zhao Kuo had to drag Liao Wuji down with him. Otherwise, they'd both be torn apart alive. Before them surged a tidal wave of sea beasts attacking, while behind them resentment and fury intertwined, leaving the two men equally battered and disheveled. Meanwhile, on another part of the sea, the wind howled fiercely. The 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, wielding his iron staff, chased relentlessly, finally closing in on the 6-star martial emperor of the Netherworld Holy Sect, who was escaping from Dan City using a mysterious black pearl treasure. Is this the Holy Realm? The fleeing martial emperor glanced at the figure hurtling towards him and felt his heart suddenly tighten. To save his own life, he had sacrificed all his teammates to break through Dan City's blockade. Yet Luo Tong still closed in without pause. "Don't come any closer," the 6-star martial emperor wailed, wishing he could sacrifice even more, but all his people were already gone. "Demon of the Netherworld Holy Sect, don't run. Surrender Ye Xuan at once, or don't blame my iron staff for showing no mercy." Luo Tong had once struck down 12 9-star martial kings of the Netherworld Holy Sect with 3 consecutive blows. Now only this 6-star martial emperor remained. He was Luo Tong's only lead to find Ye Xuan, so he would not allow him to escape. At the mention of Ye Xuan, the fugitive faltered in his steps. "Ye Xuan? Weren't you Xuantian Sect setting up an ambush to capture that kid named Yi? And now you're asking me for him? How the hell would I know where he is?" Along the way, the sea beasts stirred restlessly. Their base was exposed. Comrades suffered heavy blows, and Luo Tong swept through with his staff. Everything felt bizarrely orchestrated, as if some unseen hand was pulling the strings behind the scenes. The martial emperor's mind was a complete mess, and yet he was being relentlessly pursued. If he could hear Ye Xuan's thoughts at that moment, he would probably spit blood, because Ye Xuan's guess was almost certainly correct. The truth was that Ye Xuan was manipulating everything in secret. Under the cover of illusory light, he sent Xiao He to launch a surprise attack on the Netherworld Holy Sect's base, forcing those black-clad men to reveal themselves. Once their location was exposed, the Xuantian Sect secretly guarding Ye Xuan with powerful warriors would appear. Since Ye Xuan had anticipated this all along, the Xuantian Sect were clearly playing a game of covert protection behind the scenes. Naturally, he couldn't miss this perfect chance to strike at the sinister Yuming Holy Sect. But this was only part of Ye Xuan's plan. "Xiao Haiba, run faster." "Got it, big brother." The night wind whipped through the air as Xiao Haiba carried Ye Xuan with one hand. Under the cover of flickering shadows, they sped through the darkness like shattered silhouettes. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's been so long since I've seen such an intense fight." Ahead, the 6-star martial emperor of the Yuming Holy Sect was being relentlessly pressured by Luo Tong, the 12th Hall Master. Luo Tong raised a foot-long black iron staff, intent on finishing off his opponent with a single powerful blow. Just as the iron staff came down, Ye Xuan tapped the back of Xiao Haiba's head. "Go help him." "Okay, big brother. Remember, don't hit too hard." Before Ye Xuan finished speaking, Xiao Haiba vanished like a ghost into the battle zone. Ye Xuan could only strain his voice, yelling after her. What did you say? I can't hear you. The young girl shouted back once and disappeared into the fray, leaving Ye Xuan standing there with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Though Luo Tong was a steadfast Saint Realm warrior, Ye Xuan knew well that even the Saint Realm had been beaten bloody by Xiao Haiba before. Generations of the Xuantian Sect's patriarchs trembling fearfully in the life and death realm whenever she appeared was testament enough. At this moment, all Ye Xuan dared to do was silently pray. May the 12th Hall Master survive and not get knocked out by a single punch. Hey, monster of the Yuming Holy Sect, taste my Luo Tong's staff. The Iron Club howled down. Luo Tong knew exactly what to do. Cripple the opponent just enough to keep them alive for questioning. But just as the staff was about to strike, an invisible force suddenly slammed against its side. Luo Tong's arms went numb, nearly dropping his weapon. As for the martial emperor, who had thought his end was near, this sudden reversal filled him with wild joy. Seeing the Saint Realm warrior retreat, he didn't stop to think further in a desperate move. He bit his finger and carved a blood seal in midair. The blood seal ignited, instantly boosting his speed by several times the Yuming Holy Sect's secret technique to ignite one's essence blood for an escape boost at the cost of heavy injury. In a flash, he disappeared into the edge of the night. Luo Tong wanted to pursue, but was repeatedly pushed back by that unseen force. He scanned his surroundings warily. Someone who could toy with a Saint Realm warrior. Could it be a demigod? The thought struck him like a thunderclap, and his expression changed instantly. Ye Xuan's disappearance was clearly linked to the Yuming Holy Sect, but if a demigod truly intervened, he would have no way to respond. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out a spirit talisman gifted by the goddess Xiao. Though she remained at the peak of the Saint Realm, over 90% of her divine bones had awakened, allowing her divine might alone to intimidate demigods. Luo Tong raised the talisman high into the night sky and shouted, "Goddess, hear me." The talisman erupted with dazzling divine light in midair. Just as the goddess power was about to descend, another strange and eerie scene unfolded. My talisman, the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, shouted in shock. The talisman wrapped in holy light seemed to come alive, slipping away from his palm, floating into the air, and then vanishing. Luo Tong's chest felt as if it had been torn apart, a surge of anger and fear washing over him. This was a divine gift from the goddess herself, his most prized ace. Who could have dared to snatch the talisman right in front of him? Meanwhile, little He Ba was already hopping excitedly back to Ye Xuan, holding up the prize with both hands, his eyes shining like stars in the night sky. Brother, look, I grabbed something really good. Ye Xuan's eyes fell on the talisman, golden light pulsing along its runes. He blinked in surprise. This, you took it from Hall Master Luo? Yeah. Little He Ba nodded vigorously, a look of pure pride on his face. As expected, Ye Xuan sighed inwardly and covered his forehead. Once little He Ba gets going, he doesn't distinguish between friend or foe, picking up whatever he can get his hands on. But at that moment, Ye Xuan had no time for Luo Tong's fury. In the blink of an eye just now, the formidable martial emperor from the Netherworld Holy Sect had seized the opportunity to vanish from the battlefield without a trace. That guy was part of my plan. Now it's up to you, little He Ba. Got it, brother. Little He Ba flipped the talisman over and over, studying it for a few moments. Finding he couldn't put it in his mouth, he tossed the shiny object back to Ye Xuan, licking his lips clearly. Beating someone up seemed more appealing than eating a talisman. At the same time, in a distant wilderness, the martial emperor from the Netherworld Holy Sect ran at full speed. After confirming there were no pursuers behind him, he finally stopped, panting heavily. He glanced back, seeing no sign of Luo Tong, and an overwhelming joy surged through his heart. I really escaped? Excitement and relief flooded his mind, overwhelming reason. He had thought death was certain under the chase of such a Saint Realm expert. Earlier, the iron staff of that Xuantian Sect Saint Realm expert couldn't have flown away on its own. Someone must have secretly helped him. Could it be the Holy Sun had planned ahead? At this thought, his eyes blazed with fierce light. If the Holy Sun had anticipated their encirclement by Xuantian Sect and Dan City and secretly left a backup plan, then the Holy Sun's tactics were truly unfathomable. His admiration soared to its peak instantly. The Holy Sun is indeed the one among our Netherworld Holy Sect in over 1,000 years who has comprehended the Netherworld scriptures most profoundly. He muttered. In the entire sect, aside from the reclusive Holy Lord, only the Xuanhu Holy Sun had studied the scriptures to such a realm. Thinking about his plans after returning to the sect, his heart burned with ambition. No matter the mission's outcome, he must find a way to get close to the Holy Sun to gain favor. With the Holy Sun's protection, his cultivation path would surely become smoother. Another reason he was so confident was a trump card possessed a secret of Xuantian Sect. A peerless freak had arisen there, causing a mystical golden lotus phenomenon. This piece of high-level intelligence was enough to compensate for the mission's failure. He believed that for a task of this scale, The Holy Sun would never send just a few martial emperors and martial kings from the sect alone. The six-star martial emperor of the Netherworld Sacred Sect boldly guessed that even the sacred sect itself couldn't verify the authenticity of this information, which was why they sent agents to probe the matter. Now, everyone they sent had died, and only he had escaped alive. This was precisely why he was valuable. His secret technique had burned his blood and drained his energy, but these were only temporary setbacks. Once he returned to the sacred sect, he was confident he could exchange this great achievement for countless elixirs and rare treasures, and even seize the chance to build a connection with the sacred son, Xuanhu. Thinking of this, he felt as if a calming sea-defying pillar had been placed in his chest. All his fatigue and fear seemed to vanish. Suddenly, a shadow of sword light fell from the sky. The dark, oppressive silhouette cut through his smug thoughts. Who are you? He looked up to see a figure silently landing before him. The newcomer had sharp, commanding eyes and flowing robes. Their aura extraordinary, clearly no ordinary person. One sword, the stranger said without answering, slowly extending a single finger. What? The six-star martial emperor of the Netherworld Sacred Sect blinked in surprise. Accept my one sword, and you may pass, the other said calmly. Ha, just one sword? How arrogant. He laughed wildly. Though he had been hunted here by the 12 Hall Masters, led by Luo Tong, he was after all a six-star martial emperor. This man hadn't even reached the sacred realm. How could he pose any threat? A cold snort escaped him some injury, and now even lowly dogs would dare to block him? Enough nonsense. If you don't strike now, I'm afraid you'll never get the chance to draw your sword again. The man growled lowly, venting all his pent-up fury. His defensive treasure had already been silently activated. He was confident even a full-strength attack could never break his protective light shield. The newcomer smiled lightly and stepped forward barehanded. A sword light woven from black and white sprang up from the ground and silently sliced toward him. Powerful? Yes. Dangerous? No. The six-star martial emperor felt no hint of killing intent beneath the sword light. Not even the hem of his robe fluttered. He sneered to himself, thinking this attack couldn't even cut his clothing. The next moment, a ripping pain surged wildly through his limbs. Ah! A scream echoed as his right leg and arm were severed at the sword light's edge, blood gushing out. His protective treasure gave no response, as if that sword stroke had never existed. How? How is this possible? Terror, confusion, and despair shattered his will in an instant. Who exactly are you? Limbs falling to the ground, he staggered and knelt down, staring at the still calm figure in utter shock. The newcomer flicked their sleeve, ending their stance with casual grace. My name has never changed, nor will it. I am Ye Xuan of the Xuantian. Ye Xuan, the top-tier prodigy of Xuantian's upper third level? The six-star martial emperor of the Netherworld Sect lying in a pool of blood heard the name and instantly turned pale. His legs shattered, both arms broken, blood soaking through his robes, yet he barely felt the pain. Instead, a chilling numbness ran through his scalp. Having roamed the central wasteland spirit domain alongside him, he was all too familiar with Ye Xuan's reputation. That name had once haunted his nightmares night after night. Unlike the minor skirmishes fought by the lower two tiers of Xuantian that only guarded the Dao, the top-tier prodigies of the upper third level specialized in deadly hunts against prodigies from other major sects and divine paths. For hundreds of thousands of years, this kind of hunt had continued unabated, tacitly permitted by the great holy lands of the central wasteland. So long as the veteran saints or demigods did not intervene personally, no side would interfere even if rivers of blood flowed. Back then, the infamous divine maiden Xiao of the central wasteland had slain countless prodigies of holy sects and divine paths in these hunts. Her name still struck fear into many cultivators. Though Ye Xuan was not as terrifying as Xiao, he rose as a dark horse, breaking into the contest for Xuantian's sacred heir within a scant century by ruthlessly cutting down many prodigies from top forces like Beast Mountain and Azure Wave Pool. Even more daunting was his possession of two ancient, Earth-level secret tomes originating from the primordial Yin-Yang true gods. The Netherworld Martial Emperor's fear deepened as he recalled that intertwining black and white sword light a moment ago. There was no doubt it was Ye Xuan's signature Yin-Yang sword intent. Yet what he did not know was that the Ye Xuan before him was actually Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan had disguised himself using illusory light transformation, while the true severing of the Martial Emperor's limbs was done silently by an accomplice in the shadows named Little Black Bar. That sword strike was merely a harmless illusion. 2 months ago, Ye Xuan had devoured half the Dharma image of the Yin-Yang fish lord within Xuantian. Since then, he hadn't secluded himself in cultivation, but secretly gathered intelligence. Ye Xuan's fame was too great, his movements impossible to hide. Once the target was locked, Ye Xuan simply went along with it, impersonating Ye Xuan, ready to turn the tables. Now, he looked down smiling at the bleeding Netherworld Martial Emperor as if admiring a grand drama about to unfold. Meeting the faintly mocking gaze, the Martial Emperor's heart no longer doubted the man before him must be Ye Xuan. He even felt the reason the strange sword light appeared so faint was because Yu Changkong had refined his secret tomes to fully internalize his sword intent. A mighty six-star martial emperor, and his sword light is so restrained before me? Just imagine how terrifying his true power must be. Blood slowly seeped through the cracked stone slabs, pooling around the half-submerged body of the six-star martial emperor of the Netherworld cult. His chest heaved with sharp, agonizing breaths. His pupils contracted to pinpricks, fear flooding his mind like a rising tide, but even more overwhelming was confusion. The top-tier elites on the third level never bothered with low-ranking escort missions. So why was Yu Changkong, a proud top-tier prodigy, here? If Master Luo Tong of the 12 Halls had appeared to protect that person from the Xuantian who triggered the Golden Lotus anomaly, then Yu Changkong's presence made no sense at all. Doubt churned wildly as the six-star martial emperor's mind raced, piecing it all together. Like the Netherworld cult, Xuantian's inner elites competed fiercely and kept each other on guard. Yu Changkong, as a third-level prodigy, should be more concerned than anyone about the Xuantian figure who caused the Lotus anomaly unless. The thought struck like lightning. The martial emperor's face darkened sharply. You're the one who triggered the Golden Lotus anomaly? Ye Xuan opposite him was caught off guard by this shocking leap. He had only planned to play a trick called real and fake Ligue to distract the Netherworld cult and coax out both Yu Changkong and the hidden high-ranking figures behind the cult. Unexpectedly, they'd spilled the real secret all by themselves and with an added bonus. Ye Xuan suddenly understood. Staring at the martial emperor still frantic with deductions, a sly curve tugged at his lips. Since you figured it out, I might as well stop hiding. Yes. I am the unparalleled monster from Xuantian who caused the Golden Lotus anomaly. Your Netherworld cult lured the sea beasts to attack Dan City precisely to target my decoy, right? Since you made the first move, how could I just sit back and wait to die? Of course. The martial emperor's expression shifted to one of sudden clarity. So Ye Xuan really was your decoy. We spent half a month planning an ambush for a decoy. What a failure. Oh, so you've been setting up my ambush since half a month ago? Ye Xuan laughed lightly, his eyes cold as blades. As expected, only villains truly understand villains. With that faint taunt, he bared their entire strategic layout. Tilting his head slightly, his gaze sharpened. Don't you think it's a bit late to realize the truth now? Too bad. You won't have another chance to warn your puppeteers. Your backer is still drunk on the fake intel from Xuantian, probably feeling smugfuls all of them. Silence. How dare you slander our holy son? The grievously wounded martial emperor's voice rose sharply, blood dripping from his lip. You're only a candidate elite of Xuantian's third tier and not worthy to be compared with the holy son. Even if the holy son is momentarily fooled by your schemes, he will soon awaken. Just wait, the Holy Sun will never spare you. Even if you kill me today, Lord Holy Sun will make sure you pay. The six-star martial emperor of the Netherworld cult had only wished to savor a final moment of defiance before death to scare Yu Changkong just once. Unexpectedly, he found Yu Changkong standing still with furrowed brows, motionless. The Holy Sun? Xian Hu, the Holy Sun of the Netherworld Sacred Sect, was a renowned figure in the Central Wilderness Spirit Domain. Back when Ye Xuan was still trapped in the southern wilderness, he had already heard of this man's fearsome reputation like thunder rolling past his ears. Now, the outcome he dreaded most had come true. The Netherworld Sacred Sect had sent the Holy Sun Xian Hu himself to deal with him. If it were just an ordinary elder from the Netherworld Sacred Sect, Ye Xuan could have handled the situation. But by chance, he had crossed paths with Xian Hu, the Holy Sun who ranked just below the long-secluded Netherworld Saint Lord. His power was immense, commanding countless experts of the sect to bow at his feet. I'm a villain, so why does my life have to be even tougher than the protagonists? Ye Xuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Ever since entering the cultivation world, he had been like an early-stage mini-boss nailed to a spot, a walking experience bonus for the protagonist to farm. Had he started off as the ultimate final boss, he wouldn't be getting beaten up all the time. Back then, a single glare from him would send countless underlings sprinting to clear away any nuisances, just like the treatment Xian Hu enjoyed now. Still, Ye Xuan's pride never died down. He had even managed to keep his own little wife, who naturally carried a protagonist's aura, completely under control. So how could he fear the mere pressure of a Netherworld Holy Sun? Though Xian Hu's identity and strength stood before him like an insurmountable mountain, Ye Xuan firmly believed that given enough time, with his golden finger's skill and ability to stack buffs infinitely, would one day hollow out the mountain entirely. Destiny awakened successfully seized the villain's luck points. Great path luck 1123. Ye Xuan villain? What does that mean? He froze on the spot as these lines of prompt suddenly flashed through his mind. Then his gaze fell once more on the name Xian Hu, the Holy Sun, and his heart jolted. Could this Xian Hu Holy Sun possibly be a dark version of Xiao Yixian? Ye Xuan never expected that the script would hand him an unmarried fiancée modeled after Xiao Hohuan. Now, even a dark, male version of the little doctor appeared out of nowhere. Only then did he realize that by defying fate ahead of time, He hadn't just overturned the villain's ending, but completely disrupted the destined path of the female lead, the little darling wife. In the original story, Ye Xuan had no idea how the Xuanhu Saint's son managed to come into the little wife's life, but there was no doubt that as the fated female lead, she wouldn't have only one officially confirmed male supporting role beside her. Now that even this dark version of the little doctor had shown up, it wouldn't be surprising if male versions of Xiao Suner, Ye Fei, Ziyin, or even a male Medusa Empress made an appearance in the future. At first, Ye Xuan thought that the love letters he sent daily to Dan City had firmly secured the little wife's heart in his palm. But now, it seemed like the competition was far livelier and more complicated than had imagined. Still, the thought that all these rivals would sooner or later become stepping stones for him to seize their fortune made him feel much more at ease. Right now, across from him, the six-star martial emperor of the Netherrealm sect was lying in a pool of blood, unaware of the turbulent thoughts inside Ye Xuan stirred by the glowing golden orb. For a moment, the martial emperor caught sight of Ye Xuan standing silently, not even bothering to speak. Paradoxically, that stillness sparked a fierce resolve in him, a readiness to face death. Anyway, you can't run. At worst, you'll die by your sword. He gritted his teeth weakly. But mark my words, our saint's son will never let you off. He'll flay you alive and use your life to appease our loyal souls. The six-star martial emperor had originally only expected to die on the spot, but he sharply noticed how Ye Xuan's gaze flickered at the mention of Xuanhu Saint's son. Every time those words came up, Ye Xuan's eyes hesitated for a moment. Whether it was fear or respect, it gave him a sliver of hope for survival. Our saint's son cultivates the nether saint scripture and entered the saintly realm 1,000 years ago, he said hurriedly in a weak voice, painting the saint's son as a godlike demon. You may be a prodigy in the third tier of the Xuantiando, but you're nothing before the saint's son. If he sneezes, you'll bleed from all 7 orifices. In just a few breaths, the six-star martial emperor turned into a 6-star chatterbox, babbling non-stop in a desperate attempt to buy time. Meanwhile, he secretly pulled out a black orb and quietly infused it with his final true energy. When the orb's energy was full, a spark of excitement flashed in his eyes, and his survival instinct overwhelmed him. Boom! The orb exploded with light, and leveraging the blast, he shot through the air and disappeared in an instant. Ye Xuan remained rooted in place, only lifting his eyes to see the others retreat. He neither blocked nor pursued him. Little Black, why didn't you just kill him straight away? The girl's voice asked in puzzlement. Ye Xuan's mouth curled into a faint smile as he reached out to rub her head. Where's the fun in killing him? Leaving him alive means the real game is just beginning. Sheathing his long sword, he turned and stepped forward. Come on, Little Black, let's head back to Dan City and have a proper meal. No matter how much Ye Xuan said, Xiao Heibar couldn't understand a word. It was better to just take her out to eat. It was far more convincing. Sure enough, the moment he heard food, Xiao Heibar's eyes lit up like 2 tiny stars sparkling in the night sky, excitedly pacing in place. Awesome. There's something to eat. Ye Xuan smiled faintly, but his mind was racing. To truly rise, he had to snatch all the fortune from Xianhu's officially announced male supporting role, the sacred son. After this meal, it's time to make a move. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles away at the main hall of the Yuming Holy Sect, a commotion was brewing. The 6-star martial emperor named Gui Mu, who had narrowly escaped from Ye Xuan's grasp, was heavily wounded, missing an arm and a leg, covered in blood, but he still clutched an intelligence scroll tightly and burst into the main chamber. Almost shouting, he blurted out the message. Yu Changkong is the one responsible for the Golden Lotus phenomenon inside the Xuantian divine path. At these words, Xian Hu, the sacred son who sat solemnly at the head of the hall, slammed the table, nearly shattering Gui Mu with a palm strike. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sacred son, nothing is impossible. An elder replied gravely. The Xuantian divine path has already produced a true goddess, Xiao. If another prodigy appears and rises, our Yuming holy sect will be under their shadow. Sacred son, we must not ignore even the slightest possibility. The elders nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere soared to a fever pitch. But Xianhu only broke out in a cold sweat. Yu Changkong was a clone produced by his own 9 darknesses united technique. He knew better than anyone if Yu Changkong caused the Golden Lotus phenomenon. More absurdly, Gui Mu claimed to have been ambushed by Yu Changkong on the way, but Xianhu's clone was clearly still in closed-door cultivation, unable to appear. He dared not reveal these secrets. After all, 9 Darknesses United was his ultimate trump card learned from the Yuming Holy Scriptures. If exposed, clones hidden within other major sects and divine paths would also be exposed. So he forced himself to say, I say it's impossible, so it's impossible. This matter is closed. Gui Mu stood stupefied. The intelligence he risked his life to retrieve was dismissed just like that. He painfully cowed out, Sacred son, I stake my life on the accuracy of this intelligence. Yu Changkong's sword, its light is supremely restrained, with Yin Yang's secrets perfected. If we let him grow, The foundation of our holy sect in the central wasteland spirit domain may be shaken. Xian Hu's forehead twitched in fury. How did me merely creating a clone turn me into the greatest threat to the Yuming holy sect? Sacred Son. Although Gui Mu is only a 6-star martial emperor, his words have merit. Another elder stepped forward with cold eyes. If Yu Changkong can truly trigger the Golden Lotus phenomenon, our Yuming holy sect will eliminate him. Agreed. Agreed. Voices of support rose one after another. Xian Hu clenched his fists, about to impose his authority as Sacred Son to silence everyone, when suddenly a decayed, chillingly terrifying aura seeped out from deep within the holy sect. In midair, several lines of black characters formed from this aura, radiating bone-chilling, killing intent. Triggering the Golden Lotus phenomenon is the grave enemy of our sect. This boy must not be spared. This decree-like sentence caused all the elders to kneel at once. We obey the Sacred Lord's command. Xian Hu's pupils constricted sharply. Even the Sacred Lord, sealed away in cultivation for years, was alarmed. As Sacred Son, he dared not defy the Sacred Lord's order. But if he followed it, wouldn't he have to personally eliminate his own clone? Thinking this, he felt like he had swallowed a lump of rotten mud, trapped with no way out, utterly uncomfortable. It was all because of that troublemaker who brought back this false intelligence, turning everything upside down. Yu Changkong triggering the Golden Lotus phenomenon? Humph. I'd laugh myself awake even in my sleep at such nonsense. Meanwhile, Gui Mu, who had been overjoyed by the Sacred Lord's command, now shivered under Xian Hu's murderous glare. How strange, I clearly brought back great news. So why does the Sacred Son look as if he wants to skin me alive? Gui Mu pondered helplessly, sighing inwardly. The Sacred Son's mind really is unpredictable and twisted. The male supporting character successfully seized the Destiny Energy 3, 5, 5, 6 lines of the Great Taoist fortune. Seeing the relentless influx of this energy into his body, Ye Xuan was nearly bursting with joy. Secretly delighted, he thought to himself that besides writing letters to his beloved wife, he now had an exclusive new way to gain the Great Taoist fortune. As time passed, with more and more official male supporting characters appearing, Ye Xuan's opportunities to plunder their fortune would only increase. Perhaps in the future, he might even encounter that officially announced destined male lead. At that moment, he felt like a villain who ruthlessly snatched love away without remorse. Visions of the official male lead kept flashing through his mind as he imagined his wife collapsed sweetly in this villain's arms, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. That unprecedented wave of satisfaction spread warmly within Ye Xuan's heart. He was determined not only to take their fortune, but to capture all their women as well. Dark versions of Little Medical Fairy, male versions of Ye Fei, Zi Xian, Mejisanyan daring to compete with Ye Xuan for women or attention. He would take them all. Meanwhile, above Dan City, the 12-hall master Luo Tong hurried back, watching anxiously as the sea beasts dispersed and retreated beneath the waves. His mood was deeply troubled. His companions, Zhao Kuo and Liao Wuji, 2 comrades in misfortune, had swollen, bruised faces, barely recognizable after being nearly killed in a sea beast attack just moments ago. But Luo Tong had no time to focus on these battered companions. His mind was consumed with how to find any clue about Ye Xuan's disappearance. The only Li, the 6-star martial emperor of the Netherworld Holy Sect, had escaped, due to interference from a mysterious powerful being. This only heightened Luo Tong's anxiety, forcing him to seek out more leads throughout Dan City. Cut off temporarily from the divine maiden by the loss of his spiritual talisman, Luo Tong was as restless as ants on a hot pan. He rushed to the places where Netherworld Holy Sect demons had recently appeared, prepared to investigate their hideouts thoroughly. Unexpectedly, he discovered 2 heavily wounded Netherworld Holy Sect strongholds lying on the ground, coughing up blood. Alive? Not quite dead yet. This surprising find made the 12-hall master jubilant. With hope rekindled like light breaking through darkness, a surge of happiness flooded his heart. As he prepared to interrogate these 2 demons to extract crucial information about Ye Xuan, a figure appeared at the doorway of the neighboring room. It was Ruin Ji, the little girl with a suspicious look on her face. Did you injure these 2? She asked softly. Luo Tong stared at her in shock. One on the ground was a 9-star martial king, the other a rare 6-star martial emperor. Such formidable warriors severely wounded by a little girl? Who exactly was she? If not for explicit instructions from the Divine Way's high command, he would almost suspect Ruin Ji was an undiscovered secret powerhouse lurking within Xuantian Divine Way. But Ruin Ji waved her hand calmly. Don't look at me. These 2 have nothing to do with me. They were already lying here when I arrived. Hearing this, Luo Tong exhaled in relief. But then his brow furrowed again, alert and uneasy. Something's not right. If it weren't for the little girl Ro Yuan Ji standing right there, injuring the 2 fiends of the Netherworld Sacred Sect, then who else could have dealt such damage to them? Lord Luo Tong of the 12th Hall crouched beside the 2 barely breathing Netherworld Sacred Sect warriors, his brow furrowed like a tangled rope, his mind swirling in confusion. Could there be some mysterious, undiscovered powerhouse hidden somewhere in Dance City? Sharing his bafflement was the little girl Ro Yuanji. As the mistress of the Muyun Tower, she understood better than anyone that no third saint-level cultivator existed in this city besides herself and Luo Tong. If no other saint-level figures were present, then who had severely wounded these two fiends? Ro Yuanji had already questioned them through secret arts before Luo Tong arrived. The answer nearly made her doubt her senses. One was a 9-star martial king, and the other a 6-star martial emperor, yet neither could even clearly recall the attacker's face. The secret technique confirmed they were telling the truth, but the answer remained absurd. Could it be? The most unlikely possibility suddenly flashed through Ro Yuanji's mind. Her dear friend's wild lover. But the problem was, that person was only a 3-star martial king. How could a 3-star martial king defeat a 9-star martial king and a 6-star martial emperor? Even more unbelievable, neither of the two enemies caught a glimpse of their attacker's face before being beaten like sacks of broken rags. Yet, on second thought, Ye Xuan had vanished without a trace right under her nose. The Muyun Tower mistress at the peak of saint-level cultivation, about to step into the demigod realm. His methods had to be extraordinary. Moreover, both Ye Xuan and her dear friend had tested golden lotuses on the ascension ladder. Her friend possessed many incredible secrets. If Ye Xuan had similar hidden talents, everything started to make sense. After circling back in her mind, Ro Yuanji finally locked her suspicion onto Ye Xuan. Silently, she stamped her foot in frustration. Here she was, worried over the wild lover's fate, but the guy himself was probably having a great time. Thinking of this, her gaze shifted toward the sea beast that had just vanished above the ruins of Dan City. Zhao Kuo and Liao Wuji's faces, swollen and bruised like pigs, were vivid in her mind besides the wild lover. Who else would be bored enough to mess them up like that? Just as Ro Yuanji muttered discontentedly, faint footsteps echoed from a distance, and a figure stepped slowly over the shattered rubble. Ye Xuan. Luo Tong snapped to his feet, nearly bursting into tears of joy. He had thought Ye Xuan had been captured by the Netherworld's sacred sect, a crushing regret weighing on him like a mountain. The sacred mission to protect the path was entrusted to him personally by the goddess Xiao. If Ye Xuan truly had been lost, what excuse could he give to the goddess and the heavenly Tao? Now seeing Ye Xuan unharmed, the great stone on Luo Tong's chest finally dropped. Compared to Luo Tong's excitement, Ro Yuanji's expression sharpened, her gaze tinged with sarcasm as she stared at the newcomer. Ye Xuan brother is amazing. We've been searching for you forever, and you only show up now. Surely you weren't sneaking around doing some shady business? Ye Xuan smiled casually. Well, yeah, it was a little shady, so I just sneaked off and took care of it. Staring at Ye Xuan's outright admission, the little girl Ro Yuanji's eyes grew wide in shock. She had expected Ye Xuan to dodge or stall with some excuse, but he showed no hesitation. His words came as easily as flipping a page. So you're saying you were the one who injured these two on the ground? Ro Yuanji pointed toward the two Yiming Holy Sect warriors lying in pools of blood. Luo Tong, the 12th Hall Master, had been bending down to examine the wounds and nearly jumped up at this. He never imagined such a thing, a mere 3-star martial king, taking down a 9-star martial king and a 6-star martial emperor like this was just absurd. Seems so, Ye Xuan replied, his gaze deep, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ro Yuanji. Luo Tong. Ro Yuanji froze, stunned by Ye Xuan's complete honesty. After all the backdoor schemes, he didn't even deny a single word, answering straightforwardly to every question. Such candor made her doubt whether the wild man her close friend fancied was secretly plotting something again. Luo Tong was utterly dumbfounded. The idea that the mighty 9-star martial king and 6-star martial emperor had truly been defeated by a mere 3-star martial king was unbelievable. Sigh, looks like I've been too low-key all along, Ye Xuan said with mock distress as he sighed softly. In the next instant, overwhelming divine aura erupted from within him, rapidly forming a profound and intricate formation in the air. The intertwining patterns shimmered with divine radiance, awe-inspiring and intimidating. This is the divine might formation. Luo Tong's pupils contracted wildly. As a hall master of the divine path, he was intimately familiar with such a formation. Your divine bones have already transformed over 50%. His voice trembled, unable to fully believe it. Ye Xuan gave no direct answer or denial, only smiled in acknowledgement. This scene happened to catch the eyes of Zhao Kuo and Liao Wuji, who were hovering midair on their way back. Both were battered and bruised from the sea beast attack, one with a black eye, the other covered in mud, comrades in misery. Liao Wuji had already resigned himself, but seeing Ye Xuan surrounded by divine light still stirred a sharp bitterness within. Zhao Kuo felt conflicted. Once celebrated as the exalted prodigy of the Zhao family by the Xuantian divine path, now repeatedly defeated by Ye Xuan. Recalling how Luo Tong had coldly ignored him during the sea beast assault, Zhao Kuo clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles whitened. What meaning did this Xuantian divine path have if they didn't care about him? By contrast, Ruoranji had shown almost no emotion throughout, as if all this was perfectly natural. How could the man her close friend admired be an ordinary mortal? With the Yiming Holy Sect's ambush of Ye Xuan foiled, the sea beast threat over Dan City vanished as well. On the way back to the Xuantian divine path, Zhao Kuo felt increasingly stifled and cramped inside. Although he was the one who held off the sea beast attack over Dan City, how did all the glory of this protection mission end up on Ye Xuan's head? Zhao Kuo was seething with anger, replaying the battle in his mind again and again. He claims he injured those two powerful warriors from the Yiming Holy Sect, and you actually believed him? A 3-star martial king beating a 9-star martial king and a 6-star martial emperor? Are you guys out of your minds? Even though Ye Xuan had openly activated a terrifying divine formation that day, Zhao Kuo stubbornly refused to believe it. It wasn't just disbelief, simply didn't want to accept it. Admitting Ye Xuan was stronger meant admitting his own talents were insignificant in comparison. Liao Wuji remained silent. His lightning avoidance manual had originally only listed Ye Xuan and the little girl Ro Yuanji as trouble sources. Now Zhao Kuo had been added to the list. If Zhao Kuo hadn't stirred up trouble, how could he have been so badly beaten by the sea beast in Dan City? Ro Yuanji, however, kept her piercing gaze fixed on Ye Xuan. More than the divine formation in Dan City, what concerned her most was how a 3-star martial king had slipped away right under the nose of someone like her, who was half a step into the pinnacle of the saint realm. Despite all eyes on him, Ye Xuan remained unruffled. He had come back from Dan City with great profits, 2 6-star martial emperor's storage rings in hand, as well as having greedily seized a large share of the great Dao luck from the scion of the Xuanhu Holy Sect. There was a little incident on the way back, too. The mermaid girl who had been stolen by the Yiming Holy Sect was found sealed inside the storage ring of the fleeing 6-star martial emperor. The mermaid was too large to keep, so Ye Xuan instructed Xiao Haiba to bring her back to her mother and settle that score. Brother, this stuff is really delicious. Xiao Haiba was stuffing all kinds of mortal snacks into its mouth. Ye Xuan watched with satisfaction, so ordinary food could keep this little creature hooked, meant the terrifying maintenance costs might finally ease. In just 2 months, Xiao Haiba had nearly consumed all the elixirs sent by the Lord of Xuantian Sect, causing Ye Xuan no end of complaints. The biggest headache was Luo Tong, the leader of the 12 halls. The goddess had assigned him to guard the path, hoping to conceal Ye Xuan's golden lotus constitution, but at this rate, concealment was hopeless. Luo Tong cursed inwardly. Ye Xuan was like a firefly in the night sky. No matter how dark, his light could never be hidden. As the group set off on their return journey, they dispersed once they reached the Xuantian divine path. Deep within the upper 3 layers, a twisted vortex suddenly appeared on the mountainside. From the shadows, a face contorted in pain emerged. Ye Changkong opened his eyes and sat up. After 2 whole months, he had barely stabilized the backlash from having the Yinyang secret stash devoured. But the cost was immense. His chaotic primal energy was almost completely depleted, and his cultivation had fallen back to a 3-star martial emperor. His cave resounded with his furious roar. If I find out who did this. At that moment, he received a secret transmission from the scion of the Xuanhu Holy Sect. After listening, Yu Changkong's expression darkened completely as he ground his teeth and growled. Ye Xuan. It was time for another round of 10 consecutive draws. Ye Xuan stood still, lightly stroking the golden orb floating in his palm. Inside the orb, streams of profound energy stolen from Xian Hu Shengzi surged and shimmered, the value settling at an astonishing 1069. A critical boost previously gifted apologetically by his young wife had caused his luck to spike to this remarkable level. A brief smile flickered across Ye Xuan's eyes. He raised his hand and without hesitation tapped on the 10 consecutive draws option. Buzz. The lottery pointer instantly spun into a streak of golden light, the roaring sound slicing through the air like a blade of wind. After a few breaths, the speed slowed sharply. The pointer clicked to a stop, revealing 10 golden chests radiating fierce brilliance. No diamond chests this time? Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow. His previous streak of drawing diamond chests had ended. He quickly realized his earlier winning streak was more luck than skill. The orb's interface had added a diamond lock option, reminding him that chasing higher-tier rewards would come at an extra cost. Thinking this over, he simply smiled softly and paid it no mind. For him now, the golden chests were already more than enough to excite. With soft mechanical sounds, the 10 chests opened one by one. 2 drops of divine blood glowing with godly radiance, 3 fruits etched with the patterns of the great Tao, and a single pale, cyan instant elixir pill floated into formation. Ye Xuan roughly assessed his gains. 1. 3 great Tao fruits. His divine bones had previously been refined to 43. Although the marginal benefit of the fruits was diminishing, 3 more could push the divine bones to about 50. 2. 2 drops of divine blood. He had used divine blood only once in the early days, which had upgraded his physical body from ancient form to saintly form. If he refined these 2 drops, conservatively, he could reach mid-grade saint body. Mid-grade saint body meant his physical strength within the same rank would surpass others by a whole realm. The initial saint body already allowed him to sweep peers at the martial king level. Mid-grade saint body would make it extremely difficult even for a martial emperor to land a direct blow on him. 3. Instant elixir pill, a life-saving alchemical medicine he had never used before. Each additional pill was another lifeline. Overall, this Tendra session was quite commendable. Elsewhere, at Xuantian Divine Mountain, after returning from the mission, Elder Luo Tong of the 12 Halls announced calmly at the mountain gate, "I will report your individual performances on this mission to the Divine Dao Hall. Unless there are urgent matters, you may all return to rest." With that, he vanished into a streak of light. On his way back, he already used secret methods to report the appearance of the divine maiden Muyun Sect in Dance City, but he still decided to personally visit the Xiao Divine Maiden's Hall. Ye Xuan's growth far exceeded expectations, and as a protector of the Dao, Luo Tong increasingly felt inadequate to handle the situation alone. Just as Luo Tong's light disappeared beyond the horizon, Zhao Kuai turned away with a dark expression and returned to his bamboo hut without a word. His chest felt heavy with frustration. Why wasn't he the one to activate the divine might formation? What was supposed to be a smooth mission for a protector ended with Ye Xuan stealing all the glory. At this moment, Zhao Kuai felt like a clown making a fool of himself in front of everyone. Liao Wuji also felt his pride bruised in the same way. He had been beaten so badly by the sea beasts that it was almost unbearable. On the way back, the 12th Hall leader, Luo Tong, gave him a healing pill. Although the bruises quickly faded under the pill's power, Liao Wuji still felt a sharp thorn stuck deep in his heart. As the strongest heir of the martial Saint Pavilion in the Western Wasteland, he had been publicly thrashed by a group of sea beasts during a protection mission right there in Dance City, in front of all those witnesses. If news of this got back to the Western Wasteland, how could he face anyone? If the plot against him had been hatched by Ye Xuan or that sly little girl from the Northern Wasteland, he might have accepted it. But the mastermind seemed to be Zhao Kuai, that idiot. Liao Wuji's chest burned with anger. He desperately needed to return to the bamboo cottage and calm down to avoid impulsively drawing his sword against his fellow disciples. Since everyone else is leaving, I'm going back too, he muttered gloomily and turned away. Among the three, the one most eager to head back was actually Ye Xuan. The 10 consecutive draws had just ended, and a whole pile of rewards awaited him to digest. There was no time to waste in improving his cultivation. As for Ro Wanji, that little girl had slipped down to the lower third layer right after Luo Tong. Her movements remained as mysterious as ever. Ye Xuan was used to it by now so long as she didn't cling to him or interrupt his buff stacking. He couldn't be bothered to dig into her identity. On another part of the upper third layer, Yu Changkong learned he had been labeled the #1 target for assassination by the Nether Realm Holy Sect. His fury nearly exploded. He had once been an incarnation of Prince Xuanhu, who ranked second only to the one at the top of the Nether Realm Holy Sect, yet here, he was being hunted by his own people. But he couldn't reveal his true identity after the backlash from the Yinyang secret technique. His cultivation had been halved, barely maintaining the level of a 3-star martial emperor. If his identity was exposed now, the Xuantian divine path would be the first to strike him down. Determined not to let years of painstaking cultivation go to waste, Yu Changkong unleashed all his resentment toward Ye Xuan. If the fools sent by Prince Xuanhu hadn't tried to ambush Ye Xuan in Dan City, there wouldn't have been a run-in with the Xuantian divine path experts or that bastard impersonating him in his name. Even worse, the mysterious figure secretly devouring his Yinyang fish manifestation remained at large. This chain of grievances left Yu Changkong desperate for an outlet, and Ye Xuan was the perfect target. The top talents on the lower third layer should have returned by now. He gritted his teeth and looked up. The swirling yin and yang energies surged into the sky, transforming into a stream of light shooting straight toward the lower third layer. That aura, Yu Changkong. Has he emerged from seclusion? Why is he heading down to the lower third layer? What's he up to there? The divine senses of the upper third layer's elite secretly locked onto him as they followed from a distance. After all, Yu Changkong was a formidable rival, and no one was willing to overlook his unusual behavior. Moments later, draped in yin-yang energy, Yu Changkong landed in front of Ye Xuan's bamboo cottage, murderous intent coalescing into something tangible. Ye Xuan, come out here right now. Zhao Kuai, who had been sulking alone in his bamboo hut, was startled by the angry voices outside. Then his eyes lit up with excitement. Huh, Ye Xuan, you really know how to make enemies everywhere. Someone's already come to confront you. After all the recent events, Zhao Kuai had realized he was no match for Ye Xuan himself. But just as he was feeling down, someone had actually come looking for a fight. This made his blood surge with anticipation. Among the elite talents of Xuantian, there must be someone who could handle Ye Xuan. Thrilled, he flung open the bamboo door with a bang and was the first to rush out. Outside, the spiritual bamboo swayed gently and faint glimmers pulsed along the magical patterns on the ground, but he barely noticed. His gaze locked onto the newcomer. The visitor wore a dark black robe, with yin and yang energies swirling at the cuffs none other than Yu Changkong of the prestigious upper third layer. Recognizing him, Zhao Kuo's joy soared to ecstasy. Yu Changkong? He actually came in person. Could it be that he knows how much I've suffered in the lower third layer and has come specially to avenge me? That thought flashed through his mind as he strode forward eagerly, ready to pour out all his grievances. But before he could speak, a giant palm formed from yin and yang energies crashed down on his shoulder with a thunderous impact. The spiritual force rocked him violently, his insides churned, and his knees slammed into the dirt. Are you Ye Xuan? Yu Changkong glared coldly with killing intent. Zhao Kuo, huh? Zhao Kuo was stunned. The invincible Zhao family from the eastern wasteland had just recently allied with Yu Changkong's faction, and to prove his loyalty, he had deliberately provoked Ye Xuan upon arriving at Xuantian, but you hadn't even recognized him? In fact, Yu Changkong was a top talent of the upper third layer who had hunted countless outstanding fighters from various powers. The Eastern Wasteland's Zhao family was insignificant enough that he only needed to send a message, never personally meet Zhao Kuo. The moment he shouted Ye Xuan and Zhao Kuo rushed out from the hut, a huge misunderstanding ensued. The yin-yang giant palm continued to press down, veins bulging on Zhao Kuo's forehead. A bone-penetrating nail glowing with cold white light formed above his head, death radiating off it. Forgetting about why doesn't Yu Changkong recognize me? Zhao Kuo gasped out. Brother Yu, there's been a mistake. I'm not Ye Xuan. I'm Zhao Kuo of the Zhao family in the Eastern Wasteland. Eastern Wasteland, Zhao family, Zhao Kuo? Yu Changkong's brows furrowed. Wasn't this the pawn head selected from the four wastelands to take down Ye Xuan? After all this time, Ye Xuan was still unharmed. Looks like the Zhao family was indeed a bunch of losers. Thinking that, he couldn't even be bothered to glance at him again. With a flick of his wrist, Zhao Kuo was casually thrown aside. Zhao Kuo tumbled on the ground, dust-covered and humiliated. He got up, ashamed and regretful, but dared not say a word. This whole scene was witnessed by Liao Wuji, a top talent from the Western Wasteland, who had just stepped out behind them. He immediately raised his hands and shouted loudly, I'm not Ye Xuan. I'm Liao Wuji from the Western Wasteland. Yu Changkong's eyes darkened. Yin and yang energies surged like two coils of dragons wrapping around him as he bellowed. Where is Ye Xuan? Tell him to come out now. Yu Changkong didn't care about the eastern or western wilderness at all. Today, he had only one target, Ye Xuan. The aura of the martial emperor burst forth violently, like a blazing flame ripping through the air. Beside him, Liao Wuji broke out in a cold sweat, silently cursing, damn, this is terrifying. How on earth did Ye Xuan provoke a top-tier powerhouse like this? He drew back inwardly, wishing he had never left the bamboo hut. At that moment, a lazy, drawled voice floated from the neighboring bamboo hut, trailing off sluggishly. Who's there? What do you want? The bamboo door creaked open and Ye Xuan strolled out in a simple robe, unhurried and calm. Yu Changkong's eyes flickered sharply as he confronted him. Are you Ye Xuan? If there isn't another Ye Xuan nearby, then yes, that's me. Ye Xuan replied lightly, expression composed. Good. You're exactly who I came for today. Without further words, Yu Changkong's yin-yang secret art roared to life within him. A gigantic hand forged from yin-yang energy materialized from the void, lunging at Ye Xuan across the distance. Is Yu Changkong crazy? Many top-tier prodigies watching remotely sensed this and were dumbfounded. He's attacking a low tier like Ye Xuan out of nowhere, and with such rage? Maybe he's suffered losses against him before. Ridiculous. Even middle-tier warriors are scraps compared to us. Suspicion and confusion rippled in their minds. At the same moment, Zhao Kuo, hiding nearby, watched with glee. After the recent chaotic misunderstanding involving Yu Changkong, he had been fuming. Now seeing Yu Changkong unleash his wrath on Ye Xuan, he sneered in schadenfreude. Huh, Ye Xuan, you finally got what's coming to you. In his eyes, facing such a powerful top-tier assault, Ye Xuan had no chance to turn the tables. Many other observing prodigies agreed silently. Some already lost interest. I thought Yu Changkong coming down to the lower tiers meant something big. Turns out, he just came to deal with a minor low tier. Better off retreating to secluded cultivation, understanding secret arts. Many began withdrawing their divine senses. Just as boredom spread, an unexpected shift occurred. As Yu Changkong's yin-yang giant hand nearly pinched Ye Xuan's forehead, an intense golden radiance suddenly exploded from Ye Xuan's body. A golden pillar of light shot skyward, shattering the giant hand with raw force. Thigh's divine might array. Someone gasped. The top-tier prodigies were frozen in shock, halting their withdrawal and staring wide-eyed. Even Yu Changkong staggered back half a step, disbelief flooding his eyes. Ye Xuan's divine bones have evolved enough to pierce my yin-yang secret art? Good, 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 Yu Changkong muttered coldly, then fell silent mid-sentence as if recalling some memory. His eyes grew bloodthirsty. I thought this trip would be dull, but you've added some excitement. Oh, is that so? Ye Xuan stood still at the heart of the divine might array, hands behind his back, wearing a faint smile. In that case, let me add a little more fun. With that, a surging golden light erupted behind him. A towering golden divine statue nearly 10 feet tall broke through the air, its imposing might soaring into the clouds. That hat's the divine might manifestation. Exclamations echoed. The divine senses of all the top-tier prodigies trembled almost to the point of freezing. How could a mere low-tier warrior like Ye Xuan possibly manifest the divine might manifestation? At this moment, high above on the upper three tiers, the elite warriors trailing Ye Xuan with their divine senses were all staring in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. To them, it was already rare enough for someone from the lower three tiers to summon a divine might array, but now Ye Xuan had even unleashed a radiant, solidified divine might spiritual manifestation. When did the lower three tiers produce talents this powerful? The astonishment wasn't limited to them. Even Yu Changkong furrowed his brows deeply at the sight. His gaze swept across the battlefield to the golden, clearly defined manifestation behind Ye Xuan. Since stepping into the lower tiers, this was the first time he showed such a serious expression. To wield divine bone power to condense a divine might manifestation? It seems I underestimated you earlier. Before he could finish speaking, a thunderous roar echoed as a gigantic golden fist crashed down from the sky, aiming straight for his head. Enough talk, let's fight. Ye Xuan snorted coldly. Behind him, the divine might manifestation rained fist shadows like a storm, consecutively hammering toward Yu Changkong. Having consumed 3 grand Dao fruits, his divine bone had evolved to 48%, still shy of 50, but his cultivation had already surged to the level of a 7-star martial king. Combined with the double blessings of the divine might array and the manifestation, Ye Xuan now resembled an ancient war god. Every punch he threw came with explosive sounds tearing through the air, relentlessly battering Yu Changkong. Although Yu Changkong was a 3-star martial emperor, he was driven back step by step under the brutal onslaught, his robes torn, vital energy surging turbulently. What did I just witness? A 7-star martial king chasing and mercilessly thrashing a 3-star martial emperor all over the arena? The lower tier elites watching were dumbfounded, unable to close their mouths. Did we all get up on the wrong side of the bed today? The thunderous clashing sounds drew even more elites to the scene. As soon as they realized the one being beaten back so badly was Yu Changkong of the upper tiers, they all gasped together. That's Yu Changkong from the upper 3 tiers. Why is he down here in the lower 3 and getting dominated by a 7-star martial king? Dominated? That's just one-sided curb stomping. Their eyes quickly fixed back onto Ye Xuan. Who exactly is this new 7-star martial king? Compared to the surrounding buzz of excitement and confusion, Zhao Kuo felt like he had been plunged into icy water. Ye Xuan actually pinned Yu Changkong to the ground and roughed him up? What kind of joke is that? When did he become this monstrous? And already a 7-star martial king? He was the same 1-star martial king as me when we first entered the divine mountain. His mind buzzed with disbelief, struggling to process the scene. Not far away, Liao Wuji said nothing but kept his eyes locked on Ye Xuan. The golden glow of the manifestation reflected in his deepening gaze as he pondered, who exactly is Ye Xuan? When he ascended the heaven ladder, he triggered a golden lotus, yet the divine oracle said the ladder was broken. I didn't think much of it then. After all, in the past hundreds of thousands of years, only goddess Xiao ever caused a golden lotus phenomenon. No matter how strong Ye Xuan is, that shouldn't be possible. At that thought, a chill ran through Liao Wuji's heart and doubt clouded his eyes. But now Liao Wuji was beginning to have his own suspicions, especially when he recalled the unusual reactions of Luo Tong, the leader of the 12 halls, in Dan City. The flash of fear, the several times he seemed about to speak but held back, it all echoed the situation unfolding before him. Ye Xuan, clearly just a lower-tier genius newly entering the divine path, had consecutively defeated upper-tier elites without allowing them a single chance to fight back. And that fleeting golden lotus phenomenon in the skies above Dan City, could it really be real? With that thought, Liao Wuji suddenly clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles whitened. His trembling body seemed to be just one step away from grasping the truth. However, the shock felt by both Liao Wuji and Zhao Kuo went largely unnoticed by the others. All eyes and spiritual awareness were completely fixed on the duel between Ye Xuan and Yu Changkong. Especially the group of upper-tier geniuses who had followed Yu Changkong's spiritual presence all the way to the bamboo hut's outskirts. Their first instinct was unanimous. Something was off about Yu Changkong's aura. You noticed it too? Last time, his yin-yang fish form was incomplete. This time, it must be the yin-yang secret backlash. In their brief exchange, there was not a trace of schadenfreude. Their understanding of the battle far outmatched that of the lower-tier geniuses. Even if Ye Xuan activated his divine might formation and relied on the overwhelming support of his divine might manifestation, he was after all only a 7-star martial king. Defeating Yu Changkong, who was already halfway into the Saint Realm, was an almost impossible feat. Even though Yu Changkong had been bitten back by the yin-yang fish secret and dropped to a 3-star martial emperor, his foundation in martial Dao and comprehension of the heavenly path still far surpassed Ye Xuan's. Yu Changkong's current suppression simply meant Ye Xuan had seized the initiative, But if Yu Changkong regained composure, the defeat would likely fall on Ye Xuan. Sure enough, the battle soon unfolded exactly as those upper-tier observers predicted. Forced several steps backward by a powerful blow, Yu Changkong's breathing gradually steadied, though his expressions flickered between pale and flushed. He, a candidate for the divine path Saint Sun and a proud upper-tier genius, was being completely overwhelmed by Ye Xuan. When had he ever suffered such a humiliating defeat in front of so many witnesses and after he had been the one to provoke the fight in the first place? Ye Xuan, you're impressive. Yu Changkong raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice low and almost forced through clenched teeth. You're the first to push me this far. But now it's over. As he fully steadied himself, a streak of bloody red flashed in his eyes. Though the divine path strictly forbade elite geniuses from harming each other, injuries sustained in combat were considered self-inflicted, and some were irreversible. At this moment, Yu Changkong made a resolute decision in his heart. He would shatter Ye Xuan down to the very divine bones within him. Yin Yang's secret technique. His roar thundered through the air, and suddenly the black and white lights of the Yin Yang fish surged down from above his head. The gigantic Yin Yang fish manifestation reappeared in full force. With it manifesting, the radiance of Ye Xuan's divine might formation and the divine statues behind him dimmed by half. The overwhelming spiritual pressure seeming to drain the life energy of the entire bamboo grove. The terror of a true divine inheritance was indeed unimaginable. A cold smirk curled at Yu Changkong's lips as he stared down at Ye Xuan, who was increasingly suppressed by the Yin Yang secret technique, his eyes like a hunter sizing up a wild boar trapped in a snare. Victory was within reach. Each breath he took forced his opponent one step closer to ruin. Yet at this very moment, the young man opposite him, the one who had been on the defensive moments ago, flickered with an unmistakable glint of excitement in his eyes. This trap, the Yin Yang fish manifestation, actually is recovering? Deep within his brow, his whale-devouring divine power suddenly stirred restlessly. It was as if Ye Xuan had seized a precious opportunity. Slowly, he raised two fingers to press against his forehead, a profound smile curving at his lips. The next instant, a low roar charged with overwhelming power burst from his throat, shaking the spirits of all the powerful cultivators present. Whale, devour. With a single gesture from Ye Xuan pointing toward the sky, the enormous whale blade Dharma image, towering like an inverted mountain, instantly materialized above him, its ferocious blood-red maw aimed straight at the heavens. This Dharma image technique, hidden among the spirit-sensing masters on the upper three tiers and the many prodigies trailing behind, their scalps tingled from Ye Xuan's relentless displays of power. Now, their faces turned pale as death. The prodigies from the lower three tiers first unleashed the divine might formation, then manifested the divine might Dharma image, and now even the Dharma image technique, supposedly mastered only by core disciples of the upper three tiers, was being wielded by him. When did the lower three tiers get this terrifying? Someone murmured, dry-throated in the crowd. Across from them, Yu Changkong's Yin Yang fish Dharma image had just unfurled. The fiercely proud youth who had bragged moments ago about crippling Ye Xuan's divine bones now froze in place. Especially when he sensed within the whale blade Dharma image a familiar ripple that made his own Yin Yang fish image tremble instinctively, his features twisted in pure agony. It was the very aura of the fiend who had stolen his chaotic primal energy and devoured the foundation of his Yin Yang fish Dharma image multiple times. It's you, it's really you. Yu Changkong's teeth grated fiercely, his rage threatening to tear his chest asunder. The thief of his chaotic energy, the devourer of his Yin Yang fish, and now it turned out to be the very kid he had just looked down on as insignificant? Roaring with fury, Yu Changkong abandoned all composure and bellowed into the void. Ye Xuan, I will kill you. Black light surged from his eyes. Chilling to the bone it was the shadowy, sinister aura of the Nether Realm scripture. Yet at this moment, Ye Xuan was surrounded by the divine might Dharma image, his senses heightened many times over. The moment the Nether Realm scripture appeared, he had already locked onto that flicker of shadowy cold at its root, smiling coldly. If that's the case, they'll devour you together with it. The whaleblade Dharma image devours all things. Whether it was Yu Changkong's Yin Yang fish image above his head or the secretly operating Netherrealm scripture, all were equal before it. Ye Xuan lowered his finger, and the Dharma image lifted its head. The giant, blood-red mouth yawned open, as if forcibly pulling at the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. The surrounding winds of spiritual energy reversed and swirled violently, engulfing all dust and sand. Yu Changkong's Yin Yang fish Dharma image took the first blow. At first, only scattered scales were torn away, then entire sections of fish skin peeled off. The fish flesh and bones disintegrated instantly, and even the black light in Yu Changkong's eyes was swallowed by the whale blade's abyssal belly. How is this possible? Fear finally overwhelmed arrogance. Yu Changkong's knees buckled, his face turning deathly pale. He had never imagined Ye Xuan's Dharma image technique could so bizarrely devour even the Netherrealm scripture. Without the Netherrealm scripture as his trump card, his anger collapsed instantly, trembling overtaking his pupils. No, Stopa. A ripping scream echoed through the air. The yin-yang fish dharma image was utterly obliterated by the whale blade's devouring technique. Blood sprayed from Yu Changkong's throat as he crashed heavily to the ground. With his secret yin-yang technique shattered and the Netherrealm scripture lost, the cultivation level Yu Changkong had painstakingly stabilized after 2 months of secluded training. The 3-star martial emperor plummeted before their very eyes, down to 2-star, 1-star, half-step martial emperor until finally falling completely to martial sect level, barely halting at that lowly stage. My cultivation, my. Feeling his once mighty body weaken in an instant, Yu Changkong sank into a nightmare he could not escape. Ye Xuan, it's you, it's all you. Return my cultivation to me, return my cultivation. Smack. Yu Changkong roared and charged at Ye Xuan, only to be kicked down by Ye Xuan and pinned to the ground. You're the one picking fights, and when you lose, you go crazy everywhere. Is this it? Do you really deserve to break into the upper third layer? Ye Xuan looked down at him, his voice cold to the bone. From where I stand, your so-called prodigy status is nothing special. Before the words even settled, behind Ye Xuan, a towering divine martial image with fingers together crashed down toward Yu Changkong's head. Hold your hand. The air suddenly froze, and a supreme sacred pressure materialized out of nowhere, forcing the divine image's giant palm to halt midair. Ye Xuan looked up to see a god Dao elder clad in a blue-gray robe standing calmly in front, his sleeves billowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Protector of the Dao? Every prodigy in the upper third layer was secretly assigned a Dao protector, whose sole duty was to preserve life and never interfere unnecessarily. Protector, quick, help me kill him. Yu Changkong clung to this last hope and screamed hoarsely. He deliberately violated the Dao's iron laws and must not kill fellow disciples. Kill him at once. Yu Changkong's cultivation had plummeted to the level of a mere martial sect master. He could no longer stand against the divine image, let alone fight it off. He knew he had no chance to kill Ye Xuan personally today, and thus clung desperately to the accusation of violating the Dao's iron laws. If convicted, Ye Xuan would surely die. Those who violate the Dao's iron laws may be executed on the spot by any Dao elder. He roared madly. Protector, what are you waiting for? Shouldn't you kill him? The protector stared coldly, eyes like blades. Violating the Dao's iron laws does warrant death. A savage smile bloomed instantly on Yu Changkong's face. Ha ha ha. Ye Xuan, even if you devour my divine image and drain my cultivation, what of it? This day next year will be your death anniversary. Bang. Before he could finish, one palm struck down from the protector. Why? As his body shattered bit by bit, disbelief filled Yu Changkong's eyes. His own protector had turned on him. The robe billowed, and the protector's voice was icy. Yu Changkong, a prodigy of the Xuantian god Dao, secretly practiced the supreme forbidden arts of the netherworld holy sect. Your crimes are unforgivable. The Dao's iron law. Any who betray the Dao and conspire with enemies shall be executed. The voice boomed like a great bell, resonating through the third layer beneath the Xuantian sacred mountain. So it was true. A bitter smile twisted on Yu Changkong's lips as his figure completely disintegrated into ash. Earlier, when he saw Ye Xuan use the whale-devouring divine art, Yu Changkong lost control and covertly invoked the netherworld holy scripture's forbidden techniques. That faint trace of heresy, however subtle, could not escape the perception of a true master. From this day forward, Yu Changkong's name is erased from the upper third layer. Ye Xuan, having proven his worth and unparalleled talent in combat, ascends to the ranks of the upper third layer's prodigies. The protector's proclamation echoed far and wide before his figure dissolved into the wind. Only Zhao Kuo stood rooted, stunned beyond words. Ha! Yu Changkong got beaten down by Ye Xuan. Ha! Then Yu Changkong turned the tables. Ha! His yin-yang divine image was swallowed. Ha! The protector intervened. Ha! Yu Changkong is dead? The plot twist spun like a roller coaster, leaving Zhao Kuo's mind utterly fried. Staring blankly at Ye Xuan, now obviously one of the upper third layer's prodigies, he felt as if everything that had happened was a long, surreal dream. Ye Xuan? Upper third layer? Has anyone been keeping this under control? Isn't this getting way out of hand? After a long moment, Zhao Kuo finally exploded into a startled shout. But at this moment, Zhao Kuo was far from the only one looking horrified. Across the entire martial arena, all the third-tier prodigies who had witnessed the scene stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Ye Xuan, a proud third-tier prodigy, had just bypassed the entire second tier to ascend directly into the first tier by the Elder's decree. If this news spread, those who had toiled for decades trapped in the second tier would surely weep in despair. Only a handful of first-tier prodigies, who had observed everything through their divine senses without objection, remained composed. First came the imposing divine array that stunned the crowd, then the manifestation of the divine form, and finally that overwhelming soul power. Ye Xuan's talents, combat strength, and temperament all exceeded the standards required to enter the first tier. More importantly, They could already foresee that this prodigy, emerging out of nowhere, would become their lifelong rival once fully matured in the first tier. Train harder. We must double our efforts. Several first-tier prodigies clenched their fists and growled, their bones reverberating with power. Some silently accelerated the mutation of their divine bones. Others pulled out secret treasures to speed up cultivation. After Ye Xuan's fall, they had believed no peer could challenge their position, but now an even fiercer threat in Ye Xuan had appeared. With pressure suddenly crushing down, the first tier descended into turbulent competition. At the same time, the younger generation in the third tier was fully ignited. Having witnessed Ye Xuan's achievements firsthand, they swore in their hearts. Who said you must climb the tiers step by step? With enough strength, you too can leap to the top in one bound, just like Ye Xuan. Amidst all the noise, few noticed Liao Wuji standing quietly by the bamboo hut. Suddenly, as if grasping a terrifying truth, his gaze fixed on Ye Xuan, his pupils flickering with shock and greed. The golden lotus. Ye Xuan must be the owner of that heavenly talent symbolized by the golden lotus phenomenon. At the peak of the divine mountain, the cold wind howled. The goddess Xiao and the young girl Ruan Ji looked down at the commotion below, the recent spectacle little more than a passing interruption in their eyes. So they just promoted him directly to the first tier? Seems a bit biased toward that wild cough, Ye Xuan, doesn't it? Ruan Ji was about to complain, but quickly changed her tone under Zio's sharp glance. Xiao spoke calmly, as the 12 Hall Masters Luo Tong said. Ye Xuan is the catalyst of the golden lotus phenomenon. His brilliance cannot be hidden even if I wished to. Rather than cover it up and draw more attention, it's better to grant him the status and resources he deserves to help him grow quickly. True strength is the only foundation for a powerhouse. As she spoke, divine light surged from her palm, drawing out a gray-white soul form that was the fragment of Ye Xuan's soul caught in the void at the moment his body perished. Unexpectedly, the Yomi Holy Sect's influence has already penetrated the first tier. Zio's voice turned cold. With a snap of her delicate fingers, the soul fragment turned to dust. Ruan Ji sighed softly, muttering, "TSK, TSK, a dignified goddess letting the Yomi Holy Sect hide this close without noticing? That's negligence, truly negligence." Xiao furrowed her brows lightly. "You keep bothering me all day. Are you bored or something? If you have energy, why not help me investigate Ye Xuan's background?" Okay, don't get mad. Can I just leave?" Ruan Ji lifted her leg to walk away while secretly grumbling. "A wild man wants me to watch his back. And if there's a traitor, I'm supposed to find them? What does he take me for? A little errand runner?" That said, there was one thing that genuinely surprised the young girl Ruan Ji. Ye Xuan had only been back on Xuantian Divine Mountain for half a day, yet his cultivation soared rapidly to the 7-star Martial King level. Then, he unleashed that Dharma form divine skill, golden light blasting to the heavens, a tremendous roar echoing from the mountaintop. The sheer power left Ruan Ji dumbfounded. Rubbing her eyes, she inwardly mused, "It seems this wild man truly might become, alongside my divine goddess best friend, one of the twin prodigies of the Xuantian divine path. Great Tao Fortune 7. Great Tao Fortune 8. Great Tao Fortune 10. Great Tao Fortune 11. At this moment, Ye Xuan stood on the lower third level of the divine path. What thrilled him wasn't just advancing from the lower to the upper third level in one bound, but that after slaying Ye Xuan, his great Tao Fortune surged like an unleashed flood. It turned out Ye Xuan was merely a clone, having just eliminated one Xuantian and now another Ye Xuan. A thought flickered through Ye Xuan's mind. Could the Xuan, who holy son of the netherworld sacred cult, also be merely a fake shell sent out to probe the outside world? Soon, news spread like wildfire across the wild spirit domain. Ye Xuan was slain by a protector. Ye Xuan took his place and ascended directly to the upper third level of the Xuantian divine path. Inside the main hall of the netherworld sacred cult's headquarters, an eerie silence prevailed. Ye Xuan dead? Impossible. He was the one who triggered the golden lotus phenomenon. How could he fall? The clamor reached the ears of the Xuan, who holy son, veins bulging at his temples. Not long ago, he had sensed the clone stationed in the Xuantian divine path wiped out. It was as if a piece of his very heart had been torn out. Before he could recover from the pain, the elders summoned him for a meeting. And all they did was repeatedly babble about the golden lotus phenomenon, stoking his fury. Would I not know whether Ye Xuan actually triggered the golden lotus phenomenon? The Xuan, who holy son, clenched his fists so tightly that his sleeves rustled. Suddenly, a sharp yet steady voice pierced through the crowd. "Holy son, and esteemed elders, this news is utterly unreliable." The elders turned to see the speaker. It was none other than Ghost Eye, the 6-star martial emperor who had once had his limbs severed by Ye Xuan's impersonation of Ye Xuan in Dawn City. The Xuan, who holy son's expression darkened further. "What are you trying to say this time, brat?" He clearly remembered that if it weren't for Ghost Eye spreading rumors within the sect that Ye Xuan caused the golden lotus phenomenon, the sovereign wouldn't have personally ordered the clone's execution. He loathed Ghost Eye deeply. Yet after the brutal battle in Dawn City, Ghost Eye's grim ordeal had made him a favorite among the elders. Even the ruthless Xuan Hu Holy Sun found no pretext to punish him. Under the Holy Sun's cold gaze, Ghost Eye's eyeballs darted rapidly. The Holy Sun clearly still resented him over Dawn City. Since that was the case, he resolved to prove his worth this time and make the Holy Sun acknowledge it. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, his voice clear and resonant. Holy Sun, please allow me a word. Xuantian Shindao must have discovered that our holy sect already knows the identity of the one causing the Golden Lotus phenomenon involving Ye Xuan. That's why they deliberately spread the false news that Ye Xuan is dead. Ghost Eye knelt on one knee, speaking rapidly but with utmost seriousness. Any clear thinker would understand that a prodigy from the lower three tiers could never be a match for a top-tier powerhouse, much less an established prodigy like Ye Xuan. My conclusion is that Xuantian Shindao intends for Ye Xuan to fake his death and retreat from the world, while Ye Xian's rise to the upper three tiers is merely a decoy to divert attention. On the high throne above, Xuan Hu Shengzi half closed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing across them. Watching Ghost Eye prattle on non-stop, he could barely restrain himself from pounding the man's head open just to see what nonsense was inside. Who in their right mind could come up with such a theory? Seeing Shengzi's silence, Ghost Eye assumed his meticulous reasoning had impressed him and was about to add more details, only to be cut off by a wave of the hand. Enough. Yet, Ghost Eye's bold conjecture had reignited the simmering anger Xuan Hu Shengzi was trying to suppress. One of his clones had been crushed, and now these ambiguous accusations only stifled him further. However, the elders around the Yaming Holy Sect all nodded in agreement. Ghost Eye's words have merit. A top-tier prodigy wouldn't die just like that, nor be killed by his own protector's palm. Luckily, Ghost Eye spoke out. Otherwise, we might have been fooled by Xuantian Shindao's illusions. Praises arose one after another. A white-browed elder stroked his beard, smiling. Ghost Eye, well done. You've been getting sharper lately. Basked in their adulation, Ghost Eye's heart soared. He glanced slyly at Xuan Hu Shengzi on the throne. Strange. No matter how well I've performed, the prince's expression remains unsettled. After pondering, he concluded. Could it be that the prince grew jealous of my rising prominence? Recalling how the Holy Lord recently rejected Xuan Hu publicly only confirmed his suspicion. The great prince is jealous of me, Ghost Eye. A surge of pride flooded him. Turns out excellence always leaves a few striking marks for the world to admire. Up on the throne, Xuan Hu Shengzi gritted his teeth in silence. Damn it, this guy must have been sent by Xuantian Shindao just to annoy me. Within the hall of the Yaming Holy Sect, elders debated fiercely over Xuantian Shindao, the Golden Lotus phenomenon, and whether Ye Xuan was faking his death to escape, their voices overlapping and their spiritual lights flickering. Meanwhile, deep within the ruinous pavilion of the Central Wilderness spiritual domain, Dantai Mingyue sat cross-legged, radiant spiritual light swirling around her. Suddenly, a new message arrived from Xuantian Shindao. She raised her hand, condensing the light into a jade slip. In an instant, a flash of rosy light filled the hall, and a mysterious woman manifested from thin air, appearing nearly flesh and blood, her robes fluttering gently as she took a seat opposite Dantai Mingyue. Want to see? The woman asked softly. Master, you can maintain your illusionary form for so long now? Dantai Mingyue's face lit up with excitement as she gazed at the seemingly tangible figure before her. She had somewhat regained the aura she once possessed, but she was still far from her true peak, far, far away. Master, you just mentioned news about the Xuantian divine path? Dantai Mingyue gathered her breath and looked up in pursuit. The moment she spoke, a faint blush unintentionally crept across her pale cheeks. The mysterious woman stood with her hands behind her back, wearing a faint smile. It's actually not a big deal. It's just that your fiancé has entered the upper three tiers of the Xuantian divine path. He's entered the upper three tiers? A sudden gleam lit up in Dantai Mingyue's eyes. The upper three tiers of the Xuantian divine path have always been reserved for only martial emperor level elites. If Ye Xuan could hold his ground there, wouldn't that mean he has already? Don't jump to conclusions. The mysterious woman cast her a glance. Her tone was calm but firm. Even if he's exceptionally talented, he isn't so fast as to step directly into the martial emperor realm. You rely on my divine blood to cleanse yourself, and your cultivation has only just reached martial ancestor. How could he suddenly leap so far ahead? A chill ran through Dantai Mingyue's heart. Then how did he enter the upper three tiers? The mysterious woman gazed at her disciple and sighed softly at her innocence before explaining. I was curious too and went out to gather information. The rumor is that he activated the divine might formation, using the great array to consolidate his divine image and transform his supernatural powers, defeating an elite of the upper three tiers who had suffered severe backlash from a hidden secret and a major drop in cultivation. Because of this, the Xuantian divine path made an exception and promoted him to the upper three tiers. Divine might formation? Consolidate divine image? Transform supernatural powers. With each term the woman spoke, Dantai Mingyue's heart pounded heavier and heavier. The woman continued. With the strength of a 7-star martial king, he defeated a 3-star martial emperor. A feat like that, even within your realm, counts as half a genius. Half a genius? Dantai Mingyue couldn't help but be stunned. The worlds beyond the 6 realms of Tianhuang are far broader than you imagine. Your top prodigies here might not even outmatch ordinary elites over there. The road ahead is long. Her words both appraised Ye Xuan and cautioned Dantai Mingyue. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you retreat. It's the same in every realm. Work hard. With that, her figure turned into a streak of divine light and vanished into the depths of the ring. Just as the ring was about to close, the mysterious woman left one last message. Oh, and during my recent trip, I also heard that the Xuantian divine path recently displayed a golden lotus phenomenon. Some speculate that an unparalleled prodigy with the presence of a true god has emerged within the path. If your fiancé truly defeated an upper 3-tier elite with the power of a 7-star martial king and triggered the golden lotus phenomenon, it's most likely him. Golden lotus phenomenon upper 3 tiers. Dantai Mingyue's eyes shone brightly again as she murmured, Ye Xuan, you really are incredible. Feeling inspired, she glanced at the towering piles of letters on the table, knowing she could not afford to stop now. In the next moment, she put all distractions aside and dove back into her cultivation. However, just as Dantai Mingyue immersed herself in seclusion, a major event suddenly exploded in the Zhonghuang spirit realm. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire realm, shaking every major power that received it to their core. Have you heard? A true divine relic of ancient origins has suddenly appeared on the barren mountain. This news swept across the entire central wasteland spirit realm like a fierce gale. Ever since the last true divine relic was sealed away, no similar ancient sites have surfaced for countless years. Now, with one suddenly emanating light on the barren mountain, how could the great divine sects and sacred schools remain calm? In just a few days, discussions echoed endlessly from the lower third to the middle third levels of the Xuanyuan divine sect. Yet surprisingly, there was silence in the upper third level, as if this new relic had no connection to them at all. At the peak of the sacred mountain, mist torn apart by the mountain wind, senior leaders of the Xuanyuan divine sect stood silently around the stone steps, waiting for the goddess Xiao to speak. Goddess, a true divine relic has appeared unexpectedly on the barren mountain. An elder stepped forward, bowing respectfully, his voice steady. According to the old covenant among the major powers, anyone beyond the martial emperor realm is forbidden from entering the relic. Everyone present understood clearly. This meant the peerless prodigies in the upper third level would almost certainly be barred from exploration. Merely attaining the upper third level of the sacred mountain required surpassing the martial emperor realm. This rule alone effectively blocked their path. Who says no one from the upper third level can enter? A middle-aged man stepped forth, his robe billowing. It was Luo Tong, one of the 12 hall masters. He raised his hand to point toward the edge of the crowd. Not long ago, we selected a 7-star martial king with a divine bone. Ye Xuan. Elder Xuanjian frowned and whispered, though Ye Xuan is outstanding, he is still only a 7-star martial king. That might be. Luo Tong shook his head to cut him off. Elder, you worry too much. In past relic openings, every major faction dispatched their 9-star martial kings to lead. Ye Xuan's combat power is no less than any 9-star. Remember, he once directly defeated the 3-star martial emperor Yu Changkong. Murmurs rose among the crowd. The details of that battle were vivid. The moment Ye Xuan unleashed his divine bone, activated the mighty formation, the Buddha aspect soaring, his fist aura crushing stone, pressuring Yu Changkong into retreat, within 30 breaths enough to convince all the senior leaders present. If Ye Xuan is included as an explorer, an administrator remarked softly, it is indeed an excellent choice. Seeing the nods among the leaders, Luo Tong declared loudly, then Ye Xuan shall be ranked first. Before the words had even fallen, Xiao the goddess, standing amidst the clouds, raised a slender finger lightly and said calmly, approved. Those 2 cold words carried more weight than 1,000, decisively settling the matter. Immediately, another elder asked, apart from Ye Xuan, how should the remaining 2 seats be assigned? Elder Xuanjian stepped forward again. For a true divine relic, only the capable shall enter. According to the pact between the great divine sects and sacred schools, each side may send up to 3 disciples. Luo Feng of Fengxiang Pavilion and Sword Invincible of the famous Sword Pavilion could have been candidates, but they have already surpassed the martial emperor realm. However, both have only just reached 1-star martial emperor, someone quietly suggested. If they suppress their realms through secret methods, they might just barely qualify. The senior leaders exchanged glances, evidently sharing the same thought. Yet such secret methods, even when cast by sanctuary-level powerhouses, could never be perfect. Ideally, a demigod's direct intervention was required. And if just a bit of divine power could be infused on top of that, all the better. Yes, if only a little extra divine power could be added, it would be perfect. Almost instantly, all the senior leaders of the Xuantian Shindo present turned their gaze toward the barefooted divine maiden Xiao, who stood amid the clouds. Pale golden mist swirled around her ankles, her robes billowing as divine radiance shimmered as if tangible. In the past, she rarely concerned herself with such internal matters, but this time, she personally inscribed Ye Xuan's name onto the list for entering the true God's secret realm, meaning his safety had become a responsibility she could not shirk. She glanced up, her eyes briefly pausing on Luo Feng of Fengxiang Pavilion and Jian Wudi of the famous Sword Pavilion. Both were renowned martial emperors in Zhonghuang. Luo Feng, born with the heavenly phoenix bloodline, could unleash fierce flames even before his wings fully spread. Jian Wudi was famed for his innate sword physique, drawing his sword once could cleave through the air 3,000 steps away. Flanking Ye Xuan on either side, they resembled two unsheathed blades. Inwardly, Xiao weighed the odds with these two as his guardians. Ye Xuan's chances of survival undoubtedly increased. If the others present could read the divine maiden's thoughts, they would be stunned beyond belief. For the sake of a mere 7-star martial king, she was willing to have two of the most likely contenders for the true god inheritance serve as his bodyguards. Yet deep in the crowd, the 12 Hall Masters Luo Tong saw through it most clearly. He thought, no matter how many martial emperors or how pure the heavenly phoenix bloodline and sword physique, nothing compared to a youth capable of triggering the golden lotus phenomenon within the Xuantian Shendo. It wasn't just the Xuantian Shendo taking action. As the true god's secret vault revealed itself, many colossal forces in the Zhonghuang spiritual domain stirred with hidden currents. The divine beast mountain beat its war drums to rally. By Bo Pool whispered waves to rise. The fire spirit Tao ignited blazing marks skyward. The Tianhuang holy sect reopened a sacred formation sealed for a century. Even the usually reclusive Yun Pavilion secretly deployed powerful figures. Among all these factions, none were more notorious for their secretive and fearsome reputation than the Yuming holy sect. Deep within the Yuming holy sect, eerie light and chilled flames flickered. Xian Hu Shengzi stood atop stone steps, staring intently at a newly drafted selection list, his features etched with deep thought. After losing two of his clones in succession, for remained hidden within various major sects and divine paths each, like Yu Changkong, with one foot in the sacred realm, too valuable to abandon lightly. Otherwise, the true God's secret vault should have served as an ideal springboard for him to use the Yuming holy classic to ascend to true God. I can't enter the secret realm myself, but Ye Xuan from Xuantian Shendo will definitely be on the list. Thinking of Ye Xuan, Xian Hu's jaw clenched tightly. Two clones had just been lost at the enemy's hands. The first was Hua Yuntian, whom he had underestimated. The second, Yu Changkong's death, taught him never to underestimate him again. A mere 7-star martial king had boldly slain a martial emperor who was still at the 3-star level despite his cultivation decline. What worried him even more was that Ye Xuan had already activated the divine might array, manifested a divine might dharma image, and wielded divine dharma techniques at the 7-star martial king stage unthinkable feats of divine bone power. He had covertly spent an enormous price piecing together fragments of information to uncover the truth. He had once suspected whether Xuantian Shendo had foreseen Yu Changkong's true identity, but found this nearly impossible. If they had discovered it, would they have let Yu Changkong live till the end, only for Ye Xuan to strike him down? They likely only caught faint clues after Yu Changkong died, but could never fathom his 9-nether unity secret technique. Thoughts circling, his gaze returned once again to Ye Xuan. That young man seemed to hold the key that even the great divine paths coveted. A 7-star martial king cutting down a martial emperor, able to wield various divine might secret arts. Every sign pointed to the same conclusion. At this very moment, Xian Hu Shengzi's heart was resolute. Ye Xuan was indeed the one from Xuantian Shendo, the person who had triggered the mysterious golden lotus phenomenon. What fake death to escape the world? What cover-up of the truth? Only the fools in the Saint sect would believe such nonsense. The ones truly hiding the truth behind the golden lotus phenomenon are none other than Ye Xuan himself. The holy son Xian, who was too lazy to argue anymore with the bumbling elders of the Yuming Saint sect. Those old fools had long decided Ye Xuan was merely a scapegoat for Yu Changkong's so-called golden lotus phenomenon instigator, and that Yu's death was nothing more than a ruse. Trying to reason with a bunch of stubborn pigs was ultimately pointless. Xian, who had come to understand this painfully well over time. Not to mention the master of imagination, Gui Muth's 6-star martial emperor, who was constantly stirring up trouble at the main altar. If it weren't for this guy's baseless rumors, Xian Hu would never have been dragged into such a passive position. Not only did the elders fall for Gui Mu's words, but even the reclusive leader of the Yuming sect secretly showed sympathy for Gui Mu. They couldn't be trusted. Xian Hu could only rely on himself. With Yu Changkong dead, the remaining 4 avatars became even more precious to him. Couldn't risk exposing them. Just because the avatars didn't appear didn't mean he couldn't use other cards up his sleeve. He picked up his brush and crossed a name off the entering the true God's mystic realm list. Ghostly mist swirled around his fingertips, and in the blink of an eye, 3 black phantom shadows condensed. The three shadows converged and merged instantly. A sly smile crept across Xian Hu's lips as he wrote two characters in the now empty spot on the list, Phantom Charm. Time flew by. The great factions successively sent their prodigies to the wasteland mountains, stepping into the true god's mystic realm. That day, Ye Xuan emerged from the upper third level as promised. No sooner had he landed than he saw the 12 Hall Masters leader, Luo Tong, approaching with two young men. Luo Tong smiled and introduced, Ye Xuan, this is Feng Yi, and this is Jian Er. Like you, they're all on the list entering this true god's mystic realm. Ye Xuan turned to look them over. Actually, had only received official notice from the divine path 2 days prior. A true god's mystic realm was as tempting to a martial artist as promising a woman 9 billion treasures. But ever since awakening his golden finger, such mystic realms no longer held the same allure for him. The real motivation pushing him forward was that greedy little black creature had grabbed spiritual herbs and medicines from the Muyun Sect's experts. But the creature had nearly devoured them all, and supplies were running low. Yet the looks Feng Yi and Jian Er gave him seemed anything but friendly. Ye Xian's heart stirred, and he quietly withdrew his gaze. Their mood was understandable. Don't be fooled by the name Luo Finjit sounded like a woman's name, but he was a bona fide tough guy. Had fought Jian Wudi to bloody exhaustion in the middle third level, just vying for a spot in the upper third level. But who would have thought? Ye Xuan, a young newcomer to the divine path, plays by no rules. He had just joined the Xuantian divine path, yet he burst onto the scene like a shooting star, leaping past the middle tier to secure a spot in the upper tier. It was like two department heads had fought for years to become directors suddenly being told, the new director is an outsider. Ye Xuan. What frustrated those two even more was what came next. The divine path leaders summoned them and used secret techniques to forcibly alter their appearances, physiques, and cultivation levels. Along the way, the 12 Hall Masters leader, Luo Tong, guided them while casually reminding, once you enter the true divine secret realm, you must take great care to protect Ye Xuan. Their anger boiled. He stole our upper tier spot, and now we have to be his bodyguards? Why should we? Sensing their resentment, Luo Tong cleared his throat and secretly transmitted, if you complete this mission well, you'll have a chance to reach the upper tier yourselves. The leaders have decided already. Don't let emotions ruin your future. Hearing this, Luo Feng and Jian Wudi's eyes flickered with renewed hope. For years they dreamed of the cultivation resources and hidden treasures at the upper tier. Now it was within reach, but the thought of having to serve as Ye Xuan's temporary guard still pierced their pride. Years of struggle for less than a stint as an escort. Yet for the upper tier, they gritted their teeth and agreed. Fine, bodyguard it is, but this kid better not go too far. They exchanged glances and quietly resolved themselves. With that, the altered Luo Feng became Feng 1, Jian Wudi became Sword 2, and everything proceeded as planned. With the escorts arranged, Luo Tong immediately activated the teleportation array. He quickly swallowed a large number of spiritual pills to prevent energy loss during the long journey. Teleportation begins. The formation's light flickered, pausing briefly over 10 times as the space around them vibrated. Finally, the four of them landed at the foot of a barren mountain, actually 5. Since there was a little figure wrapped in shimmering illusions invisible to others, the small black one. So this is the true divine secret realm? On the barren mountain, divine energy surged visibly like waves radiating outward. Even with divine bones, Ye Xuan couldn't help but feel the power of a true god was truly terrifying. Big brother, I sense a lot of delicious things inside. The little black one jumped up excitedly. Ye Xuan's mouth twitched. Whatever she called delicious was most likely an indisputable treasure left behind by some true god. If she actually swallowed it, he feared his heart would bleed. Look, the people from Yun Pavilion have arrived. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted. Ye Xuan and his party arrived at the outskirts of the desolate mountain at just the right moment, not too early, not too late. By now, the three supreme powers of the Central Wasteland Spiritual Domain Bibo Pool, Xuantian Sect, and Fire Spirit, Dao had all gathered. Their true energy waves spread out in ripples across the area. Surrounding them were countless martial artists drawn by the news, densely packed, and blocking the foot of the mountain, eagerly awaiting the main event to begin. As the shout faded, the sky suddenly descended with a faint golden auspicious light. The clouds churned, forming the ghostly image of an ancient pavilion. The fallen pavilion appeared. Known as one of the secluded giants of the Central Wasteland's spiritual domain, every time fallen pavilion made an appearance, it caused a stir. Since taking in a young girl from the southern wasteland months ago, they had been silent, so their sudden arrival sent ripples of tension through the gathered forces. On the Bibo Pool side, Lung Lai, one of the 36 pools and a senior figure, stood with his hands behind his back, escorting his prodigy. Lung Lai had entered the Saint realm early on. With every move he made, cold mist condensed into beads, and his fierce aura pressed down on the surrounding strong warriors. There might be a true divine secret realm hidden within the desolate mountain, a chance that made everyone envious. Huachong, protector of the fire spirit Dao, stood amid crimson flames, his voice clear and fiery. Like Lung Lai, he was also in the Saint realm. They knew each other openly but secretly served different masters. The fallen pavilion carries quite the reputation, Huocheng said grimly, then turned away. I'm going to greet the Xuantiando. Luo Tong, that old fellow, and I used to have some rapport. Ignoring the subtle rivalry between Bibo Pool and Fire Spirit Dao, Huocheng strode toward the Xuantiando base. Leading the group was Luo Tong, the elder of Xuantiando's 12 halls. As soon as Xuantiando arrived, all eyes naturally fell on this venerable hall master. Luo Tong, after over 1,000 years, you old rascal are still kicking around? Huang Zu's voice reached ahead of Huchong's steps. The Saint Realm powerhouse of Tianhuang's sect laughed heartily, breaking the tense silence that had settled. Luo Tong raised his gaze, scanning the man and woman behind Huang Su. Old ghost Huang Su, your Tianhuang sect only brought two this time? Don't you want the true divine secrets hidden in this mountain? Huang Su laughed loudly. It's not about height of the mountain or depth of the water two are enough. Unlike some factions that bring as many as they can, fearing they'll lose out. Besides the fiery Huang Su, neither Bibo Pool nor Fire Spirit Dao stepped forward to exchange pleasantries. Everyone knew deep down. Xuantiando's rise had been like the morning sun these past years, especially since the emergence of the goddess Xiao, who was poised to break into true divinity. The future of Xuantiando was boundless. If a true god appeared, could Bibo Pool or Fire Spirit Dao still hold their dominance? Better to pretend they hadn't seen Xuantiando than to rush into relations. Luo Tong patted Huang Zu's shoulder with a meaningful smile. Old ghost Huang Su, we once braved the ancient secret realms together, nearly losing our lives. We've shared hardships, you swallowed the pills I refined, and I gnawed on your millennium spirit wood. Our bond runs deep. What's the true background of your two today? Tell me. Seeing Luo Tong open his mouth to probe, Huang Su immediately spat 3 times in annoyance. Personal feelings are personal feelings. Please don't bring them into official matters. For example, if I asked you about Luo Tong and the 3 young disciples of Xuantian Shendo following him, would you easily tell me? As the two exchanged light banter, the 7-colored auspicious cloud in the sky signaling the arrival of Yun Pavilion was nearing its end. The glowing cloud slowly condensed like a waterfall, and a tall, upright figure stepped down through the light. Lo Shuzhong, the 9th pavilion leader of Yun Pavilion. Lung Lai and Huocheng exchanged glances, both frowning. Though both were Saint Realm cultivators, they knew there were levels within that realm. They had expected only a division master to escort them, but it turned out to be the 9th pavilion leader, just a half step below a demigod. The grand scale of Yun Pavilion's procession could only mean that the celestial prodigy being escorted this time was no ordinary figure. Hearing the whispered conversations from the elder ghost Huangshu of the Tianhuang sect, Ye Xuan looked up toward the clouds. Yun Pavilion? That major force from the central wasteland that took the young wife away from the Star Academy? Compared to the 9th pavilion leader's cultivation, he cared more about the whereabouts of his own young wife. After Lo Shuzhong's figure landed steadily, the 7-colored glowing clouds swirled again, revealing a second figure. Lo Yuheng. The crowd murmured in surprise. Ye Xuan couldn't help but turn and ask Feng Yi, is this person very famous? Feng Yi ignored him, but Jian Er jumped in. He was an abandoned child from the wild mountains, taken back and raised by Yun Pavilion's masters. He entered the martial emperor realm at 12 and is now 23, already a Saint Realm cultivator. Can a Saint Realm cultivator enter the true God mystery realm in the wasteland mountain to seize treasures? Ye Xuan was stunned. Definitely not. Feng Yi replied bluntly. Sure enough, Lo Yuheng stopped to the side and quickly made way. From the depths of the glowing clouds, a third figure stepped forward, fair-skinned and beautiful, with delicate, picturesque features and a faint, pure sweetness, seeming at peace with all things. Dantai Mingwe, Ye Xuan's not yet official wife. Yet in his memory, his young wife had only just broken through to martial sect recently. In midair, Lung Lai and Huocheng exchanged glances and barely suppressed their laughter. What is Yun Pavilion up to today? Bringing a 3-star martial sect disciple to the Wasteland Mountain? Could it be they want her to probe the depths of the true God mystery realm? Their scoffing sparked loud laughter all around. But Ye Xuan just shook his head. Others didn't understand the terrifying power of the protagonists or forget a martial king. In a real fight, even a martial emperor might lose to this 3-star martial sect disciple. Thinking of how Heibadong had been tricked by Xiao Huohua, left with nothing but his shorts, Ye Xuan felt a pang of pity for the cultivators from the central wasteland laughing so heartily around him. Keep it up. I hope that when you're beaten to your knees crying by my young wife inside the mystery realm, you'll still keep the same optimistic spirit. Junior sister Yuer, that must be your fiancé with whom you pledged your marriage in the southern wilderness, right? As soon as Dantai Mingwe appeared, Luo Yuheng, standing slightly to her side, turned his body and fixed a half-smile on Ye Xuan not far away. His gaze was like a sharp blade, quietly radiating ruthless provocation. The 9th pavilion master of the fallen pavilion followed closely behind, his voice ringing out sharply as he descended from the sky. As a disciple of the fallen pavilion, how can you be forced by others? It's just a mere marriage contract. As long as you refuse, no one can bind you. His words echoed through the peaks and valleys of the desolate mountain, stirring the pine forest winds, drawing the attention of all cultivators as if pulled by an invisible string, all their gazes turning toward Ye Xuan. Since the emergence of the Xiantai divine Tao and the extraordinary golden lotus phenomenon, major sects across the land have secretly kept a close eye on this sect. When the names of those ascending the heavenly ladder leaked that day, Ye Xuan's name stood out, instantly becoming the center of attention. Yet after the turmoil in Dan City, the Netherworld Holy Sect repeatedly leaked rumors exposing that the real Golden Lotus Fiend was someone else. Ye Xuan was merely a decoy thrown out by the Xiantai divine Tao, a target for public scrutiny meant to divert attention. At this moment, the Fallen Pavilion's direct accusation aimed squarely at Ye Xuan signaled the start of a grand spectacle. Elder Lung of the Azure Wave Pool leaned against his sword, and Huachong of the Fire Spirit Divine Tao crossed his arms. Both openly displayed delight at the unfolding drama in their eyes. They all knew that once this decoy was unmasked, the true Golden Lotus Fiend Ye Xuan would be fully exposed. To protect Yu Changkong, the Xiantai Divine Tao even devised the extreme measure of faking death and retreating into seclusion. This painstaking scheme now looked almost like a cruel joke. Who would have expected the first to expose the truth would be the Fallen Pavilion, an uninvolved party, and all because of a mere marriage contract? Another key reason everyone believed Ye Xuan was just a decoy was his cultivation level. How could a mere 7-star martial king dare to venture into the true divine mysteries of Desolate Mountain? It was obvious the Xiantai Divine Tao feared their plan being unraveled and were willing to sacrifice one slot just to keep the charade going. With this in mind, the mocking amusement in the onlookers' eyes grew even stronger. High above, the Fallen Pavilion 9th Pavilion Master's icy gaze locked onto Ye Xuan like a needle. Ye Xuan wondered to himself. He had no grudges with the Fallen Pavilion, so why was their strike so merciless? Just then, the little black bar standing next to him tugged at his sleeve and whispered in a childish voice, Big brother, I smell that stinky smell again." Following the little black bar's gesture, Ye Xuan's eyes landed on Luo Yuheng, and realization dawned. So that's it. You mean Luo Yuheng? He sneered inwardly. One Hua Yintian dead. Then Yu Changkong emerged. Now Luo Yuheng appeared. This dark version of Xiao Yixian really never gets tired of stirring trouble. Clearly, the moment the Fallen Pavilion showed up, Ye Xuan became their prime target. All of this was orchestrated by the person before them, Luo Yuheng. No, more precisely, it was the Saint Sun Xuan who, quietly working behind the scenes. Junior sister, with Master Zhou supporting us, if you have any grievances about the engagement, feel free to speak out openly. They'll stand up for you. Ye Xuan's voice rang out through the crowd. Across from them, Luo Yuhenghuo's true identity had already been exposed. Lifted his chin slightly, a confident, winning smile curling at the corner of his lips. Originally, the head of the 9 pavilions should have been escorting the prodigy of the falling pavilion today. But the real mastermind behind this mission was Luo Yuheng himself. For him, claiming the title of pavilion head with his Saint Realm cultivation was as easy as taking candy from a child. But he had other plans. The head of the 9 pavilions came solely for Ye Xuan. Ever since Dantai Mingyue stepped into the falling pavilion, Luo Yuheng had made excuse after excuse to get close to her. His reason? The inheritance she carried from her time at Stardow Academy originated with a legendary figure from the falling pavilion's past. If she could fully comprehend it, she stood to gain a secret treasure no less powerful than a true god's. Because of this, the falling pavilion had sent a great distance to welcome her back. But the longer they spent together, the more Luo Yuheng realized Dantai Mingyu's talent far surpassed that of an ordinary prodigy. More intriguingly, an aura of mystery clung to her that even he couldn't fully penetrate. The closer he got, the stronger this mysterious pull became. Then, just as fate would have it, he learned she was already engaged to Ye Xuan. Among the 9 pavilion heads of the falling pavilion, the 9th was the most impulsive and hot-tempered, direct legitimate descendant of the great figure who left the inheritance behind. If Luo Yuheng merely planted a hint of dissent showing that Dantai Mingyue resisted the engagement, this devoted guardian of the heir would surely intervene in person, publicly forcing Ye Xuan to break the betrothal. This was only the beginning. 2 of his clones had been destroyed because of Ye Xuan, and now his true self had confirmed Ye Xuan was the mysterious figure behind the Golden Lotus phenomenon. Such a threat must not be allowed to live. Once the engagement was severed, Luo Yuheng would send that thing summoned by his true self into the upcoming godly secret realm to utterly annihilate Ye Xuan. At the same time, dissolving the engagement would remove Dantai Mingyu's last hesitation and make her more receptive to his intentions. Luo Yuheng's infatuation with Dantai Mingyue had reached near obsession. While his true self needed only the inheritance, he craved both glory and love. He had not merged with his true self for years because his cultivation lagged behind. But if he could acquire the complete inheritance of that great figure, his power would rival his true self's. Then, even after merging, he would command the dominant half wanted both power and the woman. Ye Xuan, rest assured, you will die. He sneered coldly inside his mind. At that moment, Luo Yuheng stepped behind Dantai Mingyue and bent over to lift his sleeve, as if a peacock fanning its feathers, politely shielding her from the blazing sun. He deliberately put on a tender and affectionate demeanor to mislead those around them into believing they were close. But just as he raised his sleeve, it froze midair. Dantai Mingyue furrowed her brows slightly, her eyes full of rejection. Senior brother Luo, please control yourself. I am already engaged. An engagement? Haha, junior sister Yue, don't be so anxious. Ninth master, aren't you already helping her break off the engagement? Since Dantai Mingyue entered the fallen pavilion, she has consistently maintained a cool distance attitude toward Luo Yuheng's attentions. But Luo Yuheng firmly believes this is just youthful reserve, unrelated to that ridiculous engagement she's tied to. To prove his point, he even sent someone all the way to the southern wilderness to investigate the engagement between the Ye clan and the Dantai family was nothing more than a hastily made agreement. Throughout the whole process, Dantai Mingyue never even met Ye Xuan. No meeting, no deep feelings. As for Ye Xuan sheltering Dantai Mingyue under the name of their engagement, in Luo Yuheng's eyes, that was just a little warmth handed out in Ye Xuan's time of misfortune. As long as he could provide even greater warmth, junior sister Yue would sooner or later realize who her true, destined partner was. Now Luo Yuheng pressed forward relentlessly, his words dripping with certainty. Faced with this clingy display of goodwill, Dantai Mingyue was too indifferent to reply, and was about to explain that her engagement with Ye Xuan was never forced when Ninth Pavilion head raised his hand, casting an invisible barrier in front of her. Yue, step back. This matter, your master will handle it for you. Within the fallen pavilion, Dantai Mingyue was always obedient and respectful, and each pavilion head viewed her as a precious treasure. Ninth Pavilion head especially sympathized with her predicament. Asking a young girl to publicly tear up an engagement was far too humiliating. So he decided to shoulder the blame himself, sparing her the embarrassment that might ruin her future. Onlookers urged Ye Xuan to retreat. Ye Xuan, even the Ninth Pavilion head has made himself perfectly clear. I think you'd better break off the engagement. Exactly, forced fruit never tastes sweet. Besides, the fallen pavilion is clearly not showing any respect to Xuantian divine Dao today. A true hero knows when to swallow his pride and wait it out. Cold Ren and Fire Chong harmonized perfectly, singing the same tune, as if to pour salt on the wound. They saw clearly that on the fallen pavilion's side stood the Ninth Pavilion head, a man with 1 foot already in the demigod realm, while Xuantian divine Dao had only a saint realm powerhouse. If a fight broke out at the secret realm's entrance, both sides would be badly hurt just how they wanted it. The 12 hall leaders Luo Tong spoke solemnly to ease tensions. Ninth Pavilion head, the engagement issue is after all a private matter between two youngsters. Today, all the great forces gather in the central wilderness spirit domain for the true divine mystery of the wasteland mountain. Couldn't we let them decide for themselves, or postpone the discussion? If it were anyone else, Luo Tong would have charged in swinging his iron rod by now. But before the Ninth Pavilion head, this old monster straddling the boundary of demigod had to swallow his anger. This was a man only truly matched by a demigod, or perhaps a goddess herself. The Ninth Pavilion head snorted coldly. What concerns my fallen pavilion disciples concerns me. With that one sentence, he was resolute and unyielding. The Ninth Pavilion head of the fallen pavilion showed an unusually firm stance. Ye Xuan, either you publicly break off the engagement today, or I will force you to do it myself. The choice is yours. At the peak of the desolate mountain, the fierce wind whipped up dust and sand. The Ninth Pavilion leader of Yun Pavilion stomped the rocky ground, shattering stones beneath his foot. His eyes were sharp as blades, locking onto Ye Xuan with ruthless determination. In the crowd behind, Ye Xuan's expression flickered subtly. His mind involuntarily drifted back to the southern wasteland back when Dantai Mingyue was still seen as a worthless crippled girl, trembling like a weak fledgling before the mighty Ye clan and the Xuantian Sect, forced to look up in fear. Only a few years had passed, yet now a powerhouse like the Ninth Pavilion leader was willing to risk his life to support her, even threatening to confront the divine Xuantian path. If my family had broken the engagement for me back then, the grass over my grave would be taller than 3 meters by now. Thinking this, Ye Xuan chuckled softly and stepped into the center of everyone's gaze. He spread his hands and said calmly, "It seems the Ninth Pavilion leader holds strong grudges against this engagement. Why not ask the real parties involved what they want?" A twitch flickered between the Ninth Pavilion leader's brows. Ever since being provoked by Luo Yuheng, he had charged here without once asking Dantai Mingyue's own feelings. Luo Yuheng immediately chimed in sharply, "Ninth Master, Ye Xuan is clearly scheming. He knows Sister Yu is too shy to break the engagement in public, so he's forcing her to respond here just to embarrass her." As his words fell, The ninth pavilion leader's chest heaved violently. The suppressed fury erupted in an instant. No longer holding back, his vast cultivation surged like a tsunami washing over the barren mountain. His terrifying pressure, comparable to a demigod's, struck so powerfully that many cultivators nearby weakened and collapsed on their knees. By the Jade Wave Pool, the Cold Master and Fire Phoenix Taoist stood side by side. Both were exalted sages at the Saint Realm, yet even their brows beaded with sweat as they gritted their teeth to endure. That old monster from Yun Pavilion is truly fearsome. They exchanged a glance, sharing the same thought. A little farther off, Luo Tong, the 12th Hall Master of Xianyuan Divine Path, gripped a black iron rod, frowning deeply. His shoulder trembled not with fear, but concern. Nearby, the old ghost Huang Su from the Heavenly Wasteland Holy Sect shrank back and warned in a low voice. Hey, Luo Tong, it's just an engagement. Let that brat break it. Save your old bones from being broken by the ninth pavilion leader. Luo Tong smiled bitterly but could only sigh inwardly. Ye Xian's engagement wasn't something he could annul on a whim. Not even the 12 Hall Masters together had the right to decide. After all, Ye Xian was the first true god figure since Divine Lady Xiao, who triggered the Golden Lotus phenomenon identity that must remain secret. With no way out, Luo Tong raised his iron rod in a desperate stance. The cold steel gleamed against his wrinkled face, revealing an unwavering resolve to face death. Just as the tension reached its peak, I am willing. At that moment, a voice as sweet and clear as heavenly music suddenly rang out in midair. Everyone felt the eyes rapidly converge around them, and Dantai Mingyu's face flushed bright red. She had long harbored feelings for Ye Xian because of his passionate letters, but never imagined she would have to reveal those feelings so openly in front of everyone. Now that the leader of the 9 pavilions was pressing her step by step, and she worried he might actually make a move against Ye Xian, she could only grit her teeth and meet every gaze heated. The heat in her face spread all the way to her ears, making even her breathing feel like it was on fire. She wished she could just disappear on the spot. Inside the storage ring, the mysterious woman crossed her arms and curled up in the dim space, too lazy even to peek out. It's over, it's over. You're completely socially dead today. I don't have time to babysit you. I'm powerless here. She closed her eyes, unwilling to witness her apprentice's self-destruction any longer. On stage, the leader of the 9 pavilions snapped out of his shock and turned back, asking each word deliberately. What did you just say? His voice struck like a hammer blow, making Dantai Mingyu's heart skip wildly as the blush deepened. Her throat felt dry and gritty, but she bit back her nerves and said, I said my engagement to Ye Xian was not forced. I ask you, leader of the 9 pavilions, please do not interfere further. As soon as the words fell, her fingertips almost clenched painfully into her palm. How humiliating. Just admitting she liked Ye Xian in front of everyone was embarrassment enough, and now she had to repeat it all over again. But the leader seemed to only just realize, fixing her with a steady gaze full of sudden understanding. You like him, don't you? Dantai Mingwen never expected that the one who would push her into this social death abyss was the person who cared for her most. The 9 pavilions leader. She had publicly clarified there was no coercion and acknowledged the validity of the engagement, yet he insisted on driving the knife deeper. If she could dig through the ground, she would have vanished by now. Elsewhere, the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong witnessed everything, his emotions like a roller coaster threatening to toss his insides out. Sister, why didn't you say it sooner? Do you know how terrifying that was? I was ready to sacrifice myself. That was a Luan Pavilion expert who's halfway into the demigod realm. His heart pounded wildly, only relaxing once he saw the storm had calmed. The old ghost Huang Su from the Tianhuang Holy Sect also let out a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he had feared his old friend from Xuantian Divine Path might be on the brink of death, but the plot took an unexpected turn and stabilized instead. As for the factions of Bibo Pool and the Fire Spirit Divine Path, both Lung Lai and Huachong wore equally sour expressions. They had secretly been excited before the opening of the Arid Mountain True Divine Mystery Domain. The Luan Pavilion and Xuantian Divine Path clashing early was a perfect chance for them to benefit if both sides were weakened. But now, they were left watching helplessly from the sidelines, their frustration practically igniting the air. In the end, after all that build-up, it's just this? Rather than openly clashing with the Xuantian Divine Path, Yun Pavilion surprisingly showed signs of forming a familial alliance through marriage. This was undeniably unfavorable to their heavenly fire divine path and the Bibo Pool. Yet, the focus of hatred remained fixed squarely on Luo Yuang. After great hardship and painstaking effort, he finally persuaded the leader of the 9 pavilions to journey all the way from Yun Pavilion, with the sole purpose of eliminating Ye Xian and severing the engagement on Dantai Mingyu's behalf. Although the primary body, Xian Hu, had already dispatched that mysterious thing to act, Luo Yuheng regarded the methods of Xian Hu's holy son as too contrived and calculated, lacking true killing intent and decisiveness. He understood well that Ye Xian, as the catalyst for the Xuantian Divine Path's Golden Lotus anomaly, would never be allowed to truly die in the sacred ruins of Wasteland Mountain without serious repercussions. If that happened, the Xuantian Divine Path would surely retaliate with full force, and it would be a huge risk for his own incarnate self. But he could never have predicted that his carefully laid trap would end in such a devastating outcome. Junior sister, where are you? Dantai Mingyu's words sliced through Luo Yuheng's heart like a sharp blade. Enough, senior brother. You don't need to say more. I understand your intentions, but I cannot accept them. Those words spread salt over Luo Yuheng's wounds, causing his pain to deepen. At this moment, his gaze turned to Ye Xuan, filled with pure hatred, as if it could pierce through his very soul. Ye Xuan, it's you again. You have repeatedly sabotaged my primary Bodhis plans and destroyed 2 of my incarnates. Now, even the once pure and untainted Dantai Mingyue in my heart has fallen for you. Ye Xuan, I will never forgive you. Sensing the burning hatred in Luo Yuheng's eyes, Ye Xuan's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile, as if he had already seen through everything. This incarnate of Xian Hu's holy son was lurking inside Yun Pavilion, just as Yu Changkong was hidden within the Xuantian Divine Path. He understood that if things went as expected and he failed to stop the family's broken engagement, he would be harshly rebuked in the southern wasteland. Given Dantai Mingyu's vulnerable position amidst the Dantai family's shifting loyalties, meeting someone as attentive and warm as Luo Yuheng would surely stir feelings of affection. Yet Ye Xuan's arrival quietly shifted the course of events. Instead of being rejected in the southern wasteland, Dantai Mingyue secretly developed feelings for him through his protection and care. Right now, Luo Yuheng's heart must be shattered to pieces, Ye Xuan thought with an inward chuckle. Luo Yuheng's rage only fueled Ye Xuan's excitement further. He knew the sudden attack by the 9 Pavilion leader on Wasteland Mountain, directly targeting him, was likely due to the pressure caused by those frequent slanders spread behind the scenes. But what did all the malicious words matter? Nothing could compare to the power of a single "I do" from a beloved wife. Fueled by fury, Luo Yuheng successfully seized the male supporting fate energy, his Dao lineage fortune soaring steadily. 5, 5, 5, 8. Ye Xuan's eyes gleamed brightly, quietly rejoicing. It's time to give an extra helping hand. Without hesitation, he strode through the crowd and said, "Yuer, we've finally met. Are you still carrying the gift I gave you?" Sensing the deep affection in Ye Xuan's gaze, Dantai Mingyue gently clenched the 9 mysterious hooked jade at her waist, her cheeks flushing slightly as she nodded, yes. To Luo Yuheng, witnessing this scene was like being stabbed by a knife. That item was the very one he had given her. Within Yun Pavilion, Luo Yuheng had long sought to grow closer to Dantai Mingyue and had noticed the 9 mysterious hooked jade she carried. At first, he thought Mingyue treasured it simply because she had just returned from the southern wasteland and had never seen a truly powerful treasure. But now, it was clear this was their token of betrothal. His eyes darkened into blood red as he stared once more at the 9 mysterious hooked jade. His fury reignited once again seized the male supporting fate energy, numbers soaring wildly. 8, 10, 11, 15. Already losing your temper? I haven't even started putting in any effort yet. Within the golden sphere, the vast energy of the Grand Tao surged like a rising tide. The faint smile on Ye Xuan's face vanished in an instant. I've written you letter after letter, yet you never reply. During these silent days, he had long guessed that Dantai Mingyue was busy cultivating and had no time to write back. What surprised him was that this elder from Yun Pavilion had misinterpreted the situation because of it. Ye Xuan put on a wounded expression. Dantai Mingyue suddenly panicked and hurriedly explained, "No, that's not how it is. I read all your letters. Booty just didn't know how to respond." By the end, her voice barely rose above a whisper. By the side, the leader of the 9 pavilions recalled nearly tearing apart the young couple's bond with his own hands, his face burning with embarrassment. He had thought he was standing up for Mingyue, but instead ended up playing the role of a meddling matchmaker's stern auntie. He coughed dryly and softened his tone. "Well, about Mingyue, I misunderstood. Ye Xuan, I admit I was wrong today. How about this? I owe you a favor, all right?" For a powerful cultivator on the verge of demigodhood, to make such a promise carried great weight. "Do you really mean that, leader of the 9 pavilions?" Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow. "Of course." The 9 pavilions leader straightened his chest, his words firm. "If I decide to call in that favor, could you do something for me?" Ye Xuan pressed. The leader paused briefly before nodding. "As long as it's within my ability, no problem." With cultivation close to demigod level, stopping even a demigod temporarily was no challenge to him, let alone most other things. If he couldn't handle one request, he wouldn't deserve to be pavilion leader. "Good." Ye Xuan spoke without hesitation. "Today, I truly have something to entrust to you." At once, all eyes shifted onto him. Next to Ye Xuan, Luo Tong, the head of the 12 halls, twitched nervously. This was the 9 pavilions leader's favor. In a low voice, he warned, "Ye Xuan, think carefully. If you wait until he breaks through to demigod, the value will double." Luo Tong didn't want to interfere, But as a senior fellow disciple and head in the Xuantian divine way, he had to lay out the risks plainly. Young people are impulsive. He needed to think a step ahead for Ye Xuan's sake. Yet Ye Xuan remained calm, as if he hadn't heard. My mind is made up. I only ask if the 9 pavilions leader agrees. The leader laughed heartily. As long as you're not asking me to betray Yun Pavilion or fight against a true god, don't just turn over this barren mountain, turn over too if you like. Though he said it lightly, the pavilion leader was genuinely curious. His favors were precious and seldom given. What exactly did Ye Xuan intend to do with this favor? But the words the 9th pavilion chief just spoke startled both the people by the Bibo Pond and those from the fire spirit divine path. Master Lunglia and Huacheng exchanged a glance, their faces darkening simultaneously. Originally, they had only come to watch the gossip around the Xuantian divine path, never expecting the mess to land directly on their own heads. If Ye Xuan asked the 9th pavilion chief of the ruined pavilion to take action, with their 2 Saint Realm cultivations, they absolutely wouldn't stand a chance. Besides, the 9th pavilion chief was known for his fiery temper. His mood could turn faster than flipping a page. Doing something like this was nothing unusual for him. Elder Luo Tong, the 12th hall master, was initially stunned but soon understood. He had analyzed everything thoroughly except for one crucial element, the true god's secret realm deep in the Wasteland Mountains. Now the entire central Wasteland spirit domain was coveting the inheritance in that secret realm. If Ye Xuan could use the 9th pavilion chief's favor to clear obstacles for him, the competition for that true god legacy would dramatically lessen. The inheritance left by a true god was worth no less than a half-divine level favor, and Ye Xuan was ruthless indeed, certainly deserving of the freak who caused the golden lotus phenomenon on the Xuantian divine path. The more Luo Tong thought about it, the more delighted he became, a wide grin spreading across his face. But just as he was lost in this daydream, Ye Xuan spoke again. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want the 9th pavilion chief to pull down Luo Yuheng's pants and give him a thorough spanking. The harder, the better. Master Linglia? Huacheng? Their tense nerves instantly relaxed like soft noodles. They had expected Ye Xuan to use this exorbitant favor to compete for the true god's secret legacy. But it turned out he only wanted to spank someone's backside? Luo Tong froze on the spot, shocked as if struck by lightning. A favor owed by a formidable half-divine ascendant. Ye Xuan was really going to use it just to spank someone? Standing behind Ye Xuan, Feng Yi and Jian Er nearly lost their footing too. They had also assumed Ye Xuan would save this trump card for something of greater importance. They had never imagined. Not only were they surprised, but even the 9th pavilion chief himself was taken aback. Ye Xuan, are you joking with me? His favors were always precious. This young man must be taking the word favor far too lightly. Ye Xuan's gaze was resolute as he looked up without flinching. Does someone like me look like I'm joking? The 9th pavilion chief asked sternly. I'm curious, why do you insist that I spank Luo Yuheng's backside? He seduced my wife. Ye Xuan answered bluntly. The word wife made Dantai Mingyu's ears burn bright red. Luo Yuheng knowingly pursued my betrothed despite our engagement and has been scheming to ruin our marriage. If I'm right, the 9th pavilion chief's appearance today is probably because he heard Luo Yuheng's slanders against me, isn't it? The 9th pavilion chief pondered this. Indeed, Luo Yuheng had been speaking ill of Ye Xuan to him these past few days. Ye Xuan continued, I'm a man, and I will never tolerate another man coveting my wife. Is that reason enough? No sooner had he finished speaking than Luo Yuheng, standing behind the 9th pavilion chief, threw back his head and laughed loudly, almost choking with anger. He sneered coldly. Even if Ye Xuan and Dantai Mingyu's relationship is more than just an engagement, so what? I, Luo Yuheng, entered the Saint Realm before 30 and am undoubtedly the ruined pavilion's unparalleled prodigy. Ye Xuan is nothing but a lowly 7-star martial king. What right does he have to compete for a woman with me? Although Ye Xuan had triggered the golden lotus phenomenon on the Xuantian divine path, until he truly matured into a god, as long as they eliminated him early, even the greatest talent was useless. Ha ha, Ye Xuan, you're far too naive. Do you really think 9th Master would spank me? Luo Yuheng taunted, raising the corner of his mouth mockingly, as if staring at a fool. Before he could react, a shadow flashed past Luo Yuheng's eyes. His vision blurred, and suddenly he was lifted into the air by Jiu Jitsu. Smack! A palm strike, charged with the overwhelming power of the great Tao like crashing waves, slammed down hard. Luo Yuheng's elegant robe burst apart on impact, his clothes shredded into fluttering scraps, revealing his swollen, stinging backside. Master Jiu, are you serious? His eyes widened in disbelief, reaction slowed by shock. Disciple, don't move. Endure it, it will pass soon. Jiu Jitsu's voice was low and steady, but before he finished speaking, a second heavy slap thundered down. Ah! A shrill, agonizing scream echoed across the desolate mountain, startling birds and beasts into frantic flight. Click, click! Jiu Jitsu from the Yun Pavilion really knows how to be ruthless. Huang Xiu, an elder from the Tianhuang sacred sect, looked up with deep admiration. As a Saint Realm powerhouse, he saw far more clearly than ordinary fighters below. Luo Yuheng, a Saint Realm triple star, was unable to even struggle against Jiu Jesse's assault. This is what a half-step true god can do. Luo Tong murmured, burning with fierce longing in his eyes. The talented youths of the Bibo Pool and Flame Spirit Divine Dao looked on with complex expressions, both shocked and envious. In front of his disciples, Huicheng quietly explained, the martial king can borrow the sky and earth. The martial emperor controls a domain. Saints reshape rules with their domains. But all those are falsehoods. Only a half-god can glimpse the door to true godhood. Jiu Jesu has stepped halfway there. Luo Yuheng's domain can't even ripple in his presence. High above, Jiu Jesu's palm rose and fell again. The laws of heaven and earth seemed frozen, the clouds turning into a cage. Luo Yuheng was forced down between the cloud fragments, his screams sharp and unending. At the same time, halfway up the mountain, Ye Xuan clenched a golden orb, his eyes burning brightly. Successfully triggered Luo Yuheng's resentment, seizing the fate luck of the male supporting role. Great Dao Luck 15. Great Dao Luck 18. Great Dao Luck 20. Golden light surged like tide filling the orb, the glowing patterns climbing rapidly. Ye Xuan grinned secretly. Yes, just like this, hit hard, really hard. If only this divine power had unlocked sooner, he would have long since sucked dry the fate luck from Xuantian and Yue Chanko. Luo Tong noticed his expression and was about to speak when Huang Shu chuckled beside him. Luo Tong, your Xuantian divine Dao kid here is something else, pretty interesting. I like him. Huang Shu, elder of the Tianhuang Sacred Sect, stood nearby with a smile beaming across his face. Are you secretly glad that Ye Xuan didn't use this favor to have the 9th Pavilion Chief of the Fallen Pavilion kick all of you off this desolate mountain? Luo Tong, the leader of the 12th Hall, shook his sleeve and glanced sideways at the old ghost Huang Su, his tone tinged with mockery. The scene before them was certainly satisfying, watching a rival's master punish the rival in public, but in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a faint pity for Ye Xuan. What a waste of a precious favor from the 9th Pavilion Chief. Youth was just too impulsive. As Luo Tong sighed inwardly, his gaze swept past the crowd and happened to meet Ye Xuan's across the way. Little did he know, Ye Xuan was on cloud 9 inside. A single spanking had earned him over 300 points of Taoist fortune, equivalent to 3 golden lucky draws. Since the system expanded to 10 draws at once, he hadn't touched the frustrating single draws anymore, but the 300+ points still set his blood aflame, nearly prompting him to laugh toward the sky. In midair, Dantai Mingyu's delicate face flushed like the evening glow. She looked down at the handsome and charming Ye Xuan below, her mind replaying his earlier words about protecting his wife with overwhelming power. Her heart was struck deeply, drowning her in a sweet and shy love. The thought that the Fallen Pavilion's 9th chief had used a favor specifically to beat up the scoundrel harassing her fiancé made her heart flutter wildly. Moments later, the system notifications popped up. Gained Dantai Mingyu's favor 12. Taoist fortune 13. Taoist fortune 15. Taoist fortune 18. Ye Xuan paused, surprised. Can spanking Luo Yuheng actually increase his fiancé's affection? Then he caught sight of Dantai Mingyu's rosy cheeks and nodded to himself silently. Indeed, women must be won over with love and passion, even if they were the protagonist's beloved fiancé. After fulfilling his promise, the 9th Pavilion Chief lifted his hand to erase the restraints and, at the same time, eased the swelling on Luo Yuheng's 2 mountains. Once the domain dissipated, Luo Yuheng slumped to the ground, embarrassed, and pulled a fresh set of clothes from his storage ring to change. How humiliating for a dignified Holy Realm cultivator and the Fallen Pavilion's destined branch master to be spanked in public by his master. The thought of the countless jokes he'd faced throughout the Central Wasteland's spiritual territories made him want to grind his back molars. Once changed, Luo Yuheng glared fiercely at Ye Xuan, his gaze so dark and venomous it seemed to drip. Ye Xuan chuckled lightly and replied, not returning a favor is rude. You incited the 9th Pavilion Chief against me. I'm simply turning their method back on you. It's just the Holy Realm and a nearly demigod master? Luo Yuheng scoffed coldly. If pushed too far, he'd just unleash Blackie. No matter Luo Yuheng himself, the mysterious Xuan whose saint son behind him, or even the entire underworld holy cult, Blackie could flatten them all in one go. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked up, seeking the aura of that contract. Speaking of which, Blackie? Brother, something's coming from that direction. Blackie stretched out a pitch-black little hand, pointing toward the distant horizon. Following Blackie's finger, Ye Xuan's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Roar, 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 accompanied by deafening howls echoing through the air. The roaring seemed almost tangible, pressing down on the mountaintop, causing the crowd's chests to tremble slightly. In the next moment, the clouds above were torn apart, and one massive snow-white lion after another burst forth, wings spread wide. Their entire bodies pure white, each with 2 heads side by side, a crystalline horn standing upright on their foreheads. Within moments, They filled the sky above the barren mountains so densely that no space remained. The people from Divine Beast Mountain have arrived. Old Ghost Huang Su of the Tianhuang Sacred Sect was the first to speak, his voice heavy with gravity, prompting everyone to raise their heads and watch. In the blink of an eye, the snow lions rippled in the air, their countless white shadows swiftly converging and transforming into a group of heavily armored guards clad in gleaming silver-white armor. Each radiated a surging aura of the nine-star martial emperors. They did not hold back their strength. The oppressive pressure rolled out like an overwhelming tide, shaking even the loose stones on the ground. Ye Xuan squinted, a flicker of unusual color passing through his eyes. Such a large formation of nine-star martial emperor power, if unleashed in any of the four great desolate regions, would likely slaughter most martial forces with ease. Others around him also sensed the overwhelming might, whispering among themselves. These are the snow lion guards of Divine Beast Mountain, Luo Tong, the leader of the 12 halls, explained softly beside Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan had spent a considerable time within the central desolate spiritual domain, but still knew little about secret forces like the Fallen Pavilion or Divine Beast Mountain. The Fallen Pavilion was famously reclusive, with minimal contact with the outside world. Divine Beast Mountain was a society formed by a clan of beasts, and they rarely mingled with human martial artists. Though Ye Xuan knew the name, he was as unsure about their inner workings as many other talents present. Yet no one could deny the depth of Divine Beast Mountain's foundation. This Snow Lion Guard formation alone spoke volumes. As the Snow Lion Guards finished forming ranks, a tall figure followed close behind. His nose was sharp as a hawk's, his brows like blades. As he descended, the air seemed to split open. This was King Beipeng. Among Divine Beast Mountain's 36 kings, every one held cultivation above the Holy Realm's 5-star level. With a true divine secret suddenly appearing on Barren Mountain, Divine Beast Mountain not only dispatched King Beipeng to oversee matters, but also selected 3 top talents to accompany him. One of the 3 had long ears and fangs, a fierce visage. Another bore a vertical eye on his forehead, emitting a mysterious glow. The last had serpent scales covering half his face and flicked out a long, slender tongue. All were 9-star martial kings in cultivation. Ordinarily, when beasts reach martial king level, they can take on human form, but these 3 retained prominent bestial traits. Ye Xuan frowned slightly, and Luo Tong spoke again to clarify. Those chosen to enter this secret realm are mostly heteromorphic beasts. Though they can transform, their bloodline talents or magical abilities are too unique for many traits to be fully concealed. Those selected by Divine Beast Mountain as talents to explore the Barren Mountain divine secret were often heteromorphic beasts. Though a heteromorphic beast at martial king rank can shapeshift into human form like ordinary beasts, many of their innate exceptional talents or divine techniques manifest as physical traits that cannot be completely hidden by transformation. So, the parts that haven't undergone transformation are actually the strongest? Ye Xuan nodded softly, a strange new insight forming in his mind. The mountain wind swept across the barren foothills, stirring the dust into a rustling roar. Just then, the leader of the 9 pavilions from the Fallen Pavilion appeared with his entourage. Though dressed casually, his powerful aura was unmistakable, causing the Beipeng king of the Divine Beast Mountain to raise an eyebrow. These reclusive types, who usually kept to themselves, were actually joining the fray. The relationship between Divine Beast Mountain and human martial artists had always been distant, but due to the mountain's great influence, their movements were never a complete secret. The Fallen Pavilion, however, was different. They rarely interfered in major affairs of the central wilderness spirit domain and had earned a reputation for laziness. Now, with a true divine secret realm emerging and the great powers sharpening their blades, the Fallen Pavilion seemed uninterested. Yet the 9 pavilions' leader smiled and waved a hand, calling to the young girl behind him. "You though you haven't been with the Fallen Pavilion long, your talent is well known. The true divine secret realm of the Barren Mountain is extremely dangerous, but also a great opportunity for growth. Any objections?" Dantai Mingyue, her cheeks still flushed, took a deep breath and replied clearly. "None at all. A 3-star martial sect master?" The Beipeng king quietly appraised the girl's cultivation level. Were she from another faction, letting a mere 3-star martial sect involve in treasure hunting would seem suspicious. But the Fallen Pavilion were known for letting deeds speak louder than words. Beipeng king laughed heartily, extending face. "In that case, Divine Beast Mountain will show Fallen Pavilion some kindness. Xuxiang, Tianjing, Viper, you 3 enter the secret realm, and don't make things difficult for this Fallen Pavilion young lady." He spoke easily because in his eyes, Dantai Mingyue posed no threat to the 3 gifted demonic beasts under his command. The 3 prodigies glanced at her with haughty expressions, acknowledging the order perfunctorily. Suddenly, a chill swept low along the ground, sending shivers down spines. Led by an elder of Holy Realm, 3 heavenly prodigies of the Netherworld's sacred sect appeared, their black robes billowing and aura sinister, stirring every gaze nearby. The faces of various divine sects and sacred cults darkened, while even the beasts of divine Beast Mountain instinctively frowned. Since everyone's here, quickly activate the barrier, the Beiping King said impatiently. After the emergence of the true divine secret realm, major powers had jointly set up a barrier around the barren mountain to prevent anyone from sneaking in and monopolizing the opportunity, as well as to keep outsiders away. The Netherworld's sacred sect knew they weren't popular. The elder in charge nodded silently, offering no objection. The next moment, everyone took out their tokens to activate the barrier and threw them into the air together. In the following second, a deafening boom echoed, reverberating over the peak of the barren mountain. At the fallen pavilion, Luo Yuheng simultaneously used a token to activate the barrier engulfing the desolate mountain and subtly scanned the crowd of the Netherworld Holy Sect. Within moments, a dark fury ignited fiercely in his heart. Being publicly slapped by Master Jiu moments ago left him burning with the desire to tear Ye Xuan apart. Ye Xuan, you really deserve to die? Taking advantage of the massive spiritual energy wave unleashed by the barrier activation, Luo Yuheng secretly forced out a drop of his essence blood, slipping it quietly into the soft soil beneath his feet. The blood seeped into the earth like a living creature, weaving through cracks with a singular target, the phantom within the Netherworld Holy Sect's formation. This drop of blood was originally a puppet heart refined over centuries by the sacred Sun Xian who, lacking a bit of spiritual awareness, but once merged with Luo Yuheng's essence blood, he could control the phantom remotely, using her hand to put Ye Xuan to death. Even if you triggered the mysterious golden lotus phenomenon of the Xuantian divine path, today, this desolate mountain will be your grave. Luo Yuheng gritted his teeth fiercely inside. But before the thought finished, the connection between him and the blood dropped, severed abruptly like a fragile thread cut ruthlessly by someone. Luo Yuheng what? As one of the numerous incarnations of the Sacred Sun's 9 nether reunion, he was well aware. The blood had yet to enter the phantom's body, but to vanish so suddenly was highly abnormal. The barrier above continued to slowly open. Time was pressing. Without delay, he forced out a second drop of essence blood. The droplet rolled on the earth's surface, again racing toward the netherworld crowd. Just as it was about to enter the phantom's body, the same strange phenomenon occurred. The blood evaporated into thin air. Gone again. Luo Yuheng's eyes widened in alarm as he frantically scanned his surroundings, feeling more terrified than encountering a ghost. But worse than ghosts was the danger. If experts of other major sects' sacred realms detected his secret technique, the consequences would be unimaginable. With the massive energy wave masking the barrier's activation, who could possibly notice a mere single essence blood sent by a sacred realm cultivator like me? Divine Beast Mountain, Fire Spirit Divine Path, Wilderness Holy Sect, Green Wave Pool, Xuantian Divine Path, all led by sacred realm masters. None would be aware. After pondering deeply, Luo Yuheng's mind settled on a single possibility. Master Jiu. Thinking of the fallen pavilion's 9th pavilion leader, he instinctively looked up to the midair above. Yet what met his eyes was the 9th pavilion leader calmly speaking softly with Dantai Mingyue, both serene and composed, showing no sign of secretly intercepting his technique. No, that can't be right. With the 9th pavilion leader's fiery temper, if Luo Yuheng had really been a mole hidden inside the fallen pavilion, he would have already rushed up and slapped Luo Yuheng to a pulp long ago. Besides, Luo Yuheng dared to perform secret arts right under the watchful eyes of the pavilion leader of the 9 pavilions, which meant he was confident he wouldn't be detected. But now, the enclosure formation over Wasteland Mountain was nearing completion. Only the final light barrier remained to close. If he delayed any longer, he would lose the chance completely. As if that weren't enough, someone had secretly intercepted his spiritual blood twice, causing him to fail even the first step of communicating with the phantom spirits beneath the earth. To one day personally slay Ye Xuan and wash away his humiliation, Luo Yuheng gritted his teeth and activated the secret technique again. 3 streams of deep red spiritual blood suddenly burst from his palm, each moving toward different directions through the crowd, aiming for the underground phantoms. The streaks of blood were clearly visible, and a flicker of joy passed through his eyes only to vanish as if erased by an invisible hand. All 3 streams of spiritual blood disappeared at once. A heaviness tightened Luo Yuheng's chest. He suppressed his anger but dared not alarm the pavilion leader above or the numerous divine and saintly experts present. His body trembled uncontrollably despite his will. Huh, shaking like that, could it be you've got Parkinson's or something? Ye Xuan suddenly leaned close to his ear, his voice laced with mockery. Parkinson's? Luo Yuheng didn't understand the term, but he caught the derision behind it. A thought flashed by. Called Ye Xuan be behind the strange disappearance of his spiritual blood? Quickly, he dismissed it. How could a mere 7-star martial king intercept spiritual blood delivered by a saint realm's secret method? Though logic denied it, bitterness and resentment grew wild within him. Triggered Luo Yuheng's grudge, successfully seizing the supporting male's destiny luck. Great Tao Luck 8, Great Tao Luck 8, Great Tao Luck 11. The surge of luck exploded inside Ye Xuan's body, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Indeed, he couldn't intercept Saint Realm's spiritual blood personally, but his little black companion certainly could. The spiritual energy contained in Saint Realm blood was comparable to a grade 6 spirit pill, and Little Black relished it greatly. Provoked by Ye Xian's move, Luo Yuheng could hold back no longer. I can't wait any longer, he hissed, forcefully expelling 10 streams of spiritual blood, determined to establish a connection with the phantoms. The 10 streaks tore through the air, but vanished instantly like stones sinking in a deep sea. Readied, Luo Yuheng recklessly unleashed spiritual blood as if it were worthless. 20 streams, 30, 50. Waves of blood droplets fell toward the underground phantoms, but each disappeared into thin air before reaching them. The surrounding cultivators only sensed a faint metallic sweetness in the air, unaware of the true cause. Finally, after more than 100 drops of spiritual blood merged into the ground, a faint ripple appeared in Luo Yuheng's spiritual sea, had at last captured a connection to the phantoms. Made it, finally made it, he murmured hoarsely. At this moment, Luo Yuheng looked like a drained sausage. Even his Saint Realm cultivation couldn't hide his exhaustion. His face was pale as wax, legs weak, and even raising his hand was a struggle. Nothing was left, not a single drop remained. Look at little Xiaohe, who had just finished burping contentedly and happily returned to Ye Xian's side. Ye Xian reached out to rub the little creature's round belly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Are you full? I'm full. Xiaohe burped again. Spiritual energy surged through its jet-black fur, and a few wisps of pale blue-white mist curled around its body, making it look noticeably plumper than before. Ye Xian's gaze shifted slightly, landing on the shaky figure of Luo Yuheng across from him. Only a bit over 100 drops of Sacred Realm essence blood spent, yet so weak and ghostly. So this so-called Sacred Realm expert was really nothing special. If Luo Yuheng knew what Ye Xian was thinking right now, he'd probably be so mad he'd collapse and convulse. After all, those were over 100 drops of primordial essence blood refined from Sacred Realm cultivation. If released externally, they could transform countless martial kings and martial emperors. Yet Luo Yuheng still felt it was worth it, just to personally slay Ye Xuan in the mysterious wasteland mountain realm. The damn guy, always ruining my lord's major plans, even stealing Master Yue's heart, making me lose face in front of everyone. If I don't kill you in this secret realm, my hatred won't be resolved. Luo Yuheng ground his teeth, the jealousy in his eyes nearly solidifying like tangible venom. Just then, the golden orb inside Ye Xian's body trembled lightly. Absorbed Luo Yuheng's jealousy. Great Tao Fortune 8 9 11 13. He looked up to scan his opponent again, inwardly amused. This guy is basically a walking Great Tao Fortune battery. In just a short time, he's almost caught up to the total my little wife has contributed. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a faint golden barrier erupted over the entire wasteland mountain like a vast watery curtain, slowly parting open. Seeing this, the cold and aloof figures from Bibbo Pool and the fiery elites of Fire Spirit Divine Tao exchanged glances and nodded slightly at each other. In the next moment, the young prodigies of their two great factions transformed into streaks of rainbow light, the first to rush toward the opening. Though fates were uncertain in the true godly realm, arriving earlier meant a definite edge. After the Fire Spirit Divine Tao and Bibbo Pool figures entered the barrier, the Tianhuang Holy Sect refused to be outdone. Luo Tong, our Tianhuang Holy Sect will go first. The old ghost Huang Zu's words echoed softly beside Luo Tong's ear, followed by a man and woman, two heavenly talent prodigies of the sect who dissolved into two brilliant beams and sped away. At the same time, the Divine Beast Mountain made its move. King Beiping shouted, Chu Xiang, Tianjing, Snake Viper, go. Before his words finished, the three prodigies of Divine Beast Mountain shaped from strange demon beasts rose with the wind, almost simultaneously entering the secret realm barrier with the Tianhuang Holy Sect's forces. On the other side, the 9 pavilion heads of the Yun Pavilion gathered around their sole disciple, Dantai Mingwe. Where aren't you going? Remember, entering this secret realm isn't just about fate, it's a test all 9 of us set for you. Dantai Mingwe was Yun Pavilion's rare, peerless genius, bearing the inheritance of an important figure within the pavilion. Whether she passed this trial would be tremendously significant for Yun Pavilion. I will do my best. The girl nodded lightly. Her tone was soft yet full of confidence. Her gaze swept past the crowd and finally settled on Ye Xuan. Then, her figure flickered, and without hesitation, she rushed into the secret realm. Now, only the followers of Xuantian Divine Tao and Yuming Holy Sect remained outside the barren mountain's perimeter, not yet entering the secret realm's barrier. Under the signal of a Holy Sect elder, 3 figures stepped into the barrier one after another. Ye Xuan, why haven't you gone in yet? Most of the crowd had already dispersed, but Luo Tong, the leader of the 12 halls, saw Ye Xuan still standing there and couldn't help but urge him. This is the true God's secret realm. The earlier you get in, the greater your gains. Everyone understood well Ye Xuan was the one who triggered the Golden Lotus anomaly. If he entered first, it would be easier for him to obtain the true divine inheritance than the others. But Ye Xuan replied coolly, "It's nothing. I just don't like squeezing in with everyone else." In fact, his gaze kept returning to the faint golden barrier above the barren mountain. This barrier was jointly set up by the great divine Daos and holy sects of the Central Wasteland's spiritual domain. He and the other two prodigies from Xuantian divine Dao all held permits to pass through, but Xiao Haiba was not included. Although Xiao Haiba's presence was masked by phantom illusions, hiding her from view, she truly existed. The illusions could fool others, but couldn't help her break through the barrier. A shimmering light screen was like an inverted glass dome, lacking any sensory properties, only meant to block entry. "Brother, don't worry. I have my own way," Xiao Haiba said, seemingly reading his concern, confidently patting her chest. "Really?" "Yeah, absolutely." After confirming repeatedly, Ye Xuan finally felt reassured. If she could really get past the barrier, then they wouldn't have to leave this troublemaker outside. Shaking his head secretly, he led Feng Yi and Jian Air to step into the secret realm one after another. The moment they stepped into the light screen, a deafening explosion thundered behind them. Immediately, dense cracks spread rapidly along the barrier's edges with sharp crackling sounds. In the blink of an eye, the protective shield over the barren mountain shattered with a tremendous crash. "What's going on?" The lead champions of the major powers in the Central Wasteland's spiritual domain were dumbfounded. Even the 9 pavilion heads of the falling pavilion turned pale. Only Ye Xuan happened to turn around and saw Xiao Haiba chasing in through the phantom illusions. His mouth twitched sharply. "This is your method?" "Yep. Brother, look, see how useful it is?" One punch, and the turtle shell is smashed. Xiao Haiba flexed her shoulder, showing off her slightly bulging muscle. Ye Xuan rubbed his forehead. "Sure enough, I should have known better than to trust you." The sudden collapse of the barrier caused many martial artists observing from outside to reveal strange glimmers in their eyes. Whenever the true God secret realm appeared in the past, the major powers of the Central Wasteland's spiritual domain would arrive first and set up a barrier to monopolize the opportunity. No one expected this time the barrier would be so fragile. "Brothers, the true God secret trove rewards those who are destined. Now that the barrier is gone, let's rush in and try our luck." "Exactly. Why should those divine Daos and holy sects keep it all to themselves? Today, we're claiming our share." Maybe some ancient god was fed up with them bullying everyone, causing this strange change. Shouts erupted continuously as tens of thousands of martial artists surged forward. Martial zone, martial kings, even a few martial emperors rushing from all directions at top speed toward the secret realm. Though the Saint Realm experts of the major powers immediately tried to block them, many still slipped through. The temptation of the true God's secret realm was irresistible, and without the barrier's restraint, greed flared uncontrollably. However, no one noticed that as these stragglers flooded in, an extremely subtle violet light silently slipped quietly into the secret realm alongside them. Chuckling softly, "It's no surprise that trailing behind my best friend's wild man always leads to encountering all sorts of strange things." The purple light that slipped through the crowd was none other than the little girl who had been following him all along Xuanji. She had originally planned to quietly hang back on the outskirts and wait for her best friend's wild man to emerge from the true divine secret realm, curious about what surprises he might pull off. But as soon as the barrier opened, the surprise hit faster than lightning. If not for that protective barrier suddenly collapsing, even someone like her, the mistress of Main Tower, halfway into the demigod realm, won't be able to break through and enter the true divine secret realm. After all, the shield outside was forged by the combined forces of great divine paths and sacred sects crafted by more than a dozen demigods working together. Ordinary powerhouses wouldn't stand a chance. Because everyone was absolutely confident in the barrier, each faction only sent one sacred realm leader, allowing their elite talents to freely enter and seek opportunities. TSK, TSK, TSK. So this is the true divine secret realm? After delving deep into the desolate mountain's core, Xuanji finally witnessed the legendary sight. Majestic divine light piercing all directions, solemn and awe-inspiring, so much more intense than the radiant glow of the goddess Shiyao herself. And this was only one relic hidden by a true god. Though she was the honorable mistress of Main Tower, she belonged to a minor branch of the Xuantian divine path in the North Wasteland. Even in her past divine path cultivation, she never had the chance to tread inside a true divine secret realm. Now, with the outer barrier mysteriously shattered, it unexpectedly became a rare chance to get a taste. What was even stranger, the moment her best friend's wild man steps into the realm, the barrier collapses behind him. What kind of coincidence was that? Deep down, Xuanji couldn't help but suspect. Could the collapse of the arid mountain barrier be related to Ye Xuan? The 7-star martial king's cultivation level wasn't especially high, but in Dan City, he once dealt a crushing defeat to the martial emperor of the Netherworld's sacred sect. Back then, Ye Xuan relied on the divine bone within his body, the divine might formation, and his divine might manifestation, his derived divine powers were shockingly strong. Yet the arid mountains barrier was created by a coalition of demigods. Even she, teetering on demigod status, was powerless against it. So how did he manage to accomplish that? Fueled by questions and curiosity, the little girl Ruan Ji quickened her pace, determined to keep close to Ye Xuan and uncover just how many unbelievable secrets this man concealed. Meanwhile, outside the true divine secret realm of the arid mountain, staring at the barrier that had long since collapsed into shattered rays of light, Luo Yuheng was nearly in tears. Damn it, if I'd known the barrier would fall, I wouldn't have wasted my precious essence. Earlier, he worried that once the elites from the various divine paths and holy lands entered, the barrier would reseal, cutting off his timely connection with the phantom. That's why he frantically burned through his essence. Who would have thought that in the next second, the arid mountain's outer barrier would just collapse on its own? Ye Xuan, why is it that ever since I met you, nothing seems to go my way? Luo Yuheng felt a tightness in his chest, as if invisible forces were blocking his breath, like he was caught in some legendary, Mercury retrograde curse, bringing him nothing but bad luck wherever he went. The mastermind who had siphoned off his essence earlier was still at large, and now this ridiculous mess just popped up? His resentment toward Ye Xuan surged instantly, like a fire fueled by oil, shooting up uncontrollably. Gain Luo Yuheng's hatred. Tao Energy 8-9-11-14. Ye Xuan. At this moment, Ye Xuan was deep inside a mysterious divine realm, shrouded in thick mist and surging with spiritual energy. Feeling the rapid ascent of his own Tao energy within, he paused mid-step and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Luo Yuheng really has a short fuse, huh? He had already passed through countless barriers isolating this place from the outside world. Yet Luo Yuheng was still getting worked up, and he hadn't even done anything to provoke him just now. Ye Xuan couldn't understand how Luo Yuheng had survived this long, quietly stewing in anger without bursting. But it wasn't concern for Luo Yuheng's health that crossed Ye Xuan's mind, it was pity. Such a valuable source of Tao energy deserved to be milked as much as possible before it ran dry. No matter what, he needed to keep riling Luo Yuheng up, squeezing every last drop of gain. If Luo Yuheng could hear Ye Xuan's scheming thoughts right now, he'd probably explode like fireworks, making an even bigger deposit into Ye Xuan's Tao energy account. Hey, you too. Why are you following me around all the time? Don't you have your own business to take care of? Ye Xuan looked back, his gaze landing on Feng Yi and Jian Air about 10 steps behind him. Ever since entering the divine realm, these two prodigies had stuck to him like shadows. No treasure hunting, no chasing opportunities, their expressions screaming, "I'm really Anaitas," if they had been reduced to nothing more than personal bodyguards. Wait, henchmen? Bodyguards? A sudden spark of realization lit up Ye Xuan's mind. Looking at Feng Yi and Jian Air again, his eyes took on a new, knowing gleam. The divine sect hadn't sent them here for opportunities, they were assigned specifically to protect him at all costs. No wonder their faces looked more bitter than a cucumber. Anyone would feel miserable in such a thankless role. Since they were sent by the sect to guard me, well, I'm certainly not going to be polite about it. A sly grin spread across Ye Xuan's face as a bold idea quickly took shape in his mind. Just as Ye Xuan was quietly formulating his plan, a sudden clamor echoed from the secret realm passage not far away. It sounded like someone was fighting ahead. His gaze sharpened. The true God realm was even more perilous than the life and death realm. To seize treasures or legacies left by the true God, the prodigies of major factions never hesitated to use ruthless methods. It was an unspoken understanding among them to trap and eliminate rivals at the entrance, weakening competition deeper inside. Ye Xuan nodded slightly and took a step toward the source of the noise. Behind him, Feng Yi and Jian Air exchanged a glance and swiftly fell in step. Protecting Ye Xuan was critical for their chance to ascend to the secret realm's third level. In moments, the three saw three prodigies from the Tianhua divine path blocking the passage around the desolate mountains, intercepting a swarm of middle wasteland spirit domain warriors flooding in. Damn it, where are all these flies coming from? The leading prodigy cursed under his breath. They had intended only to ambush lone prodigies from Tianhuang Holy Sect, Divine Beast Mountain, and Xuantian Divine Path. Unexpectedly, large numbers of Warrior Zone and Warrior King ranks had surged in. Ants can bring down an elephant if there are enough of them. Even though these people were nowhere near capable of shaking the Tianhua Divine Path's three top prodigies, they were distracting enough to force them to split their focus. 9 Fiends Darkine Fire, 3 Lotus Blue Court Flame, and a Tianhua Order Air. Almost instantly, Feng Yi and Jian Air behind Ye Xuan identified each of the three opponents' techniques. You know those three? Ye Xuan looked at the two like living encyclopedias. Jian Air shook his head. Knowing them is an overstatement. The one wielding the 9 Fiends Darkine Fire should be Yin Jiuzhu, who first emerged in the last century. He has an innate Dark Yin Fire lineage, unpredictable and tricky, making defense difficult. Before he finished speaking, Yin Jiuzhu raised his hand. 9 clusters of dark flames silently appeared behind 9 unlucky warriors. Before they could scream, all turned to ash. Most of the fallen were 9-star warrior zones, with the strongest only a 3-star warrior king. But those 9 flames flickered like phantoms stealing life, terrorizing the remaining Middle Wasteland Spirit Domain fighters to turn pale. As for the one controlling the 3 Lotus Blue Court Flame, Jian continued. The tricolored fire lotus constantly shifts among 3 different flames. One that burns flesh, one that scorches the mind, blended tightly with martial cultivation techniques, making it nearly untouchable. The only person able to raise the 3 Lotus Blue Court Flame this far is Xunyu, the grandson of Xun Tingfengong of Tianhua Divine Path's 7 Elders. Jian added, the 3 Lotus Blue Court Flame is a top-tier Earth-grade secret treasure. If he manages to combine all 3 flames, he could awaken the heavenly-grade secret treasure, the Great Sun Fire Lotus. Great Sun Fire Lotus, the words caught Feng Yi's attention. Born with a phoenix body, he had particular interest in fire-based secret techniques. Especially the Great Sun Fire Lotus of the Celestial Fire Pathit stands shoulder to shoulder with the 9 Heavens' mysterious fire. As for the heir of the Celestial Fire Token, it's highly likely to be the Fire God himself. The Fire God? Ye Xuan's brow twitched slightly. He wasn't confused. The Sword Second had explained the other 2 prodigies of the Celestial Fire Path in great detail, but had only briefly mentioned the Fire God. There was undoubtedly something unusual here. Feng Yi added calmly. There's nothing particularly strange about him. He simply held a fragment of the celestial fire in his chest at birth. After the Celestial Fire Path retrieved it, he successfully inherited a complete Celestial Fire secret treasure. Held a fragment at birth? Ye Xuan's eyes gleamed even brighter. As expected, none of the chosen from the great powers entering the true God mystery realm were ordinary. The previously mentioned Yingzhou and Xunyu, along with the Fire God before him, were all prodigies of the Celestial Fire Path, each a 9-star martial king, matching the martial emperor blow for blow. Now, the Fire God stood between Xunyu and Yingzhou, arms slightly spread, quietly directing their attacks. Evidently, he was the core of the trio. Suddenly, a shadow sped through the crowd's depths, tearing a gap in the previously tight formation. The martial emperor-level expert they had long concealed had finally struck. That they had managed to sneak in past the great power's sacred realm leaders was already a miracle, and of course, they wouldn't let the 3 celestial fire prodigies block their path to treasure. Martial Emperor? The Fire God felt a chill in the center of the formation and furrowed his brow. Though he didn't yet know why so many warriors were suddenly flooding in from outside, if anyone wanted to snatch a true god treasure from his hands, even a martial emperor, they could forget it. He tossed the celestial fire token high into the air, its runes bursting into blazing crimson gold flames. In the next instant, countless celestial fire marks rained down like fiery hail, targeting the attacking martial emperor. What are you waiting for? The cornered martial emperor bellowed fiercely. Retreat impossible. They may be 9-star martial kings, but their strength rivals ours. If I die, can you hold them off alone? His shout broke the calm of the other 2 hidden martial emperors, who could no longer stay idly in this true god mystery realm. If they didn't unite, they'd be prey to the prodigies of the great paths and sacred teachings. 3 imperial auras erupted simultaneously, the spiritual force shaking the air like a drumbeat breaking. The 3 martial emperors emerged, parting the crowd automatically. The Fire God stood in the center, a faint smile playing on his lips. The Real hunt begins. If not now, then when? As he spoke, 3 blue halos flared behind him, and the 3 prodigies from Bibbo Pool stepped out leisurely, their gazes locked coldly on the martial emperors. Bibbo Pool. They've allied with the Celestial Fire Path. One martial emperor's face darkened as he shouted, "This is a trap. Fall back quickly." Yet the prodigies of Bibbo Pool and the Fire God all shared the same mocking expression in their eyes. Thinking of running, noticing it a little too late? As soon as the words left the lips of the prodigy from Bibbo Pool, countless chilling ice mirrors instantly rose around them, forming an enormous barrier. The ice-blue mirror walls shot up like interlocking shields, sealing off the entire battlefield tightly. Even Ye Xuan, who had been planning to watch from a distance, was swept inside the enclosure. Looks like they've known our whereabouts all along. Ye Xuan shrugged helplessly. Don't blame anyone but yourself for standing around watching the show. Feng Yi stepped forward and shot him a sharp eye roll. Both Feng Yi and Jian were genuine martial emperors originally, though their cultivation had been artificially suppressed to the 9-star martial king level by secret divine Dao techniques. But their true strength was still far beyond that of ordinary sect disciples or wandering fighters. The fierce aura from Feng Yi's phoenix bloodline and Jian naturally forged sword physique intertwining silently impressed Ye Xuan. Indeed, anyone the divine Dao picks as my bodyguards isn't weak by any means. He wasn't in a hurry to intervene. With the combined might of Bibbo Pool and the heavenly fire divine Dao, they could easily handle the warriors before them. Adding their own strength now might only reveal too much too soon. The Fire Lord, and the three Bibo pool prodigies clearly saw this too. Nevertheless, they chose to simultaneously attack three martial emperors among the crowd and trap everyone from Xuantian inside the barrier. Either they were overconfident or they had some hidden trump card. As expected, once the three from Bibo pool joined the fight, one martial emperor was quickly crippled. Jian casually told Ye Xuan their names: Long Ling, Xiao Jing, and Shuaishan. The Bibo pool's specialty was a secret martial technique focused on ice and water attributes, the complete opposite of the fiery blaze wielded by the heavenly fire divine Tao. The clash of ice and fire tormented the warriors from the Zhonghuang spirit domain. Venturing into this secret realm, some froze solid like immobile ice statues. Others were burnt down to ashes. Several dozen martial emperor corpses, drained of moisture, lay scattered like dried husks. These martial emperors would dominate any of the four great outer domains, but here they fell like ants, their lives decided in an instant. At the brink of death, the heavily wounded martial emperor suddenly had countless dark red bloodlines seeping through the calm ground beneath him. The blood threads pierced through his body like steel nails. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, the martial emperor was gradually ensnared by the blood threads, eventually transforming into a puppet controlled by those crimson strands. Malice filled the air. Many martial dukes and martial emperors nearby also became tainted by the bloodline aura, losing their minds and turning into shambling, soulless husks alongside him. This terrifying spectacle drained the faces of the two remaining martial emperors of all color. They had ruled as emperors for centuries, yet never seen anything like this. Is the main event finally about to begin? Inside the barrier, seeing the scene unfold, Ye Xuan couldn't help but let a faint smile curl at the corner of his mouth. Just as expected, no sooner had a faint smirk appeared on his lips than a shadowy figure slowly emerged from a swirling black mist in the distance. The dark fog churned as the ghostly figure solidified step by step, a chilling coldness creeping across the ground. It was the phantom who had previously infiltrated the crowd of the Netherworld Holy Sect after absorbing Luo Yuheng's blood essence. He had completely merged with Luo Yuheng's soul. Now he was like Luo Yuheng's personal avatar inside the divine mystery realm. His blood-red eyes locked tightly onto Ye Xuan, his murderous intent almost palpable. Xiao Haiba, you've come through again. Ye Xuan raised his hand and tossed a bottle containing a fifth-grade pill to the nearby Xiao Haiba. Xiao Haiba had long been sensitive to the foul stench emanating from the Xuanhu Holy Sun's avatar. Now, sensing both the Xuanhu Holy Sun and Luo Yuheng on the phantom simultaneously, it immediately let out a low growl to warn them. You knew the Netherworld Holy Sect planned to ambush you here all along? The phantom's killing intent surged like a tide. Feng Yi and Jian couldn't help but glance toward Ye Xuan, who remained calm with a faint smile. They too felt the same question rising in their minds. Why did the Netherworld Holy Sect harbor such deep hatred toward Ye Xuan? Coupled with the strange arrangements by the divine path before this mission, their curiosity about Ye Xuan's identity only grew. Ye Xuan's smile vanished, but he didn't explain. Instead, he patted their shoulders and said, "Brothers, it's time to fulfill our mission." Before the words were even finished, the phantom had seized control of bloodline threads and a host of puppets, lunging forward fiercely. Ye Xuan took advantage of the momentum to push Feng Yi and Jian to the front line. So he really did know the divine path ordered us here to protect him? Damn, that's straight up bossy, just giving orders like that. Both felt a flicker of resentment at the thought, but had no time to dwell with death approaching. Whoosh! A sharp sword light sliced through the air as Jian severed the sky, full of bloodline threads with a single strike. Feng Yi's heavenly phoenix bloodline flared to full activation. Blazing phoenix flames swept the battlefield, instantly reducing the advancing Wu Zong and Wu Wang level puppets to ashes. Fueled by both fury and battle fervor, they unleashed all their frustrations onto the bloodlines and puppets, their sword intent and bloodline aura intertwining into an unstoppable force. In the distance, the Fire God Lord and the elite warriors of Bai Bo Pond watched from behind an icy mirror barrier, their expressions growing darker in sync. They had originally set an impregnable trio under the Fire God Divine Path, coordinated with Bai Bo Pond's ice mirror barrier, ready for the phantom lurking in the shadows to harvest enemies at will. The plan guaranteed the capture or death of all rival elites. Since their enemies were trapped in the barrier, the logical move was to finish off the two Wu Huang first, then turn back to deal with the divine path of Xuantian. But the phantom's sudden intervention had forcibly pushed the Xuantian divine path into opposition. What the heck? Is that guy's brain full of crap? The Fire God Lord cursed through clenched teeth. The elites of Bai Bo Pond scowled as well. Forcing the Xuantian divine path to pick sides before the right moment was spoiling their bigger strategy. Meanwhile, two Wu Huang who had been surrounded and near despair suddenly spotted a chance. Already gasping under pressure, and with a comrade fallen to a bloodline sneak attack, they now saw the phantom fighting the Xuantian divine path. This sudden shift was like a godsend to them. They exchanged a glance, their eyes blazing with rekindled fighting spirit. Brother, keep it up. Yes, exactly like that your last sword strike should come down right across his neck. Hey, Feng Yi, that wasn't right. Just now, the guy's head got chopped off by our brother, but you couldn't have set it on fire to make sure it's really over? Ye Xuan stood with his arms crossed behind Feng Yi and Jian Er, looking like a casual onlooker. He popped some spirit pills in his mouth and casually shouted instructions from a distance. Feng Yi and Jian Er fought while listening to his nagging. The tendons in their brows twitched repeatedly until they finally snapped, and both turned around, shouting angrily, "Shut up!" They had originally been ordered by Xuantian Sect to secretly protect Ye Xuan, but now this guy was openly exposing their identities on the spot. Even worse, at the crucial moment Ye Xuan pushed them forward to be the frontline shield, while he hung back to offer commentary and pointers. The two nine-star Martial King prodigies' anger only intensified, and all that fury slammed directly into the phantom enemy in front of them. Elsewhere, Luo Yuheng, who was controlling illusions in the true god's secret realm using his essence and blood, was burning with rage as well. Ever since seeing Ye Xuan, his murderous intent had surged to its peak. The moment he appeared, he unleashed a martial emperor puppet trying to kill Ye Xuan. But the illusion and the puppet's first wave of attacks were instantly blocked by Feng Yi and Jian Er. What frustrated Luo even more was how those puppet soldiers of the Martial Zone and Martial King rank under the Phantom's control were quickly cut down by the two warriors. If not for the Martial Emperor puppet's assistance, even the Phantom's main body might have perished. Aren't the prodigies of Xuantian Sect supposed to compete with each other? Ye Xuan's just some Golden Lotus anomaly. Shouldn't he be their common target? Luo Yuheng cursed inwardly. Why are these two fighting so desperately to protect him? He couldn't comprehend it, and was even more shocked that Xuantian Sect had suddenly produced two nine-star martial kings possessing sword bodies and phoenix veins. With Xuantian Sect's forces growing stronger and stronger, the spirits of Fire God Jun and the many prodigies from Bibbo Pool grew increasingly heavy. By their reckoning, with the combined might of the heavenly Fire Dao and Bibbo Pool, it should have been easy to encircle and kill just two fake martial emperors along with that bunch of martial zone and martial kings. Yet now, Xuantian Sect clearly held the upper hand. Moreover, Ye Xuan still stood deep within the barrier, a teasing smile on his face, having yet to truly make a move. No one forgot that though he was only a seven-star martial king, he was a true god-bearer. According to rumors spread by the Netherworld Holy Sect, everyone treated him as a mere decoy for Yu Changkong's fake death and exile. But precisely because of this, they feared he still held some world-shattering trump card. The more composed Ye Xuan appeared, the more uneasy Fire God Jun and Bibbo Pool's prodigies became. Meanwhile, those scattered wilderness warriors who had been hunted down, seeing Xuantian Sect gaining ground, brightened with hope, secretly thankful they might have a chance to escape with their lives. Among the crowd were the two martial emperors singled out by the Fire Spirit Sect and the Azure Wave Pool as primary targets for elimination. Though martial emperors are not the absolute top-tier powerhouses in the central wild spirit domain, they are still formidable enough to command respect from ordinary martial artists. Yet at this moment, they were desperately fleeing under the coordinated assault of the outstanding talents from these two great factions, looking more like hunted dogs than proud warriors. The geniuses selected by various forces to enter the true god mystery realm were indeed extraordinary. Any one of their attacks rivaled the strength of a martial emperor ranked below the third star. What made it even worse was that almost every talent from the Fire Spirit Sect and Azure Wave Pool wielded a powerful hidden treasure. One blast of icy tide could freeze bones and blood, and a wave of fire would scorch foes until they were covered in ash, making them extremely difficult opponents. Fortunately, the mysterious Heaven Sect was no weakling either. By dispatching just Feng Yi and Sword Air, they were able to firmly restrain the bloodline-controlling monster. Had the Phantom from the Nether Spirit Holy Sect, who manipulates bloodlines, joined forces with his martial emperor puppet to charge into the fray, those two martial emperors would likely have met their end today. What puzzled everyone was that the mysterious Heaven Sect still had one more member, Ye Xuan, who remained standing idly by. Did he not realize the grave situation unfolding? The two martial emperors among the crowd grew increasingly anxious. Feng Yi and Sword Air had suppressed the Phantom, so all they needed was Ye Xuan to finish off the Nether Spirit Holy Sect's threat. Then everyone could unite to fight the Fire Spirit Sect and Azure Wave Pool. That was the most direct way out. But Ye Xuan stood behind them, arms crossed, watching the turmoil with detached amusement and regularly tossing sarcastic remarks at the opposing side. Nobody could guess what he had in mind. In just a moment's distraction, several martial ancients and martial kings fell to the ground, sharply increasing the pressure on the two martial emperors. Yet Ye Xuan maintained that indifferent expression. After Feng Yi and Sword Air snapped at him to shut up, he simply turned his attention back to mocking the Phantom. You're pathetic, controlling only weak puppet bodies. Is that it? Trying to ambush us? Go weave some sweaters with your bloodlines or something. The more scathing Ye Xuan's taunts, the more tightly clenched Lo Yihang one controlling the phantom's teeth became. The angrier Lo grew, the more pleased Ye Xuan was. Harvested Lo Yihang's fury, Great Tao Luck 7, 8, 11, 13. Ye Xuan secretly reveled in it. This guy was basically a walking luck power bank. Even outside the mystery realm, Lo Yihang was always sarcastic and vexing, and now his summoned avatar had followed involuntarily made itself the punching bag. Couldn't be more thoughtful. For Ye Xuan, breaking through the barrier in front of him was no longer his main concern. What truly mattered was continuing to siphon off Lo Yihang's luck energy. Unaware, Lo Yihang only felt a surge of murderous intent, itching to pulverize Ye Xuan into dust. Ye Xuan, you're forcing my hand, he growled, unable to suppress the trump card he had been hiding any longer. Suddenly, black mist billowed from his mouth. Before long, two ghostly figures appeared beside him. That's the Yuming Sacred Sect and those other two prodigies? Ye Xuan stared, slightly taken aback, at the two figures slowly emerging from the black mist. Feng Yi and Jian Er were equally shocked. The newcomers were the other two prodigies of the Yuming Sacred Sect, but now their eyes glowed with the same blood-red light as that warrior emperor puppet, clearly having been turned into puppets by Xian Hu as well. To deal with me, they even turned their own people into puppets? Ye Xuan cursed silently. Xian Hu is truly ruthless. Before he finished speaking, the two newly appeared puppets, controlled by illusions, lunged together at Feng Yi and Jian Er. The pair had been barely holding their ground through teamwork, but with the enemy numbers suddenly doubled, they quickly fell into a disadvantage. Damn it! Feng Yi cursed under her breath, feeling the bloody pressure mounting from all sides. Jian Er grit his teeth. If it weren't for the goddess power suppressing my cultivation, I'd have shattered these trash with a single sword by now. Both were deeply frustrated. Being sent to babysit in this secret realm was one thing, but now forces from all sides were casually putting them down. An uncle might endure it, but no way a tough aunt could stand for this. Just as they intended to unleash their ultimate moves, suddenly, boom, a deep rumble came from outside the ice mirror barrier, the shockwave reverberating through the cold enclosure. Thud thud thud, a loud crash followed as a breach opened in the barrier, and three distinctly different figures strode in. Chu Xiang, Tianqing, and Kuei Shi, the three shape-shifted demon beasts of Divine Beast Mountain. Wondered why no one was guarding behind all this time. Turns out they were just hiding here playing games, Chu Xiang said loudly, a teasing laugh in his voice. The unexpected arrival momentarily stalled the stalemate. Fire God Jun and several of the Bibo Pool prodigies paused their slaughter of martial artists, while the two remaining warrior emperors in the field caught their breath, but stayed cautious. Divine Beast Mountain? One of Bibo Pool's prodigies sneered coldly, breaking into our ice mirror barrier. Do you mean to make enemies of us? Their faces fell. After all, the carefully constructed barrier was now shattered. Enemies? Tianqing scoffed, scanning the area. You should really weigh your own worth before speaking. Do you even qualify? The arrogant retort instantly drained the expression from the three Bibo Pool prodigies' faces. Not only was the barrier broken, but now they were being insulted? The tension snapped tight. At this critical moment, Fire God Jun raised his hand to signal, friends from Divine Beast Mountain, if you wish to join our hunt, the Fire Spirit Divine Path and Bibo Pool will welcome Yuming Sacred Sect, would be glad as well. But if you choose to be our enemies, his tone chilled abruptly, don't blame us for being ruthless. As he spoke, to prove the seriousness of his words, the three Bibo Pool prodigies simultaneously summoned their magic. Slowly but visibly, the large breach torn open by the three Divine Beast Mountain figures began rapidly sealing itself up. Not only that, but within these ice mirrors appeared shadowy figures wielding ice blades, ready to strike at any moment. Ha ha ha. Chuxiang, did you see that? They're clearly trying to intimidate us. Keisha shook his serpent tail and laughed, baring sharp fangs. Though it's intimidation, their proposal is quite tempting. Chuxiang flapped his massive ears and replied in a gruff voice. This true divine realm was peaceful, but suddenly so many small fry have barged in. If we let them keep running wild, they'll definitely interfere with our treasure hunting and inheritance. Better to join forces with them first, clear out these small fry, and while we're at it, take some heads from Xuantian Sect's side too. Beside him, Tianqing crossed his arms, showing full agreement. We can eliminate those sudden intruders from the central wild spiritual domain and at the same time crush the threat from Xuantian Sect. It's a win-win deal. They all understood clearly if they sided with Xuantian Sect and the outsiders from the central wild spiritual domain, they could indeed rival Hualing Sect, Bibo Pond, and the Yuming Holy Sect. But if a real battle broke out, chances were no one could gain the upper hand, and eventually they'd have to call a truce. That would go against their original goal of eliminating major competitors at the start. Then, congratulations to our three new allies, Hua Xinjun announced loudly. With the support of the three from the Divine Beast Mountain, both he and the prodigies of Bibo Pond breathed a sigh of relief. Outside the secret realm, Luo Yuheng, controlling illusions with his spirit blood, revealed a satisfied smile. Humph, Ye Xuan, Now that you've fallen into this predicament, I don't believe you can turn things around. In an instant, the illusions and blood-controlled puppets surged in strength, sharply increasing the frequency and intensity of their attacks on Xuantian Shindao. Hua Xinjun and the Bibopon prodigies compacted their formations, growing even more aggressive. At the center of the battle, the two surrounded martial emperor-level warriors were already despairing. Damn it, it's all because of that guy from Xuantian Shindao. If only he had acted sooner to deal with that bloodline-controlling monster and joined forces with us to break free, we wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. The martial ancients and martial kings on the outskirts also regretted it deeply, especially the weakest martial ancients, who felt death slowly closing in. Their earlier greed now seemed the most foolish impulse. Chuxiang, which side do we attack first? Keisha licked his sharp teeth, greedily eyeing the cowering martial ancients and martial kings not far off. Weak opponents don't interest me. Chuxiang flapped his giant ears again, fangs gleaming as his gaze locked directly on Xuantian Shindao's formation. Tianqing followed suit. Same here. Fighting those small fries is no fun at all. In that case, Xuantian Shindao it is. Keisha was completely excited. All three heads let out deep, wild laughs almost simultaneously. Almost instantly, the gazes of Chuxiang, Keisha, and Tianqing focused together on Feng Yi, Jian Er, and Ye Xuan who stood behind them in the heart of the battlefield. Once again caught in the illusion, with those bloodline puppets closing in, Feng Yi and Jian Er felt the gaze from the divine beast mountain. Both furrowed their brows simultaneously. The puppets controlled by the illusion were pressing in relentlessly. They could have unleashed their full power to forcefully suppress them, but Chu Xiang, Tianqing, and Kuei Shi from divine beast mountain intervened fiercely, making the situation far more dangerous. To make matters worse, the two were still burdened with the task of protecting Ye Xuan. If that guy hadn't kept nagging just now, would we be in such a mess? They cursed silently, their resentment toward Ye Xuan surging instantly. Yet, since the mission came from Xuantian Divine Tao and determined whether they could ascend to the third layer of the true God realm, no matter how much they blamed him, they couldn't shirk their responsibility. After a brief assessment, Feng Yi and Jian Er exchanged a look and made a difficult decision. Since unleashing all their power couldn't change the situation, they had no choice but to deploy the trump card left by Lady Xiao, the temporary lifting of their seal to restore their Wuhuang martial emperor forms. This measure was originally reserved for sudden emergencies in the secret realm, but now it had to be used. We're fighting to reach the third layer, not for that dead weight. They reassured themselves as they prepared to break the seal. At that moment, a long sigh came from behind them. I wanted to stay low-key but ended up being seen as a pushover. My fault, Ye Xuan said with a mix of helplessness and excitement. The great Tao energy he had stolen from Luo Yuheng surged wildly within a golden sphere, nearly overflowing. He had intended to keep harvesting it, but someone had interfered, so he had no choice but to reveal his power. A hum resonated. Golden light shot up from his body, instantly activating a divine might formation. A towering true God Dharma image manifested, its oppressive aura like a mountain. A divine might formation? A true God Dharma image? Everyone exclaimed. The information previously spread by the Netherworld Holy Sect had labeled Ye Xuan as a mere shield for Xuantian Divine Tao's real target. Yu Changkonth, instigator of the Golden Lotus anomaly, and with his mere 7-star martial king cultivation, their dismissal of him was deep-rooted. Now, seeing this nearly tangible divine might made Chu Xiang, Tianqing, and Kuei Shi all turn pale, their eyes betraying grave seriousness. Feng Yi and Jian Er were also stunned. What they had deemed a burden had suddenly become strong enough to hold his own. The divine might formation could only be condensed by a divine awakener whose divine bone was more than halfway developed, combined with that incredibly solid Dharma image. This power was enough to face off directly with a martial emperor. Crucially, the strength Ye Xuan now displayed was fully capable of competing with the three from Divine Beast Mountain. In that case, Feng Yi and Jian Er wouldn't need to rush so desperately to break their own seals and advance their cultivation. Divine might formation? Divine might manifestation? When the golden array patterns rose from the ground, and the towering divine manifestation appeared in the sky, everyone was struck silent by the sudden, overwhelming power. But this scene, as it unfolded before the phantom creaturino, more precisely, before Luo Yuheng's eyes, was twisted by nothing but hatred and distortion. He had long known that Ye Xuan was the prodigy from Xuantian who caused the Golden Lotus anomaly, yet witnessing it firsthand still set his heart ablaze with jealousy. Causing the Golden Lotus anomaly, his divine bones awakened beyond halfway, even acquiring the divine might formation and manifestation, a true godly figure, an unparalleled demon prodigy. Isn't that enough? And you still dare to hope for Yuer's love? Why? Why should the greatest fortune in this world belong to you alone, Ye Xuan? Jealousy contorted his features, and his mind echoed with only that name. Ye Xuan, Ye Xuan, Ye Xuan. Sensing his master's unwillingness, The crimson in the phantom's eyes flared wildly with madness. Kill! He roared fiercely. With a flick of his bloodline, the two elite disciples of the Netherworld Holy Sect under his control, along with the puppet Wu Huang, surged forward simultaneously. Their blades and swords rained down upon Feng, Ye, and Jianair with a ferocity several times greater than before. What are you waiting for? Terrified of a mere, true, god manifestation? Huashan Jun barked coldly, scanning the disciples at Bibo Pool. Indeed, Ye Xian's sudden release of the divine might formation and manifestation caught them off guard. But Xinqiu Mountain was the only purely demon-beast faction in the central wasteland spirit realm. These three elite disciples before them were all hybrid demon-beast avatars, born with unique supernatural abilities. If it came to a direct clash, Ye Xian might not suppress them by manifestation alone, let alone the numerical advantage Xinqiu Mountain held. Huashan Jun's mind was clear. As long as Xinqiu Mountain kept Ye Xian occupied, he and the others at Bibo Pool could quickly deal with the two fake Wuhuan cultivators, then together launch a counterattack on Xuantian. Awakened by Huashan Jun's words, the three elite disciples of Xinqiu Mountain regained their focus. A divine awakener with over half his divine bones opened? And we encounter him first. If that's the case, why hold back? Chuxiang laughed heartily first. His giant foot stomped hard, kicking up dust and sand, and his body instantly grew over 30 feet tall. At the same time, a long steel whip-like trunk shot out wildly from between his eyebrows, slicing through the air as if trying to split the entire secret realm in two. Tianjing refused to be outdone. His three eyes on his forehead suddenly multiplied to 9, each shooting eerie light. Black, giant claws sprouted from his back, like spider legs tearing the ground apart. By comparison, Quish's transformation was the most straightforward. The moment with a loud boom, he directly turned into a massive blue python with all limbs intact. From afar, he looked like a flood dragon, but up close was even more fearsome. His long tongue flicked wildly, a stench of blood flowing with the rising waves of poison mist billowing out around him. Divine might manifestation, can it withstand the deadly venom I breathe? Quiche hissed coldly, his voice echoing sibilantly. No sooner had Quiche spoken than purple, yellow, and black poisonous mist gushed explosively from the huge maw of his enormous blue serpent form. The three-colored poisonous mist swirled like a raging hurricane. The moment it appeared, it swept across the sky, fiercely charging toward Ye Xian within his divine might Dharma image. The poisonous waves tore through the air with a sharp, piercing howl, as if intent on devouring him in one gulp. Facing such a terrifying force, Ye Xian simply raised his hand and gently pressed his middle and index fingers together. In the next instant, golden sword light and crimson spear aura erupted between the palms of his Dharma image. The golden sword Dao and the red dragon spear intent formed simultaneously, their edges bursting forth like dragons and swords intertwining in the air, weaving two streaks of light that pierced through heaven and earth. These two yellow-grade hidden treasures had long been perfected through the sustained nurturing of the divine insight crystal. Now, combined with the divine might array and the divine might Dharma image, their power instantly soared to an awe-inspiring level. That surging aura made hearts pound wildly. Could this really be the true enlightenment of the hidden treasure? In the thick of battle, Feng, Yi, and Jianair were locked in desperate combat against the phantom illusions and bloodline puppets. Suddenly, the sword and spear auras rang out behind them. Their expressions shifted. It was Ye Xian's golden sword Dao and red dragon spear intent, and what's more, they had already touched the true enlightenment. The hidden treasures are divided into 4 tiers: yellow, black, earth, and heaven, but the tier alone is just the foundation. The true power depends on whether the warrior can penetrate the hidden treasure's true meaning. Everyone knows Zhao Kuo of the invincible Zhao family in the eastern wilderness, who was born with a martial soul and possessed 3 yellow-grade hidden treasures, yet he only ever reached a level of proficiency, never fully grasping their true essence. What does true comprehension mean? Only by illuminating the soul with the hidden treasure's true intent can one claim the true enlightenment. What others struggled for a lifetime to reach now blossomed effortlessly at Ye Xian's fingertips. Once a yellow-grade hidden treasure reaches true enlightenment, its power multiplies greatly. Compared to the black-grade hidden treasure barely glimpsing its doorway, it is by no means inferior, perhaps even stronger. And now, it was supported by the divine might array and the true divine Dharma image. On the opposite side, the mountain divine beast Tianjiao Viper's 3-colored poisonous mist vortex, formed by its bloodline talent, hadn't even drawn near before it was pulverized into nothingness by the raging sword and spear auras. The magic of the demonic beasts and the human hidden treasures share a common origin. Both are crystallizations of ancestors' comprehension of the heavenly principles. The difference is that humans must toil in later cultivation, while the otherworldly beasts are born with their bloodlines imprinted. Yet before the power of true enlightenment, even innate gifts can be surpassed. The yellow tier true enlightenment combined with the divine might array and true divine dharma image together. Even a martial emperor proficient in black tier hidden treasures would stand little chance. Ye Xuan stood at the brow of his dharma image, his gaze calm but sharp. Feng Yi and Jian Er, seeing the viper's poison mist dissipate in an instant, both felt a wave of relief. In life and death moments, unreliable teammates are the worst enemy. Ye Xuan's move not only steadied the battle, but wiped away any lingering resentment toward him. The two exchanged a glance, silently exhaling in relief. A trustworthy teammate beats 1,000 stratagems. Meanwhile, from afar, the Viper and two other Tianjiao of the mountain divine beasts were left speechless with shock. The poison mist shredded by the sword and spear auras seemed to scatter their confidence directly. Ye Xuan slowly withdrew his fingers but sighed softly inwardly. He hadn't originally wished to be so astonishing, but alas, every reward from the golden finger was so absurdly broken. With the divine crystal awakened, Ye Xuan had mastered the secret arts of every level as naturally as eating and drinking. Even without deliberate cultivation, the two yellow-grade secret arts he inherited in the deadly realm of Xuantian Sect had silently advanced to the true understanding realm. Because of this, he earned endless jealousy from Luo Yuang. A golden orb surged within his body, and the flow of cosmic fortune kept soaring. 9, 10, 15, 20 each surge hitting harder than before. Following the currents inside him, Ye Xuan glanced slightly towards Huanmei. Ever since he activated the Divine Might formation and manifested the Divine Might Buddha image, Luo Yuhang's hatred for him never ceased. His eyes reddened several times, as if he wanted to tear Ye Xuan to shreds. Ye Xuan smiled wryly, thinking, quite a strong taste you have. Should have said so earlier. Then, he shifted his gaze toward the crowd of divine beast mountain men opposite, settling on the hulking figure called Xuxiang. Don't get too arrogant, Xuxiang snorted coldly. You only broke through the viper's venomous mist technique. Now try to face my power. As his words fell, his enormous body moved slightly, and a massive foot like a mountain suddenly rose and stomped fiercely downward on Ye Xuan's head. Ye Xuan smiled faintly, unfazed. His hands swiftly formed seals, conjuring an imprint resembling a mountain range. Under the divine might's blessing, a solemn, deep voice echoed through the ice mirror barrier. Mountain turning seal. As the words fell, the mountain-shaped shadow blasted forth from Ye Xuan's hands, spinning rapidly and expanding visibly by the eye. Xuantian's colossal foot had just stepped forward but hadn't landed yet when it was suddenly blasted aside by the mountain-turning seal. Like a meteor crashing down, the mountainous shadow carried overwhelming force directly into Xuantian's massive body. Xuxiang roared miserably under the impact. His huge chest caved inward as he sprayed blood furiously. The blood gushed from the huge mouth between his two tusks, painting a grim scene. The aftershock of the mountain-turning seal continued spreading, etching layered contours of glowing shadows on the ice mirror barrier's surface. Finally, unable to withstand the power of the mountain-turning seal at true understanding state, the barrier emitted a piercing crack, bursting open a hole even larger than before. With the barrier's cushioning effect, Xuxiang barely caught his breath. But now his body was broken, chest shattered as if struck by a heavy hammer, blood dripping constantly from his mouth and pooling on the ground. The half-complete Earth Deer secret art mountain-turning seal, enhanced by divine crystal insight and divine might blessing, possessed power comparable to a fully realized Earth Tier true understanding secret art, an utterly extraordinary force beyond mortal comprehension. Earth Tier secret art? And already at true understanding. Everyone was shocked besides the tense Feng Yi and Jian Er facing the Huanmei bloodline puppet. Even the Fire God Lord and the prodigies from Bibo Pool showed disbelief. In their eyes was utter incredulity. What did Ye Xuan treat secret arts like? For ordinary people, reaching true understanding in one secret art typically takes decades, or even lifetimes. Yet Ye Xuan wielded one true understanding after another so absurdly casually. The Fire God Lord felt a chill in his heart, sensing had encountered a true tough opponent. But compared to the Fire God Lord's hesitation, Luo Yuhang's envy had turned his eyes nearly purple. He couldn't understand why Ye Xuan possessed such overwhelming insight. Achieving true understanding in a yellow-tier secret art was already rare, yet he even reached this level with Earth-tier secret arts? Seeing Ye Xuan beneath the divine might Buddha image, dignified as if a true god descended, Luo Yuhang's jealousy and hatred had reached their peak. As the flames of envy surged within, Ye Xuan's cosmic fortune wildly accumulated, continuously rising 13, 15, 17, 20, 21 points. Luo Yuhang had believed that with the arrival of the divine beast mountain, the tide of battle would turn instantly. Yet, to his shock, this once feared force now stood helpless and hollow. Fixing his cold, blade-like gaze on the figure before him, he knew there was only one choice left. He had to act himself. Ye Xuan, go to hell. At the same moment, an intense resentment exploded deep within the illusion's twin eyes. like twin ghostly flames wildly burning in her gaze. The martial emperor puppet she controlled through her bloodline suddenly bowed its head, plunging its fingers into its own abdomen. With a brutal yank, it tore at its own serene Qi Si Dantian. Damn, he's going to self-destruct. Someone shouted sharply. When a martial emperor's Dantian collapses, the ensuing explosion rivals an all-out strike from the Saint Realm. Even as a half-disabled, watered-down model, the destructive surge bursting from this puppet would turn 100 paces into a death zone. Madman from a distance, Fire God Jun and the elite heroes of the Blue Wave Pool noticed the disturbance, their faces instantly blanching. They never imagined that in this supposed hunt and siege, their deadliest threat would come from one of their own. The three champions of Divine Beast Mountain were equally stunned, their eyes fixed on the illusion as if staring at a madman who had lost all reason. Damn it, what the hell is this? One hissed through clenched teeth. Is he trying to take us all down with him? No, we can't lose our minds with him. Tianqing, who had intended to unleash his bloodline divine power to defend Chu Xiang and Keisha's honor, felt a chill sweep through his heart. Sensing the Qi Si Dan Tian rapidly collapsing in the puppet's grasp, he did not hesitate. His 9 vertical pupils flared with a cold purple light simultaneously. Get into my spatial divine technique quickly, Tianqing ordered sharply. At his command, a wounded Chu Xiang and Keisha staggered into the purple glow and instantly vanished from sight. Fire God Jun and the others from Blue Wave Pool wasted no time fleeing either. Various escape lights burst forth as they exhausted their spiritual power to activate secret evasion techniques. At the same time, they manipulated the remaining ice mirror barriers, layering them tightly to imprison the Narabit illusion and the Xuantian followers. Now there's nowhere left to run, someone murmured. Ye Xuan's gaze swept over the ice mirror barrier enhanced by the heavenly fire order, and he cursed silently. Clearly, Fire God Jun and Blue Wave Pool had resolved to bury himself, Feng Yi, Jian Air, and that mad illusion together. Damn it. Feng Yi ground her teeth, spiritual lights swirling within her sleeve. Even if Jian Air and I unlock and recover the martial emperor's power at this close range, there's no way we'll all come out unscathed. Jian Air's grim voice confirmed it. If they could barely save themselves, how could they protect Ye Xuan? What made matters worse was that the barrier came from the joint effort of the Fire Spirit Divine Path and Blue Wave Pool, further sealed by the Heavenly Fire Order, making it an unbreakable cage in the short term. Ye Xuan, where do you think you can run today? The illusion cackled madly, blood-red threads writhing like living creatures to tightly bind the martial emperor puppet. The collapsing Qi Si Dan Tian teetered on the brink of detonation. Just as disaster seemed inevitable, a faint sigh drifted slowly from behind Feng Yi and Jian Air. Both stiffened and turned, only to see Ye Xuan raise his hand, gently tapping the space between his brows. In the next instant, a colossal devouring Dharma image erupted from his body like a towering mountain blotting out the sky. The giant whale's gaping mouth tore the heavens as blue light shimmered across its scales, marked with black patterns, arcane formations not yet fully formed. Since swallowing Yu Changkong's Yinyang secret archive last time, this Dharma form had grown ever more majestic, a faint but unmistakable divine pressure radiating through the world, causing the very air to tremble. Is that a Dharma divine technique? Feng Yi and Jian Air nearly held their breath. As that divine pressure flooded over them, their composure crumbled, their hearts roiling with shock and awe. Before anyone else could react, Ye Xuan's cold voice cut through the ripping sky. Whale devour. The command sounded like a divine edict descending upon the silence. A massive phantom whale above Ye Xuan's head suddenly twisted its body. In the next moment, the entire space seemed to twist along with it, forming an enormous, terrifying vortex. The violent currents dragged scattered fragments of spiritual energy from all around at a speed visible to the naked eye, all being sucked into the whale's shadow like a raging flood flowing backward. The Qi Si Dantian in the hand of the Wuhuang puppet, which had been collapsing and on the verge of self-detonation, instantly cracked open in countless places. Those gleaming spiritual flesh shards writhed uncontrollably before finally shattering into pure energy, streaming into the devouring vortex overhead. No, this can't be. How is this possible? The crimson pupils of the phantom puppet contracted sharply. Though without emotion, at this moment it was frozen in sheer disbelief. Outside the secret realm, Luo Yuhang's face mirrored the exact same expression. Unlike the phantom's icy and hollow gaze, Luo Yuhang's shock was tainted with overwhelming jealousy. His body trembled uncontrollably, veins bulging wildly along his hands and wrists. Bloodshot lines spread rapidly across the whites of his eyes until nearly his whole sclera was red. What is the reason for this? Ninth Pavilion's leader frowned slightly at the sight. Ever since Ye Xuan and Danton Mingyue entered the true God's secret realm, Luo Yuhang's emotions had been unstable, swinging from excitement to bitterness, leading the leader to wonder if perhaps he had been too harsh earlier and left his disciple dazed. What Ninth Pavilion's leader didn't know was that Luo Yuheng was connected through refined blood and phantom bloodline, witnessing the earth-shattering scene inside the secret realm. The divine might array. The divine might Dharma image. The Dharma images divine powers. The three god-defying arts only achievable after awakening one's divine bone had all been activated by Ye Xuan. Even more outrageous, Ye Xuan's Dharma image was so formidable it could instantly devour the Qi Si Dantian of a Wuhuang warrior on the verge of self-destruction. The Golden Lotus apparition, the true god's aura, indeed a true god's presence. Despite Luo Yuheng's vast knowledge from his main body and years of experience in the Fallen Pavilion, he could still clearly see an impossible chasm between himself and Ye Xuan, a gap no level of cultivation could bridge. Die. Ye Xuan must die. At first, he fought Ye Xuan simply under the orders of the Xuantian Holy Sun. After contact, jealousy grew from Danton Mingyu's affection. Now, that feeling had evolved into a penetrating dread, rapidly tipping into fear. As a manifestation of the Xuantian Holy Sun and a sacred realm cultivator of the Fallen Pavilion, Luo Yuheng would never allow any trace of weakness. After a brief pause, he made a grim resolution in his heart: by whatever means necessary, Ye Xuan must not leave the true god's secret realm alive. He lowered his voice and spoke to Ninth Pavilion's leader, Master Jiao. Just now a few careless fools broke into the secret realm amid the chaos. I worry they might interfere with Sister Danton's trials. I happen to have some small gadgets with me. Since the barrier has collapsed, why not let them in to scout? They could also protect Sister during critical moments. Ninth Pavilion's leader hesitated for a moment. Though Danton Mingyue was equipped with several life-saving treasures granted by the Fallen Pavilion and possessed her own profound abilities to handle the secret realm's dangers, the sudden collapse of the true god realm's barrier remained unexplained. If unknown perils extended inside the realm, thinking this through, he slowly looked up and finally nodded gently. But the moment the Nine Pavilion leader spoke, a flash of delight flickered briefly in Luo Yuheng's eyes. He cupped his hands and lowered his voice. Master Jiao, with my strength alone, it's still a bit lacking to fool the other sacred realm experts from the major factions. When the time comes, they'll have to trouble you to cover for me. No problem. The Nine Pavilion leader stood with his hands behind his back, his gray-white sleeves fluttering slightly. Just focus on releasing the items, and then go seek your junior sister in the secret realm. Leave the rest to me. Luo Yuheng knew full well that the Nine Pavilion leader could never stand idly by in the secret realm while Dantai Mingyue was in danger, so he deliberately used this as a pretext to gain his trust. Fortunately, the Nine Pavilion leader's cultivation far surpassed the other sacred realm leaders and Saint Teach commanders present. Even if he covertly broke the rules, as long as the Nine Pavilion leader backed him up, they could easily evade the watchful eyes of those veteran powerhouses. Moments later, outside the main hall, spiritual light surged and flickered. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yuheng released several carefully refined gadgets. The Nine Pavilion leader's sleeves shimmered with spiritual runes, forming an invisible mist that sealed off all traces of disturbance, every step executed flawlessly. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, the shadow of the devouring sky whale rose from Ye Xuan's Dantian, instantly activating the whale-devouring divine art. It absorbed all the essence left in the martial emperor puppet's spirit sea after its self-destruction. In an instant, the runes at the edge of the divine might formation frantically flickered, and the true god's manifestation rose higher. Its phantom solidified as though made of substance. Even the enormous whale patterns on the giant whale's back above them were traced more clearly by the spiritual light. Is the power of your divine art manifestation a little ridiculously broken? Feng Yi was the first to speak, still tinged with lingering shock in his voice. Jian Er wiped cold sweat from his brow and scanned Ye Xuan up and down with disbelief, as if trying to confirm whether he was looking at a monster disguised in human skin. Though Ye Xuan had only recently entered the divine path, he had already blasted his way into its top 3 tiers. The old tale of Yu Changkong's death naturally sprang to their minds. When you had single-handedly entered the lower 3rd tier, Feng Yi and Jian Er had been in seclusion. Upon emerging, they heard the rumor that you had been defeated by a prodigy from the lower tier, which had seemed absurd. But now, seeing Ye Xuan easily neutralize the martial emperor's Dantian self-destruction with his 7-star martial king cultivation, all their doubts instantly shattered. Such a prodigy across the entire Xuantian divine path, who besides the legendary goddess Xiyao, could claim to perform so effortlessly at the martial king level. Suddenly, Feng Yi recalled the details on the journey, the repeated orders from the 12 Hallmaster Luo Tong to protect Ye Xuan, and the promise that success would mean promotion to the top 3 tiers. Jian Er's memories aligned. The stairway to heaven vision, the blooming golden lotus, the appearance of the goddess. A lightning bolt of realization struck them both, causing them to gasp simultaneously. I get it now, it's the golden lotus vision. Ye Xuan was the culprit behind the golden lotus vision triggered on the stairway to heaven. Only one with the legendary true god's form could so effortlessly devour the martial emperor's spirit sea. With the truth clear, their shock had not yet subsided, but swirling above it was a complex mix of emotions about the future excitement tinged with self-mockery. Everything had been prearranged. They had been nothing but pawns placed on the path to assist. At this moment, beyond the shock of knowing the truth, what filled Feng Yi and Jian'er's hearts most was a wry, bitter smile. It's hard to believe they once saw Ye Xuan as a burden, a useless weakling. Some even imagined secretly that he might be related to some high-ranking figure in the Divine Path sect. Looking back now, those thoughts seem utterly childish. Petty, even. Feng Yi and Jian'er had not yet fully recovered from their shock when Ye Xuan's calm voice echoed in their ears. You too, that thing from the Nether Saint sect has slipped away. Do you still have the strength to break the surrounding barrier? Earlier, Ye Xuan unleashed his devouring divine skill, the majestic divine aura shattering the void. Witnessing this power, the illusions immediately activated their bloodline puppets and escaped underground, vanishing without a trace. At Ye Xuan's current level, these illusions were no longer a real threat. Lingering any longer would only be a death sentence. It's true the illusion's bloodline escape speed is astonishing, so even if Ye Xuan tried to stop them, it would have been too late. Moreover, even if the illusions had stayed, he was temporarily unable to fight the moment he forcibly devoured a nearly collapsing martial emperor's Qi Si Dantian. Even the devouring divine skill left by a true god almost overwhelmed him. His divine bones were shaken. He needed time to stabilize. Retracting his divine aura form, Ye Xuan slowly landed. Only then did Feng Yi and Jian'er come to their senses and quickly nod in agreement. They had long mastered the method to break the formation, but earlier had been entangled by the illusions, threatened by the martial emperor puppet's self-destruction, and pressured by the titan barrier seals left behind by the fire god lord and the prodigy of Bai Bo Pool during their retreat. It was a chaotic struggle to deal with everything at once. Now that the greatest threat was gone, they could finally focus fully. Feng Yi raised his hand, summoning a golden-red phoenix feather about a foot long, sprouting from the ground above his head. The tip of the feather flickered with fire. This feather was his life-bound treasure condensed from centuries of Tianfeng bloodline, both offensive and defensive, capable of drawing on the elemental power of heavenly fire. In an instant, the heavenly fire mark left in the ice mirror barrier by the fire god lord's departure was absorbed into the phoenix feather, transforming into the purest fire element and merging into its tip. At the same time, Jian'er's sword intent erupted violently. A scorching white sword light seemed to cut through the sky, striking the weakened ice mirror barrier with a single slash boom. The barrier shattered on impact, revealing a wide gap as fierce winds swept through. Along the barrier's edge, the martial artist trapped in the Zhonghuang spirit domain and the two martial emperors previously besieged to the brink by the fire god lord and by Bo Pool prodigy all stared blankly at the fading ice-blue shards of light. Then their restrained relief exploded into wild joy at having survived the ordeal. Just moments ago, when the illusions controlled the martial emperor puppet and it was about to self-destruct from a collapsing Dantian, they had been almost ready to accept death. Yet, despair vanished in an instant when Ye Xuan stood tall and with one devouring act turned crisis into nothingness. Since the true god realm opened, these martial emperors, martial ancestors, and martial kings had been pushed to the edge, then slammed down repeatedly, their emotions roller-coastering wildly between hope and despair. They were utterly drained. Is this the gap between us and the divine path or Saint Sect prodigies? Many murmured quietly. Ye Xuan could determine life and death with a flick of his fingers, while they stood dumbfounded like insignificant ants. Those who had once quietly congratulated themselves upon entering the true god realm now wore bitter smiles, mocking their own overconfidence. Even the two martial emperors in the crowd were no exception. Secretly glancing toward Ye Xuan, they recalled how the various divine path and Saint Sect prodigies outside had once dismissed and scorned him. Damn, these divine path prodigies sure know how to put on a show. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they might still regard Ye Xuan as a weak, useless deadweight. Now, fully aware of how terrifying he was, not a trace of disdain remained in their hearts, only cautious respect and deep awe. What a headache. It felt like he had been exposed too soon, yet somehow, exposed at just the right moment. Golden light surged out fiercely from a fist-sized orb in his palm, streams of cosmic energy flickering like flames. Ye Xuan stared intently for a moment, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The unexpected appearance of Luo Yuheng undoubtedly added a thrilling twist to this journey into the true god's secret realm. For Ye Xuan, this powerful battery who could repeatedly recharge his fortune made the upcoming exploration all the more exciting. Throughout the journey, Feng Yi and Jian'er quietly stuck close behind Ye Xuan. At first, they found it rather awkward that powerful martial emperors like themselves were acting as bodyguards for a martial king. Now, however, all that remained was deep curiosity and respect for Ye Xuan. Back when the goddess Xiao triggered the golden lotus phenomenon, she advanced her cultivation by leaps and bounds. Now Ye Xuan, as a true god, had similarly activated the golden lotus. The two silently speculated that the divine mystery surrounding this young man was far more complex than it appeared. With each exchange of glances, Ye Xuan's stature grew immensely in their minds. Trailing behind them were two martial emperors hanging at a distance, along with martial ancestors and martial kings who had barged into the secret realm by chance. They clung closely to Ye Xuan, finding only in him a rare sense of security. Ye Xuan paid little attention to these followers. In his eyes, the one most likely to inherit the true god's secret realm's fortunes was none other than his beloved wife. Dantai Minju. After all, with the protagonist aura surrounding her, she was meant to dominate this grand play. Earlier, their plan to trap the prodigies of major sects with the combined forces of the Fire Spirit Sect and the Blue Wave Pool had been foiled. The group from Beast Mountain who tried to seize an opportunity midway had also been badly defeated by Ye Xuan himself. As for the Heavenly Desolation Holy Sect and the Falling Pavilion, they had vanished without a trace after entering the secret realm. Oh, and the Netherworld Holy Sect, the two prodigies there had long become puppets to Luo Yuang, making them little threat in Ye Xuan's eyes. With their ambush plan failed, the Fire Spirit Sect and Blue Wave Pool would surely rush deeper into the realm, racing to seize treasures. Realizing this, Ye Xuan glanced into the dim distance and quickened his pace. I have to find Mingyue before the other prodigies do, he resolved silently. His urgency wasn't about fearing harm to Dantai Mingyue. With her protagonist aura, even if her cultivation was temporarily weaker, Ye Xuan never doubted her hidden cards. What truly spurred him on was this rare opportunity. If he didn't maximize her favor for himself here in the secret realm, it would be a wasted chance. Though true god inheritances and treasures were precious, in Ye Xuan's mind, raising his young wife's favor toward him was the utmost priority. He could easily handle a dark version little healer. But what if one day the fated male lead for his wife suddenly appeared? After all, fate was a tricky thing, no one could predict it for sure. To prevent his beloved wife from changing her heart halfway through, and to keep his golden advantage shining bright, Ye Xuan had to continue deepening their relationship carefully. No sooner had Ye Xuan left the battlefield than the little girl Ro Ruanji appeared through the shattered ice mirror barrier. In fact, the moment the three from Divine Beast Mountain forcibly broke through the barrier, she was already the rebut confident that her close friend's chosen wild man could easily handle such trouble. She patiently watched from the sidelines. At this moment, she watched Ye Xuan walk away, a knowing smile curling at her lips. No wonder he was the one my good friend picked. The divine power awakening in Ye Xuan's divine god bones was nothing short of abnormal. It could even consume the Qi Si Dantian left behind by the martial emperor's self-detonation. Compared to when he fought Yu Changkong on the Xuantian, his power now had reached an even higher level. Others might not understand this strange force, but Ro Ruanji was fully aware. She had long seen through the truth behind the golden lotus phenomenon on the ascension staircase. So whenever Ye Xuan displayed some marvel, her mind would always find a rational explanation. After all, her best friend wasn't an ordinary person either. When two monster-level individuals collide, who knows what kind of sparks will fly? Just the thought was exciting. The girl's eyes gleamed with a charm far beyond her years. Just as she was about to follow Ye Xuan, her brow suddenly furrowed, and she glanced back over her shoulder. Huh. A flash of suspicion passed before she suddenly reached out. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled explosions shattered the air. 3 grotesque mechanical puppets tumbled to the ground, their mechanisms scattering. How could there be 3 martial emperor-level puppets in the divine god mysterious realm? The refinement technique was no ordinary craft. It was sophisticated and likely came from major divine Dao sects or sacred cults. What was more troublesome was that inside the puppets were runes carved to hide their traces. Ordinary holy realms would struggle to detect them. If Ro Ruanji hadn't already set a foot into the demigod realm, she too might have been fooled. The secret realm had been open for a while, yet someone still dared to throw such covert weapons inside? Clearly, it was aimed at her close friend's wild man. With 3 martial emperor-level puppets and their extreme stealth, if they suddenly attacked Ye Xuan, he might not notice immediately. Thinking this, the little girl proudly puffed out her chest, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and muttered to herself, "Remember, this is something you owe me. Next time you handle things for me, you better give me double wedding candies." At the same time, outside the secret realm, Luo Yuheng, controlling the puppets, suddenly felt the link sever. He froze in place. What's going on? Where are my puppets? After a brief moment of stunned silence, waves of fury surged through Luo Yuheng's heart. Damn it! He growled under his breath, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. Who the hell destroyed my puppets? The 3 puppets in his hands had the combat power of only a 3-star martial emperor each, but through their interwoven formation arrays, they could instantly combine their strength to rival a 7-star martial emperor. What made it worse was that each puppet contained a hidden secret technique personally laid out by the ninth pavilion master of the falling pavilion, so subtle that even Saint Realm experts would struggle to detect it. Such meticulous measures wiped out in an instant? Could there really be a Saint Realm presence hidden within this true, divine secret realm? The thought sprang up in his mind, but he forcefully shook it away. Outside, numerous Saint Realm experts from the Divine Path and the Saint Sect stood guard, along with the ninth pavilion master. If a Saint Realm power had infiltrated, how could they not know? Yet if it wasn't a Saint Realm being, how else could all three puppets simultaneously be reduced to dust? No matter how hard he racked his brain, Luo Yuheng couldn't figure it out. Once again, he hurriedly approached the ninth pavilion master and bowed with clasped hands. Master Jiao, I beg you please help me. The ninth pavilion master was about to turn and leave, but stopped in surprise. Didn't I just help you send in the three puppets? Seeing the doubt in the master's eyes, Luo Yuheng quickly explained through transmitted voice. After entering the true divine secret realm, I don't know what kind of restriction they encountered, but the three puppets lost contact with me at the same time. Most likely the powerful spatial restrictions inside destroyed them. His gaze dropped, treating this as the only reasonable explanation for now. If it had really been Ye Xuan, he believed there would have been some kind of reaction, let alone all three puppets breaking down simultaneously. With Ye Xuan's current strength, even the most talented among them wouldn't be able to accomplish something like this. The ninth pavilion master pondered for a moment, then nodded. Very well, I'll help you one more time. Worried about Dan Tai Mingyu's safety as well, he decided to open another secret formation. A glimmer of hope flashed in Luo Yuheng's eyes. He immediately took out several brand new mechanical puppets from his storage ring. Unlike before, this time he embedded multiple early warning crisis sensing formation arrays inside the puppets and inlaid expensive crystals capable of detecting dangerous spatial restrictions, carefully fine-tuning the formation nodes as well. I hope that once you enter, you can quickly lock onto Ye Xuan. Cooperate with the illusions and completely eliminate that guy. Luo Yuheng prayed silently. As the ninth pavilion master formed the seals, a veil of light enveloped the puppets, their forms gradually fading until they vanished into the secret realm. Time rewinds to a few minutes earlier. Great Dao Fortune 13-15-16-18. The source of Luo Yuheng's fury was none other than Ye Xuan, who was making his way forward. Ye Xuan's heart skipped a beat. Why is this bastard angry again? The surrounding forest was quiet without any oddities or signs of illusions. Scratching his chin in confusion, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Could it be that he really had the legendary irritable temperament? Ye Xuan felt like he had truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. Just by eating a bite and drinking some water, his great Dao fortune surged rapidly. The exhilaration made him wish this could happen every day, then the fruits of the Dao could be chewed like candy. Thinking of this, he glanced again at the golden sphere in his sea of consciousness. His fortune had skyrocketed from over 600 to more than 700 in no time. How long had it been since his last 10 consecutive draws? Come on, you're the best, keep going. He silently cheered for Luo Yuheng, then rallied everyone to keep moving. The group pressed on for about half an hour. Along the way they encountered several secret realm barriers. Feng Yi and Jin Er acted like professional bodyguards, stepping forward to swiftly neutralize each threat. Ye Xuan didn't even have to give orders. They cleared the obstacles so efficiently, it was like they were born for it. If only these two had been in his past lives' world, they'd be prime employees without a doubt. Lost in this thought, suddenly a faint streak of light flashed through the darkened sky ahead, within which a delicate figure was wrapped. My dear wife? Ye Xuan didn't expect to meet Dan Tai Mingyue so soon. Before he could speak, he already leapt to her side. Dan Tai Mingyue, who was fleeing, tensed at first, but relaxed when she recognized him, though her relief was short-lived. Ye Xuan, no time to explain, come with me, she said, grabbing his arm with a jade-like hand so soft it made his muscles twitch. Soon afterward, two figures appeared rapidly behind them in pursuit. The newcomers were two prodigies from the Tianhuang sacred sect who had not appeared until now, one male, one female. In the blink of an eye they split to flank Ye Xuan and Dan Tai Mingyue, boxing them in. Hand over the item. The male prodigy demanded, reaching out. Ye Xuan turned slightly and asked, you took something that belongs to them? I obtained a true divine relic inside the secret realm, Dan Tai Mingyue answered quietly. Ye Xuan understood immediately and said, everyone heard that. The secret realm treasure goes to the one with fate she didn't steal from you. Why force this? The female prodigy raised a cold brow. You're a member of Xuantian Divine Path? Don't think just because you're familiar with Elder Huangshu that will show you respect. The secret realm isn't over yet. Whether there's fate or not isn't your call. She drew her sword simultaneously with her companion, the blade gleaming coldly as it pointed at the two. Hand over the true divine relic, and well spare your lives. Their confident posturing drew amused looks from the martial cultivators arriving on scene. The two martial emperors, and behind them martial ancients and martial kings, all wore faces that said, are you kidding? Picking a fight with anyone else would be better, but why provoke Ye Xuan? The memory of how he had effortlessly taken down the 3 Tianhuang prodigies of the Divine Beast Mountain with a single kick inside the ice mirror barrier was vivid. Especially the final display of his true divine power, absorbing the martial emperor's puppet self-destructing energy C in his Dantian, which made them revere him as a celestial being. How could two young prodigies of the Tianhuang sacred sect compare? While everyone was waiting for Ye Xuan to teach these kids a lesson, several streaks of fleeing light descended. Leading them was the Flame God Lord, infamous for closing the ice mirror barrier and scheming against Ye Xuan and the others, flanked by the Tianhuang prodigies from the Bibo pool. You're still alive. The Flame God Lord recognized Ye Xuan with a scowl. The Tianhuang prodigies of Bibo pool also gaped in shock. Ye Xuan? Wasn't he supposed to be dead after that martial emperor puppet's energy C Dantian exploded? After a brief moment of shock, Lord Xuan's gaze instantly shifted from Ye Xuan to Dantai Mingyue standing behind him. The conversation between the male and female prodigies of the Tianhuang sacred sect earlier was clearly overheard from a distance. How could a mere martial zone cultivate soul have obtained a treasure left behind by a true god? Such news was more thunderous than lightning to their ears. Although Dantai Mingyue belonged to the Yun Pavilion, this was deep within the secret realm. With the leader of the 9 pavilions absent and no external reinforcements around her, she was isolated. The treasures within the secret realm traditionally followed the principle of those destined shall obtain them, but the matter of final ownership was another affair entirely. Lord Huashan understood this perfectly. Just one glance was enough to let Xunyu and Yin Jiuzhu understand his order. The two launched into the air, flanking left and right, leading the Fire Spirit Divine Sect members to encircle Ye Xuan and Dantai Mingyue tightly in a half-moon formation. At the same time, Long Ling, Xiao Jing, and Shui Haishan from Bibo Pool stepped upon the water, aligning seamlessly in a straight line to block any gaps from the front. Humph! Ye Xuan, I don't care how you escaped earlier, Lord Huashan said, raising his hand as fiery energy roiled in his palm. Since you insist on protecting her, then I'll take you both down together. He had already decided when ordering the encirclement neither Ye Xuan nor Dantai Mingyue would be allowed to leave alive. Their affectionate display at the entrance of the secret realm was witnessed by many. If Ye Xuan escaped, he would certainly report the deeds of the Fire Spirit Divine Sect and Bibo Pool to the leader of the Yun Pavilion, causing even greater trouble. Since the treasure had been seized, the approach had to be steady, precise, and ruthless, leaving no loose ends. His gaze shifted to the male and female prodigies from the Tianhuang sacred sect, as he said in a low tone, since both of you have already intervened, you cannot avoid involvement. Why not join forces and kill these two? After that, we can discuss dividing the treasure. The two exchanged a glance. Although they had only seen Dantai Mingyue take the treasure from afar, the dazzling divine light still sent tremors through their hearts. It was extremely likely linked to true god inheritance. They also knew Lord Huashan might not sincerely cooperate, but under the current circumstances, only by uniting could they suppress the matter and avoid being implicated by both the Xianyuan divine path and the Yun Pavilion. Fine, let's join forces, they replied concisely. Huh, then that's settled. Lord Huashan laughed uproariously, suddenly flicking his fingers. Please restrain those two troublesome fellows nearby, just now. The troublesome fellows he mentioned were Feng Yi and Feng Air, standing right behind Ye Xuan. Despite being top-tier prodigies themselves, these two shadowed Ye Xuan closely. Even now, though at a disadvantage, they chose to advance and retreat alongside him. They had once clashed head-on with that madman from the Yuming sacred sect. Their combat achievements widely recognized. Their strength was by no means inferior to the trio from Shuahai Mountain. To kill Ye Xuan, they first needed to divide Feng Yi and Feng Air's firepower. Hence Lord Huashan was eager to recruit the Tianhuang twins. Moreover, Ye Xuan had already activated the Divine Might Formation and Divine Might Apparition, pushing his combat strength close to the martial emperor level without accumulating sufficient advantage. A one-hit kill was simply impossible. Lord Huashan lastly looked to his trusted aides on either side and solemnly instructed, Xinyu, Yin Jiuzhu, when the fight breaks out, make sure you don't hold back. Previously, they had been confident of their victory, which was why they held out against those two mediocre martial emperors for so long. But now, facing the true divine treasure in Dantai Mingyue's hands, Hua Xinjun and the others only wanted a quick and decisive battle. The two people you mentioned, we will stop them ourselves, said the male and female prodigies of the Tianhuang Holy Sect. Before their words had even finished, they had already appeared before Feng Yi and Jian Air, firmly blocking their path. Hua Xinjun nodded slightly and turned to speak to Shui Haishan. Brother Shui, take some men over to assist them and clear out those leftover scum. The scum he referred to were the two mediocre martial emperors who had followed Ye Xuan this far, along with the martial ancients and martial kings behind them. Don't worry. If they dare interfere, they'll freeze them into ice sculptures in no time, Shui Haishan replied, moving at once to lead Long Ling and Xiao Jing into the air, swiftly descending near the two Tianhuang prodigies. I will use all my strength to empower the barrier so you can quickly deal with these two troublemakers. No sooner had he spoken than Long Ling and Xiao Jing began erecting a new ice mirror barrier where they stood. It's coming again. They're using the barrier fall back. The two mediocre martial emperors who had suffered the ice mirror barrier once before, along with the surviving martial ancients and kings, suddenly felt a wave of fear. They turned and fled like dogs without a home, desperate to escape the barrier's embrace. Humph, what a bunch of trash, Xuantian snorted coldly. The spiritual energy hidden within his cobalt pool surged, and the once calm air transformed instantly into a vast rain of thousands of glittering ice spikes, violently chasing down the fleeing warriors. Those martial ancients and kings who were slower to run were impaled on the ice spikes, frozen on the spot. An unbearable chill seeped into their bones, and in moments they turned into statues of ice, their veins etched clearly with frost. The life in their eyes quickly faded at a glance. After clearing out all the rats nearby, Xuantian raised his hand to reinforce the ice mirror barrier yet again. Its cold light shimmered like overlapping mirrors, crisscrossing to seal the area. In a moment, they'll suppress those two with the barrier. Friends from the Tianhuang Holy Sect, be sure to end this quickly. His urgency was no accident. In the wasteland of Huangwu Mountain and the True God Mysterious Realm, various factions had come to fight over legacies and treasures. Allies and enemies could switch sides in an instant. Since betrayal was inevitable, it was better to take this chance to get a clearer look at the Tianhuang Holy Sect's prodigal duo's true strength, adding to future advantages. While Xuantian's mind raced, the twin prodigies of the Tianhuang Holy Sect each drew a long sword, their cold gleams flashing, suddenly rushing to attack Feng, Yi, and Jian Er. Playing with swords in front of me? Jian Er sneered, instantly igniting his sword's power. His sword intent materialized like a roaring tidal wave, crashing violently toward the attackers. Meanwhile, Hua Xinjun strode forward accompanied by two fiery spirit Dao prodigies. Waves of scorching heat surged wildly, pushing toward Ye Xuan. I heard divine bones can be extracted. I'm curious, what color is this bone inside your body? No sooner had Hua Xinjun finished speaking than the heavenly fire order shot upward from his head, blazing fiercely into the sky, forming the formation. To secure treasures within the desolate mountain's divine mystery realm, the great sects and sacred cults had all secretly laid countless traps and tricks. The fire spirit path was no exception. Besides the legacy of the heavenly fire talisman, each of the three prodigies, fire god Jun, Shenyu, and Injiazu, bore a fire spirit mark forged through the secret art of the fire spirit path. This mark linked their minds so closely that when they stood side by side, they could instantly merge into a united formation. The three raised their palms simultaneously. The fire spirit marks burst forth with blazing red light, compressing the space around them as if squeezed by infernal flames. In an instant, a towering blaze erupted overhead with waves of crimson fire, scorching the surrounding rocks black and cracked. The entire land was swallowed by ruthless flames. Ye Xuan gazed up at the sea of fire, a flicker of surprise crossing his pupils. Such dense and potent fire spirit power, as one awakened by the divine, with sacred bones communicating far more deeply with the laws of heaven and earth than an ordinary person. The purity and ferocity of this fire attribute spirit power was vividly clear in his mind. Fire god Jun laughed boisterously, his voice amplified by the roaring flames, echoing thunderously. This formation is called the Fire Spirit Divine Formation. Ye Xuan, since you bear the sacred bone, today we will use this divine array to burn it down completely. Amid the howling blaze, Dantai Mingwe stood quietly behind Ye Xuan. Waves of fire crashed against her, but her eyes remained fixed on Ye Xuan's back, as immovable as a mountain, undaunted even in the face of life or death peril, standing firm before her. That budding affection instantly took root deep within her heart, growing ever harder to uproot. Inside the ring, the mysterious woman observed the scene through spiritual perception and sighed softly. She had once considered Ye Xuan's care for Dantai Mingwe as mere condescension from a superior, a rich man tossing scraps to the hungry. Even if some affection blossomed, he would never risk everything with true danger to save her. Yet today, facing the combined assault of the three fire spirit prodigies, Ye Xuan showed no fear or retreat. That genuine sentiment sent a tremor through the mysterious woman's heart, prompting her to break her usual reserve and permit herself to say, "Fine, fine. If he cannot hold out, I will intervene and help you to escape." Receiving this assurance, a flash of joy sparkled in Dantai Mingyu's eyes as she lowered her voice to send a message through the ring. "Thank you, master." Since meeting this mysterious master, she had stormed into mighty powers like Starry Academy and Fallen Pavilion, becoming spoken of as a prodigy and fully aware of her master's strength. Now, a single word from him instantly steadied her heart like solid rock. The flames continued to rage and surge. Fire god Jun and the other two were engulfed in fiery brilliance, tracing blazing red runes in the void as they closed in step by step. Dan Tai Mingyue silently calculated. If Ye Xuan showed even the slightest sign of faltering, she would immediately activate the ring to save him and get him out of there. Gaining Dan Tai Mingyue's favor, his Dow fortune surged by 15, 16, 17, and 19 points. The golden orb within his body flared again, causing his Dow fortune to skyrocket. Ye Xian's heart leapt with joy as he cast a more mocking glance at the Fire God Lord. A divine formation? That's nothing. With a wave of his sleeve, the mighty divine array burst into brilliance, and a towering Dharma image rose up from the ground. This is a true divine Dharma image. Not only did Dantai Mingyue exclaim in surprise, but even the mysterious woman inside the ring glanced at Ye Xuan with renewed interest. The ability to condense a trace of true divine power at the Martial King realm was enough for Ye Xuan to rival the Martial Emperor. No wonder he was able to slay 3-star Martial Emperors. After a brief moment of shock, the mysterious woman nodded slightly, silently acknowledging Ye Xuan's strength. Elsewhere, the male and female prodigies of the Tianhuang Sacred Sect, who were fiercely battling Feng Yi and Jian, also sensed the faint trace of true divine power in the Dharma image and furrowed their brows. Although they hadn't witnessed the battle at the Ice Mirror Barrier, they were still intimidated by Ye Xuan's imposing aura. Don't worry, the two of you. Ye Xuan is strong, but the Fire Spirit Divine Path isn't to be taken lightly. Xuantian considered this silently. His reason for aligning with the Fire God Lord was twofold. First, the Fire Spirit Divine Path was on friendly terms with Bibo Pool, and second, the Fire God Lord himself was unfathomably deep. Previously, he had held back when confronting 3 martial emperors, likely wary of that strange figure from the Netherworld's sacred sect. Now that concern was gone, his confidence naturally grew stronger. No sooner had the thought formed than the Fire God Lord fused with the Heavenly Fire token within the blazing fire spiritual formation. Flames surged wildly across his body. Even his hair and pupils blazed crimson. Ye Xuan, do you really think the enlightened are omnipotent? His voice echoed throughout the Fire Spirit Divine Formation. The Fire God Lord earned his name not only because of his innate resonance with the Heavenly Fire token, but also due to his rebirth as a demigode's soul and body reborn anew. Though his memory was incomplete, his power was no empty fame. Fire Dragon, Qilin, Mystical Turtle, and Red Feather. He snapped his fingers in rapid succession, and 4 distinct finger techniques tore through the air as 4 blazing beasts appeared, emanating powerful auras. Today, I'll show you the might of my Fire Spirit Divine Path, the 4-beast seal of heaven and earth. As he spoke, the fire beasts roared fiercely and charged at Ye Xuan, flames blazing. Heaven-level secret treasure? The woman within the ring whispered softly. Upon hearing this, Dantai Mingyue's heart pounded wildly. The heaven-level secret treasure was the legacy of a true god. Although Ye Xuan had condensed a divine image through the divine array, he was ultimately no true god himself. Feeling the augmented might of the 4 heaven-level fire beasts empowered by the divine array, the scorching heat and overwhelming pressure washing over her, her worry swiftly morphed into panic. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.